Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Best of 21 set between TaToH and Mr. Yo for the Champions Invitational. I'm going to go ahead and run you guys through the draft and also give you guys a little update on how the tournament has been going so far. The tournament is running from August 1st to 26th, so if you guys want to catch any of it, come on down to my Twitch channel during that time, and we're going to be live most days with some action. Let's take a look at the settings, or sorry, not the settings, but the standings so far. Spoiler alert, if you want to see the other sets and you haven't caught onto it yet, skip ahead 1 minute and you won't be spoiled. But for those who want to see the results so far, we go ahead and show them right here. So we have TaToH versus Winchester 11-8, and then myself and myself playing Mr. Yo 11-7, me versus Viper 11-10, and now we have TaToH and Yo going at it. Remember, it's the person who wins the most sets that ends up being the winner. If the sets are tied up, then we go ahead and take a look at the win-loss ratio here, and that's going to be the deciding factor if the sets are tied. So that's the current standings, and we're also going to take a look at the Civ draft here. So that's TaToH versus Yo, 21 Civs on either side. Huns was randomly banned, and then we have the map draft here if you guys are interested as well. Feel free to pause the video, take a look at the maps as long as possible. We obviously ran the map system so that there's 2 maps of every category, 10 categories, meaning for 20 maps total, and game 1 is always Arabia. So those are the maps we have in store. Those are the civs that we have as well. And we're going to go ahead and get started and cast the events. And of course, I'm joined here by the wonderful Ornlu, who's got a very nice YouTube channel and streams on Twitch. What's up, Ornlu? How's it going, my man?
It is going quite well. I'm looking forward to this set, and I hope we're in for another close one because we've had really only good sets so far this tournament. So, you better have not brought me on for a bad one.
I hope not as well. I actually felt like this was one of the most exciting sets, one of the ones I was really looking forward to as well. So I think I set you up nice, but we'll see. Time will tell. The thing about these best of 21 sets, right, is that they can be, if they're one-sided, they will be really bad to watch. But because we chose the best players in the world, they tend to be really, really close. And it's the kind of format that's either like a really big hit or a really big miss, but we'd have only hits so far.
Yeah, it really has been a pleasure to cast. It's been quite the grind, doing it every single day, but I don't mind it. It's just
Yeah.
you get to wake up every morning, be like, okay, here's another great 5 hours of AoE too.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you know what? On that note, actually, it's a lot of games, but the 9-0 start makes it feel a lot easier to cast and to play. To be honest, do you feel that way as well? But the 9-0 start?
Um, Honestly, I don't really care that much either way,
Okay.
but it's a difference between, okay, are you filling time a bit more, or are you just jumping right into the action? I mean, it's
Yeah.
just 2.5 minutes, not really in-game minutes, so it's not that big of a deal. But I think for especially at a best of 21, speeding things up just a little bit isn't a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. I think from a player's perspective, it makes the game a lot harder to play. You have less time to think about the matchup, less time to think about where to wall. And so I guess maybe from the player perspective, those 3-4 minutes that you're cutting, they really do matter for that early game. So I personally think it's like a really solid setting at this point. Okay, so Mr. Yo playing in blue as the Romans and TaToH playing in red as the Vietnamese. Oh no, I'm actually really curious. As someone who's watched the Romans being played out in these sets, and I know you've done a lot of testing of the Romans on your YouTube channel, on your own. How do you feel about the civilization in general? I'm kind of conflicted myself.
It's again, I'm conflicted like you. You have a very sort of generic eco bonus that's just good at everything. It helps you in every strategy and every situation in the game. But that's kind of juxtaposed against the fact that their texture is pretty weird, and the units and sorts of armies you need to go for don't really follow the traditional meta. You have the men-at-arm rush that people like to go for, that is, of course, terrorizing the ladder.
Hmm.
But players so far, at least in this tournament, have been doing a pretty good job of reacting to that. And after that, things can get a little bit awkward for the Romans. You kind of just need to rely on Scorpions for your ranged unit, which can be kind of awkward.
Yeah, I think awkward is actually the best word to describe the civilization because it's really powerful in the units that it's good at, like the long swords, scorpions. Long term, they have the centurion as well that can come through. But it feels like it's really difficult to move from unit to unit and to transition through the ages with Romans. And that's the hardest part for me about them. And the thing about their men at arm rush as well in feudal age with the blacksmith upgrades counting as double is that archers are still good enough to shut that down. So you come to the situation where none of your strategies are really that appealing although they're all very powerful if they work out well.
Yeah, and the thing with the Roman army is that it's very expensive, and I think that's what makes those tech switches a lot more difficult. You don't get supplies for your swordsmen, cavalry is inherently expensive, siege units, even with the big discount, are still clunky to use. So you really have to plan out exactly how you want to approach things, and it makes them feel not necessarily the most adaptable on the fly in a hectic game.
Yep. Yep. Definitely agree with that for sure. And then, talking a little bit about the Vietnamese as well, I feel like the civilization has, well, it just received a pretty significant buff actually. But I think the civilization has always been a little undervalued by players. I think recently we've realized how it's very flexible. It does cav archers very well. It has a good amount of, different options that they can go for. And then late game, they've got the Imperial Skirmisher, which comes in very clutch when the gold is running low. How do you feel of the Vietnamese after the recent buff, though, as well?
They're just super solid. I agree with you. I feel like they've been generally underrated
Yeah.
by pro players because maybe Mayans, Britons, Ethiopians are just a little bit more appealing, but that doesn't mean that Vietnamese aren't super solid. They're just a bit more defensively oriented
Hmm.
relative to some of the other more aggressive archer civs. But they have a very solid tech tree. They have decent cav, which is always nice when you're an archer civ,
Hmm.
and just an incredibly strong late game, bolstered by the imp skirm and of course paper money.
Yeah. Yeah. Paper money, I think I was underrating that a little bit. I put it in my top five worst
Oh,
unique
I know.
technologies. I know, and it caused a lot of uproar. I think it's better than I gave it credit, and I think people were definitely right about that. So that was a little bit my bad. It's still not 100% great, but definitely better than I gave it credit for. Um, but yeah, I think the Vietnamese, one unique thing about them is that they're an archer civ, but it's also a knight skirm civ. As you mentioned, they have good cavalry, and it's one of the few archer civs in the game that has a really solid knight skirm play. It sounds weird to say, but like every other archer civ I can think of has something missing from going archer or sorry skirm knights, or it just doesn't fit well with their economy. Whereas Vietnamese, archer play works well, knight skirm works well, and then both of them scale really well into the late game.
Well, and that's where the good economy comes in, right? Because a good economy means that your civ is inherently more flexible in what you can do offensively, defensively, army compositions, all that stuff. You can pause the game better with it. Really important bonus. But with those buffs that Vietnamese have gotten over time to their economy, first you got the wood discount on your eco upgrades, and now they research super fast. You're just finding yourself with more resources to play with, and that's really helpful in going for sort of two different units at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. And on that note, with the flexibility, I think the Romans economy bonus definitely gives them that flexibility. Of course, they are limited by their tech tree, but in the early game, they do have a bunch of different options, and we see Mr. Yo often to go for scouts, not going for the men at arm rush because he's probably just expecting TaToH to respond with archers if he does go men at arms, and he doesn't want to get into a game like that. So he goes for scouts, plays it rather safe, and is now going to be walling up the map a little bit here. The thing is, Romans was Mr. Yo's second pick. Vietnamese was very low on the draft for TaToH. So Mr. Yo is almost forced to make this work and to get a win here, or else he's going to be in a pretty bad position on that draft.
Yeah, certainly. And I definitely have noticed that the civs that you guys are drafting higher tend to do more successfully. So I think there really is something to making sure that you manage your draft in terms of your high priority civs, stacking them up ideally against maybe some lower priority civs, and getting those important wins when you both had the good civs. Then
Yeah.
it really does add up over these really long sets.
Yeah, exactly. I think you nailed it there. It's like when it's a good civ versus like a weaker civ, then you're kind of hard pressed to win. But when it's two good civs going at it, it's a really really important win for both players. Taking a look here at a little early aggression from TaToH, lands a villager. First blood of the series here. Villager goes down for Mr. Yo, but Mr. Yo is counterattacking himself.
That is a very lonely villager on the forage bushes, and looks like it may go down, although only one scout's able to attack at once. And who's
Oh,
trapping whom at this point?
wow, that was a great play from TaToH there. That was sick. Kept the
I don't know if he
spear
was
in
trying to
between.
bait the scout back in, but it kind of worked out that way.
Yeah, I think he did a good job, like keeping the villa in the corner, so only one scout can hit it. Brought the spear over, so he had a really nice reaction to the situation. So now, not only did TaToH kill Vil, he also killed a scout and lost to virtually nothing. Villager, even on low HP, will still work fine. Oh, but Yo maybe goes back in for it. Nope, goes for the outside Vil instead.
Spearman's still going to be successfully chasing away the scouts for the time being. TaToH even running back home with his army. just both scouts and spears for each player. Notably, they were both able to get double blade axe and horse collar, so they can get their economy set up as needed. But for the time being, TaToH just going to be comfortably working with one more military unit and one more villager.
Yeah, and now both players opting to go for the full walls. And then this could transition to a mid-game here where we could see the Vietnamese cav archers come out. They tend to do really well against cavalry. That being said, if Vietnamese cav archers do see play, then the Roman scorpions could be a natural response here. So both players have answers to different transitions that they can go for. And it's going to be interesting to see what what the players choose to go for after the walls go down. Because once the walls go down, you have a couple minutes where you can really think about what to do next, pretty much.
Exactly, and it looks like TaToH is all safe and comfy at this point. Yo, kind of getting there, but TaToH actually might be trying to get a walling villager, and I don't really see anything protecting them. Okay, there's one spearman nearby, but we'll see how TaToH can make this work.
Yeah, I'm also taking a look. Like, Yo could have walled up top towards that woodline if he wanted to. Kind of help him out a little, but he didn't scout it, unfortunately. So he's doing some really big walls right now. And honestly, those walls will easily go down to crossbows in the mid game. Maybe cav archers as well. So the walls are nice to kind of keep yourself safe and buy yourself some time. But they're not going to keep you safe versus everything when they're this big and easy to break.
Yeah, it's just too much surface area to cover. Also, Yo has the very unfortunate H-shaped gold mine. Those
Love
are
it.
always the most annoying to saturate.
Yeah, you actually have very poor mining camps on that one. His mining camp is a little suspect there. Couple spearmen on scout action there. One spear coming forward from TaToH. Yeah, I think Mysterio has to answer this. He's not going to be able to get the walls down in time. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, villager going to be going down, probably. There we go.
Waits as the pathing blocks everyone. Okay.
It's always a struggle when you're fighting against the game, but that's just AoE. And now, Yo, only 1 kill to 5 deaths, 2 of which are villagers. TaToH getting a nice speedy wheelbarrow as well, and everything is not going Mr. Yo's way at the start here of game number 1.
Yeah, I'm a little sloppy from Mr. Yo. It was slow on the walls. Didn't have enough spears to defend. And this is not usually what happens to him. He tends to be a very solid defensive player. Taking some damage, guys. He's down 2 bills, but this is by no means game-ending damage. I think Mr. Yo can easily recover from this with some nice decisions in the mid-game. But TaToH, with that wheelbarrow, now up to Castle Age, looking very solid there.
Oh, come on, Harry. You need to practice your Twitch chat casting. As soon as someone loses a vill, it's GG.
Oh, it's over. GG.
Yeah, it's completely over. Let's just give TaToH the point.
It's a terrible mistake there. He can't possibly recover from that.
And if there's anything he does to come back, it's a throw from TaToH.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's how this works.
The term throw is often thrown around, actually, quite nicely. And TaToH's being super annoying, by the way, with the scouts. He's looking around for any villager he can get, but even if he can't kill the village, he'll just hit them to annoy Mr. Yo. And Mr. Yo has no part in that and just goes forward with the scout to see what TaToH's transition is looking like.
Yep, gonna be able to... Okay, it's double archery range here for TaToH, but he is also grabbing Bloodline, so it looks like it will be for Cav Archers. And this is a good moment to tell people that Scorpions actually have 1 more Pierce Armor than Mangonels, so that Cav Archers will actually only deal 1 damage to Scorpions, whereas they deal 2 damage to Mangonels. So that could make the Scorpions a little bit more appealing of a defensive tool for Yo.
Yeah, combining that with the fact that, Romans get the cheaper Scorpions. They also get ballistics on their Scorpions, plus some unique text later. It's actually a very logical defensive tool here. And it scales very well for the Romans as well. So if TaToH is indeed going Cav Archers and now going only 2 range, 1 Blacksmith, I think Scorpions will definitely see some play this game.
I think that would make plenty of sense. We've actually mostly been seeing Romans played versus melee civ, so not really the mass Scorpion style as much, but yeah, versus Vietnamese, it feels like that would be a very important thing to get going. And indeed, Cav Archer production has started for TaToH, but it is only with the 2 ranges. So this does feel a little bit on the greedier side, because it's going to take a while before those Cav Archers really scale to where you want them to.
Yep. That being said, though, he will prioritize, instead of that 3rd range that we often see with Cav Archers, instead he'll add a town center right away and also pick up some economy upgrades. So he's taking a more defensive approach, more economic-based approach. And I think that's a decent choice as well. Mr. Yo goes for a town center on the stone and might even go for a 3rd town center right away as well, maybe on the front. Goes for a town center on the right side as well. So he's going 3 TC right away. TaToH only with the 2, but instead he's going to pick up both eco upgrades, and that's going to be a solid choice for him too.
And his army is going to scale better as the mid game progresses. Knights not really going to be performing very well, especially as they have 0 upgrades for Mr. Yo. Whereas TaToH actually doesn't have Bodkin in it yet, but he will be able to pick that one up pretty easily, and he can just keep his Cav Archers alive while buying more time for his own third TC, and as you're saying, his eco upgrades are looking better, but Yo actually picking up Bosaw and Heavy Plow now as well.
Yeah, Yo's goes for them a little late, but not too bad there. One criticism, Yo goes for 2 stable knights, but he's not really producing from both stables, so maybe I would suggest just staying on 1 stable and saving that wood to maybe make an earlier siege workshop. I think that would have been better for him. You don't really want too many knights against Cav Archers anyways. So that, that could be something slowing him down here in this early castle age.
Yeah, that certainly could be the case. TaToH just going to be harassing that monastery a little bit. Bodkin is now in, so Yo, with most of these wood lines being forward, going to have to be quite careful. There is the siege workshop that is going to be coming in. Yo just orienting his villagers so that they cannot be picked off by Cav Archers. Defense is working out just fine so far, but it's still, you're not doing anything to stop TaToH from building up this Cav Archer mass, which could be a little worrying.
Yeah, I think that's the issue here. Like, Yo can stay defensive. Yo can defend behind walls pretty much all day here with Scorpions and Monks. But the thing is, he's not really going to be able to deal. Oh, that's a Mr. Yo conversion to start things off there. That's what I'm talking about. Split second conversion. That's what he's known for here. But yeah, more seriously here, I don't know what his plan is to deal with the Cav Archers long term. It could just be cavalry, but he'll make them once he gets a good economy, though.
Yeah, of course, Knights much harder on the economy than going for really any sort of ranged unit. One Scorpion is out, 1 Scorpion is not going to be sufficient to deal with all of this. The Knights, they have Bloodlines and +1 defense right now, but it still doesn't quite feel good enough, and TaToH, being nice and annoying, Vietnamese Cav Archers, of course, getting that extra 10 HP.
Yep.
Still, Scorpion's chunking them down over time.
A lot of those guys are low right now. He did pick up a couple Knights, 1 Monk as well. Ooh, but now he is taking some damage to the town center as well. And he is trapped inside Yo's base. So one might think this might have not been a great choice from TaToH to go in. Because although he's finding some harass, he will eventually lose those Cav Archers. And Cav Archers do well as you mass them up. So maybe losing 6 right now is not the best thing that you can do for your long-term plan.
Especially with only the 2 ranges, you really aren't scaling those numbers as quickly. So it's more important to keep your units alive. I would think of it in a similar way to you opening up with 1 range versus 2 range in Feudal Age. With those archer numbers, you just can't afford to get them picked off as easily. But Scorpion even getting 1 high ground hit right there. Now, you do need to actually research ballistics for the Scorpions to benefit from them, so it's not like it's inherently baked into the unit. So TaToH can dodge around a little bit, but eventually they're all going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, he's trying to get as much value as possible, and he will find 1 more Knight kill. So, you know what? That's actually not even too bad. I think both players would be somewhat happy with that situation. But what's happened behind the scenes here is TaToH's amassed a 15 villager lead purely off the fact that Mr. Yo idled his town centers. He's got 4 minutes of idle TC time. I don't know if that was because of the action going on or because he couldn't afford the villagers from all 3 town centers. But nonetheless, he is quite far behind right now. And that's a pretty big difference right there in the vill count.
It is indeed. TaToH already around 1,400 or so resources ahead of his opponent. And that is going to put him in good stead as this game progresses. We do have 1 relic already in for TaToH as well, just dropping that off at the monastery. And Yo might be looking to get out on the map and get some relics as well, but TaToH's still looking to do some damage with Cav Archers.
Yeah, that Monk does go down as well. Mr. Yo chasing away the Cav Archers with the Knights. Notice he's pulling away the low HP Knights. This is a very high level move here. Low HP Knights will go back and just heal up with the Monks, so he's getting some damage on the Cav Archers. But as long as he doesn't lose Knights, he can always heal them back up to full HP and be completely fine with that. Nothing lost.
Exactly the case. So a lot of low HP Knights that have been saved, but still TaToH hasn't actually lost that many Cav Archers either. Yeah. So really they're just slapping each other and not really doing any long-term damage. 4th TC is coming in for Yo. Romans do need a big eco as their army is very expensive, as we actually have Light Cav coming in. TaToH with chain barding armor, so I think that Light Cav switch to go ahead and snipe Siege and Monks is going to be on the cards for both players going forward.
Yeah, agreed. I think something we've seen recently in general, whenever it comes to Cav play, is that Light Cav is getting mixed in so consistently, and the reason is just to deal with the Monks. But Light Cav also offers another benefit to the army. It has a lot more line of sight than the Knight. It also moves slightly faster, so it's really good at getting you extra vision dealing with monks, and also chasing down those cav archers and getting some extra hits in. So light cav is just such a natural tool to mix in when going for knights, and oftentimes these days we see a mix of knights and light cav, and the harmony between the both units is very solid despite them both being cavalry.
And Hera is saying that light cav are great. More news at 11.
I know I'm so biased with the hussars, but I make them for a reason. You know what I mean? I'm
No, I
preaching
do
about it
agree with
daily.
you. I had to take the shot, man. Can't give me a
Understandable.
layup like that.
Understandable. Yeah, I think my chat's always saying the same thing. Like another top 5 video where Hera is rating hussars very
Yep.
highly. Go figure.
Thumbering and Ballistics coming in for TaToH. Obviously, those very, very important upgrades for the Cav Archers.
Yeah.
And again, looking at those numbers scaling, you're still over 2-to-1 Cav Archers to Knights, so you're probably feeling really good about things.
That being said, TaToH, he made his own light cav. So speaking of that unit, he's going to use the light cav to snipe the scorpions. They're both mixing in the light cav for 2 different reasons. But TaToH's light cav switch has been more successful so far, sniping 3 scorpions there, only losing 2. And now the cav archers are unmatched. The scorpions were there to deal with them. Mr. Yo adding in more and more stables. Ballistics coming in for TaToH and help him a lot versus those cavalry units.
Well, that is going to be doing quite well for TaToH. He's got those Cav Archers just shooting and scooting as best he can. More stables on the way for Yo, but right now the snowball is already in play. And, well, all of Yo's knights are getting trashed.
Oh, that's actually brutal. It's really hard to sit and fight those cav archers because they have so much HP as well. The extra 10 HP basically means they tank at least 1 more hit. And now Mr. Yo is kind of confused as to what he can do. Without the scorpions, the composition doesn't really make sense here.
Well, it's not much of a composition when there's only one real thing.
Yeah, exactly. Once the scorpions go down, not much left over there.
Yep, we have TaToH darting into the back of Yo's base with those light cav, and yeah, this Cav Archer mass is getting absolutely terrifying. Going to be attacking a house for now, not really going to be doing that much, but here's the big one. TaToH is on his way up to the Imperial Age much faster than his opponent and can drop the forward castle in just a moment.
Yeah, that's a really good combination. Getting that forward castle with Imperial Age means that you're going to get trebs right outside your opponent's base. It means all his buildings are going to be within range of that treb under the castle. It's very hard to clear. And so Yo is hard pressed to do something in the next 2 minutes, or else he's probably just going to go down here to the Cav Archers and trebs. He's getting a defensive castle to hold the line for now, though.
And that will be decent enough. And okay, this is one thing you can try to do. Go for the counterattack. We already have some knights busting into the base of TaToH. Reinforcements are right there, though, so I don't think that these knights are really going to get all that much done.
Is Mr. Yo going out too early? I mean, his castle's not up. It's at 75%. He's left all his army to go for a counterattack, and TaToH jumps on the opportunity here. Right into the castle. He's going to be denying those or killing a lot of those at the very least.
Oh, doubt might not be in this tournament, but his presence smiles upon us.
Oh my god.
97.79. Okay, he's going to get the castle up, but not before losing a ton of villagers in the
brutal.
process.
Yeah, he lost like 10 villas there. He did manage to counterattack, you know, as far as some counterplay goes, but it's not really finding that much damage. TaToH has enough reinforcements at home to deal with that. And now the difference is simply Imperial Age versus Castle Age, because TaToH's got a good economy, got a lot of military, and even with the castle now on a hill defensively, he's feeling great to go into this late game.
Oh, yeah. So he's not going to be able to treb Yo right away, but I mean, Yo still has a 3 next to his name and not a 4. So
Yeah.
As soon as you get Bracer and Chemistry on those Cav Archers, it's not like Yo's really going to be able to do a whole lot, and then TaToH's just eventually going to build up enough army to go forward and kill him.
And if you told me Yo's up like 30 bills, you know, but he's just later to Imperial Age, sure, maybe he can make it happen. But he doesn't even have a villager lead, he doesn't have a map control lead. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to manage it. He buys up to Imperial Age right now, so kind of panicking and getting up there as fast as possible. But, you know, it's still 3 minutes to go here. So he's got to stall for 3 minutes and somehow find a way to hold this. It's looking tough.
Very much the case, but Cav Archers still may be forced to be used a little bit defensively. And I feel like I've seen a Romans game with Yo in Arabia where things were looking bad for him, but he was able to turn it around
And that was the game that he
recently.
played against me. And it was a very similar situation here, losing. I lost with the Cav Archers as TaToHs, actually. But
Yep.
you know, on that note, I actually lost mainly because I went for a forward castle. And then we see TaToH, who did cast that game, making a defensive castle and kind of maybe learning from my mistake or just being smarter in general, securing the base first to not die to those raids. So he's making some really nice adaptations there. And, you know, 40 Cav Archers, 44 Cav Archers on a hill. How do you possibly stop that with cavalry?
You really can't. You need either, I mean, if you had Centurions, maybe, but Yo doesn't have those. He's going to need to have way more Scorpions, and TaToH's been doing such a beautiful job of sniping those, even with the errant Trebuchet Rock. Really putting the exclamation mark on that one.
Why did the Scorpion take the hit? That was so random. He was not. Wait, a light Cav just died. Yo, that trap is on one, bro. It's sniping all the units. Oh my lord. Another light.
Oh no!
Bro, this trap has 3 kills. It's 3 for 3. Okay, finally a miss. Dude, that trap was just on one there.
Oh
God.
my goodness. AoE 2 be like that sometimes. Anyway, TaToH has heavy Cav Archer and they have 92 HP. Not at all bad. Just needs to get some more armor upgrades. And yeah, Yo's about to hit Imperial Age, but he has such a long way to climb back into this one.
Yeah, Yo's also trying to expand on the right-hand side, but it's been caught out by TaToH. He sends a Trebuchet to deal with that town center. He's been raiding it all game. As soon as Imperial Lich comes in, this is almost a bad thing for Yo because TaToH knows this is the time to jump on him. He wants to force the fight before TaToH gets any upgrades. And as you can see, there's nothing stopping Mr. TaToH from just running into the base. Yo is just, you know, waiting for Cavalier, but it's a minute to go. Cavalier plus 4 armor. That minute is going to be a painful minute.
Yeah, this all comes from the fact that Yo just kind of falling further and further behind economically. TaToH developing the much better long-term army composition. And yeah, Yo's eco is now going to be a mess. He's down by almost 70 population. His TC to the north has been denied. TaToH's got 3 to 0 relics. He is completely in control of this game.
Yeah, and the population is 200 for TaToH to 130. The KD says the whole story, 140 to 78. Almost a 2-to-1 KD ratio there. And TaToH's getting a little excited with his military. Raiding the left side, pushing down the center, also sending them some raids on the outside as well to the right. So kind of keeping that one center push, but also not letting Yo expand to either side and keeping him busy with some raids as well.
Yep, even not... TaToH is playing so safe. I think this is him learning from your game.
Yeah.
Because that castle at home, like, this is not normally the castle of a guy who is insanely far ahead, right? But he's worried that, okay, what's the only way I lose this game? It's if I get raided to death.
Yes.
And he's protecting himself against that.
Yeah, you put it the best way possible there. It's like you're just playing to the only thing that could cause problems, and you don't need the castle forward because it's, you know, we're already completely winning here, so playing it 100% safe. It is, at the end of the day, a very prestigious tournament here. Best of 21s. Don't want to be throwing games. There's already games you will lose. Don't want to throw the ones that you're supposed to win.
Exactly, and that is going to be the case. Even murder holes on the way.
Oh man, I
Making
love
sure
that.
Well, might as well.
Yeah.
You have the resources to burn on it. And Cav Archer's Trebuchets continuing to press forward. TaToH doing absolutely everything that he needs to. Vietnamese might not be the first civ that comes to mind. We think of Cav Archer, Light Cav, but in this context, it works very well.
Yeah. And that's the thing with the Vietnamese. Like, there's nothing wrong with the Cav Archer, Light Cav. Yeah, sure, the Light Cav missed the last 2 attacks. But attack is not the most important thing on the Light Cav anyway. It's usually the armor and the bloodlines. And the Vietnamese Cav Archer has 92 HP, full upgrades here as well. I think they're only missing parts in tactics.
Yep.
It's an incredibly solid unit.
Yo, I think he has the right idea in terms of trying to snipe these trebuchets with his cavalry units, but it's still a very expensive boss. He is going to buy himself some time, but this is a situation where Yo can play, you know, almost perfect, and TaToH's still probably going to win.
Yeah. From here, there's just nothing you can do. Also, 4 relics for TaToH, so even though Yo can, like, trade down some gold, maybe he can win long term like that, it's probably not really going to work out because the relics will keep TaToH afloat as well. Mr. is a fighter, though. He's not going to give up until it's the last moment, so he's going to continue fighting until there's literally no hope left. TaToH did second Halberdiers as well, so playing it extra safe for his cavalry, not taking any risks here whatsoever.
Indeed. Yo is going to rebuild his castle where the first one was, but still, that is only going to delay his demise at this point. Another trebuchet going to be coming on forward. Maybe I would have liked to see TaToH maybe drop a forward siege workshop earlier at the very least. Even if you're building your castles at home, there's no reason you can't just build a siege workshop and get some bombard cannons to pressure a bit better. But that's a
Yeah.
very minor thing.
Yeah, getting some bomber cannons forward would be, just a very flexible siege unit. There's nothing wrong with that. I actually went for a 1 bill forward castle for now. Plenty more builds to it. So maybe he is taking some risk after all here. But this is some very well-deserved risk here with that 1 bill forward castle.
Well, it is going to go up without too much of a hitch. Halb switch, as you're saying, just going to make sure that he is super safe. Yo has absolutely nothing that's good against Halbs. I mean, right now, Romans have lots of things to kill Halbs, just
Yeah.
Yo doesn't have any of those.
Yeah, he's been just stuck in the mud with cavalry. It almost makes me feel like it was a mistake to go for the second stable and just in general to go for the cavalry approach. Maybe he should have just massed scorpions and stayed behind walls. And that could have been a better late game unit to rely on. Just playing with cavalier, you're just playing with generic cav. It's nothing special until you get the unique tech.
Exactly, and especially since Yo was going for that 4TC approach, right? He wanted to go for the big boomy defensive style, so focusing, like you're saying, more on the scorpions, the walls, maybe some monks as needed. You do have redemption with Romans, although you don't have sanctity, which is really weird. But still, you can make that style work.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. All right, some more Treb snipes coming in for Yo, and at this point, I think even Yo knows he can't win this game. I think what he's trying to do is just get himself a little bit more warmed up. And remember, players don't have to resign when the game is over. They can play up until the last villager if they want to. It is their right as a player to get as comfortable as possible, and he can take as long as he needs here in this game 1 to really break into the keyboard, get comfortable, and just move on afterwards. He can take as long as he needs for that to kind of happen.
Yeah, I think that's what runs through Dark Noob's mind every single game he plays. I think that definitely checks out.
Okay, makes sense. I'm not familiar with Dark Noob. I'll take your
You don't know Dark?
that.
Oh,
No,
Hera.
unfortunately not. I'm not a man of culture. What can I say?
Your chat knows what's going on.
Okay.
So that's what counts.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and he goes to GG after the castle goes down there as well. Yeah, I think he took quite a long time to resign, but Yo tends to do that. But it is a really good win for TaToH. Remember, Yo second picked Romans. Vietnamese was picked very late for TaToH. Huge win in this game 1 for Mr. TaToH, and I think he played a great game here.
Yeah, just did everything that he needed to, was able to get some early feudal age damage done. He won feudal age. He was able to keep Yo in his base and get ahead economically. TaToH wins castle age, and then from there, all you need to do is just close out imperial age. He was even going to make the battle elephant switch just to really hammer it in there at the end.
Oh
But,
my
yeah.
god, yeah, battle elephants would have been the perfect mix in here just to really say it's GG. But yeah, that's the thing. You get the relics and you get to do whatever you want when you're this far ahead. And take a look at the stats here before moving on to game 2.
You are correct,
Yeah, okay.
I think. I'm like pretty sure you're correct.
No, it's 14 bills. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the standard though, right?
You start with 10 bills on Regicide.
Yeah. So 3 extra makes it 13 start. Yeah, so it looks good. Standard start here for the Chinese. And yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the civilizations. Yo for Cumans for Yo, and Chinese for TaToH. These are pretty much probably 2 of the best Regicide fortress civs. There are a few other good ones that you mentioned. Burgundians. Some people think Bengalis are solid as well. Vietnamese can be played. Mayans can be played. But these 2 civs tend to be the most popular, to say the least.
Oh yeah, they're certainly up there, and with good reason. Chinese, when you're playing on a Regicide setting, you start with 500 food, 500 wood, 0 gold, and 150 stone. But what that means is that you can start your build production right away as Chinese, even if the villager resource balance is a bit different. But I'm pretty sure it is just normal Regicide fortress here.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. At that point, yeah, Chinese are just insanely good economically. They're great whenever you can trade builds right off the bat.
Yeah.
And of course, they have a great unique unit, good eco, nothing really to complain about.
Yeah, so basically what we're seeing here is TaToH being up a solid 3 villagers, literally 0 downside to this Chinese start. He obviously starts with less resources, but he gets them back so fast because he's up 3 extra bills. That being said, though, Cumans are also looking to get their extra bills in as well, and he's going to do that by going up to the feudal age really quickly and dropping a second town center as soon as he gets there as well. So TaToH gets the bills for free at the start. Yo's gonna have to earn them by going for a 2TC play in the Feudal Age, but then TaToH's likely to go for a fast castle. He's gonna skip Feudal Age as fast as he can and go straight up to the Castle Age, where he can add extra town centers, where he can play for the relics, and when he can start training the True Canoe from the castle. They of course start with a castle and 4 towers to defend their base, alongside the stone walls, of course, as well.
Indeed. Now, it's been a little while since I've seen this matchup on Regicide Fortress, but I seem to remember that, at least before Chinese got nerfed, Chinese could keep up with humans economically if they went for that really fast, boomy approach.
Yeah.
But I think the question really is going to be more about what does Yo want to do? Obviously, it's going to be for a 2TC boom, but after that, does he want to go for the more fast imp forward castle Kipchak style, or does he want to add in a bunch of TCs and say that, okay, humans can beat Chinese in the late game?
Yeah, you basically nailed it. Yeah, 2 approaches, very different, but very powerful for both of them. I personally think that the best way to play it, humans, is the fast imp play. You go Kipchaks in the main castle, go for a second castle forward, go up to imp to be able to make trebs, and you get chemistry right away, so your Kipchaks are super strong. I think that's the best way to play them, but it could also be predictable and a bit risky if TaToH's able to stop the forward castle. Maybe TaToH can go all in castle age to stop that as well. It does have its limitations, but I do think that's the best strategy for humans, generally speaking.
I tend to agree. I think that it just kills so many civs. But I think that if there's maybe one of the civs that it doesn't work as well against, it might be Chinese, because they're so good economically that they can maybe come close to matching that Imperial Age time.
Okay.
If they really try and go for it like that. But if you can, like, humans have siege onagers. Like, you can just play late game and kill Chinese that way.
That's actually a very good point, yeah.
I don't think you actually need to go for the 2TC approach when you know that, okay, humans, they have better mobility in the late game since their cav is so good, step husbandry, all that stuff, and you can go siege onagers, so why not?
Yeah, you can get to the position where you can go like Hussar, Halb, Siege Onager, so you're leaving all your gold for the siege, and then you have the other units that work really well against, or like with protecting the siege and adding some mobility to your comp, and you usually have enough economy to get there. The only thing I will say, if you do decide to go Siege Onagers, you have to do it right away. Don't go for like Paladin or like Kipchucks and then transition into Siege Onagers, because your gold's gonna run out before you can upgrade the Siege Onager and before you can use it. So get to it right away. If that's your strategy, commit to it from the start. And it's definitely a solid option, especially against the Chinese, who don't have Redemption Monks and who don't have Bombard Cannon. So they have to really get up close to snipe those Siege Onagers, which could be problematic.
Yeah, it has always been the traditional counter to Chinese for the last 20 plus years, and humans are able to leverage it, at least to some degree. You don't have siege engineers, which could make things a little bit more awkward, but siege onagers are siege onagers, so they can get the job done. But we'll have to see if that's the approach that Yo is going for, because at this point he's just 2TC booming. It's not really clear what he wants to do yet.
Yeah, and he could, he could think about it himself. I wonder if he came in with a plan, or he's just going to go ahead and adapt as time goes on. There are 5 relics up for grabs as well. And keep in mind, there is a king for both players currently hiding in a tower. If that king dies, the game is over. So players will try to target the king in the mid and late game. TaToH now has less villagers than Mr. Yo. And this is kind of the swing in momentum we talked about. TaToH started with an extra 3. Now Mr. Yo finds himself with 7 extra. But as soon as TaToH gets up to Castle Age, he can go for 2 extra town centers, and he can start to catch up again. So the vill count will swing one way and then the other way consistently throughout this matchup.
Very much the case. TaToH is actually still far ahead in terms of resources collected right now. Yo will be catching up, and then TaToH will likely be evening it out at the end of the day. Depending on how much TaToH actually wants to boom, he could take maybe a more map control oriented approach, but he still only has 1 vill on gold, so it's not going to be for a monastery right away anyway.
Mr. Yo is chasing down TaToH scouts. A feudal scout from humans is actually faster. Do that cumin bonus, but TaToH should be able to make it back to safety, and it goes for the 2 town centers right away. Picks up Bosaw as well. Do you think he should play for the relics? Like, how do you think the relic battle should go here?
Well, because TaToH's up to Castle Age so much faster, even though he opens 2 TCs, 2 extra TCs, he can drop a monastery and add in some monks and try and at least scoop up some relics before Yo reaches Castle Age.
Yeah.
But once Castle Age comes in for Yo, the Kipchoks with their mobility are going to be a lot better at hunting down monks than Chukonu are.
True, true. And I've also seen some human players, to make up for the fact that they're stuck in feudal age, what they do is they go for a barracks and a stable. Or sorry, they start with a barracks, so they just go for a stable, which only costs 100 wood, and they'd make a few scouts to snipe some of the monks that TaToH could go for. So the humans actually have a play in feudal age to stop the relic control from really being a thing, which is which is kind of interesting. It's an option they have in their arsenal.
Yep, it's definitely something we see from time to time. I definitely like it more in Regicide Fortress than I do on Arena, just because there's more room for the scouts to run around. But TaToH is indeed coming in with the monastery. He has trading a monk. Is probably going to queue up a Chukonu right again after that. Going to try and pick up some of those relics, but for the time being, Yo is certainly going to be working with a nice villager advantage. But TaToH, he's making vills from 3 TCs right now. Yo is only making vills from 1.
Yeah. And now we are seeing the stable come down. So Yo is indeed going to try to control some of the map with some scouts, snipe some monks. And the thing is, if you snipe monks, monks take a long time to produce. So the longer you can buy time and snipe some of the monks, prevent TaToH from getting the relics, the longer it takes for that monastery to pay back its investment. And the relics, sometimes you can deny all of them from your opponent, and then the scouts are super worth it here. So we are seeing Yo commit to some more scouts here, and TaToH only now going out to pick up some relics.
That does appear to be the case, and what is interesting is if you look at Yo's eco balance, this doesn't really seem like the fast imp sort of thing to me, unless he really wants to put a bunch more vills on stone in the near future. He could just add in 2 extra TCs when he hits Castle Age.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to be playing towards. And you know what? I actually kind of like that because I've seen the fast imp a ton of times. And I'd kind of like to see how it would work if you just add in some extra town status and go for more of a boom. So I'm curious to see how that actually plays out here.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think it could be really strong, but TaToH still going to leverage the fact that he was up to Castle Age a lot faster. He already has some Chukonu out. We do have Yo able to snipe TaToH scout, faster movement speed for humans, like you were saying. Although that scout really doesn't seem to be wanting to live too much longer. There you go. Gonna run away.
Job, and then, now he can die, but no, he saves himself in the end. And now we see Kipchak's being produced, and it is going to be a 3rd town center. So, as you can see, TaToH actually now with the Vill lead, as he was 3 town centers to the 1 as Yo was aging up. Vill count is so neck and neck between these 2 civilizations. It's really interesting, quite fascinating to watch them play, to be honest.
Yeah, it's 2 civs that can be really swingy economically, and that dynamic is just even more pronounced on the Regicide start when you can 2 TC really fast, but Chinese can also start villager production right away. And it's, I think, one of the things that makes Regicide Fortress a map that feels like it is its own unique thing. It's not just like a clone of Arena or any other closed map.
Yeah, it's actually very, very unique in that regard. Also, the way it plays out in late game is very different than Arena as well. So even though they start with both stone walls, the maps are 2 very different maps. Late game, it's a lot about mobility, controlling the wood lines. There's also extra golds and stones scattered around. We are seeing the Kipchaks getting some harassment. There's no loom on these villagers. One almost goes down. Good reaction from TaToH there, though.
Yeah, notably, Yo is investing into those Kipchak upgrades. He already has Bodkin in. He's getting padded archer armor as well. So, he is really looking to get some damage done. Neither player adding in the 4th TC just yet, so the villager counts are going to remain quite similar. Eco upgrades are going to slightly favor TaToH in just a moment. But still, map control, overall, Yo's got the faster army. TaToH with the stronger army to straight up fight, though.
Yeah, the Chukanus are quite well masked up now. 9 of those with fletching. Now Bodkin on the way as well. But the thing is, if the monk can get sniped before the Chukanu are there, then they might as well not be there. So TaToH's forced to wait with the monk and now can pick up the relic. So it's taken him a long time to actually bring these relics back, but he's got 1 back already. Working on that 2nd one. And I think Mr. Yo is trying to pick up some relics himself as well here. And now adding the 4th town center. So even more development for him. TaToH already on 4 TCs though.
TaToH's on 4 TCs?
Oh, no, sorry, 3 TCs. I thought the castle was a TC. Sorry, only 3 TCs for TaToH. My bad. My bad.
Okay, castles are TCs confirmed.
My bad. I was looking at the capture your mini map. 3 TCs for TaToH, 4th for Yo. I apologize.
No, it's all good. But yeah, TaToH is going to be coming in with relic number 2, which is certainly going to be putting him in decent stead as the game goes on. But the overall relic spawns did favor Yo in this particular generation. He's got 3 pretty close to his base, especially the 2 that are close to the edge of the map. TaToH has basically no hope of taking.
Yeah, those ones are very secure, in fact. And Yo's just scooping them up right now. Kipchucks actually do really well versus Chukunu, by the way. That extra mobility factor lets you kind of hit and run as you please, and the Chukunu almost have to get ballistics to compete, and that's why we're seeing TaToH prioritize that upgrade right now.
Yeah, what's interesting is that although both units fire multiple arrows at once, so you think they're pretty similar, the Kipchucks, they fire all of their arrows at once. It just is one big blob of arrows, whereas the Chukunu, they fire in rapid succession. It's, what the Chukunu does. But if in low numbers like this, you can kind of pounce on the enemy, you can actually snipe the Chukunu before they can actually get all their shots in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. Like, the Kipchucks just shooting, all the arrows go out, one Chukunu dies, and then they just run away, so they don't take that counter damage. Once ballistics comes in, you can get a little bit more counter damage with the Chukunu, as we see right here. That's exactly the situation you described, Ronu. Look at that.
Yep. I've lost a lot of Chukunu to Kipchucks in my time. I know what I'm talking about.
You know exactly how that goes down. And now we see Mr. Yo trying to, because he's got the superior unit, at least in that early game with the low numbers, he's trying to use that to get a forward castle in the center of the map. But TaToH does have ballistics, does have a good number of Chukunus here as well. Trying to deny that.
Yeah, and even though this is kind of an even trade, this is going to be good for Yo, as those villagers are still going to be able to build up the castle uninterrupted. Both players could be looking for Imperial Age, though. TaToH might be clicking up a little bit faster, and that's what I was saying, that Chinese, they can still get a really good Imperial Age time on this map, so I think that actually lends even a bit more credence to Yo playing this more late game-oriented style.
Yeah, one thing that's worth mentioning as well, though, Yo missed out on Bowsaw, so he's going to have one less economy upgrade than TaToH. And over time, that will hurt him, of course. But the castle on the center map, and now probably Imperial Age for him. Imperial Age already clicked in for TaToH, though. So it's going to be interesting to see if Yo decides to really go heavy for this castle push with the Trebs. Does he commit to the Treb war? Or does he just try to sit back with the map control and look to get a good composition rolling for that late imp kind of play?
It is a tough call, because the Kipchucks scale a lot worse into the late game in big fights than Chukonu do, just because Chukonu do an absolutely absurd amount of damage in large numbers. But you also do have the ability to tech into those siege onagers. You have hussars versus Chinese only having light cav, and you have great hussars at that. So it's not, I would say, the most straightforward decision for either player, although I think TaToH is going to be much more streamlined into, get imp, make Chukonu, build stuff, and just, head on apply directly to the forehead.
Yep. And judging by the fact that Yo has a castle on the left-hand side, it seems like he's actually taking a bit more passive of an approach. But that does put into question, like, the scaling of the Kipchuk versus the Chukunu. Yo is almost pressed to transition to something else. And it could be actually onagers, or it could be hussars. Both can be good transitions for him. He's more like the hussar guy, but he can definitely pull out the onagers if he so pleases you. TaToH's actually mixing in some scorpions here. Could help out in the Chukunu versus Kipchuk situation.
Yep, that is certainly not a bad idea. I mean, I guess Chinese do have rocketry for their scorpions, although we very rarely see it applied in that way. But look at this, the Chukunu going to be intercepting some of the Kipchucks potentially. Oh, Yo trying to dance around a little bit, but we have a monk and a scorpion coming forward, and this is, once we get into those larger numbers, those Chukunu are just absolute machine gunners with their repeating crossbows.
Yeah, really sick. I think we're now seeing like how the matchup truly develops into that late game. The Chukunu are better in the big numbers. They just do more DPS, and I think they're also cheaper and easier to mass as well. So if it's an even numbers trade, it's going to be favored for the Chukunu.
Exactly. But still, Yo not giving up on the Kipchucks just yet. He is hitting Imperial Age. He's getting a thumb ring. Obviously, he's going to need to get some trebuchets to defending a TaToH who has 4 queued up already. Still not really tipping his hand as to what else he wants to do. Okay, he's making a ram. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about this push from the side?
Yeah, a bit of a weird, sneaky push there with the Rams. I mean, I'm not sure what he wants to go for there. I'm not a huge fan of it, because Chukunu do really well versus Rams. So, like, it could be good as a distraction, but if that ends up being his main push, I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think that you need to develop towards either Hussar or Siege Onager, as you were saying. I think that those are just going to supplement the Kipchucks a lot better. Whereas TaToH, I mean, he's just chilling, getting his nice tech discount on all those upgrades. Elite Chukunu on the way. Inscription, all that good stuff. And he's going to be mixing in Light Cav as well. Very normal Chinese stuff on this map.
I like that he's waiting till he has 4 trebuchets, though. He's talking to 4 trebs, not trying the 1 by 1. He wants to surprise Yo and hit him one shot with the trebs, so that the repairs can't come in and keep the castle up forever.
TaToH even going to be prepping this castle right at the front of his base, going to secure another stone, and the castles are all really close together for TaToH as well, which is going to be great in terms of reinforcing your Chukonu and trebuchets, making sure they're not coming in from different directions where they could possibly be exposed. So it's just going to be that one big push down the middle that Chinese are really good at.
So Yo's going to show the rams here. He's going to go 3 rams and cap rams. This doesn't look like it's going to be his big push. It looks like he's just doing this to snipe the TC and harass the gold. So I don't hate this, but I don't think it's a great play either, because look at the Chukunu's deal with the rams. Pat doesn't try to repair the town center, and I think it's going to be a successful defense from TaToH here, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
And I mean, Yo doesn't even have elite Kipchak. He's getting a few more upgrades, which I can kind of get behind, but he's going to lose the castle at the front of his base. That's one less building with which to produce more Kipchaks. And yeah, TaToH just kind of swats that away like an errant bug.
Yeah, it was never really a big problem for him. He was one-shotting those rams with the Chukunu. He's got elite Chukunu now, also transitioning into light cav. He's got the trebs ready. He's close to 200 pop. So TaToH's done a much better job of getting to his late game composition than Yo has. And that ram push was not a distraction for TaToH. It was more a distraction for Yo. He spent 300 food on cap ram. He made 2 siege workshops, 3 rams. Those are expensive, and he could have used those resources on his economy and his main army instead of a side push.
Yeah, and right now, TaToH is just massing up. He's got 40 elite Chukonu. He's going after these castles, which Yo is going to struggle a lot. Yo trying to grab step husbandry, but because, as you were saying, he's wasting so much time and resources on the ram push, he doesn't have really any other tech right now. Just some Kipchaks.
Yeah, and he's trying, like, he's getting step husbandry, he's getting plate barding armor. He wants to go for light cav and maybe even Hussar long term. The issue though is that he doesn't have that much on food. He's got 44 farmers. Usually I like to go up to 80 to play Hussars properly here. And you don't need 80 to start, but I mean, if you've invested 300 food into cap ram, you're gonna be hard pressed to get these numbers out now. Hussar is only now coming in. Gonna be trying to mass those guys up. May have to buy some more food. Make use of that gold to mass those Hussars up.
Yeah, this just feels like such an awkward position, though. TaToH has complete map control. Yo with a castle up on the side. This is a very Yo thing to do. Just go for the super long-term castle positioning.
He wanted the hill, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if this becomes a wood game, it's a great castle.
Yeah. I also think it's a good area to launch a push from in long term. Like, it kind of overlooks a goal from TaToH. But, of course, that's not going to help him defend his main base here. It's a very long-term castle there.
Exactly, and TaToH rounding out his army. He's getting light cav going, he's going to get howled going. He has his Chukonu mass for his gold unit, and he's even running in light cav all over the place, harassing Yo's economy.
Yeah.
Absolutely everything TaToH needs to be doing right now.
And one villager survives, and we'll finish that castle. Kipchak's showing them mobility, though, and the kind of their worth there, as they can kind of rotate and deal with things going on in different areas. Whereas TaToH's kind of forced to picking one spot and sticking with it. We see TaToH now tech into Halberdier, so he wants to play Chukunu Halberdier, and Mr. Yo is on Hussar and Kipchaks. The thing is, with the Halberdiers in the mix, it could be very difficult to jump on the Chukunus because they do a lot of damage, and they're picking up the Hussars as they pass by here as well.
Just look at them shred that watchtower, man.
Oh my god.
It's so satisfying.
And now, first really big engagement of the game. Kipchak's going to be sniping the traps to start things off here.
I think this is okay for Yo. He doesn't really care that much if he loses some Hussars, and it's all about buying him time. And that is successful because the Chukonu, they don't have the mobility, as you were saying, and if they're just kind of stuck patrolling back and forth across the front, this could be giving Yo the opportunity he needs to claw his way back in terms of having the army for a straight-up fight.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I think sniping the traps is super good there. And now, you know, the question is, how does Yo ever push this back? Maybe he's not even worried about pushing back. He just wants to hold for now. Picking up all his upgrades. Could definitely use some economy upgrades as well. Still missing a bunch of those.
Okay, big straight-up fight happening here. It is 46 Kipchaks versus 34-ish Kipchaks. Or Chukunu. Yeah, the same thing. the arrow shooty guys.
And the Chukunus are doing much better, actually, against the Kipchaks, to be honest.
Well, that is, as you're saying, they just scale a lot better into the late game.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he can try and buy more time, but I still don't love his chances without some sort of better tech switch. But hey, the first ram push I don't like. This ram push I like a lot more.
Ooh, going for the Rams on the sides. Yeah, the Siege Workshop still finding some value. And yeah, like we talked about earlier, I think Rams as a distraction makes sense. Relic count is 3-2, so in theory, the longer the game goes on, the better for Yo. And he's taking fights on the front while Ram pushing on the sides, also preparing some Rams on the bottom side as well here. So he's opening up the game, he's forcing TaToH to keep up with his mobility, and that might be the secret to Yo's win condition here.
Yeah, that is, of course, it's the classic dynamic between the slow, strong Civ and the fast, mobile, more cheap, weak unit Civ. And that is playing out right here. I would like it if Yo picked up Parthian Tactics to help versus the Helbs and even getting more Pierce Armor against the Chukonu. But other than that, Yo looking to push from 3 sides at the same time, forcing TaToH to split up his army, and it's really easy to just not quite balance that distribution perfectly.
Yeah, we're now seeing TaToH commit to heavy camo here. I'm actually not sure if I like that. I think that's going to sap a lot of his gold. I don't think he can afford Chukunu and heavy camo here. So going for that option seems a bit desperate. Because, heavy camo on paper sounds good, but I don't think he's going to be able to mass enough heavy camo to deal with the situation here.
Yeah, I do agree. He also has been spending a lot of his food getting upgrades, getting light cav and halbs.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't really have the resources of things that aren't wood right now. And Yo now able to push TaToH back just a little bit. And now TaToH really is going to be the one on the defensive for the first time in quite some time.
Yeah, heavy camo would be great, in general. It is a really good unit. It counters the Hussar and in theory deals pretty well versus the Kipchucks. But I just question how much he can really get of them on the field. Maybe going for them right away instead of the Halberdier could have been the secret though. But TaToH is going to be launching a trap push to the right hand side, taking that Yo castle on the bottom of the map pretty much. And yeah, this is going to be a main target.
Yeah, TaToH rotating his army over, but is that opening his economy up on the other side? As there's a lot of Kipchucks. Siege Ram is going to be in just a moment if the Siege Workshop doesn't go down, which it probably will. Yeah, TaToH. Yeah, he's going to take the important win because I don't really think there's a way to save that castle, but Yo is still setting himself up for a push on the other side.
Yeah. So while Yo is losing on one side, he could find some things to gain on the other here. So it's a very big trade-off here between areas of the map. Yo doesn't have too much on that bottom side, so even if he does get raided there, that castle isn't really protecting too much. Keep in mind as well, Cubans do not have stone walls, so Yo does rely on castles long-term to defend his economy. So losing that one is a pretty big deal, but it's not going to have that much immediate impact on the game.
Exactly, and right now TaToH does finally lose that town center. Siege Ram going to be in just a moment, even those building HP upgrades for Yo. But TaToH, again, his army in a straight-up fight is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
And like this little ragtag push from Yo is going to be falling flat on its face in just a moment.
Yeah, so wherever the Chukanus are, they kill everything. It's 40 Chukanus, very bunched up. Just the DPS is absurd, and they melt siege very effectively as well. So nothing can really stop these Chukanus unless you outmass them or you force them to kind of rotate around the map where you can pick them off slowly here. The only option that could deal with a straight-up fight, the Chukanu, maybe has to be Onagers. So Yo could eventually go into that if he wants to deal with his army. If not, he's going to have to rely on his mobility, which is doing nicely at the moment, though, with that side Siege Ram push.
And TaToH's struggling a little bit to stop this, but using those light cav to help focus the Siege Ram. And once the Siege Rams die, TaToH can just rely on those defensive buildings to protect against the Chukanu, sending in lots of units back. TaToH actually with 90 army at the moment.
Oh my god.
And his build count is dropping, but this is allowing him to both defend and attack at the same time.
Yeah, usually when you drop your build count to get more army, it's a short-term gain, long-term loss. So in the short term, you're going to have better trades, more army in the field. But long-term, if you can't do anything with that army, then you're going to be gathering less and less resources compared to your opponents. Mr. Yo is still missing Parthian Tactics, by the way. He needs to pick that up at some point.
And since he's not actually using the archery range, he might just miss that completely.
Yeah, did he have Thumbring? Did he make Thumbring? I don't even realize if he did.
Yeah, he got Thumbring.
He got Thumbring, okay. Just Parthian Tactics missing.
You can check that right in Capture Age.
Oh, I didn't know, actually, no.
Yeah, so what you do is you just hover over the attack damage, and if you see, like, seconds between attacks, and you see that taken down.
Ah,
like,
yeah, I see.
And then also the accuracy goes up to 100%, so
Yeah.
that's one easy way to check.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, that's good.
Cast your tip.
Yeah, no, I'll take those, man. I'll take those all day. Thumbring is in guaranteed then. And yeah, we're just not seeing onagers, so TaToH can have the freedom to push. But every time he pushes, Yo goes for a raid or a small push on the side, and that's the kind of game we're seeing here. It's very, very strategic.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we want to see between these two players, right? It's what really makes their matchup so interesting, and this is already a really interesting and dynamic game. As TaToH try to make these pushes happen, he's still ultimately taking pretty good fights, but Yo is just everywhere on the map.
Now we see sea gems coming in from the top once again. Fortified wall from TaToH though. He's answering the sea gem by getting another defensive tech to help him out. TaToH wants to buy as much time on defense to be able to have his army forward so he can launch his own pushes and focus on them. The less he's distracted by the rams, the better. Halberdier is doing really well versus the Hussars when they're in combat, but the Hussars can always run away. And now the sea gems come again on the side, but this time there's no army accompanying them, so it's going to be an easy clear up. Yo is taking the golden stone on top, by the way. So that side base of his is getting him a lot of extra minerals.
Indeed it is, and look at this, Yo completely collapsing from multiple angles onto this army of TaToH, and boom, the Trebs are going to go down. Even if Yo can't take this fight in the long run, which he definitely cannot because those Chukanu are amazing, he's buying more time. He's going to allow himself more opportunities to go for the counterattacks, but the concern is that TaToH's just still chilling at 200 population. He still has Trebs, and this push is still happening.
Yeah, this push has been happening for the last 10 minutes here. Yo cannot clear it. He can only run into snipe trebuchets. Everything else, or all the other units, just completely destroy Yo's army here. So Yo is just trying to buy himself some time and trying to just take the trades on the Trebs only, whittling down TaToH's gold here. Look at the damage from the Chukanu.
Yes. It's always fun to see. But right now, Castle just trying to push the Chukanu back a little bit. 2 Trebs, you can kind of repair against that in the short run. And I actually think what's a little concerning for Yo is that he has, you know, almost 3,000 gold banked up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really have a whole lot to spend it on right now. Kiptroks are quite cheap on the gold. And Hussars don't cost any gold. So I feel like, again, there needed to be that sort of tech into onagers. Also, just now getting those important eco upgrades feels just a little bit late.
Yeah, I think onager is the secret. And until he gets that, he's not going to have success taking a head-on fight. He's actually having trouble sniping the trebuchets since the Chukanu are in front right now as well. Let's see what he can do. It's sneaking around with the Hussars, going off to the side, finding those angles. And now he's just going to commit to the Trebs. Snipes one. He's going to commit to the second, but it's nasty. Oh, man.
This is an absolute meat grinder right now for Yo. Chukanu now at 100 kills. Yeah, sure, there's a little bit of a ram push coming in at the side, but Yo just doesn't have the army he needs. The Hussar spam is going to struggle because he only has 50 on food. And that castle is still getting Treb down slowly but steadily. TaToH just keeps on needing to make one more trebuchet. He's not really losing that many Chukanu in the process regardless.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned like the Hussar spam is only really a spam when they can survive a little longer. If they're just going to be dying instantly upon the fighting, then you can't really like spam them to keep up with how fast they're dying here. So we need either more on food, or we need the Hussars to do a little bit more in the fights, or to find some raiding or something to keep them alive a little longer here.
Yeah, I think that TaToH is just doing a really smart job in terms of playing with a really big army. He's got just enough to defend him at home, and he's slowly but surely whittling Yo down at the front of his base. He's not overcommitting to a push, but making sure that he always has these Trebs going, and making sure that, importantly, because he doesn't have as much of an economy, to keep those important gold units alive.
Absolutely. He's doing a good job staying around 200 pop as well here. Keeping that massive army at, just under the Trebs. Some reinforcements at home to deal with the raids. The only thing TaToH's missing is 2-3 monks to heal the Chukanus. Everything else is solid. That could be a really good addition to the army, to be honest.
Yeah, it's something that I pretty much should always be incorporated into any sort of push like this.
Yeah.
But TaToH, he's still doing well. The camels are helping clean up all the Hussars, and there's only so much longer Yo can keep this castle alive, which in fact seems to be no more.
Yep. Castle goes down, and I don't think it's too big of a deal. In fact, I think that castle going down is a good thing. Hear me out. That castle being there lets TaToH fight next to his castle. If you don't have that castle there, TaToH has to move further forward, which gives you more chance to surround him.
That is true. That's like, my mom saying that me getting cut from the soccer team is actually a good thing for me in the long run. Still
That's
doesn't
a-
feel great.
That's a perfect analogy. It doesn't feel good in the moment. You can't see the bigger picture, but trust there's some wisdom behind it.
TaToH looking to drop a castle to the north, going to secure the remaining 1,400 gold or so. That's going to be good in terms of long-term wood control. And right now, I mean, Yo still needs a long-term development. TaToH is playing too well defensively to just get raided to death right now. And until Yo makes that switch to the auditors, I don't see how he can actually fight this.
Yeah, TaToH is trying to get control of that top side now. He recognizes it's just been a thorn in his side throughout the entire game. He's going to go ahead and get a castle on the right side, close to that gold, so he's going to control the hill, clear the buildings, and take back some gold. A very worth it castle. Also secure some extra wood. Keep in mind, as the game goes on, wood becomes a priority for these players. And you know what? I feel like Mr. Yo will have a really good chance of controlling the woods because of his extra mobility here. So even though it might look like it's hard for him to play the game right now and take those fights, I think long term he's gonna have a better shot at the game.
His army also costs less wood. That is one of the many benefits of going for the Hussar play versus
Yeah.
Kukonu, Halbs.
True.
Those things cost a lot of resources. Oh, Yo queued up Parthian tactics for a second and it immediately got destroyed.
No, but he knows about it. He knows about it.
Yeah, he at least knows about it, and he's
Okay.
getting crop rotation. That is the sign of a true AoE scholar, knowing that yeah, you gotta play the wood game.
Gotta play for that long term, man. He recognizes where this game is headed. I still think Onagers is like the short-term win con for the humans. I think Onagers would be so hard for TaToH to deal with, especially if you've got the Kipchak smash behind it. But looks like Yo isn't quite committing for that just yet.
Yeah, I think that maybe Yo doesn't want to lose the mobility, because obviously Onagers, if you incorporate those into your army, suddenly you're much, much slower.
Yeah.
But, I mean, TaToH, he only has 45 farms. It's not like he can go for 10 million light cav to snipe Onagers easily.
Yeah, the thing is,
But
the
right
Kipchak have enough DPS to where the Lycat can't just run in and just snipe them for free, you know?
Yeah, I think that it is going to be perhaps a little bit tricky, but Yo, once again, he's trying to fight on multiple sides at
Yep.
the same time. TaToH, he just has so much army, though. He's continuing to push Yo away, although those Halbs are going to die.
Yeah. You know, I think Mr. Yo's finding more and more success as time goes on. Look at TaToH's book count. It's down to 84. And although he's got a ton of military, long term, it's not sustainable. And you see TaToH now pushing in further and further forward now that there's no castle. But that means he's going to be exposed in the middle of the map. And I think he could get collapsed on by Yo.
Yeah, this is the classic overextending your supply lines as Yo's looking to push in and collapse on this army of Chukonu. This could be the big fight against TaToH's army that Yo has been looking for. There are some reinforcements coming in for TaToH, which could be really important, but Parthian tactics coming in actually is going to help a lot versus both the Halbs and the Chukonu. And TaToH is going to find a way to retreat at least a little bit, but hemorrhaging a lot of Chukonu in the process.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw the Chukanus in a moment of weakness there. He lost about 20 of them, and that was the perfect pincer tactic from Mr. Yo. And now Mr. Yo will be able to fight Kipchuks and Hussars in front because there's a lot less Chukanus, so the DPS is not that impressive. TaToH made a big blunder there, sending the Chukanus without any defensive tool or any kind of meat shield for them.
Yeah, now Yo is the one who's chilling at 200 population. TaToH struggling to replenish that. He can make some Chukonu right now. They don't actually cost all that much gold. But it's still a moment where the Chukonu need to wander all the way from the castles, which obviously can't all be built forward. And TaToH even losing a few more Chukonu in the process. Yo forced to back up just a little bit as TaToH's regrouping his army. But now it really does feel like the momentum has shifted a little bit.
Yeah, TaToH did do a good job of replenishing his build count. So he's down to 84, now back over 100. And so he's going to be continuing to play the game from this position. The thing is, Mr. Yo just always feels like he's got more gold in the bank, more gold to play with. He's going to be able to, you know, just continue producing these Kipchuks, the Rams on the sides. If anything, it feels like it's TaToH's hard pressed to get some raids, and is trying some on the left-hand side with the light cav.
This could be pretty decent, as Yo has a lot of exposed farming in that general area, but, I mean, you're playing Chinese versus humans. You're always going to struggle to outraid your opponent. Yo just has the production speed and the movement speed to attack wherever he feels he can get some damage, whereas those Chukonus are like a slow, you know, blob of doom that destroy anything in a small area, but they just can't cover that much of it.
Yeah, 100%. We are seeing 55 Chukanus now back on the field, so he did a good job remassing those guys. And now he's back to the same situation where he's got a good amount of army, Slightly less vills than his opponent, but he can definitely take some really strong head-on fights here. Like Cav chasing with the Kipchucks on the bottom. Parking Tactics was a really important upgrade for Yo. Now he's picked it up. He's a little tankier. Does a bit more damage to Halberdiers as well. So Kipchuck is overall a much better unit. And now Yo is working down the castle from TaToH on top here with the siege rams.
Yeah, this is really, really well done. Again, just trying to pressure from all those angles at once. He's having to run away with some villagers. Also, there are light cav in the base of TaToH. It's not like he's been completely hopeless in his raids. He has still killed 54 vills this game, which ain't half bad. But man, TaToH's still gonna save the castle for the time being.
Yeah, and
just feels like he's running out of steam.
Those rams do cost gold, so Yo can't make them forever. He does have the 3 relics, but the trickle is slow. It's just that he's got 1,000 gold built up, and he never really loses the Kipchuck, so never loses too much, at least in the past 10 minutes. Earlier, he was losing a few of them, but now it's mainly just a star he's making and some rams. So the gold lasts a lot longer for Mr. Yo. I see that, but the Chukanus are still there, terrorizing the Kipchucks. Okay.
Oh man, this is just so scary seeing that massive units. Yo's gonna need to run away with everybody or risk getting them shredded by all those Chukonu. Vill's using some true villager pathfinding to escape right there. And TaToH is now the one who's putting all of the pressure on his opponent. Yo is really on the defensive.
Yep, 200 pop from both players. It's gonna go into a long game, guys. We're over an hour into the game here. I was gonna say 1,000 for some reason. We're over an hour into the game here. So it's officially
We're over
going
1,000 seconds into this game.
Exactly. So it's officially headed into the late game here, and gold is starting to become a very big issue, especially for TaToH, who's got 1 less relic and relies a little bit more on gold for his army here, especially if he wants to make some trebs.
Oh, but this is a beautiful position on the high ground. This is actually why Yo built this castle way, way earlier, because controlling this area at this point in the game is super good. So that's what we were talking about when we said it was a very long-term castle placement.
Yeah, there's 3 woodlines and a hill, so this is a super important area right now. And both players are randomly fighting for it as well on the side of the map here.
Yeah, no, this is an absolutely crazy game. And I mean, we're only in game number 2, and this is already an absolute gem. And right now, Yo's still trying to take those efficient fights. The KD is quite even between the 2 players. Yo's actually has more army value overall, but the Chukonu represents so much value per resource spent.
How many kills do these guys have? 71 kills, this group of Chukonu. Not too shabby. Group of Kipchucks has 118, though, so they've seen a little bit more in their lifetime. Now the rams from Yo are being a little massed up, kind of spreading them out, finding them some place. Some rams on top, maybe some rams down the center. Kind of a 2-fold attack, probably.
I think that could make a lot of sense. The Rams have left the station. And another push going to be prepared over here at the top. TaToH, he can control this area, but so long as Yo can gather wood in other areas of the map, which is exactly what he's doing, it's not like this is not a fight that Yo needs to take right now. He can afford to give up this area for a little while.
Yeah, and while TaToH's in this area with the Chukonu, these other areas of the map are going to be a lot more exposed, and Yo's going to try to take advantage of that. That being said, TaToH's doing a nice job sniping the rams with the light cav, keeping that castle up on top of the map, and the rams on the center did very little as well. So Yo's doing the right thing, but the execution could use some work. Now sells some wood, goes for guilds as well. Okay.
That is something that humans have over Chinese in the late game. Chinese no guilds, and we already have crop rotation in, and yes, crop rotation is better than the Chinese farm bonus in the late game. So if we're really looking to min-max those every little bit of late game, humans are going to probably be having a bit of an easier time.
Yep. Yeah, Chinese are known for the flexibility, but not exactly known for the longevity here, especially lacking that 1 relic as well. I still think Onagers would do wonders for Yo, though. Like, at any point in the game, Onagers are still good, and I want to keep mentioning that because I still think it's the thing that changes the matchup and makes it in favor of humans. Right now, it seems to be 50-50.
Yeah, and it's a matter of Yo can do well if he doesn't take the straight-up fight, but TaToH's always going to win the straight-up fight. Whereas if you add in some Onagers, you'll do both well in the straight-up fight, and you still have that mobility to run around and raid everywhere.
Exactly. You kind of turn the matchup into like some advantages, some disadvantages, to then making humans win at all points of the game. It's obviously more complicated. The Onagers take a really good pilot. It's not easy to use, but it does definitely give you a lot more potential for your army.
Exactly, but now Yo running in here with his Hussars, TaToH grabbing guard tower. Even in these sorts of situations, TaToH's like, you know what, I gotta hit that guard tower button.
That's what's missing. I need some extra firepower for my 4 towers that I start the game with. I respect it,
Well,
honestly.
No, he's I think it's to protect the guard tower the king is in, but then the king is in a castle, so that argument falls flat on its face, and I have no idea what
Yeah,
TaToH's thinking.
I think he's just like, yeah. He was looking at the university. He's like, yeah, this is a good one. I like this upgrade. I'll get it. Why not?
Yeah. But it's so uncharacter, so I gotta like that.
Yo's king is still in a tower. There is a chance that that gets sniped, although a very small chance since TaToH's not the most mobile army in the world here.
Oh, but look at this, Hera. We have this castle. Looks like it's finally going to fall
Yep.
for TaToH. He only has 17 stone with which to repair, and there's just way too much firepower in the form of these rams. And Hussar's going to take a fight against the Chukonu. Yeah, I think it's much more important that you just snipe the
Snipe the
trebuchet and get out of
and
there.
just let them die, no problem. But it's still a worth the trade because now the gold is super valuable here. So wasting 20 Hussars to snipe one Treb is completely fine. Yo will take that any day of the week because the Hussars are super easy to replenish at this point in time.
And even getting some more villager kills. TaToH has dipped all the way to 85 vills plus a bunch of idols. So his Q, although it's really good right now, in the long run, it is going to be suffering.
Yeah, both players still at 200 pop, but it feels like Yo has more on the field. Even though that's not true, TaToH has, you know, more military. Because Yo is able to spread them out and attack from two sides, it actually feels like he's getting more done, even though he's got less military on the field.
Yeah, and that is just always the advantage that having this cavalry-based army in the late game is going to give you. TaToH, it feels like for the 50th time this game, he's trying to make a big Treb push with Chukonu to take an important castle of Yo, but the Treb numbers are really dwindling. You know, what pushes that used to have 4 trebuchets now have 1 trebuchet.
Yes,
and
yes.
oh, you don't want to be going forward with that.
Exactly the point here. So even if TaToH does manage to launch a push, it's only with 1 Treb, which is very easy to hold, very easy to snipe that Treb and move on. And it's just really costly to replenish these Trebs. And there you go. It's just 2 shots in the Kipchucks, and it's down.
Oh, and now there are blinking lights all over the base of TaToH.
Oh,
This is not
man.
what you want to see in the late game.
Seedram are marching in as well. Potentially sniping some town centers could easily dwindle down these buildings as well. Completely wreak havoc in the top of TaToH's base. Some raiding going on, but nothing too spectacular on the top side as well. And TaToH's push has no siege with it. So TaToH's officially completely ran out of steam. And now it's all Yo across the map here.
It is indeed. We have some Halbs doing something at the north, but right now the big fight is at the south. The Chukonu are getting killed. There are still almost 50 of them on the map, but they are very difficult to replenish at this point. And Hussars, they are the opposite of difficult to replenish at this point.
Yeah, there's just a dime a dozen here. Just 80 food, no wood cost, which you mentioned earlier is a really important factor here. We've got crop rotation giving these farms a ton of food. And then the 80 food per Hussar is a really easy thing to manage long term. So even if the wood runs out, we can still produce Hussar for another 3-4 minutes and no problem. Whereas the Halbs will be extremely expensive on that wood count for TaToH. So even in terms of how much their units are costing, Hussar gets more value for less cost long term because that food is a lot easier to replenish than the wood.
Yeah, exactly the case. And right now, Yo has just been spending so much less gold. TaToH's actually collected a little bit more gold than Yo this game, interestingly, but Yo's just had that enormous bank for so long that he's been able to sustain his army in a much more efficient way than TaToH's been able to.
And it seems to be he seems to be very calculated with what he spent his gold on. He didn't just mass Kipchucks and send them into combat. He kept a good Kipchuck amount, good Kipchuck mass, but then spent most of his gold on rams and used them in really strategic moments as well here. So I feel like he was just a little bit more like frugal with his gold, and it got him a lot more value, I'd imagine.
Definitely. But this is a nice raid from TaToH here, killing a lot of Yo's lumberjacks. He's down to only a few of those. But still, the raids are coming in every which way. Yo actually is way ahead in army value at this point. Only 35 Chukonu left here for TaToH. And as soon as they run away from the protection of a castle, then suddenly it's going to be very difficult to take a fight with them because you are necessarily committed to a fight against humans.
Yeah. Like having Halbs moving in now. TaToH. Oh man, some of those being chased down in the corner as well. Wood has been absolutely eradicated from the bottom side of the map.
They need to turn this map into Pac-Man, where they go off one side of the map and then you go right back to TaToH's base.
And just appear on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, those Chukonu could be quite exposed right now.
Oh man, and the Hussars are gonna be pouncing. This is, guys, not the 50 chicken we saw earlier. It's only 30 here. So if Yo's able to pounce on these guys and completely take them out here, this is such a big factor. TaToH, of course, microing them back. He did lose a couple, lost a few chicken, but it's still a good fight for him. Although Yo will still once again take this trade because the food is super easy to come by here, and the gold units are king. I think, speaking of king, actually, TaToH at this point should make a run for Yo's king. It's the only chance I believe he's got at winning this game. It's in the back counter at this point.
Indeed. Getting trees in is 400 gold if you really don't know where that is, but honestly, you can probably just send a bunch of light cav over and find where that little flag is anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, he still has had this TaToH mass accumulating so much value, and of course, you have set pleasantry as well. So, in terms of being able to replenish lost Hussars, if you're taking, one of those trades against like Krebs or Tuko just to kill gold units, you can replenish that army super fast, and you don't really give even that window for TaToH to strike.
Yo's on the map with Kipchucks, and TaToH almost went for a trap there. Didn't quite manage it, but I don't know why Yo's on the map with these Kipchucks like that. I think you should keep them a little bit more safe. Keeping them exposed on the front of the map is just a recipe for disaster here.
Yeah, the light cav are still actually very slightly faster than the TaToHs, so they can continue to take some good hits while the TaToHs are busy fleeing. So yeah, Yo is definitely not the greatest 15 seconds for him in the world right there, but Hussars still running all across the south of the map, and as long as Yo brings those TaToHs back home, reinforces them maybe with some more Hussars, things are going to be looking a lot better for him.
Yeah, Kipchucks are great on defense, though. Just like picking up the raiding army from TaToH, it's going to be really easy for them to do. As long as they have space to run away when the units get too close, they'll be doing well. You just don't want to have them in the middle of the map where they don't have that mobility. They can't really move around because they can get trapped or whatnot. And now we see even more mobility on the bottom side. Yo is mixing in Hussar raids with Kipchucks. Kipchucks City with the Halbs, of course. Hussar to kill everything else. And it's just such a good raiding composition here. Kipchuk Hussar going hand in hand with each other.
It's amazing how big a difference Parthian tactics makes in terms of these TaToHs feeling not that scary before Yo picked it up versus feeling scary afterwards. And there we go, GG.
Wow.
In hour 1938, Yo takes game number 2, and that was an absolute joy to cast.
Yeah, that might have been the longest game of the tournament so far in the Champions Invitational. Can I get a GG in the chat for Mr. Yo? Well played to both these players. I think they both played incredible games. TaToH had his chances in this game. He did have some really strong pushes in the mid game. At some point, we were seeing, maybe Yo can't hold the TaToH's push down the center. But once Yo got his mobility into gear, he started to raid and add rams on both sides. It felt like he started to take more and more control of the game. And eventually, TaToH completely ran out of steam and ran out of gold. Couldn't launch his own pushes anymore. And that's when Yo completely took over the game. And there it is. Welcome, guys. We got Mr. Yo playing as the Berbers, and TaToH actually picked up the Japanese here. So two very strong civilizations. We see, let's take a look at the map first to start things off. See a lake on the bottom, and it's going to be a good amount of deep sea fish, some shorefish as well. Players will probably want to dock to get some extra food income. Town centers yet to be built. Both players set to drop it right away. And on the top side of the map, we see a good mix of wood, gold, stone, and a few relics sprinkled across as well. So players will likely want to migrate there to take some good resources. And then there's also a ton of hunt sprinkled around elephants, deer, and in the center, a line of trees to kind of mark the middle of the map, which is kind of cool too.
Is there a reason that these trees are here? Because this is not normally on Coast to Mountain.
No, I think TOS might have threw them in here. I don't know why, but I kind of like it, to be honest. I think it makes the map look nicer, to be honest.
Well, we'll never really understand why TOS does anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, not help me in our team games. Just lets me die. But, that's a story for another day.
To be honest, I'd probably let you die as well. No, it's nothing personal.
Feels Ornlu, man.
Damn it. Leave the wolf on his own.
Ripperino, but... Oh, go ahead.
Nah, yeah, you go ahead. I was going to say cut up from the pack, but it's all good. nothing important.
I think that's important.
Ooh, wait,
but right now we have both...
Hold on. The camel from TaToH actually died. That's actually pretty huge.
Oh, no! Oh, that is definitely not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
TaToH doesn't know about the dock or the timing. Now, he can assume that his opponent's docked, but he might not know exactly when that happened. I mean, he knows where his opponent's TC is, but he doesn't know where, like, the wood lines are and whatnot. So that's definitely not how you want to start this game.
Yeah, and that camel is the only scout that you have in the early game. You don't start with that scout cavalry, and so it's very important to keep that camel alive and keep an eye on what your opponent's going for. See what his options are. Now that TaToH doesn't have that, he's basically purely playing a guessing game. Whereas Mr. Yo with his camel gonna spot the dock, know exactly what TaToH's going for, and gain an advantage from that.
Exactly going to be the case. However, TaToH has gotten his second fishing ship out a little bit faster than Yo, who actually isn't even training his just yet. So, in general, Japanese here are, I think, going to be a bit stronger on the straight-up water fight. But as we get more towards the land side of things, you have the big open area that Berbers can use with their mobility, just like the last game. And even
Yes.
in the high ground area, camel archers could be really deadly in like big straight-up fights.
I also think Berbers have a really good shot at going light cav to control the relics, and maybe light cav monks play for the relics. There is a lot of golden stone I forgot to mention on the bottom as well, by the way. So that is something that you could play for. But we tend to see most players playing towards the top just because there's also wood there. So this golden stone on the bottom is usually a bit more of a late game thing. Oh, Mysterio sent a Vil forward.
Oh,
Actually, oh
yeah.
wow, okay,
Yeah.
that was sick. Sent to Vil
This,
forward. Yeah.
okay, this is a Nomad player. This is somebody who's played a lot of games of Nomad right there.
He knows exactly when to hit that dock villager, and that was only because TaToH lost his scout. He wasn't able to keep an eye on Yo's villager. He wasn't able to see it going forward. Yo with his scout saw TaToH without that Vil walled in, sent the Vil forward, and without even Loom, he actually just punished that dock Vil and killed it. So now Yo is not only up a villager, but TaToH has to send one more all the way from his town center to be able to add a second dock and fight for the water. And players will usually fight for the water here with something like a 2-dock Grush or of some sort.
Yeah, I do think that this actual size of water is actually interesting because there's some space, so you can justify going for galleys and running around and
Yep.
doing all that micro stuff, but there's not a ton of space, so you can go for that more fire ship, demo ship style. So I think that certainly could be interesting. But TaToH, nevertheless, going to be up to feudal age a lot faster, going to queue up a fire galley right away, and Yo is going to be hard pressed to defend.
Yeah, I think Yo could decide to just give up the water in general and just only go for. I say that, but he's actually going for a second dock, so it looks like he wants to commit for the water. He might lose his fish initially, but if he can win the water afterwards with a 2-dock versus 1, he could still be in a decent position. We are seeing, though, TaToH sending 3 fills forward, so not only is he fighting water with 1 dock, he's also looking to go forward and launch an attack on the land here. This is really interesting.
Is Yo going to spot this? Yeah, that's
He
a little
spots
bit
it.
awkward right there.
Why is Yo there with 3 fills? Did he want to go forward as well? I think he wanted to go forward himself.
I'm not sure if he wanted to go forward or if he just wanted to mill those zebra, maybe?
He walked past the
Uh,
zebras. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I think he wanted to go forward.
I noticed that. Well, wait, Hitata doesn't have Loom yet, and you're against Berbers. The Vil
Oh.
fight, Civ.
Yeah, that was risky. He does manage to run away. If the camel was closer, he could have lost the Vil there, though. That's super risky from TaToH, sending 3 unloomed Vils forward. Does manage to catch out, or does manage to keep 1 Vil secured on the forward. Makes a barracks, but the other Vils will be forced to run away, of course, from the Berbers, who will chase them down. Over on the water, TaToH didn't snipe any fish. Yo was able to keep them safe, and now Yo has 2 docks compared to TaToH's 1. So Yo will eventually win the water for sure. And it's just yet to see what's going to happen on the land.
Oh, but that forward villager is going to die a very sad death, getting burnt alive by the fire ship. So TaToH, at the very least, will be able to repair his ships, whereas Yo is not going to be able to do that. But still, with that double dock production, Yo should be catching up to TaToH's naval numbers pretty quickly. And now Yo's just sent the Vils forward all the way.
Nice little trap from TaToH attempt there. Not quite going to go through. Oh my god! Yo traps in a villager on TaToH's woodline. What is this?
Oh man, this is embracing the nomad aspect of the map for sure. That poor villager is stuck. She's gonna need to punch her way to freedom. And yeah, Yo's just gonna walk back. He does again have that faster movement speed with the Berbers. TaToH even a little bit flustered. He's getting housed right now at a time where you really don't want to be doing that.
We missed
Although
it,
Yo
but
himself is losing his fish.
yeah, at the same time though, TaToH did manage to actually wall in Yo Spearman and escape with that forward villager. So both of them had some sick quick wall moments there, and they're really showing off what they can do with just a couple Vils. That was absolutely amazing. And on the water, it looks to be slightly even, but yeah, TaToH did snipe Yo's fish, which is pretty solid.
And of course, those Japanese fishing ships are basically made of titanium, and
Oh my god, they're
they're
not
gonna
dying.
take forever to go down.
Yeah, I was surprised to
You'll
see
be able to
TaToH
scoot
win the
away.
water with one dock there, to be honest.
Well, Yo wasn't really focusing the fire galleys with his own fire galleys. He was going after the fishing ship, and TaToH, because he was up to few blades so much faster, just had 2 fire galleys out by the time Yo had 2 fire galleys. But Yo should be winning going forward. Meanwhile, both players have an archery range. Just have some archers themselves on the way. TaToH getting himself walled up, even with stone walls on the side, making sure
Yeah.
that he is nice and safe.
Yeah, I love that. Stone wall on the top, blacksmith house with a range now as well. So he's going to keep the top side of his map safe and also play with some archers if he wants to control or fight for some of the middle here. Yo, taking advantage of the situation, gets into the center and starts milling some of that deer. So he wants to delay his farms and use the natural resources a bit more here.
That sounds pretty good to me. Berbers, again, the fast moving vills, they're nice for just moving all over the place, going from hunt location to hunt location.
Oh my god,
That is
TaToH just killed an elephant with his TC as well, randomly as well. Yep.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's brutal, losing a lot of that hunt from his own side. And now TaToH also will get caught out once again on the front. Yo is catching everything TaToH sending his way here.
Yeah, great map awareness for Mr. Yo. TaToH still at least even in vills for the time being. He does have his 2 fishing ships working, but looks like Yo is not giving up on the water just yet. So both players trying to find as many different angles to get damage done at all points of the map.
TaToH did manage to send 2 archers and a spear through, but it looks like Yo knows about this and will keep one of his skirmishers nearby. Try and deal with that here.
Yep, and the Skirmin will be able to chase away for the time being. Yo is just now getting double bit axe, whereas TaToH's had that upgrade for quite some time, I believe. But Yo still with more resources collected for now, and fight is going to continue over on the water.
This is really important actually. Yo snuck right past TaToH's town center and will kill a vill with his archers and will continue to move forward. Really nice play. Take advantage of the fact that there's a lot of action on the water. Stuck past the town center and now finds at least 1 vill. Looking for more though.
Yeah, of course, as I was saying, just looking to find those points of damage all over the place. But Yo not going to be so fortunate trying to escape.
Good trap there from TaToH. Walls him out. Yeah. Yo, that was probably not a good trade. He did kill 1 vill, but he lost all of his army here. I think TaToH's going to be pretty happy with that one.
Yo getting some free hits onto the water, though, with his fire galley, as both players have their multitasking pushed to their limit already. TaToH grabbing a market, though. It still seems a little too early to think about Castle Age. But, oh, look at that beautiful lining up of the fire galleys from Yo.
That was sick. Goodness. Galleys in the line, Demba comes out, and boom, threat neutralized. The game is surprisingly even, despite there being like literally action everywhere. Vills counts neck and neck, military count neck and neck, and both players now starting to make their way towards Castle Age. So the game has, evolved into some crazy moves, but now it's looking pretty even and pretty calm going into the mid game.
Yeah, sometimes when both players are committing a lot to the aggression, it just kind of cancels each other out, and you're just progressing to a more normal macro game. The rush distance is quite long on this map, to be fair, so it does take a while to try and make any sort of, getting your units all the way across the map to getting damage done. We do have another demo raft incoming from Yo, which will just blow up on the fire galley, and looks like TaToH's fishing ships are eventually going to die.
Yeah, and a lot of water fights. It doesn't look as important as a spectator, but when you're actually playing the game, these water fights are super important because they take a lot of your attention away, and they also force you to commit to the water, because if you give it away too early, your opponent gets a really big advantage by taking all the fish. But if you fight for it too much, then you might invest way too much onto the water and not enough on the land. So it's a very delicate balance between fighting for the water but not overcommitting for the water here. And I think both players did a good job at that. And now we see a market get dropped down for Yo. Castle Age is in, but he's got to fend off TaToH's aggression as it's coming across the map.
Yeah, TaToH not too far away from clicking up as well. TaToH's got the fletching upgrade. Yo does as well. Those palisades don't look quite done just yet, and TaToH might be trying to find a way to get damage done.
I think Yo should be fine to hold this. And now he actually knows where TaToH's army is. This is really good for Yo. He could, in theory, kind of zone this army off and then eventually kill it if he wants to with the skirms. But he's not adding in more skirms. That doesn't look like it's what he wants to go for.
You know, this has been a pretty messy game. And as the Berbers, Yo can go for some janitors, deal
True.
with the archers, use the mobility,
Clean the game
cross
up
the
a little
map.
bit. I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely an option. And the Genitor especially is that unit that's really solid if you can get the mass of it down, which is usually the limiting factor because you only start making it in Castle Age. In this case, though, Yo doesn't want to give us that. He's going to go for his trusty 2-stable play instead. So fair play. It is a tournament. Going to go for what you know best.
Yeah, and cheap knights as Berbers, going to be great for taking map control. This is actually a good decision for sure. TaToH is also not completely walled because he has the farms next to the TC. He can't just like completely wall everything unless he like walls behind it to the edge of the map. So knights can easily sneak in, ignore some TC fire, and do damage.
Yeah, and the thing is, Yo can also send a forward build and go for a siege workshop push if he wants to. There's a lot of surface area to push from here. A lot of houses in a line, an archery range with palisade walls. If you get a siege workshop forward, you can break all of that with the right amount of siege, right amount of time here. So that is an option for Mr. Yo if he wants to go for that. Otherwise, just staying home and controlling the game with knights is also a fair play. Getting a town center now as well. Mr. TaToH, what are you going for? A monastery first and a TC in the corner of the map. Fair play, fair enough.
Yeah, both players just sort of not committing too much to either economy or military. Okay, TaToH does drop the third TC, but still has the resources to get what I call Bod Saw, the Holy Trinity.
I like that. Bod saw, bow saw, bodkin and crossbow. For those who don't, not a men of culture, it seems. And those are like the three main upgrades that every crossbow player wants to get. I will say though, in this matchup specifically, I actually don't think you need to go crossbow. I think just the monks on defense initially should be more than enough. But TaToH picks up crossbow just to stay extra safe. And the reason I don't think crossbow is necessary is that going across the map is really difficult. So you're gonna stay on defense. And I just don't think you need to get the crossbow attack right away here.
I agree. I think that if maybe you're going to ranges and you really wanted to build up those archers for maybe a push later on, then maybe you get crossbowmen just to incorporate that more into your defense, or if you don't want to focus as much on monks. But the way that TaToH is set up, it actually is pretty nice just to go for the monk defense and booming behind it.
Yeah, exactly. It does get a really quick conversion on that knight, so one monk for one knight is a worth it trade for the monk player. Even if the monk goes down, you still keep that knight available for yourself. And now TaToH is going to be maybe running into some food production issues since he got the crossbow attack. But that being said, 21 farms, it looks like he's got more than enough to keep them running either way. So he's going to be completely okay here with the crossbow 3 DC play. Mr. is doing something really interesting. He's expanding to the bottom side, which will give him a better grip of the map long term here. It's going to give him access to more golds and stones. So I actually like that play for the mobile civ there.
Yeah, exactly. This would be, I think, a really bad play for TaToH, but Yo, being the Berbers, having that mobility, going to be able to have no problem just bouncing between areas with his fast army.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that we've seen a lot in Coast to Mountain back in the past that the more like slow pushy style on the mountain area can be really strong in like early to mid Imperial Age.
Yeah.
And Japanese are super good at that. I mean, they're a fantastic Arb Halb civ. They've even got good trebuchets, good monks as needed. So that could be an angle that TaToH could look to work as we get into the later stages of the game.
No, I agree with that for sure. Especially up against a civ like Berbers. We talked about how good their mobility is, but they're actually not great at fighting in one location. They don't have a very solid answer to Arbalest Halberdier. You could go Elite Skirm or Genitor, which are fully upgraded. It's decent. But if TaToH mixes in some trebuchets, mixes in some monks, all of a sudden the skirms are going to be quite limited in what they can accomplish. And now we see TaToH making use of the monk defense. Yo forced to lead 2 knights there, which is a pretty big loss.
Feels bad, man, for the knights. Is ordered to kill themselves so they don't go over to the enemy. Absolute tragedy. But TaToH just getting some monk upgrades. Yo augured the relic. TaToH looking to go out on the map and getting some of his own. And there's that forward siege workshop from Yo. So not going with that right away, but it seems like he's still building up his knight numbers and his upgrades and wants to go for some sort of Castle Age pressure.
Yo's monk does get caught out, by the way. TaToH's converted knight actually gets extra value and snipes that monk there. So that's got to be tilting for Yo. Obviously not something you want to see there. Pretty frustrated about that, no doubt. But we'll commit to this forward siege workshop push. Do you like the fact that he went for a late siege workshop? Or would you have liked to see it earlier? Like, what's your take on that?
I think that late Siege Workshop can work maybe in another Civ matchup, but Japanese are really good at defending at this stage in the game. You got Pikemen on the way. Japanese have super good monks. You got Redemption. You got Sanctity. You got everything you need right there.
Yeah, yeah.
So now that TaToH has more of an eco to go for those maybe pricier units, I don't really think he's going to take much damage.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But if I know Yo correctly, I think he's only doing this just so he can claim the map and prevent TaToH from moving forward. We talked earlier how Japanese have that really strong slow push. If Yo can get this position and force TaToH to defend, then he prevents TaToH from moving forward and claiming that map. So the slow push has to cover more ground once he does start that off. So I think this play from Yo isn't a siege push. It's really just a play for the map control. And from that angle, I really enjoy it. I think it's a good idea.
Did your game lag for a second, or is that on my end?
Just pause for a second. No big deal.
Oh, okay. I've had some Comcast issues recently, so I wasn't sure if that was me. Yep, Mangonel indeed comes forward, and I do agree with what you were saying. I think that if you can keep the player with the slower civ stuck in his base, that's going to give you a lot of time, especially if maybe you're a bit slower to the Imperial Age, focused on moving up, and it can just buy you that time that you need. And also, this is still just a good position to take. Like, no matter what the situation.
Oh my god. That was a big shot. That's been happening a lot in this tournament. Like, there's a lot of big Mangonel shots, man.
Well, you guys really need to step up your game. I only watch the best players that can dodge Mangonels.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I brought the 5 best players, the ones who I thought could micro it, but apparently it seems like some big hits, myself included, suffering damages to those Mangonels, man. But that's how it goes, man. Yo goes to the forward siege workshop push. He puts himself in a position where he could get those good shots. He could get those lucky hits and call it luck or call it some nice timing. But that Mangonel gets a ton of value there. And now TaToH's all of a sudden scrambling up a castle, not in the best position because all of his crossbows are weak and half his army died.
I don't know if Yo is anticipating this push of getting like a lot done, like it already has, but I mean, he sees blood in the water. He sees TaToH taking some awkward losses. He's still maintaining this nice spot on the high ground with his knights and Mangonel. So yeah, just go for it. He's expanding to add another TC way away from TaToH's army, though that is not going to be under any pressure. He's still doing some raiding, and this is, again, Yo doing a brilliant job taking that map control.
Yeah, and TaToH's actually going for a little bit of a counterattack with this pikeman and his crossbows. Remember, he doesn't have the mobility, but his army is still quite solid. Yo tries to move in, but that castle is a house. And TaToH is just going to completely block everything from Yo. No further push can happen from the top now because of that castle. And so now Yo transitions into a bit more of a kind of a map control oriented siege knight play. TaToH is going
and
for
here we are, Hera. It's the Genitor.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually making them. Okay, nice. I actually like to see
this is
that.
a good opportunity for him, man.
Yeah. It's good against the pikes. It's good against the crossbows. It's got that mobility. So it fits really nicely with the knight army as well. It's a perfect harmony here. And what I like about Yo is that he was house walled, not palisade. Houses take a lot longer to kill. And so TaToH might actually be trapped now. There's 2 Mangonels and some knights. This could be a big moment for Yo.
Yeah, TaToH did a nice job cleaning up some knights with his pikemen over in the middle of the map, but still, those 2 Mangonels could be making things quite tricky. Nice little attack round right there.
Another one.
TaToH tries to keep his crossbowmen safe, but those are some good attack rounds.
Yep. Still, though, it is Japanese halbs. If they get in contact with the knights, they do a really good job of cleaning those up. So we have to continue using the attack rounds to take care of those. But, of course, Yo's no slouch. He's going to go for that. Imperial Age is in faster for Yo. Something we didn't expect. It was probably a result of the fact that he forced TaToH to go into pikemen, all those upgrades. One more shot from the Mangonels, maybe? Ooh, not quite.
Oh.
No, it does find a decent one, though. Can't be upset about that. And now, a defensive castle from Yo. Stay completely safe. And, you know, with the Imperial Age advantage, I think he's in a great position at the moment. I think Yo is looking solid.
My game got paused.
Oh, it's still good for me.
It says end of game data.
I think that's a glitch.
Okay, I'll just open your stream.
Okay, sounds good, sounds good. Cast for this one, then we can move on together with the next game. But yeah, so ongoing here with the game, we've got crossbows moving in for TaToH. Pikemen, it kind of can't really join those crossbows too effectively, but some small damage going down. But Yo should eventually be able to hold this. And once Imperial Age comes in, he should be in a good spot to push back and start launching his own attacks as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Castle definitely up in the position it needs to. Genitor numbers are continuing to climb. And even Casbah coming in for Yo, why not?
Ooh.
Get those faster working castles. Still
Yep.
getting an extra conscription earlier for your castles. And the only thing that I don't love from Yo is that I don't see a gold unit that he's really going for in the long term.
Yeah, it seems like he's on like Light Cav, Genitor. You don't really want to go Cavalier because that plays very well into the Japanese Halb. Maybe it's Camel Archers. Or maybe you could just play full trash and then rely on your siege for like bomber cannons or something like that. Genitor and Hussar should be a decent composition for the Berbers, not really caring too much about gold units.
Well, of course, what is an excellent counter to a bunch of trash units? It is going to be the Swordsman line, and that is what TaToH is going for at this point. Gambeson's going to be very, very helpful against those Skirmisher-like units. Although you do get 1 extra damage with Elite Genitors, so you're still dealing 2 damage to champions.
Oh, that's interesting to know, actually. That being said,
Yep.
the champions don't really excite me too much because Berbers do get Hand Cannoneer. And so I feel like that's always a really good answer to the champion. So as much as it's going to be really solid against the Genitors, I feel like the champions will die out to Camel Archers. They will die out to Hand Cannoneer. And it's an okay play, but it's not one that gets me too excited for TaToH. That being said, some harassment coming over from TaToH on the right-hand side. And, oh, Yo does get the castle up, so he's more or less okay.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of light harassment, not really the end of the world. Still going to secure more of that gold and stone, and then there we see that transition coming into the later stages of the game, that Camel Archer, and that is just probably going to be the single best unit either of these players can make.
Yeah.
Between the two players, as those are just going to scale so well into the late game. They can stay alive for a long time. If you grab the grubby camels, they can regenerate HP, and then they can just be very tough to kill.
Yep. And you get that massive Camel Archers, you get that 40 massive Camel Archers, and then you can combine that with Hussar, and that is the perfect Berber composition. Also, Yo does scout what TaToH is going for, which is indeed the Swordsman, and Camel Archers are perfect against Swordsman. So this is looking fantastic for the Berber player here, and I think TaToH's a little bit on a timer. He could still win if he goes for like Swordsman, Skirmishers, maybe with some Trebs, and pushes really fast, but long term, the Berber comp is much better. I don't know what you think about it.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. With the one caveat being that if TaToH can make this big push happen at the top, force fights in a very choke pointy, small sort of area, that is where TaToH can take some really efficient trades. He even could get Kataparuto for his trebuchets, just knock down all those castles, and maybe stop the Camel Archer production a little bit. I think that,
Yeah.
you know, logistically, that would be a great route for him to take this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's probably his best win condition, and as you can see, he is setting up exactly for that. He wants his Trebs to snipe Yo's castles initially, or like right away as fast as possible, and he's doing the same thing on the right-hand side, getting a castle exactly like 10, 12, maybe 15 tiles away, and that's going to be the perfect range for Trebs to sit under the castle and snipe Yo's castle. So he's playing the castle control game, preventing Yo from getting towards a big massive Camel Archers. I just don't know if it's going to be enough because Yo's got a lot of stone in the bank and also got the bomber cannons to snipe those Trebs as well.
Oh yeah, that is of course an absolutely critical tool for Berbers in this sort of matchup. 1 trebuchet falls already. Champion is on the way of just a ton of infantry units here for TaToH, but it's infantry units on a map that's very open overall. Like, it has the one area that's really like small and choke pointy, but that isn't the other 2/3 of the map whatsoever.
Yeah, the map lends itself really well to cav archers and cavalry in general. And Yo knows this. Yo is even getting guilds ready to play the long game. This, of course, helps the trades at the market. But Yo is just completely dominating the position right now. And the Camel Archers, in theory, should never die here. Just absolutely never die.
Oh yeah, and of course, Yo going to be able to control those guys quite effectively. Able to already snipe a bunch of halberdiers. More champions are on the way, but elite Camel Archers coming in as well.
Yeah.
And the mass is only going to be growing from here. TaToH does have 4 trebs, but he really needs to start knocking down these castles quite soon.
It's really interesting. I think TaToH's idea was to go for Champion Halb, go Catapulted Trebuchets, and then probably add to that Towers. That's going to be his ideal composition, I believe. It's an okay attempt. It's very solid if it works. But I think this map is a little too open and a little bit too spread out for a slow push like that to work out.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I do love the Yasuma Tower play for locking down important areas of the map, but it's just those important areas as the game goes on are spread out all over the place. So There is a lot of stone, to be fair, but you're going to need a lot of Yasuma towers to really lock down all those resources and prevent
Yeah.
your opponent from just running around you.
And we can see TaToH's having a lot of trouble like starting the tower push. He's focusing on top, looking to break in and really get some damage. Actually, he goes to a nice tree cut, chasing the bomber cannon away. So TaToH is making some progress on top, but at the same time, he is bleeding out on the bottom because of that, losing a castle, losing some villagers, and taking some inefficient trades. Now we see Siege Engineer coming for the Berber players. His bomber cannons and Trebs will be a lot stronger with an extra range as well.
Always going to be a very important upgrade to pick up right there. Still, the infantry units are tanking a nice amount of damage, but Yo coming in with his own reinforcements, and his units are individually going to just be a lot stronger than TaToH's going forward.
Yeah, we see the Camel Archer mass moving around, kind of just terrorizing whatever TaToH can go for here. And, well, TaToH does manage to kill a castle, which is not too bad. Trebuchet is now being used against the Camel Archers. Look at that. Oh, that's sick. That's so satisfying.
Oh, yeah, there you go. The power of those trebuchets with Kata Peruto. Going to be at least thinning down the Camel Archer numbers a little bit. I mean, and TaToH's population is looking really good. He has solid macros, gotten up to 140 villagers. He's grabbing Blast Furnace, Yasuma, rounding out his army as needed. So, although I don't love his position, it feels like he is doing everything he can to make a bit of a comeback happen.
Yeah, the Trebs are getting sniped because the mobility is in Yo's favor here. And Yo, even though he went down 1-0 in this matchup, it's looking like he could actually get a 2-1 lead if he's able to indeed close this one out. Picks up the Mark Ruby Camels, giving his Camel Archers and Camels regeneration over time. Very solid upgrade. Definitely worth picking up. TaToH now has fully upgraded infantry with Blast Furnace kicking in. But of course, still relying on the towers as his only ranged unit, and that's a very dubious decision.
Yeah, do you think TaToH should focus on adding in some archery range units, like some skirms or something?
It's hard
Do you
to
think
say.
that would have been a better option?
It's hard to say. I think it would have been a better option early on because at least you have that like DPS unit. I feel like the champions didn't accomplish a whole lot. But then again, I don't think the skirms would be good enough to deal with the Berber comp long term. So I think it would have been better than the towers and the champions, but I don't know if it would have been enough even still.
I think it's just a really tough situation all around, as Yo is just doing a great job utilizing the mobility of his army and the fact that you can just sort of take TaToH's own army apart piecemeal. And Bombard Cannon not going to be dying just yet, as already we're starting to lose some towers and trebs.
And now we see some Hussar raids that are quickly walled out. Good stuff from TaToH there with the quick walls. Look at that Alcatraz practice from him. But look at the map. I mean, TaToH's controlling, Mr. Yo is controlling most areas. TaToH is trying to take out a castle, but it's going to be pretty much fruitless as some Camel Archers are picking off all those infantry units. And it just feels like Yo is getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. And on top of that, he's got 4 relics and now picking up murder holes.
Yeah, I mean, Yo is just setting himself up so nicely here. The elves didn't do actually all that poorly versus the castle, but they are still all going to die at the end of the day. And Yo's army value is just steadily climbing, and TaToH's struggling to find a unit that can deal with that Camel Archer plus Hussar army composition. Although the Camel Archer's going to try and take down the Trebs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird choice, but I mean, he's got so many of them that he could decide to go for stuff like that. But at this point, you know, Mio's even mixing in cap ram. He's got bomber cannons. He's got siege of all kinds here. He really likes those rams, I've noticed, which is kind of interesting. They did get buffed recently, so can't really fault him for that.
Hussar's trying to surround that trebuchet and are eventually going to be getting them. And Yo going to continue the siege over here at the front of TaToH's base. Camel Archers, they actually have a slightly faster fire rate than regular Cav Archers. 1.7 versus 1.8 with Thumb Ring.
Okay.
So it's actually a little bit better than you might think at dealing with Trebs, although not as good as back when they had anti-ram bonus damage for some reason.
Oh, I don't remember those days, but yeah, it's that would be quite a strong unit. Yeah. Yeah, they're still a really powerful unit as as we see them now in the late game. I remember when I first saw this unit, they were melting my paladins, and I was like, oh my god, that unit's crazy. I had no idea they were that strong, but yeah, they just have really solid stats, 8 base damage, so very similar to the Mangadai. It's an incredible unit in the late game.
And it's very easy to control. and just keep them alive, fun to use, and with the Bombard Cannon support, you are going to be doing absolutely perfectly here with Yo. Army value just so much higher. The KD is ridiculously in favor of our blue player as TaToH calls GG, and
Yeah.
Yo taking that 2-1 lead.
Well played to Yo. GG in the chat. And look at that, like 2-1 here. Losing first game, bouncing back. Of course, we're still very early in the best of 21. We're up to play 10 games on day 1 and then up to 11 on day 2 here. So guaranteed to see this 7 more games. And I just feel like TaToH has had less mobility than Mr. Yo, and it's cost him the last 2 games. Whatever happens in the next game, I think TaToH needs to make an adjustment and prioritize mobility a little bit more, especially in this matchup between these two players. Map control is key, and the mobility often means map control. Yeah, hopping in here as well. Malay versus Portuguese. The map is Bay, alternatively known as pants amongst the Twitch community, because of course it does look like a pair of pants if you look at it from a certain angle. Malay has been the top tier pick on this map. I won with it yesterday against the Viper, and I believe you saw Malay winning on this map earlier in the Winchester TaToH series as well. So Malay is 2-0 on this map. Now TaToH's picked it up for himself. Yo's doing for the Portuguese, which is one of his initial top tier picks as well. So we're seeing 2 very strong civilizations on a very interesting map here. And I'm going to go ahead and break down the map for the viewers. There's 8 deep sea fish in the center, and there's no shorefish, so players cannot really keep their villa close by without just idling it. And then, of course, there is some deer on the middle of the map, some stone and gold spread out. And near the top, there's also extra golds and stones with a few relics sprinkled in as well. So there's a lot to play for. Players tend to fight over the water earlier, but then tend to fight for the map control and the extra minerals sprinkled around in the later games.
Yeah, something I noticed in your game versus Viper yesterday is that even when Viper won water eventually, he didn't add in the extra fishing ships.
Yeah.
It's like players just focus on the water super hard early on, but I guess they're just, you guys don't see a ton of value in adding in like a bunch of fish and fish traps later on because I guess it's too exposed.
Yeah, exactly that. The problem with the water on this map is that although early game is really good because the deep sea fish is there, fish trapping is actually not that safe because the land units can also hit the fish traps. So it's not like in Black Forest where you can fish trap and it goes completely undisturbed. You can just set them up as you like it. Here, you could fish trap a little bit, but you always risk losing it to land units. So the water helps with the map control. It helps with the early fish, but it's not a very defining factor for the map long term, which I think is a cool element, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair, Viper still had like 7 deep sea fish left that he just didn't take, and he fell really far behind economically.
Yeah.
And let you slip out on the map, which he didn't scout. But there are always many factors as to why games are won or lost.
I was thinking about that game as well, even after the set was played. And I think the 4 Deervilles that I had just won me the game because they.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, they were able to get me so much value. And if you guys didn't see that game, I highly recommend you check it out. I think the set between me and Viper was just one of the best sets of AV2 history. To be honest, I was just happy to be a part of it at some point.
Oh yeah, no, there were so many great games. I think of course, the Golden Swamp game especially was
that was my favorite.
One of the craziest games.
Yeah,
I think that was everyone's favorite.
Yeah, like even though I lost it, it's still so much fun to play. And like looking back, like just action everywhere. It was sick.
You were in a really lousy spot, and you did everything you could to try and come back. So I give you credit for that.
Yeah, he kind of held on with no gold for so long, ended up beating me out. Taking a look at the situation here, we are seeing an early loom from TaToH, and then he'll just click up at 23 pop. That being said, Yo is already up, but Malay will beat him there because of their bonus. So it's going to be probably 2 Dr. Grush from TaToH, and maybe the same for Portuguese, but Portuguese do have stronger ships, more HP on them.
Exactly the case, and that is going to help win those early fire ship fights. Just 10 more HP, you can survive a little bit longer. Yo does have his scout right over here, I guess just to see exactly where the dock is. I guess TaToH, similar idea. Is there like a specific reason to keep your scout right there at that specific moment?
For Yo or TaToH?
Maybe both players do. Like they both ran behind the docks at the same time.
Yeah, they're both doing that to see if the enemy goes for a second dock, because that's a really big factor. So as you can see here, TaToH's going for the second dock. If Yo spots that, he knows he's going to lose the water. He might go for demo, but he's going to lose the water. And TaToH's going for a barracks. So now TaToH, if TaToH scouts Yo's barracks, which he does, he knows that Yo's going to attack on land, TaToH will win the water, and now both players are kind of aware of the situation here.
Okay, yeah, that definitely makes plenty of sense. Docks are in, fire galleys are on the way. This is definitely a fire galley map and not a galley map, as there really isn't that much room to sail around.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you're saying, you're going to come in with the archery range immediately. It is at home, it's not forward, so TaToH sees at least that the barracks is there. Doesn't see the archery range, though.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be walls coming up for TaToH after going for the water fights. Keep in mind, you could wall on this map, but you actually can't fully wall unless you use the corner of the map. Because if you try to wall to the edge to the dock, there is some shallows that cannot be walled, and land army can always pass. So even though TaToH wants to wall, Mr. Yo should have some areas where he can attack with his early game military.
It's a little unfortunate for TaToH's map generation that he doesn't have a forest on the other side near the water that you can incorporate as part of your wall like Yo can. Because you can't even use a dock to incorporate as part of the wall because the shallows are 1 to 2 tiles too far forward for that to work.
Yeah, 100%. As expected, Yo is going to be losing water here. He will start, he will add in a couple of units to try to snipe TaToH's fish, but he's more concerned on attacking on land here. And as you can see, we've already forced a tower from TaToH here.
Indeed. Gonna try and use it to protect both the forage bushes and the gold mine. Although it is kind of a little bit off in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like villagers are going to be in positions when gathering either resource to like jump into the tower at a moment's notice.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange tower, but I think it's good, especially to fend off early game aggression. And oh my god, good quick ball from TaToH there. That was sick. But this didn't really accomplish too much. Might kill an archer with it.
Well, at least does a lot of damage right there. TaToH, able to grab his own archery range at this point, could just go with some skirmishers or whatever he needs to. And at this point, TaToH, already at 4 fishing ships with more on the way, has decisively won water.
Yeah.
And this is not looking that good for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, Mr. Yo has one more demo on the water. Maybe we can try to snipe some fish. He's kind of hard-pressed to snipe fish here because if not, he's just going to be at a very big disadvantage. Tries to go for a 2-for-1, ends up only getting 1. TaToH has 5 fishing ships on the field now, really taking advantage of that early game water that he's won.
Exactly. And I think that's exactly the correct decision as well. And you can just take all those deep sea fish, maybe get a much faster cast time, especially as the Malay, and then go for some sort of counter push out on the map. Or even just play that more defensive style. You have a little bit of space with which to work.
Yeah. Yo could opt to take the deer if he wants to, by the way, since he does have the land control. Even though he lost the water, maybe taking the deer is a good compensation. At this point, TaToH has such a big lead on the water that I fear that Yo would just have no chance if he's not able to get some kind of counterplay on land or take some deer or something like that, because his archers haven't really done a whole lot besides force the tower up.
Yeah, they do not have fletching. TaToH is completely safe at home. And at this point, okay, was that just one fishing ship, I think? Yeah, it was just one fishing ship that Yo was able to snag right there.
Yep.
Maybe he can try and get a faster castle edge time, but against Malay, that is a far from a guarantee.
Yeah, that's the thing about Malay. They get up super fast, so they tend to win the water. And then if you try to beat them towards castle edge, usually they can get there first as well. So there just seems to be no real way for you to get a lead or a timing advantage over the Malay. You kind of have to like brute force to be able to beat them out at some point in time, and Yo just couldn't really manage that so far. Big advantage for TaToH at this point. He's even looking closer and closer to castle edge. Yo was forced to sell the stone to try to make it there first. Let's see if he's going to be able to manage that.
Even if he clicks up first, I don't think he's going to be far enough ahead to actually make it to castle edge first. TaToH is now apparently completely unconcerned about the archers in his base, as he is just going to go for the counterattack. Probably going to go after the deer that you were talking about, because that's what I would do, just assuming that my opponent would try and take deer if he doesn't have water control.
Yep, and of course Yo isn't on it right now, but if he was, TaToH would be able to clear him out, or at least force him off of it. At this point, it looks like both players are going to be making their way to castle edge. Yo clicks first, but I believe TaToH should be able to hit castle first if he clicks in the next 30 seconds here. He's going to check the deer, notice Yo's not on it, and maybe just go for a counterattack, try to hit the wood. I'm actually surprised as to how open Yo's base is right now.
Well, it's really heavily walled, and half of it.
Yeah. Yeah. The top side's completely wide open. It's like he's completely oblivious to army potentially coming there. And TaToH's going straight there. Doesn't have fletching. I'd like him wait for fletching. He's going to pick that up right now. Also, only now getting double bit axe, a bit late on that. Still, TaToH is in the commanding position. Has a little sneak as well around the outside.
Yeah, cute move right there for TaToH, and he's even ahead with his scout here to make sure that there isn't anything that would easily see that. If you had Town Watch, he would see, but that is not the case. And TaToH going to be faster up the castle. Yo did manage to snag 2 more fishing ships with a demolition ship before his dock went down, and now he's actually going to be redocking over here.
Oh,
what do you think about what do you think about the double dock at this point in the game?
Yeah, I don't like that at all. Like, if you just go Siege Workshop push, first of all, you might get spotted by TaToH at any point. If you just go for the Siege Workshop push, you can kill the docks with Siege. Like, Siege does hit the water as well, so I don't think you need to dock to be able to hit the water. Also, interestingly enough, TaToH's actually getting crossbow. He's waiting with his army before revealing them. He's going to wait till crossbow and Bodkin comes in. And so he's waiting to get a ton of value from these units. He doesn't want to just get 1 or 2 villas. He wants to get a lot more, which is super, super interesting. TaToH does, of course, spot the dock play from Yo. What do you think about the dock play? Are you a fan or no?
No, for the same reasons that you were saying. Yeah, I mean, he even has War Galley queued up behind a Fire Galley, and I just don't think water is worth all that much at this stage in the game. At least not double dock worth of investment. Now the crossbowmen are showing up to the gold mine of Yo. We're going to be losing at least 2 villagers. That lady doesn't seem to be going in the right direction. She didn't get the memo.
Oh, she made it out just in time, though. Oh, God, that was brutal. 2 HP left on her. Maybe 1 more vill can go down, but yeah, 2 vills, forcing Yo off wood and off gold. That's such a big loss for Yo, and now he's going to be in a really tough position. He still could have a chance to win this game if everything goes right for him. He's able to clear out the army behind his base and then launch his own push. But I truly believe he needs Siege, and I think what lost him the game is the 2 dock investment that he went for here.
I still think Yo has a chance to win this game, but what lost him this game?
Well, yeah, like what's 99% lost him this game was the 2 dock. Like, if he had a Siege and monk push set up somewhere, I can see like something coming from it.
You absolute beauty of a man.
I do agree with you, but TaToH's just getting way too much damage done right now.
Man.
He's already at 7 villagers killed. Crossbowman even coming around the other side, and Yo is simply just falling way too far behind. I mean, congrats, you're gonna win water, but like,
at what cost,
really
right?
cares?
Yeah,
You're already
exactly.
behind by 15 vills.
And you know what? TaToH's already fished out most of the fish anyway, so like, Yo wins it back, right? And then what? You can't even take advantage of it. You just hurt some of TaToH's economy, but then your economy is in absolute shambles, losing yet another villager here. EcoKitty's 11-6. TaToH is all over Mr. Yo here, and now also picking up ballistics and horror scholars, so continuing to develop his economy, getting more for his military here. And the water, the least of TaToH's concern. He doesn't even mind losing it at this point.
Yeah, he got a lot of value out of water, and he, I guess, forced, technically, Yo to make so much of investment, adding in 2 extra docks, getting War Galley, adding in, I think, was it 3 or 4 extra fire ships, and Yo's eco being idled for so much of it. TaToH is already around 10% ahead in resources collected, more of everything, and that is only going to be getting more extreme as the game goes on, as TaToH getting another good trade.
Oh my god, look at the ballistics. He's absolutely melting. There's a line of dead archers here. And although TaToH will get cleaned up, he got so much value from those crossbows. And he's already got another little army set up. And now developing his economy with a 2nd town center and bow saw. So not only does TaToH have a good military advantage, he's also got a 14 village lead at the moment.
Yeah, and TaToH's in a spot where he is ahead, and he is playing just to get more ahead. As you're saying, getting that eco set up, his military is pretty well rounded right now. Having those crossbowmen with ballistics going to add in the monastery to help with the knights in lower numbers. So everything that TaToH's doing right now does make sense, and it's going to get him closer and closer to tying up this set.
Absolutely. A donation coming in from Chester, $25, man. Thank you so much. Also, a couple Prime subs as well. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. We also had a donation earlier, but I forgot to say thank you for that. So if you did donate, I appreciate you all. Now a little bit of quick walling away from some of those knights, and you know, Mateo is forced to run back with those guys at the moment.
Indeed he is, so not going to be able to get any more damage done. Yo is only on the 1 TC. He did sell 200 stone to try and get up to the castle item. He could buy back the stone, but still, you're not able to leverage much of a timing. Okay, there he goes, buying back a little bit of stone. Going to actually add a TC on the resource.
Yep. Yeah, TC on the stone here, so buying 100 and looking to not have to buy another 100. You can just mine it potentially here. And yeah, it looks like Mr. Yo just going to be healing up some of his knights and playing to whatever he can play for. But TaToH, as you can see from the way he's playing, he's not really concerned about continuing to pressure. Third TC coming. He's saying, Mr. Yo, you've got to win this game. I've already won it. If you want to prove that you can come back, it's up to you to do it. And so TaToH is prioritizing his economy first and his military second, and as he should, I believe.
Well, I did see you do that in the last, like, I don't know, what, 40 or so games I've casted from you in 2 days. Yeah, it's something that you do a lot, and I do think it's a very safe and consistent way to play.
Yeah, it's something I learned over the years from Viper. I think Viper is the guy who really started that kind of style. It's really good in RTS to do that in general. Did have some distorted sound. I apologize. I hope the sound is better for you guys right now. I just moved my mic a little bit. Do let me know if there's any issues, though, with the sound.
Okay, I thought that was actually just on my end, but
No,
yeah, you're having. Okay.
It's all good here. I think it was my fault anyways.
You sound as luscious as ever.
Luscious. Oh, okay. I'll take it.
All right. Actually, second barracks coming in for TaToH.
Second barracks.
Gonna go with the pikeman.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of pikeman switch this early, but I can see why he wants to go for it because he does get the +2 armor for free. Pikeman's relatively cheap. Can definitely be a really good mix. I just think that pikeman also kind of dies to siege, so it's not exactly the best transition, but it's gonna help keep him pretty safe. And he has 20 bills up, so safety is all he needs right now.
Exactly. Third barracks on the way, and I think just the word safe is the operative one for TaToH, making sure that he doesn't die to this all in. You know, personally, I would have liked maybe focusing a bit more on the monks, going maybe for Sanctity and Redemption. If I think that might be a little bit safer, but the pikemen are going to be coming out much faster.
Yeah. Yeah, I think monks are really good too. I think monks are like really OP, so the more you can use monks, I believe, the better off you'll be. But pikeman does scale better than monks, so that is kind of one way to look at it here. So TaToH's now getting into that late game composition. He wants to play towards Arbalest Halb. Playing crossbow pike in the castle age is going to help him get there here. And he does have now a 20 vil lead. Yo still stuck on 2 TCs, trying to make a push happen. It's now or never for Yo. He needs a miracle and needs some Magna shots to make this work.
As TaToH's playing defensively, I wonder if maybe Yo could try and go full Portuguese and try and go for like a fast Imperial Age or something and add in a bunch of Faderias.
Oh, maybe, actually.
I feel like that's something that only Portuguese can do, and that actually might even be a slightly higher percentage play. It's still not good, no matter what, as that's a little bit of a danger close Mangonel hit.
Oh my god, he killed 3 of his own knights there. It was a good shot, but the wrong way, you know?
Yeah.
Now we see Redemption coming up from TaToH now as well, so he's going to be playing completely safe with Monks, Redemption, and Pikemen to counter Knights in Siege. Yeah, I think the Vittoria play is solid. Like, if you can get fast imp, 3 or 4 of those at the back, all of a sudden you have a very functional economy and you get it really quickly. That being said, it is a risky play in its own right, and it's fair to know why Yo won't go for that. But it is an option.
It is a risky play, but I think Yo is in the land of you need to go for something incredibly risky to win this game.
Yeah.
Because right now TaToH's playing way too safe and solid, is getting those monks as well as the pikemen. Yo just with a few knights, monks, and siege. I like the repairing of the mangonels, of course, but TaToH now even able to expand on the side of the map.
Yeah, Yo's planning one last big push. You can just see by the way he's playing. He's got 3 mangonels. He's going for a 4th. Once he gets 4, that's the kind of like number where it's really impossible to micro against it. He doesn't know TaToH has Redemption. That's going to be a bit of a shock to him. But for now, it looks like Yo's push is extremely scary. So let's see if he's able to land some good shots here. TaToH goes for 4th DC and a sneak around with his army. So TaToH seems to be completely unfazed from this push.
Do you like TaToH just going for the counterattack here? Or do you think it's leaving him a little too vulnerable at home?
I think I wouldn't go for it personally, because I think you'd want to stay extra safe at home. You don't need to do damage to win this game. It's already basically won. But as you can see, the monks with Redemption are already enough to defend the push, so it doesn't even matter. So strong, man.
It is very good indeed. All of those mangonels collapsing. Yo is going to try and come with a forward castle here. To be fair, organ guns are insanely good in this matchup and counter like everything that Valet make that isn't a bombard cannon. But you're a little too far behind economically for that to be a viable choice.
Yeah. Yeah, and the scary part of Yo's army was really the mangonels. As soon as Redemption came in, the threat was kind of neutralized. Yo is trying to go for some fast imp here, to be clear, with the forward cast on maybe some trebs. But I think, once again in this game, TaToH's going to be faster to the next stage. And that is the strength of Malay here, guys.
In a meta that's very heavily dictated by timings and the ability to hit your opponent with attack advantage, Malay just feels so smooth as far as executing those strategies. And I mean, TaToH, it's a great eco behind it as well.
Yeah, and Malay getting recently buffed, getting those infantry armor for free, makes it just so they have a really smooth transition to Halberdier, really smooth transition to Karambits, and it's the reason why they've dominated this map here, Bay, and now we see a castle from TaToH. Going to be staying extra safe, and with the faster imp, there's really nothing Yo can do here, so this game is pretty much 100% over.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, organ guns are like ridiculously good against this sort of thing, but it's not so good that two of them can take down like 20 units. We might even see an imp GG, although it is Yo, so maybe not.
Yeah, Yo's got the fighting spirit, as he likes to call it, but I think even he recognizes this game is most likely cooked. Might try a little bit longer. It's really up to him to see how it's looking like, but the score says the whole story here. 2,000 lead for TaToH, and TaToH's got such a strong army on top as well, and Yo calls it. GG, well played for TaToH here, all tied up at 2-2 here. What I love about the best of 21 is that the games keep getting traded, and well done from TaToH there to tie up the score.
Very well done from him. He took that early advantage. He deflected Yo's counter pressure. Yo with, I think, a very questionable decision with the double dock as he got to Castle Age, but TaToH, very calm response and just was able to take it. Cruise to victory.
Okay, very solid. But we are seeing the Maggers instead of the Franks, but in general, it seems like everyone's in agreement that cavalry civs run this map. And for those who are not familiar with the map, it's called Sacred Springs. We've seen it a few times in this best of 21 sets on the Champions Invitational. There are 4 Sacred Springs, as you might call it, 2 relics each with a bunch of shorefish, and they are 2 to either side of each player. And aside from that, the map is pretty open. There's a lot of open land areas. There's some gold in the center as well, with a big massive trees that players can definitely play for. And we see a pretty balanced approach between aggression and walling on this map usually.
I would say yes, but it's still... Games are almost always decided by late feudal age to like early mid castle age. I don't think I've ever seen like this turn into a full imperial age war. Notably though, there are 8 relics on this map, which is why I was thinking Lithuanians could be strong with a good scout opening, and it's just really easy to pick up all 4 relics you need to get the full attack boost for your cav.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you know what? Like, Magyars will be way stronger than Lithuanians in a full scout war, because of course they get the extra attack, they get the cheaper scouts. But Lithuanians get off to a stronger start with the extra 100 food. And if you can play towards pikemen, you get faster moving pikemen. And then, of course, once the relics comes in, your knights are way stronger than Magyars.
Well, Magyars are going to get the extra attack upgrades for free, so it might not scale like as quickly if you don't pick up forging or iron casting as super fast. But still, it is going to make you better, especially in that more medium run.
Yeah.
But as you're saying, I like the faster moving pikemen with Lithuanians, especially since Magyars don't get squires, which is always so annoying when you play Civ without squires for your pikemen. So you could actually get, 0.21 tiles per second faster with pikes.
Which is a really big difference. Like, if it ends up being a knight pike war, then the Lithuanians have a massive advantage there. And that tends to happen quite often, actually, in cav versus cav matchups. That being said, Magyars do have the option to go cav archers. They were recently buffed, making their ranges produce cav archers faster. So it's definitely a very solid choice if Magyars want to go for that. But usually on a map like this, you really want the mobility from the scouts into knights. It's a lot smoother. Yes, the cav archers have the same mobility as knights, but they take longer to mass, and they kind of come in a little later into the game.
And I think that's really the big deal here, is because early Castle Age is such an important time, as typically you have a bunch of villagers on, a couple of the Sacred Springs where they're super vulnerable to knights, which just scale so quickly as soon as you hit Castle Age. 3 knights are a lot scarier than 3 cav archers if they get into the villagers.
Exactly. See both players going to opposite lakes, by the way. How much of an impact is that? Because usually if they're on the same side of a lake, then it's going to be a lot of action early game. But if they're on opposite sides with the lakes, we might see a bit more of a passive game.
Yeah, and that's something we really haven't seen on this map so far. I mean, it is 20 pop up for both players. So, I mean, everything is pointing towards just a regular old Scouts opening. Maybe you're not going to emphasize the early Spearmen as much if you recognize that you're on completely opposite sides of the map with your forwards. And at the very least, TaToH is going to be noticing that right now. And actually, Yo is as well.
Yeah, TaToH scouts that Yo. Yo sees that TaToH's not on this side, so you can assume he's on the other side here. And we see a barracks from both players come down. It's no doubt going to be a scout opening from both. Skeleton Spears, incredibly solid for this kind of setup.
Indeed, I like that Yo is even starting to get his lumberjacks a little bit safe. Yeah, even walling them in already, because you tend to not have a bunch of farmers under your TC until much later, so you can't really rely on the TC to really block, especially scouts, from darting in all over the place.
Yeah, TCs in general tend to be very inaccurate as well, so I feel like more and more players are starting to disrespect TCs, especially if they've only got a couple of those underneath it. And double bit axe now coming in from Mr. Yo. TaToH, I think, has been missing double bit axe really consistently in this set. Like, he's just skipping out on it for the first few minutes, forgetting about it maybe. I want to see if he forgets about it this game or if he picks it up.
Well, he can afford it right now, and there's no
Yeah.
reason for him to not do that. He's got a bunch of units queued up, so it seems like this is just straight up forgetting about it, and 20% faster working lumberjacks is not something you want to forget about.
Yeah, it's one of the best eco upgrades in the game. It pays off in like legit 5 minutes, which is like a really fast payoff for an eco upgrade, especially when it costs so little as well. So picking up double bit axe is just so key. Forgetting about it hurts your late feudals so hard. But nonetheless, TaToH is going for some hard aggression on Mr. Yo's Lake. Mr. Yo's trying to get some counterattacks, but TaToH's already there with some spears. And so Mr. Yo's going to realize very quickly he's not going to find too much damage. So it's going to be a lot of counterattacks and a lot of trying to find vills wherever you can here. Both players are fighting on different sides of the map.
Notably, TaToH has actually one more Vil forward than Yo does, so that's going to be a bit better for his fishing eco, but that's still not really worth missing double bit axe. But of course, having those scouts trying to drag using the spearmen to drag away the other spearmen and then darting back into the scouts to try and find the villagers. Neither player successful just yet, though, as both players have also walled in their wood lines.
Yeah, walling in the woodlands is so key on this map because you're going to be putting all your spears either forward or on your lake. You don't want to have spears on your woodland as well, so walling it up is the best way to keep that one secured. And we can see from TaToH, he's trying to find a way to snipe a Vil. It does manage to get one Vil from Yo, but Yo's defense has been pretty solid with the Vils and the spears as well here. But definitely one kill, not too bad. And Yo hasn't really found any success with his scouts though. So Eco KD is 1-0 for TaToH at the moment.
This actually feels pretty darn nice for TaToH. He got the villager kill. He could be getting another one as that villager is trying to build a house, but is going to bite the dust. And suddenly, those two spearmen are going to kill Yo's scouts, and this is not looking maybe too good for him.
Yeah, that being said, he does get a nice trade on those two spearmen in the end. It wasn't too bad, and the Magyar scouts are still alive, so this could be the turn of the tide.
Oh.
It's been all TaToH so far, but this is the first time Yo finds some damage. Kills now a second villager, and might even get a third. Big mistake from TaToH to not fight with the Vils and the spears at the same time. Great punish from Yo here.
Oh, Spearman even taking a couple of extra hits for free right there. But, gonna swing one way and then the other is now a bunch of Spearmen running into the fish of Yo. And it's important that TaToH is also able to pick up foraging, so it makes those spears a lot more effective versus villagers.
Yeah.
But the scouts, of course, still gonna be the big damage dealers. And this could be looking rough for Yo again.
Oh my god, there's just action absolutely everywhere here. And Yo Spearman seems to be completely out of position there. They came back from forward or something. But Eco KD is now 4-3. There's death literally everywhere here. Eco KD is now 6-3 actually in favor of TaToH. So it got even way worse there. 6 Vils down. And now TaToH finds himself 4 Vils ahead on the scorecards here. Big raid for him there.
Well, and beyond that, you're in a situation where the Vils that died for Yo were the forward Vils gathering from the shorefish.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a more difficult time producing more scouts and spearmen at home behind it. TaToH, meanwhile, has 19 villagers on food to 11, as he is now already heavily saturating this other sacred spring that's near his base.
Yeah. Yeah, the players expanding to the other little shorefish area here. I think it's a really good decision. I think starting off with one, defending it, and then going for the second is the perfect way to play this map. And we can even see either player go for towers to defend them if they need extra defense on those lakes. TaToH is up a lot more vills, and those vills really tend to pay off over time here. And I feel like Mr. Yo doesn't have that kind of scout presence that he needs. He only has 4 scouts on the field, relying mainly on spears at the moment.
Which is fine if you're taking that more defensive approach and just gonna, trying to keep your shorefish secured, maybe get a faster castle age time, but that's not gonna work when you're down so heavily in villagers already. TaToH Spearman also getting another poke in right there. And I mean, TaToH has 8 Spearmen of his own. It's not like he is lacking in that regard. And TaToH, not even all that far away from Castle Age.
I like that Yo picked up infantry armor from his for his spears, but it seems like TaToH's playing a lot more towards Castle Age and doesn't want to fight too much more in Feudal Age, which I think is a good choice. Playing towards Castle just means that you're going to be able to get Pike Tech faster, pick up the relics faster, go for Knights if you want them. It opens up so many interesting opportunities and possibilities here. And that being said, even though TaToH's not investing too much on scouts, he still finds a raid on Mysterio's exposed Sacred Spring there, killing one vill at the very least. Gets a second though.
Yeah, this is just going so well for TaToH. Yo, not really able to do a whole lot with his army. He has 6 spearmen that's patrolling back and forth, not really doing a whole lot. TaToH himself gathering scale mail armor. He has the extra food to do so while he's just waiting for his Castle Age gold. Needs 1 more gold to click up.
Ooh.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, and I think Yo's making the wrong choice. His status click up to Castle Age. Yo just picked up Horse Collar. He actually canceled it though. He realized he couldn't afford it. He needs to be rushing to Castle Age himself as well, because you cannot be too late to Castle Age in this matchup.
It feels really rough for him though. TaToH's already ahead by around 700 food collected. And it feels like, well, TaToH's gonna get to Castle Age first. So if Yo just tries to do the same thing as TaToH, but from a worse spot, that feels like a 0% chance to win the game.
True, that's a good point. But then again, I can't really see him going all in feudal either, because, if you try to pressure the lakes, TaToH can still make a tower. There's so many spears sitting there already. So it feels like you're gonna have to go castle. But I do agree with you that doing the same thing, but a minute behind is really, really rough.
Yeah, it just feels like it's a very snowbally map, right? You have a huge amount of food income potential from the shorefish, and if you're falling behind in that regard, it's just very difficult to catch back up. And Yo just needed to do a bit better job in the early game, but we've seen already in these 4 games that Yo maybe not quite as clean mechanically in the early game relative to TaToH.
A ton of action everywhere here. Just spears fighting vills and spears on all 3 areas. And we see some scouts also harassing some vills on top here. So looks like there's a ton of action going on. It's very difficult for the players to keep up.
Indeed, and Yo is finding at least a little bit more value right now, but it's not slowing TaToH down from the Castle Age, and he can actually make like 4 knights right away. And that's certainly going to be quite helpful in terms of just killing whatever random Feudal Age units are left over. Actually, quick falling in those vills is Mr. Yo, but yeah, TaToH is just very solidly ahead in most aspects of this game.
Castle Age comes in, and immediately a monastery is dropped. Monks are going to be great to pick up relics, great to get conversions. It's really just the best unit to go for in the early cast. And we see some knights also get dropped down on the field, and they're going straight to go for the raids.
And they are going to be very good at doing just that. Those 3 villagers on the southwestern pond area, very exposed from Mr. Yo, trying to run them to safety. TaToH also with some scouts nearby as well. Yo going to try and go in with the quick walls, but TaToH is still just going to be getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, and these build kills that he's getting now is just like, it's just a snowball that keeps on rolling here, because the more Yo loses here, the further TaToH gets ahead. And TaToH's not in a position where he needs to take risks to get a lot of damage as well. He's going to fight with his units, and whichever low HP units are surviving, he can just heal them up with his monks, because he is stacking into them. And keep in mind, if TaToH is able to win the lakes from Yo, which he has on the left-hand side, he can take those relics. So he can get up to 8-0 relics potentially here. So Yo is in such a bad position and has only like 2 minutes to win this game, or else he's completely dead if the relics go to TaToH.
I'd say he has even less than 2 minutes. I think he has around a -10 minutes to win this game.
It is
Uh,
looking rough. It is looking rough.
Yeah, he's just fallen so far behind in the feudal age, and that is just the dynamic that we see play out so often on this map. TaToH, of course, picking up those relics, as you were saying, and just getting husbandry, getting all the sorts of things he needs. And TaToH, remember, he is Lithuanian, so as soon as he starts picking up those relics, his knights are going to become even more oppressive.
Yeah, he's 8 vills up. Got 10 more military. And he's also having vills on Shorefish, which is such a big advantage. The fastest food gathering rate on the land. And yeah, 2 relics already in for TaToH here.
Those knights getting extra attack from it. Of course, having the monks out as well is quite handy. And Yo just doesn't really seem to have a route back into this game. I can't really think of any area that he can try and like exploit some kind of advantage in. It just feels like, again, he's doing the same thing as TaToH, but just behind.
Yeah, behind and with like weaker military. Because then when the relic comes in, these guys are 10+3. These guys are so strong here. And yeah, I mean, Yo is just going to lose his relics here. He doesn't have bloodlines. His knights are also quite weak. He attacked into pikemen with no squires. It's pain all over here for Mr. Yo, and he's completely dead. We're just waiting for the GG, and there it is. Well played to TaToH there. One of the more dominant victories, once again, because of that early snowball. It's the feudal age that TaToH's winning.
Yep. Yo struggling to not take any damage from TaToH's early aggression or raids, and then it just gets into a position that it doesn't really matter what you do because you're just too far behind, and TaToH is way too good of a player to let you come back.
You take a look and see what's going on. It was going to be Italians there from TaToH, saving Vikings for a later pick. And Italians do have a bit more flexibility. You could go for a fast castle, could play that fire ship route himself. And, you know, taking a look at the map for those who don't know it, they start on a very small island for both players. And then in the middle, there is that kind of big land that they want to migrate to. The big land has a lot more gold and stone, a lot more space, which is a very big resource. And of course, there is water all around the map that players will obviously fight for as well. So the starting land is very important. The water is also very important, but that middle land is really crucial into that mid-late game as well.
Yep, your starting resources, they will last you a little while, usually around 30 in-game minutes. If you're not like well set up on the island by then, you're pretty dead. But right now, it is going to be both players actually docking kind of away from each other, which, depending on how exactly they want to approach this, could be a good thing for whoever is going to be going for fast castle-y, unless they both are.
Yeah, these two civs strike me as fast castle civs, if you ask me. I don't think any of them is great to grush with, and I feel like the fast castle approach is a little bit better overall. So I do think we'll see a fast castle from both, and I'm interested to see how that plays out. I'd probably favor Italians in that case, but both are incredibly solid water civs.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just like how smooth Italians feel, because you get that discount right away, whereas with Bengali extra villagers, it takes maybe a little bit for those guys to pay off. And this is still a very timing-oriented map, being able to pressure in early Castle Age with Navy. And even if this goes to Imperial Age, we have to remember that the Condottiero potential for Italians is also really, really nice if low military numbers in the middle.
Yeah, I love the Condottiero option in that fast kind of scenario. One thing that's worth mentioning, though, for Bengalis, it's not just the villages they also get their healing on the ships, which is really insane on maps like this, where you can run away with your weak ships and heal them up for later.
Oh yeah, it's really handy to have, as it might be a bit more difficult to make work if it's galley v galley, because that's not... It's usually about just microing around and trying to just snipe ships, just kill them completely. But if it does end up being like fire ships v fire ships, then you're pulling away the weak ships, and it's hard to finish them off, and then the healing becomes really powerful. And also in late game, just because in big fights, healing is good.
Yeah.
Great tourney and great sets from you, bro. Keep it going less than 3.
Mr. Yo goes up to Feudal Age. It's going to be slightly faster. And looks like, is that a fast castle time? 23 villas? I'm not sure if he's indeed going for the fast castle, if he wants to go for a grush.
Could be for fast castle. I think that would make sense. And in general, I do like the idea of going for faster feudal ages. Like, even if you're going fast castle, I like clicking up as fast as I can with Bengalis, just so you can get those extra villagers in as soon as possible.
True. So even if you are going fast castle, you still want to go fast feudal age, get the extra 2 villas, and then just go fast castle after that, no problem. Okay,
Yeah.
and it also gives you that flexibility. Yeah, it looks like TaToH is going for a traditional fast castle, gets the mill in Dark Age, stays a bit later. I did say it was 23 villas, but it's actually like, I think it's 18 villas or 19 villas with 4 fishing ships. I think that's what it is.
It's 20 villas with 4 fishing
Oh,
ships.
sorry, 20 villas with 4 fishing ships, that's right.
I don't know if you know this, Hera, but you can see the unit count.
Wait, where did I say that? Where did I see that?
For Yo, it's in the upper right-hand corner. You can see all the units.
Oh, true, yeah. That's really easy. I don't have to count. No math needed. Which clearly I'm not good at. So 20 villas, 4 fishing ships. Yeah, and he is going second dock, so I think he's gonna go for some kind of feudal play, but most likely we'll try to transition to a faster castle afterwards. And you know what? I think Yo's strategy here might be a good counter to what TaToH's going for. He's gonna go double galleys, and TaToH's gonna have nothing to deal with those until he gets up to feudal age himself.
Yeah, TaToH will still be faster up to the castle age basically no matter what, but Yo, it's not like he went too aggressive like we see on water maps these days. Still has the 4 fishing ships and gets the extra villas with Bengali, so that is totally fine. And so long as he can maybe get some damage done to the fishing ships, it should work out pretty well for him. Notably, his docks are oriented in a way that you can take the short way around the island. And as we learned yesterday, taking the short way around a large mass in the middle of a map is very important.
100%, especially that last game with me and Viper. I think that's what you were referencing there. A bit of a disaster there for him. But you know, either way here, it looks like it's going to be just a 2 galley play. But mainly for Mr. Yo, he wants to try to transition to Castle Age after this relatively quickly. I don't think, because usually if we see a full committal to Feudal Age, we already see the 3rd dock being dropped. So this is more of like a half pressure in Feudal Age into fast castle transition. These galleys are only meant to snipe fish, and boy, will they snipe a lot of fish here.
Yeah, TaToH not even in the feudal age yet is unfortunately for him saturating his fishing ships over to the east. He is on triple docks right now, but of course it is only 6 galley shots to kill a fishing ship. So with the 2, you just need to go 1, 2, 3, and that is exactly what Yo is going for. Immediately, I would say, going to be finding some value, and this is probably justified.
Yeah, this galley play is just so nice. I really enjoyed that one. I actually think TaToH went up a little too late. Like, yeah, the fast cast is nice, but maybe getting up to feudal age a little earlier could have been great to defend that fish. But he's going to lose, I think, 4 fishing ships. Or maybe 5 total here, as the Eco KD is going to be 5-0. And Yo continues to send on galleys. Once the fires come out, we should be able to defend. But until then, it's just pain for TaToH.
And this is where Yo is doing a great job of just finding that damage, making sure that he snipes those fishing ships, which, hate to bring it up, but you weren't quite able to do when you went for something similar in your set. But I think that if you're going for this style, this is exactly how you need to do it if you're going to try and punish a fast castle.
Yeah, you need to snipe the fish. It's super crucial. Super crucial. And now Mr. Yo, his resources are building up. He's getting fletching. He sold his stone already. So he's looking to get the castle age relatively soon. But for the time being, it is going to be TaToH much faster. And TaToH's already making a play to get to the middle.
Yep, already having that transport ship out. But Yo, I like that he was picking up fletching even before he clicks up to castle age, because in this sort of transition period where, you know, TaToH's on his way up to castle age, doesn't have war galley in yet, having fletching just makes those galleys so much stronger against the fires, and in low numbers, the fire galleys don't even work versus the galleys, and Yo is still going to be continuing that advantage.
Yeah, exactly. The problem with the fire ships is, yes, they win head-on-head if the galley is just standing still, but as soon as the galleys can get mass and they can run away, they do so much damage and they completely evade all of the fire ship's damage. And so in this case, not only did TaToH lose vills, he's losing all of his fire galleys. The fast gas is basically for nothing here.
Oh man, this is like my first tourney game ever. It was on islands, and I tried to go fire galleys versus galleys, and I had 0 kills to 18 deaths.
Oh god, that's brutal. I mean, it's looking similar here. It's 9-0 on the KD. Oh god, it's yeah, it's looking really rough for TaToH. I mean, I'm not sure where he's going with those vills, but he's gonna have to try to find a TaToH's base or Yo's base and try to maybe dock near it if that's what indeed he's gonna go for. Okay, now that we see castle age, it is gonna be slightly better for TaToH at least. If he's able to get the war galley upgrade, Yo should still be able to hold if he adds his own fire galleys in, as he's doing though.
And I do like from TaToH that he's building the TC further inland and even away from where Yo is likely to scout it. So TaToH might be able to reestablish his economy over here on the mainland, at least in a little bit. And Yo with a couple of fire ships added in, I guess, just to tank a little bit of damage.
Yeah, just a tank. They do a good job at that, actually.
Yeah.
Demos can also be cool, which is getting some out now. And TaToH's faster castles should be pretty well neutralized. We're seeing Karini come in. It's going to help against the galleys, but not going to do too much against the fires.
No, it doesn't do that much. Although, I don't know if you noticed in your set, I actually plan on making a video on this.
Much love from
Shrivamsha riders
Vancouver,
take damage from galleys and have their shields depleted at the same time because of the both melee and pierce damage thing that goes on.
Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that myself while playing, but that's pretty sick.
Yeah. So, fire galley damage is a little bit weird, but it is impacted by careening a little bit, but it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, we see the demos clearing up the fire galleys pretty nice, fire ships pretty nicely, and Yo has a pretty cool 8 villager lead here. That's going to be fishing ships and villagers, of course. And he's also now going into the mainland here. So even though TaToH's faster in the mainland, Mr. Yo is not too far behind, and he should be completely fine adding in an extra town center. And looks like TaToH is going to go for a town center in the middle, and then a monastery to pick up some relics here.
Yeah, that is good stuff for sure. And the thing is, Yo is in a good spot militarily so long as TaToH can't force an engagement, but it's really hard to force an engagement on the water on this map because you just keep on sailing around and around the middle. That said, that's a great demo ship hit for TaToH. Yo still doesn't have his upgrades in just yet. Bodkin just now started as well, so he's going to need to sail away. Probably should have evacuated the fishing ships a bit sooner. He's fine.
Yeah, maybe if TaToH can start hitting from both sides, which I think he is trying to do here, that could be a nice way to get a little bit of a pincer onto Mr. Yo's military, kind of coming from two sides. The war galley is in now. Same a mix of demos, galleys, and fire ships. We're seeing all kinds of water fights taking place here.
Indeed, both players with a monastery and a TC in the middle as well, although TaToH is, of course, faster in that regard. Yo, sailing the villagers right over the channel quite quickly. And still managing to keep that bit of a villager lead is our Bengalis player.
And now we see Mr. Yo adding in a Townsend in the center as well. Goes for a monastery with a monk. He's going to be in a pretty solid situation in the center as well. He's going to have the same setup that TaToH has. He just got it a little bit later. And one monk sniped as well. Mr. Yo snags that guy and then just runs away.
Well, TaToH's at least able to get the Monk of Yo, so that's at least something. Both players going to secure a relic quite quickly. And as far as the naval numbers go, Yo isn't really focusing at all on the warships at this point, whereas TaToH's still continuing with the fire ship production. What do you think about that approach from Yo to not really fight as much for water anymore?
It's definitely interesting. I think it's a good call because as long as you're able to transport into the center, I don't think the water gives too much at this point. His fish are still going at it. He's not going to really add in more fishing ships at this point. So just having enough on water to be able to transport over is really all you need. Whereas TaToH's looking to actually like win the water here. So it's two different approaches, but I think both have some merit to it.
Both players actually with a fair amount of idle TC time as well. TaToH with almost 3 minutes. Yo not even queuing up any more villagers at his main TC. Maybe because he doesn't want to have to transport them over later, but I'd still say it's worth it. Another little bit of a water fight going on, though.
Yo still having really good success just microing away here. That's why we really need the pincer to come in, because it's the pincer that really gets the most amount of damage onto these galleys here. Yucatan's still neck and neck here, so despite a lot of things going down in the early game, it feels like the game is rather even here, but I'd still give a lot of advantage to Mr. Yo, simply because he's got more resources in the bank here. Ever so slightly, at least.
Indeed, he's going to have Sanctity, and he can drop a castle in just a moment. And if Yo can get the castle up on TaToH's face before TaToH can get his own castle in, that would obviously be a huge, potentially game-winning move for Yo, as he's able to fight off most of the fire ships at this point, driving TaToH's own fire ships away. But it's still going to be getting the castle up in a more defensive spot.
Yeah.
And it actually also grab Atonement.
Yeah, TaToH has Atonement, and now Mr. Yo is picking it up himself. And I don't think Yo knows about Atonement, except he should know now, because the monk moved back. Yeah, he knows now. He knows.
Oh.
Ooh, instant conversion, though.
Oh, no!
Wow.
Oh, man, Yo has to cancel the castle. He doesn't have enough stone for another one just yet. This is really, really bad for him.
And TaToH pounces with a forward castle himself onto Yo's base. the conversions completely switched the tide of the fight here, and that's exactly what TaToH needed to find a way back into this game. Yo is winning the water in the meantime, though. So TaToH is hard pressed to make the land work, but so far it's looking pretty good for TaToH on the land.
Exactly the case. Both castles are going to go up. I don't really think you can deny them. TaToH can try and use maybe the monk trick just a little bit, but you have to be careful of the town center fire there. And yeah, but TaToH's still going to have a bit more map control. Luckily for Yo, he can kind of expand to the south, and there are resources there that he can take, and he's not just being driven into the sea right away.
Yeah, for sure. He's got some options to expand here. Also, what's interesting is that TaToH's castle will kill Mr. Yo's town center. So that castle is getting a lot of extra value, whereas Yo's castle is just strictly on defense. Some Wrath is being produced, but I think both players can agree Imperial Age is the goal here. And going Imperial Age fast is going to mean trebuchets coming out on the map, and those are extremely important here.
For sure. Also, obviously both these civs are full cannon galleon civs, and considering that most of the map is bombardable by it, especially for Yo since he has water control, that could be a great option as well. But TaToH, of course, has bombard cannons, which are also going to be very important in this middle area, which is quite chunky.
I wonder if we'll see any Condotieros this game. If we're talking about fast imp, Condotieros can be a great unit to just come out the gate really strong. You don't need to upgrade it too much. Can be a very interesting option to go for. But I think they take a little bit too much food economy to go for.
Yeah, I kind of want more than 15 bills on food for condos.
Yeah, 15 on food is just enough to get you an imp and nothing more. And if that, I think we need even more on food if you do want to head towards Imperial Age. But it looks like TaToH's actually wanting to play in land, in castle. Sorry, not in land, in Castle Age. Because he's gonna go for Rams, and Mr. Yo's the guy who's trying to go for Imperial Age.
But as we were saying initially, I like the Imperial Age more. Yo did idle his TCs a bunch to get it, so TaToH has caught right back up economically, despite losing all of those fishing ships earlier on in the game. TaToH also has 4 relics, but the ram push is incoming, and Ratha's not really the greatest anti-ram unit. They're a little too chunky and vulnerable.
They're so clunky, bro. I hate that unit. It's like good on paper, but like ends up being really hard to use in practice.
Yeah, they don't even freaking make your top 5 worst unique units video. Like, freaking Teutonic Knights and Arumi Swordsmen are worse than them? Come on, man.
I must have forgotten about them. Actually, I think Rathas are like pretty good though, low-key. They're like low-key kind of good. Yeah. I'm still like they're like terrible in certain cases, but they're like super solid in other cases. Like against Mezzo, Rathas so good.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely probably where they are best.
Yeah.
I just don't like how awkward it is to use.
Exactly,
At least like war wagons are like they're really clunky, but they're so strong that they're still fun to play with.
Yeah, the Ratha ends up being just annoying to use. Like more than anything, that's the best way to describe it. By the way, TaToH was not able to actually shoot for the castle because Yo smartly prepared 1 Mangano behind the castle, so the ramp push was never ever going to be successful. So instead, TaToH tries to go around the side, but I mean, Yo's 1 minute from Imperial Age, and what stops trebuchets here? I don't really see an option here.
It's going to be very tough. Obviously, the monks can't really convert that unless they're at point-blank range, and the Genoese crossbowmen are going to be way too slow in killing them. But having that defensive mangonel obviously super important because it means that this ram push is going to fall flat on its face. TaToH does click up to the Imperial Age, but he's going to be around 2.5 minutes slower, which is not going to be great for the longevity of his castle.
TaToH only now clicking. I think that castle's almost doomed to go down. Yo should prioritize some trebs as soon as he gets the Imperial Age. And as far as units Yo can go for, I think to start, monks are solid. Monks are just a great unit in early imp, especially with block printing and redemption. Yo also wins the water here, so he could go for fast fires, could go for galleons if he wants to play more on water. It's definitely an option, but it looks like it's going to be trebs and monks on the land for Yo.
Now, unfortunately for TaToH, he didn't really continue to mine stone after his initial castle drop, so he's not even really going to be able to repair his castle for very long. I think he just needs to take the L on that one and try and expand further back. He's adding in TCs, but without a castle, it's going to be very hard to create Genoese crossbowmen.
Yeah, I think at this point he's going to probably have to give up on the Genoese crossbow. I see him getting infantry armor, so maybe he's going to go for Condottiero. I think it's a solid option to go for.
Hera Poggers.
He has expanded his food eco a little bit, so that is going to be quite helpful. It's not like condos are super expensive on the food cost either. They're only 50 food. And it's just what's nice about them is they're fast and they train quickly, and you can use them in low numbers to raid very effectively. Although you do have to be careful about the monks.
Now we see archery ranges being dropped for Mr. Yo in the front. No hand cannons for Bengalis, so those archery ranges are most likely for like something like Arbalest.
Yeah, you don't really have elephant archer eco. Okay, so going for skirms.
Okay, skirms to start things off. Okay, interesting. I mean, I guess he's expecting archers, but the skirms would be really poor against Condottiero. So TaToH's army comp is looking good. So despite Yo having a ton of advantage and momentum so far, maybe, just maybe, TaToH could come back with a nice transition here, a nice tech switch.
Very much the case, because Yo, like, the score can be really misleading. Oh, wait, you have to be so careful about that castle. There were rams right there.
Oh,
but yeah, TaToH even grabbing fire ships, and he is, I think, in a decent spot to claw his way back into this one. He has the eco. He's got 10 fishing ships now.
Yeah, yeah. And he actually picked up Gil that. Those fishing ships are going to be really efficient at gathering food. Monk on monk action, of course, the tome for both players. And it looks like Mr. Yo with the conversions. We all know how he gets the conversions. He gets all 4 and loses none of his monks. So yeah, it makes sense there, Mr. Yo monks. One of the strongest units in the game.
Absolutely OP. The Genoese crossbowmen have to retreat. And even though the skirms aren't really going to be very scary versus condos, there really isn't the production out for the condos that you need, as this castle has been established forward. And actually, there's already 4 ranges out for skirmisher production. This is going to be quite tough. TaToH does have bombard cannons as a potential switch, chemistry now in, but he is absolutely on the back foot.
I want to see more barracks. I think he only went for 1 barracks, but like condos, you need to mass them up. And he had the resources to add in the barracks. He's going for them now. It was a bit slow for that. Might get some bombard cannons out right now to try to hold the position. But the condos is really what's missing. And I think Mr. Yo's going to have time to spot those out and prepare a counter.
He just now sees the barracks with the flags on it, so don't really need to do much guessing as to what exactly your opponent is making at this point with the Civ. Plate mail armor's on the way, double bombard cannon production. It doesn't feel like TaToH's quite dead just yet, because I like his army comp in the, medium run. But right now he is just continuing to get pushed further and further back, although he is going to be storming back on the water.
Yeah, TaToH won water. That's a really big deal, because that makes it so Yo can't transition over his villas in the mainland, or from the initial land to the mainland. And so it's kind of cutting off what Yo can do. Yo's forced to now fight with only what he has in the middle. And TaToH's got 150 pop. He's actually got more pop than Yo. So despite the score being in favor of Yo, I actually prefer TaToH's position. He's been an incredible game so far.
Oh yeah, he is just doing everything he can to make that comeback work. Yo doesn't really have a good gold unit on the mainland other than just monks. And TaToH already at 18 fishing ships. It's been a huge part as to how he's been able to come back economically. Yo down to just 3. And as you're saying, those vills are going to be super trapped on the mainland, going to become very inefficient quite quickly. And I just need to see like a gold unit here for Yo.
You're not going to like this, but I think he should go Rathas. I think it's a good Rathas game here. There's no Genoese Expo. Rathas are good against condos. They're good against bombard cannons. It's the perfect Ratha game. It's got 3 castles.
Yeah. I totally agree. You already at least have some of the upgrades in, at least for the ranged Rathas. Those can be pretty nice at sniping bombard cannons. So yeah, I do agree that you could also afford them, so that's something. Yo's actually banking up a lot of resources, though.
Yeah, I'm really surprised as to why, because he's going to go skirms. Like, he's going skirms, right? But the skirms aren't getting that much value right now, and a lot of his resources are just staying in the stockpile when they could be being used on, on units.
Unfortunately, you don't get compounding interest in AoE 2. It's usually better to spend resources at this stage in the game.
Stocking them up doesn't do much. I mean, what it does, though, is it lets you decide what you want to do. So it gives him more of a read of the situation, and so far he's getting value from the monks. So from that perspective, fair enough. But unless you're saving up for something, I wouldn't recommend stocking up resources unless you're 200 pop.
Now, what is really nice is that the converted condos are going to be great at sniping bombard cannons, and monks as well. Not half bad, although that is a nice little attack ground from TaToH. And Yo is doing a really nice job here with these conversions, already at 20 conversions this game.
Man, the monks completely just destroyed the middle for him. Like, it looked really good for TaToH at some point. They had more population, but it just felt like TaToH couldn't get enough military out in the field to overwhelm the monks, because in low numbers, Monks are king, and that's exactly what we saw there. So now it looks like Mr. Yo finally has the grip of the game. He's going to pick up the 4 relics that TaToH had stockpiled. It's going to be 5-0 in terms of relics, and this could be the 3-3 on the scorecards.
Indeed, and right now there's just like a couple condos left, but TaToH, as you were saying, I think a really critical moment for him is just not getting enough barracks in time. And he didn't have the condos to overwhelm the monk numbers. Yo had great monk control, that is like, execution-wise, that is super important. I love the conversions being charged up on the siege workshops. And right now, Yo just with an overwhelming army advantage. TaToH doing a nice job winning water. I don't think that was a mistake. It's just about going onto the mainland harder.
Yeah. No, the water play was really smart. It gave him the fishing ships that he needed to get that power spike. He just needed more army. The monks make the game look really one-sided if it's low numbers. But if you get like 40 condos, 30, 40 condos, then the monks get overrun quite quickly.
Exactly the case, and I guess Yo is going to be running out of wood on the mainland quite soon. That's going to be really hard on his economy. TaToH trying to switch over into some light cav, and Yo is still just making skirms, but he has an enormous amount of resources in the bank. Heck, he could go for elephants at this point, because what on earth are Italians going to do against elephants without Genovese crossbow?
Yeah, elephants are just such a king unit right now. He's doing pikes right now. Remind me what that does again for the Bengalis? It makes the Ratha shoot faster, right?
And elephants. All
Okay.
elephants and Rathas.
Elephants
It
and
actually
Rathas.
makes the Bengali armored elephants like some of the best anti-building units in the game.
Okay, wow, interesting. Yeah, so that could be a variety of units. I think he's picking it up just in case right now, because, like, yeah, he doesn't really need much at the moment. He should get the other unique tech that makes his villas take up less population space, though.
And monks. Get 10 monks, you get 1 more monk free.
Okay, that's a good deal.
The value.
Extra pop space. Oh, castle on the mainland, or on the initial land for Yo. That's a smart move. It's gonna kind of counter TaToH's water play at least a little bit. TaToH managed to get Hussar, by the way. That's nice. That's a nice one.
TaToH's overall build count is quite good. His main island, he still has a decent amount of villagers at, but right now Yo is the one in complete charge of the middle of the map. And as soon as Yo gets something that kills Hussars, which Elite Rathas are going to be doing just fine against, TaToH's going to be in for a rough time.
Yeah. And the skirms and monks that Yo has are still good in the composition, because they still deal with the potential counters to Ratha. So just keeping them there, it helps a lot. I think now this push is really quite deadly. I think Yo just needs to mobilize his Trebs, and then the Elite Ratha plus Treb composition with some monks and skirms with it. There's nothing stopping that, to be fair.
Exactly. And to switch over into melee mode, the Rathas are going to be doing great, getting extra armor, always quite helpful. It's basically like their Cavalier. You can kind of think of them as very chunky, clunky Cavalier.
Yep, and they can also turn into some kind of clunky Cav Archer as well. They do everything decently. I think it's an overall fine unit. It's a bit awkward to use, but the Bomber Cannons are doing pretty well against it so far.
Yeah, but of course, once those Rathas close the distance, there isn't Husbandry in yet for Yo, which is probably one of the reasons the Rathas do feel quite slow. They're not actually super slow units. They have the same movement speed as something like a Conquistador or an Arambai.
Yeah. And they mass super fast is what I've noticed, because they're a pretty cheap unit. They produce quite quickly. So being able to just mass them from multiple castles is so good. You get a really good number of them quite quickly.
TaToH's last stand here will be at this peninsula. But right now, those Ratha are coming forward. Of course, being able to switch into the Cav Archer mode is going to be very helpful. And sniping 1 Bombard Cannon means that you can't kill the Trebuchets in 1 volley, because you need 3 Bombard Cannon hits for that.
And that was sick what we saw there. Yo was fighting in melee, then switches to range, snipes the Bomber Cannon, and then goes back into melee to deal with the Hussar. Really cool usage of the Ratha there. Kind of showing both modes in good situation. And the GG is called. Mr. Yo ties up the series 3-3 with the Bengalis on migration. Been a trusty pick of his.
Yeah, and working out quite successfully. That was a fun game. TaToH, he didn't give up though. I gave him a lot of credit for trying to make that play back with the Imperial Age. I love that he went back on water, added 21 fishing ships. Figured that was a way he could make a comeback happen, just, a little too far ahead and TaToH not making enough land army quickly enough.
Yep, 100%. It was looking good at some point, but didn't end up working out in the end for TaToH. Overall, I would say Yo played a really solid game there. The galleys in the early game got a lot of value. Super solid game. Well played. Well played. And that puts the series back at 3-3, all tied up. Ooh,
We're gonna have Malians here for Yo and TaToH with the Persians.
I know a thing or two myself. Pretty happy about that. But yeah, we'll go ahead and introduce the map here real quick. It is, as Orlando put it, sort of Acropolis, as you start on the Acropolis map. But it's a no TC start. It's a nomad style map. And in the center, there is a good amount of fish and a small pond of, 4 shorefish and 8 deep sea fish. And the rest of the map is the standard Acropolis that we all know and love, or in my case, don't like too much. But it's really interesting because with the nomad style map, you can actually dictate where your town center gets placed. In this case, TaToH has it on the gold and the wood, and Yo has it on double wood, which is a slightly different approach here.
Yep. So that is, I think, honestly just fine for either player. Both get the dock out super early. Persians, you get the extra wood as soon as your TC comes up. Malians get the wood savings as well. Both of these have always been very strong nomad civs for that very reason. And this is, as Hera was saying, still benefits from the sort of things that you'd even see on regular nomad. Getting your TC up in a nice spot and having the resources to go for an early fishing ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially Persians on this map tend to be really strong because you can actually win the water very effectively since your docks produce faster in the feudal age. So you have really strong early game, as Orlando pointed out, and you also have a really strong feudal age as well. So perfect civilization for the map. That being said, Malians are also quite solid in their own right.
And they're both similar in their strengths. They have good cavalry. They have a wood bonus to help them win water early. Malians also have a gold bonus and have a bit of a better tech tree in the mid game, but Persians probably still have a little bit of a stronger boom potential.
Yeah, I think going to late game, both players probably tend to play towards cavalry, but Persians get access to halberdier, Malians do not. So it's going to be interesting to see what the late game develops between these two civilizations. None of them really have a power unit that they can go for. Most of their power units just come in the form of cavalry. If war elephants could be considered a power unit, but they die to monks, too hard. That's not gonna see play.
No love for the poor pachyderms.
Those elephants, man. I mean, they used to be the OG elephant. They still are, but there's a lot of elephants in the game right now, so it lost a lot of its uniqueness, I think.
Yeah, at least they still have more HP than a house.
True.
At least in the early game. So that's fun, but yeah, obviously they're not too viable.
They do some play in team games. They're a strong unit once you get them, and if you can sustain them. But in 1v1s, it's literally just monks. That's the reason why they don't see play. If we made it that war elephants can't get converted for whatever reason, it would be one of the strongest units in late game, 100%.
Or at least if they had like a built-in faith into the unit.
Yeah.
Or like the scout line conversion resistance, but that would also kind of break them in team games where they actually are really good. Like any closed map team game, war elephants are insane.
TaToH's up way faster than Yo, by the way. It's not even close. I don't think Yo can fight the water. I don't think there's a single way that Yo fights water here. Like, TaToH's 2 dock and up a minute and a half faster.
And I think this approach is just bad from Yo. Viper did something similar, which it made no sense. I don't know if he screwed up his build order in your set, but I think the approach of just going up fast and winning water instantly is a very good one.
It should be the play that everyone really goes for, I think, on this map. At least in the early game. It can transition to all kinds of things, but fighting for the water early is just so crucial. And yeah, it's going to be a really easy win for TaToH. It doesn't mean he wins the game necessarily. There's still a lot of other things to play for. You can still harass on land. So Mr. Yo still could go for some land options, but the water will definitely be in favor of TaToH.
And what's great for winning water on this map is that not only do you have a bunch of deep fish, but it's in a very small area, so it's not like your fishing ships have to sail very far, and you can just really snowball that food income quite quickly. Whereas on a map with a big ocean with lots of fish in it, but they're all spread out, your fishing ships actually lose that efficiency pretty quickly.
TaToH guarantees himself the win on water, and you just tend to go for 2 fire galleys. He's actually queuing up one more. Probably doesn't need it. You can just go for fishing ships if he wants to. But now we're seeing Mr. Yo this is his plan, guys. He gives up the water. Instead, he goes for some land pressure here. Just need a barracks forward, archery range following up shortly. And now TaToH can smell. He doesn't see it, but he can smell something's awry. He's going to go for a barracks right away as well. And interestingly enough, TaToH went lumber camp on his mainland. Didn't go down for the thicker wood. So he's going to run into some wood problems quite quickly here.
Yeah, that is a little surprising, I feel like, especially because he didn't have the double wood line at the top like EO did, next to his TC. Hera kind of is going to need to expand further away, and that is a very sad lumber camp that TaToH is making.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. That could actually be a really big downside because he's kind of wasting a lot of his wood in these lumber camps. So Yo could harass those wood villagers, and then all of a sudden TaToH will run out of trees near his base, and then it might be too late to expand. So although TaToH has a really good advantage with water, he is running into some clear issues on the land, and it's super easy to punish this. Yo's in a perfect spot.
Yo using 2 demo ships to kill 2 fishing ships. I don't really think that is all that exciting. But behind this, he is grabbing fletching, going to be going forward now. And I wonder if the outpost right next to your TC is indicative that Yo is going forward for TaToH.
Yeah, it's like, I wonder what Yo's going for. He's got an outpost here. I wonder where he is in his build. And now the archers are going to be spotted. I like that TaToH made an outpost himself. And now a tower, ambitious tower from Yo.
I like it, though. It does also deny the gold as well as that wood line, but TaToH, of course, going to rush up his own tower.
Yeah, yeah.
And there are so many vills nearby that I don't really see Yo able to do this unless it was just a hair too late, but I think TaToH's probably fine.
No, this is completely fine for TaToH, yeah. It was still a really good play from Yo because he forced the tower from TaToH. TaToH, of course, knew he couldn't give up this area ahead of gold. As his wood is very sad-looking wood line, but still, nonetheless, his wood line. And yeah, Yo's just have to look around now with his archers and find somewhere else to hit because that front area is just not working out for him.
And he is going around the back of TaToH's base, but TaToH has absolutely nothing useful over there. And now TaToH just going to be going over to the low ground. He does need a 3rd lumber camp, which on the one hand doesn't feel great, but on the other hand, he's got water, and that woodline is at least for the time being pretty safe. +1 defense also in here for TaToH. Yo also picking up fletching. Yo, meanwhile, just has the fletching upgrade. And TaToH still working with a couple fishing ships as Yo's dock finally goes down. Still has a 4 bill lead and overall resources collected around 400 ahead.
Yeah, I think that TaToH did a good job of kind of stabilizing there. It was looking a little dicey at some point, but he managed to hold on. He made a really good tower, and now he's onto the middle area with the wood. So he's fully recovered, chasing Yo away at this point. Not to say Yo's completely out of it, though. Yo still has a good amount of resources in the bank, and, well, if he gets his bills to work, he can have a decent economy set up on his land.
He's coming in with a stable as well, so looking to maybe make a bit of a scout switch. But TaToH's already got his own archers coming up, and they have their +1/+1, and it feels like TaToH's just in such a comfortable position. I just like his approach a lot more here.
Yeah, TaToH's going to be going over to the berries now. On the other side of things, he's going to be able to take some of those, delay his farms even more, which is good. Delaying farms is actually a really good thing. You get to use the wood for fishing ships and other important, like, military buildings, etc., other important objectives.
Exactly. Just you can, if so long as you can maintain your food income without having to build a bunch of farms, that's really the important thing. Yo can be losing 2 villagers right there, and right now there really isn't a whole lot going for him. The scouts could catch TaToH off guard, and it's not like TaToH has amazing archer production, but I mean, our red player is not even all that far away from clicking up to the castle age.
Yeah, TaToH doesn't know about Yo's woodline on the left, so this is really good for TaToH to put pressure, but Yo won't die right away. He did have a tower on it either way to stay safe. So Yo's going to have a chance to deal with this if he gets out the right amount of scouts, but it's looking rough. I mean, TaToH already got a ton of value from his army here.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for TaToH. Already picking off 1 scout. The scouts aren't really focusing individual archers. TaToH's army is very clumped up, so that's a bit trickier. But the big thing is that TaToH is pretty close to clicking up to the Castle Age, and Yo nowhere near. Skirmishers even pushing away even more archers.
Yeah, Yo's had very little success with his land army. And now TaToH's doing the transition to the Castle Age. Gets up there, and once he gets to Castle Age, the game gets wide open for him. He can go for knights, he can go for crossbows, can siege push if he wants to. It looks like he's going to go into stone, probably to get enough to make a town center as well. So he's going to have a lot more options once he gets to Castle Age.
Now, the scouts don't have any upgrades. Maybe if these had like bloodlines and +1/+1, it would be a little bit scary for TaToH, but he's making skirms, he's making spearmen, he is focused mostly on the defense. And as you're saying, going over to the stone so he can expand his eco in the mid-game. Everything looking totally fine for him.
Market now coming down for Yo. Probably desperate to get the Castle Age. I think Yo knows he's going to be further behind to the Castle Age. Persians also click up slightly faster, so their town center working faster, which definitely helps to get in a little bit quicker Castle Age time. And it looks like he's going to go for at least one stable, probably a 2-stable knight play if I had to guess, though.
Well, he didn't have a stable from Feudal Age, so it's just the one stable coming in right now, but even one knight's gonna be enough to push away this little army. And Yo has redocked over here, is coming in with the demolition ship, but it feels like, in a lot of ways, TaToH's already gotten the resource extraction that he's needed.
I really think Yo has got the wrong idea about the redocking. Like, redocking is only good if water is the point of the map, but if water is just a small point of the map, it's not like the main part of it, then going for a redock, it just slows you down. It's not going to actually achieve a whole lot. That demo is pretty much pathetic. It's just the wrong idea. I don't think redocking is ever even a play here.
I totally agree. I think that this isn't a map that you can take back water. It's a map that you need to win water immediately.
Exactly.
And if you lose water or fall behind in the execution, you're just probably going to lose.
Yeah.
Unless you can do like a massive amount of counterattack damage, but obviously TaToH playing way too safe and way too well for that to work.
Yeah, and if you have chances to come back even after losing water, the chances will be on land. It's not going to be about like reclaiming the water, because at this point the fish is already almost like gone. Even if Yo were to win back the water, it doesn't change anything. TaToH's completely satisfied with getting all that food in from the fish. And now TaToH's got crossbows, some spearmen out on the field, looking to do some really solid work with those guys.
Exactly. Got the knight coming in as well. Villagers are going to be running for their lives, but that's not really something they're going to feel good about.
Those villas are getting cleaned up. At least one goes down. TaToH's hunting the next. He's not going to let them get away. Yo's running for his life, and TaToH's chasing him with a knight. Oh, you hate to see it, man.
TaToH with the war crimes had been lost.
Literally just chasing down those innocent villagers, man. Ruthless.
All they wanted to do was pick berries.
That's what I'm saying, man. Now they're just running for their lives. Yo does have a little bit of a counterattack. He's gonna land on the perfect spot as well. TaToH's picking up a town center, so his archers should find some kills on the vills. Hopefully find some vills for his sake, because he's been getting kind of wrecked over the last couple minutes.
Yeah, one scout already going down is going to deny that third TC, but TaToH's Persians, he's not going to be able to afford 3 TC production anyway.
Good reaction as well. Only loses one vill.
Yep. And I mean, it's slightly annoying for TaToH, but at the end of the day, he's still ahead by 11 villagers. He still has a better army. He actually completely destroyed the dock anyway. So, I mean, congrats, Yo.
Like, that redock just doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm going to have a talk with Yo, just to sit down. Just a therapy
Yo,
session
we
or
care
something.
about you. This is an intervention.
That's
We're
what I'm
all
saying.
worried about your redocking.
Yo, we've seen you redocking a lot. It's clear it's an addiction at this point. It's just, it makes sense on water maps. It does not make sense on these hybrid maps, so the lake just doesn't affect the rest of the game.
Exactly. No, it's definitely the case. Love that TaToH's camping the gold, and Yo gonna have to tap out. TaToH taking game number 4 in our best of 21. Or the fourth win,
Game
rather.
7, yeah. Fourth win. But going into the next game, it's going to be on Golden Swamp. I don't know if you've hopped into the game. I'm speeding things up. We got TaToH playing in red as the Koreans and Mr. Yo in the blue as Javidians. We saw a legendary Golden Swamp game. I didn't see it. I was playing in it. Yesterday it was me versus Viper, and I'm not going to spoil it. Actually, I will. He beat my ass with Koreans, and he did it in a spectacular fashion, controlling the entire outside of the map, even making use of turtle ships and towers to get control of the middle early on. And it's very difficult to play into the Koreans, very difficult to push into turtles and towers. And Dravidians are a very solid civ in their own right too. So Koreans versus Dravidians, both top tier water and hybrid civs. Let's see what's going to happen this game. Orlu, what's your take, man, on the matchup?
I think it is a very interesting one because Koreans and Dravidians are both really strong late game on water. You have the towers for Koreans, which I really like, especially controlling that central area with all of that gold is super important. But they don't really, actually, neither of these civs really have a whole lot of mobility to speak of. So it feels like just both have the strong early game on the water, not too much of an eco behind it, and just going to be about controlling the center.
Yeah, exactly. And now that both players are going to be just going about their early games, let's talk a little bit more about the blanket meta. So basically, chat, like this is how it is. And Orlu, you probably know all the theory already, but here's the thing. If you've got a sweater on, it gets hot, you got to take it off. That's a big decision. Taking off the sweater, it takes like 30 seconds. You got to like pull it off. Your shirt like kind of goes up. You got to pull it back down. The blanket, guys, you literally take it off in half a second. You throw it off you and you're good. Also, the blanket can only go on certain parts of your body just to cover your shoulders a little bit. It can go on your bottom side as well. It can wrap around your legs. It literally is so versatile. So if you want to invest into either a sweater or a blanket, the blanket does so much more for you and is more versatile and can be taken off and equipped pretty much at will. So, Orlu, the only benefit of the sweater I see is that you can wear it in public without getting looked at. That's literally the only thing it's better at.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you're just being cozy at home, especially if you're, being your true nerd lifestyle, just sitting at your computer or like on your couch watching TV, the blanket is far superior.
100%, bro. 100%. I'm actually glad we can bond over that. And even if you're traveling, right? Like you're traveling on like a train or a plane. What's better? A sweater you have to pull out of your bag. You gotta stand up, put it on, or a blanket. You pull that out of your bag, and it's wherever you want it. It's there already. Like it's so good. Store it away, just throw it on the ground. It's all good. Anyways, that's just a little blanket talk.
Feels good, man.
Yeah.
Both players are going to be hitting feudal age at around the same time, but notably Yo added in 2 additional fishing ships, which you could think is a little hard on your wood economy early on, but of course as Dravidians, you get the extra 200 wood upon hitting feudal age, still able to afford both galleys immediately.
Yeah, and that's so sick that he's gonna go for 3 dock galley play. And galleys are really solid on this map because there's a lot of space to run around, so they tend to overperform or outperform fire galleys. And now we see TaToH going for 2 dock galleys. So Yo should have a pretty good lead on the water as he's got an extra dock, and they're both going for the same units.
Makes perfect sense. Bidax in for both players as well. Super important, of course. And it's actually, 3 docks for Yo.
Yeah.
So going to be committing even more to that water play. And I think, again, talking about these civs, just being able to control the middle is going to be super critical.
Mm-hmm. And I think because TaToH's able to control it later with turtle ships, towers, Dravidians don't have those luxury options. Not as good as Koreans, at least. So Dravidians are almost forced to win the water early on, fair and square. But they do get an extra house per dock. So their docks come out really cheap. Giving you an extra +5 population room, essentially an extra 25 wood, and the build time that it takes to make a house, which is 30 resources pretty much per dock is getting extra if you really do the math and think about it.
Yeah, it's a really strong bonus, and why Dravidians are one of the best water map team game civs, just because giving that to your entire team is... It's like the old Viking bonus back when they had more of a discount.
Yeah.
Or you
100%.
combine Vikings and Dravidians and go absolutely crazy.
That's the best combination for water maps on team games for sure. Earlier blacksmith for TaToH though, so he's got less units, but he's gonna have. Oh no, actually no, Misty already has the blacksmith. Oh my, so more units and faster tech. He's making the Dravidian pick look beautiful here, straight up.
Yeah, and although Koreans have a nice discount on their ships, a 20% wood discount for the ships, Dravidians just have that really nice early game and can try and snowball that right off the start before the cost efficiency of Koreans really becomes a big factor. And with fletching it in faster for Yo as well, it's weird because like on the land maps, TaToH was winning the execution as far as water goes by a lot, but on the water maps, Yo's doing better.
That is a very good point. And it just shows in these best of 21s, guys, you gotta be able to perform on all kinds of maps. And if you lose one style, you take your opponent on another style of map, show them what you're made of there. And the best player will be the guy who's the most well-rounded, can perform on all kinds of maps. So far, TaToH's mic has been better, though. Way better, in fact.
Oh yeah, doing great in this galley war. This is some old school galley micro here on the water maps. TaToH even able to snag the scout right there as well. Beautiful unit control here for our red player.
Yo, trading back
I
a
say as he
couple here.
loses the ship.
Yeah, no worries. It tends to happen to everyone here.
Yep.
A little bit of a hot take here, but I think galleys might be the most smooth unit to micro in the game. It's very similar to how it feels to micro Mangadai. I don't know what you think though.
Uh, they don't have an attack delay, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can certainly get behind that idea.
Yeah.
Especially like Saracen galleys with the faster attack speed.
It's just so
This
smooth.
it feels so smooth.
And speaking of smooth this year, Yo is taking some slick trades, continuing to close the gap onto TaToH's ships, TaToH's navy. And as we talked earlier, Nobu Ornlu was talking about snowballing the galley numbers, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Yo. He has 1 or 2 advantage, and he's using that to get even better trades and extend the advantage, eventually leading to him winning the water, unless TaToH can get some good micro hits and kind of counter this a little bit.
Yeah, even though TaToH has a slight advantage in the KD, a lot of those galleys are very low HP. So if Yo can just micro, just a little bit better for a little bit of time, he will be totally fine as far as, well, how set up he is. It still has more fishing ships alive. And he is in a pretty good spot.
And what's excuse me, what's the advantage of going 2 docks here? We can see it, and TaToH has more farms. So Yo, although he's gonna go to gold and take advantage of the markets, his food economy long term is gonna be much weaker than TaToH's, as TaToH took the time now to set up the farming eco, and that's because he went only 2 docks and not for the 3.
It is a trade-off for sure, but you have the water buffalo on the map and not the sheep. So the water buffalo have 50% more food on them. So you're able to sustain your food income without farms a little bit longer. You also have some hunt on the outside of the map, I guess that was just his initial ibex.
Yeah.
So you still have that going for you, and because he's able to keep the fish alive, you can see he's even faster up to the castle age without having to sell stone.
Yep, there you go. And that's a pretty reasonable advantage. Actually, they're both going to be very similar time, like literally neck and neck castle times here. And it seems like, I would say Yo has a small advantage on the water. Probably the position where TaToH should add 2 more docks now. I made the mistake in a game, I think I played against Yo, where I lost Golden Swamp to him. And it's because I didn't have the numbers, so I lost the water, and I was trying to greed on the docks. And I think TaToH should not make the same mistake as me. He should add more docks now and try to come back very strong on the water here.
Now, do you think TaToH should come back on the water via galleys, or should he switch to fires or even turtles?
I think ideally galleys. I think turtle ships are interesting, but they die to monks, especially if you're playing against Mr. Yo, who factually gets faster conversion times. It can be difficult to go turtles against against monks, and yeah, it's gonna be hard to come back with galley numbers, but it feels like maybe it's the best choice.
Nice job focusing the low HP galley there from TaToH. That was really well done.
That was sick.
But yeah, Yo still with that naval advantage, and especially since he gets some extra wood upon reaching castle age, can probably have a much easier time adding in those extra town centers.
Yeah, and it's quite clear at this point, TaToH is actually giving up the water. He's not adding in docks. He's not going for galleys. What is he doing instead? He's going to go for a forward. Barracks and stable on the side. This is a very viable option as well, and a very strong option, especially if everyone doesn't scout it. TaToH's going to launch a siege push on the land. And, Mr. Yo is going to get access to the whole middle control, which means all that gold for sure will be for him to take. But that gold, I mean, if you lose your entire base, that gold's not going to save you. And so that's exactly what TaToH's going to be going for here. Giving up the water, going for a land push.
Now, this isn't something that Koreans are really all that great at, but if Yo is just going for 2 TCs and has nothing to keep him alive on the land, then yeah, he could very easily die here. Maybe he thinks TaToH is just trying to boom up behind it and work more towards the late game, but that is not the case whatsoever, as that Mangonel is going to be out and attacking quite soon.
And I like the fact that he mixed it in with the stable. I think Knights and Siege, probably one of the fastest ways to attack someone in Castle Age. Knights require no upgrades to come out really strong. The Siege is also right there and ready. And Yo is actually playing into this in a way. He's going for an extra 2 town centers right away. And that makes it that he's going to have less resources to defend the push once he spots it. Yo doesn't know about this push.
A Knight actually walked into Yo's line of sight for a second, so I think Yo must have spotted it, right out of the corner of his screen, so
Agreed.
he's able to pull back his villagers without losing any, so that was a good reaction from Yo, as far as it goes. But right now, you still have knights and mangonels charging into your base, and you don't have anything to defend yourself.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Now we see a siege workshop drop from Mr. Yo. Looking to hold the position with some siege. Might need a monastery as well, and actually does pick that one up. Yeah, my bad. I only saw it afterwards. And he's going to go with monk siege defense, which should be solid. But TaToH has some momentum here. He's got a minute where he's going to be undisturbed and can freely push into the base.
I wonder if Yo thought that was fully walled with the overchop.
Maybe. His reactions have been good nonetheless, so he couldn't have been too surprised by it.
Indeed, Yo actually sending the monk forward to go pick up relics, I guess, but you still need to find a way to not die. And the thing with Dravidians, can it be the 2-for-1? That would be absolutely massive. No, not going to get it.
Gets a 1.5 though. That's pretty solid. I think TaToH made a mistake of not focusing the siege workshop there. Always go siege workshop first if you're Mangonel pushing, because Yo will know when his Mangonel pops out, and so he can easily take good trades against TaToH's units here.
Yeah, and as I was saying, the thing with the Dravidians is that although you have the cheap Mangonels to help you win those straight-up fights, you don't have knights.
Yeah.
And having knights is useful in being able to kill Mangonels. So this could be quite awkward. And TaToH, gets the 1-for-0, and he's coming in with the guard tower.
Yeah, that's so good. TaToH's push looking really scary right now. And behind it, guys, he's on 3 town centers as well. So TaToH is pushing. He's only 7 villas behind. He's got all this map control, and he's got some really solid economy behind it here.
Exactly the case. He's got another Mangonel trundling forward those war galleys at the shoreline, looking to try and get some damage on, and maybe they can attack that guard tower. I feel like they should be able to.
And
Maybe
the galleys,
even the Bill.
they have bodkin arrows, so they should be
Yeah.
like... They're just kind of patrolling aimlessly in life, man. What the hell?
It's like a school of fish. They're just going back and forth, not doing anything.
Literally just chilling. Seeing the door tower comes up. The guard tower's gonna be able to range them most likely. Okay, now he finally woke up from the trance. And okay, they can hit it, but not that much. It's kind of meaningless in the end.
I mean, getting more relics is nice, but it feels like that's like a luxury thing to look for right now, not a let's not die to this push sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Yo went for the relics. That was super risky. He does net 2 for him, so it kind of paid off. And his water play is netting him a few houses. He killed up all the docks from TaToH. So Yo's feeling pretty good about himself right now. But TaToH's push lives on, and Yo's gonna constantly be defending this one. TaToH has almost enough stone for a castle, by the way. So a castle could come up defensively to reclaim the water if he wants to one day.
Or would you prefer an offensive castle?
I would be interested, but I think it's far too risky. It's not my game, so yeah. Go for a forward castle, let's see how it plays out. It's not my game.
Come on. That's how you cast your man.
Bro,
what's the most ridiculous YOLO thing they could go for?
When I made the castle in the water and lost it to Viper, it was just absolute pain, so it can't be worse than that. Just go for it.
Exactly.
Yo pops out and kills a Mangonel 1-0, so Yo's trades right now have been super solid on defense, but somehow TaToH has a massive villager lead. I'm not sure how. Probably idle TC from Yo up over 11 minutes. That makes sense.
Yeah, and still TaToH has a much smoother economy. Yo's still slightly ahead in resources collected, but at this point, actually both players with 648 stone exactly, with 9 fills on stone. Not something we see every day. Yo will survive the Mangonel hit there, and we'll have to see where TaToH wants to be going next.
Yo is also planning a little bit of an infantry defense. I don't really like that too much.
Oh, danger close with the Mangonel fire. Knight still alive. Pikemen need to jump out and help out.
And hey, we talked about Dravidians not having knights. On my screen, they've got a knight, and he's gonna go straight for TaToH Siege with the attack rounds there, man.
Yeah, very nicely done
Deadly.
from TaToH. So what's the plan for Yo? I mean, both players can afford a castle, but neither are placing it.
Oh, TaToH's going on the left side. He's gonna go for the forward castle. He's going around. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I don't hate that.
I would wish the villagers would have come out sooner, and Yo, looking for relics, actually sees the vills, and I don't think because actually they're Koreanville, so they have better line of sight. Maybe they saw the monk. Maybe TaToH knows what's going on.
Yo is gonna go for a forward castle on literally on TaToH's face, like IRL. Like this castle is gonna go straight on TaToH's main base, and
TaToH doesn't see it.
No way.
Well,
Okay,
well,
he's gonna see it
now
now.
he'll see it, but not until the castles actually start. And TaToH going to
what?
respond with his own castle.
Is that the correct play?
Is he going to deny the castle? I mean, it's like, what, 20 villagers building versus 9?
It's a possibility.
Is the Lord going to bless us with another castle?
No, this surely goes up for Yo. Yeah, it surely goes up. Because, like, yeah. The castle won't be able to kill all those vills in time.
It will kill some vills, though,
Yeah.
and that's not something you're going to complain about.
No, it gets 3 vills. Castle goes up. And it looks like TaToH's going to ram this castle down, actually. And Yo rushes down to Siege Workshop to probably get some Mangonel. So both players ideally want to get Imp right here. But they're still really far from Imp. And you know what? TaToH's amassed a 12 villager lead. So over time, and he's got vills on the left side towering. Over time, TaToH's going to be doing better and better compared to Yo. Even though TaToH doesn't necessarily have the middle control right now.
Yeah, I mean, he just has a, in general, more balanced economy, although Yo's still actually slightly ahead in resources collected. Petards and Rams on the way. Yo not with anything coming up because he's busy trying to not die to TaToH's forward Mangonels.
There's so much action going on, man. These games in the Champions Invitational have been so intense. And we're seeing the highest level of AV2 pretty much ever played, I believe, from all these players.
Well, as the AV2 level is pretty much only going up, it seems like with every big tournament, it's just that level of play from all the players just gets so much better. And oh, Petards!
Ooh.
Oh, the elephant blocking the petard! Did you see that?
Yeah, the elephant kind of caught a stray, though. It took half its HP with the petard as well. Damn.
Castle's still going to go down there for Yo, so at the end, this play is working out for TaToH.
Yeah, man, I just absolutely love how this game developed, because even now, although I think TaToH is probably in an advantageous position, ever so slightly, I think it's still really winnable for Yo. I think Yo's biggest mistake was going Pikeman. You didn't need Pikeman at all here. It was only a few knights in the field. The monks and mangoes were enough. The Pikeman switch really slowed him down from developing in other areas of his base or his economy or whatnot.
Oh, and look at this. TaToH trying to go back to the shoreline here with the guard towers, but Yo recognizes that this has happened, and TaToH's actually going to be losing quite a few villagers.
Ooh, that's a bit risky for TaToH. Like, that's a play that you have to watch your vills if you go for that. He was not watching, lost 4 villagers there, and he's going to lose more. Super, super strange there.
If you go for it, I think that you need to leapfrog the towers a little bit better.
Yeah,
like,
agreed.
The towers have to be closer to each other.
One
Also,
tower in
you
between
get
those for
Whipsong.
sure.
Yeah. And you have a castle. You can grab Whipsong. That would help out.
Oh, true. Yeah, Yupsong would be a really solid tech to pick up. You want it late game anyway, so you might as well pick it up in Castle Age if you're not planning a fast imp, which in this case, you don't really need fast imp. I think what TaToH really needs is control of the map, and towers with Yupsong would definitely do that. Yo loses the monk on the right side, but it's fine clearing up the towers. Maybe a castle from Yo on this side would be great to secure this position again.
Yeah, I think that would be a very useful tool for him. TaToH, though, is going to be clicking up to Imperial Age faster, almost certainly. Well, okay, now he's spending more gold. And those 2 Mangonels, there really isn't anything to deal with them.
The pikes have been less than useless. I'm just absolutely hating on the pikes right now.
Oh, but it's time for the mighty Dravidian stable.
Oh, maybe an elephant? Oh my god, so many vills died. It's like almost punishment that he made a stable with Dravidians in the first place.
The gods are not pleased with this decision.
And Yo's, oh my god, the minimum range of the Korean Mangonel is so sick there, killing all the pikemen. First of all, TaToH's up to Imperial Age. Yo's got so many resources. Are you donating them to charity? Just put them on the field, man. What is he saving them up for?
I'm not too sure what he wants to go for at this stage. Not going to be able to click up to Imp yet. TaToH still well on his way. I mean, sure, Yo's clearing out the sides, and this game is likely to develop later on, but TaToH just taking some really efficient trades in the last minute, and he's taken the resources collected advantage and is closer to clicking up to Imp. Oh, as in he's already on his way.
Yeah. As much as I want to say this is like a throw from Yo, I do feel like TaToH's aggression and the way he was attacking from different sides is what forced all these mistakes from Yo. These are not mistakes Yo typically makes. But the game did get very intense, and so we did see a few sloppy decisions, a few bad moments for him. But TaToH is the guy who's fully developed now 4 TCs, on the way up to Imperial Age, as you mentioned, and now even setting up a push on the right-hand side. So he's not going for the middle right away. He's going to first push on the side, and the middle he'll go for probably later on.
Yeah, he's getting some guard towers down. Those will automatically be upgraded to keeps and will provide space. There's Upsog to go for the redocking.
Yeah, yeah. The towers are the way to win back the water. You can get Yupsong, you can get Arrow Slits, obviously Bracer, Chemistry, Ballistics. There's so many upgrades that the towers need, but I think over time, TaToH will start to pick those guys up.
Another danger close Mangonel hit. Gonna. Oh, man. TaToH killing his own Mangonel. Okay, well, 2 are still going to survive.
Yeah.
Are we going to be seeing the 3rd worst unique unit, though, the Arumi Swordsman?
Oh, the 3rd worst unique unit on the way out, maybe. I think. Now, bro, it's so bad even the Mangonels would beat the Arumi Swordsman here.
Arumi Swordsmen aren't that bad.
I've had bad experiences. It's a personal thing. It's a personal thing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to open up that can of drama.
Yeah. Oh man, I've got years and years of Arumi Swordsman mishaps.
Even though they've only been out a little over a year.
I know, the trauma runs deep though, nonetheless.
Oh man.
TaToH's
Well,
redocking with the towers though, kind of similar to how Viper played this. Maybe a GL preparation or what?
Could be, and I certainly like it. Gonna be slowly creeping back out on the map. Needs to secure that gold eventually. But the thing with Golden Swamp is, although it is a gold in the middle map, you still have a good amount of gold in your spawning area. I think it's only 1 less tile than like Arabia. So
I actually enjoy that as well, by the way. I think the maps with the gold in the center, that they give you only a little bit of gold at home, I feel like that tends to be a little bit too all in the center for my taste. I like the balance that Golden Swamp has struck. So it's you still need to control the middle gold, but it's not the only way to win the map.
So you're not a fan of the map like, say, El Dorado, which only gives you 2 tiles of gold in your starting base.
Yeah, I hate that, man.
Yeah.
I'm in the center too early. I'm dying to towers and Chukadu. Not feeling too good
Yeah,
about
exactly.
Oh man, yo, TaToH's play with the Mangonels has been so sick. He's attack grounding light cav even with them. Really cool.
Oh yeah, and then great use of the Korean team bonus with the reduced minimum range right there. Even grabbing murder holes.
Not sure why murder holes, but fair enough. I mean, might as well.
Yeah, gonna be bad for sure. And well, TaToH still isn't like pushing Yo with his early int. I mean, he's kind of pushing with like 1 keep that isn't really doing anything more than a guard tower would, and the 2 Mangonels that have been super effective.
Yeah. He hasn't used his Imperial Age very much yet, but it looks like he's planning it up by setting up chemistry, now getting shipwrights, and only now will he go for his Imperial Age push, which is going to be probably something like galleons and Trebs with towers, something very gold heavy, as we'd expect him to win the gold in the center very soon.
Yeah, he hasn't had it up till now, but that isn't really too big of an issue. Yo going to try and defend with Trebs, but TaToH already with forward bombard cannon. We also have Yo going with some infantry upgrades, but TaToH already well prepared with a hand cannoneer switch, as the towers are coming in as well, and this is just developing into the full might of the Korean late game.
Heated shot coming out as well, so the towers do extra damage to the Navy. Such a crucial upgrade. These towers have 8+5 range. 13 range on these guys, outranging a bombard cannon even. So strong.
It is a super powerful tech for the Koreans. Yo, again, continuing with those infantry upgrades, but this is still looking tough. Yo's on the way to losing water, and he is not really doing much on the land either.
I don't really see what infantry gets you here, though, to be honest. Like, what does he want to do with infantry? Push the center? Like, in every area, infantry doesn't do a whole lot. You're running into towers, you're running into ships. I don't see the use for infantry here.
Maybe he's going to try and use them to overrun the side.
It's possible, but there's
you're
hand
going to be
cannons.
losing water in the process as TaToH is now redocking. He's got shipwright. I mean, with shipwright, Koreans have 40% discount for their galleons. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's a wild upgrade to get. It's so strong.
Still, Yo's not giving up yet. The castle is still on its way to going down, though. There are 3 bombard cannons. Maybe Yo is going to try and snipe them with a Treb, but no, he's just going after the tower.
Couple Trebs going down instantly for Yo. Ships are great against Trebs. I mean, they're good against a whole lot of units, to be honest. The balance between water and land units is just very heavily tipped towards the water units most of the time.
Which makes sense considering water is much more restrictive than land on most maps.
Yeah, exactly. It's what you'd expect to see. And well, Dravidians, you have the, how do you call it? Theory Seti, something like that.
Irasati.
Yeah, there you go. And that unit's actually really, really good with Scallions, but then really kind of weak against fires. It's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, I think that's a very accurate assessment.
So it is definitely something that we could see play, but TaToH's gotten so much value from so little units, man. Those bomber cannons, I mean, one goes down to the trap, but he's got a ton of value of them so far. Continues to push in with just a couple units there. And Yo is massing light cav with Dravidians, guys. That's a pretty bad look, to be honest.
Almost like going mass light cab with Vikings.
No,
Who does that?
Would never work.
Light cav are going to be popping out of the stable. The Thirasati are going to help out a little bit, but yeah, we got the Trebs coming in here, more keeps, and TaToH is just absolutely developing an insanely powerful army with the towers combined. You're trying to push a little bit from the side. It's still tough.
He's got like some 200 swordsman elephant push, but it's like, I don't know. It's so fragile. That dies to towers, it dies to any range unit, dies to hand cannoneer. And infantry, you need momentum, you need to swarm people for them to work. In low numbers, they are actually very inefficient. And one thing I like about TaToH, let's just praise his water play for a second. He always mixes water units. So many players be stubborn, they go only galleons. He would go galleon, he would go fast fire ship, then he'd go heavy demo all in the same game. And in this case, he doesn't have demo because he's Koreans, but you know what I mean. He always mixes in units, and it's just a pleasure to watch him play water.
He always mixes in units except for the time right now where he's clearly not doing that.
Well, he did get the fast fire upgrade, so he's going to be going for those soon. It's the thought that counts.
He does do that, though.
Always mixes in units except now. Trust me, guys. He does mix in units. Trust.
Well, more champions are coming out, and they are going to be well upgraded in a moment. Yo still has a good eco, but bombard cannons just don't really work versus Korean towers.
Yeah.
And Yo going to be learning that one the hard way. Bill's kind of running all over the place. Yo has a ton of gold banked up, so the fact that he doesn't have great control in the middle isn't like an issue right now. And as much as I don't love Yo's spot, and the score looks really bad for him, I don't think he's dead yet.
He probably still has. He can still give this game a go. He is getting elite elephant, elite siege elephant here, and he has some presence on the water, so he's not completely out of it. I agree with that as well. I also do think TaToH's missing arrow slits on his towers. His towers are not nearly as effective without that tech.
For sure. And Yo just going over to the western portion of the map. And you don't need that many Thirasati to do well against Galleons. Now, you do need more than 5 versus 32, but if that can be like a 10 versus 32, it's actually, you might not win, but it'll take a long time to lose.
Yeah, they're super tanky. You can see they're literally outnumbered 6-1, and the fights are looking like not even, but like they're trading 1 for 1 here. So quite an impressive unit, of course.
TaToH still continuing this push over here, but Yo going to tap out as this push getting stuffed, and TaToH going to be taking a 2-point lead, I think, for the first time in this set.
Yeah, first time for the set. We saw them trading games 1 at a time, and finally now TaToH taking a 2-point lead, 5-3, and he secures himself at least a tie after day 1. So if Yo wins the next 2, it's going to be tied up, and if TaToH can win either one of the next 2, he's going to be having a lead after day 1, as we only play 10 games the first day of the Champions Invitational. Really well played from TaToH there. Great game on Golden Swamp. Really enjoyed that one. And we have TaToH picking up the Tatars, and his draft and his tip picks are looking very similar to what Viper was going for, by the way, which is very interesting.
Huh, yeah. That is kind of interesting. Didn't really notice that before.
Yeah.
But we are here on Serengeti, a map where you can sometimes lose 8 villagers to 3 crossbowmen that you forget about.
Oh man, that was so brutal. That was so brutal. You're bringing back a lot of bad memories for me, I think, from yesterday's set.
I'm sorry, but
It's what the casters
it's fresh in our minds.
Yo, you know what I was thinking as well? I was like, yo, those 8 crossbows are coming in. No worries, brother. I got a TC coming up. In my mind, it was like TC comes up, perfect timing. I lose no vills. And then I quickly realized, oh my god, TC's not going up, and all my vills are dead. It was a disaster.
I mean, you tried to make that push work down the middle of the map, so I gave you credit for that. But yeah, no, Viper did a great job there.
Yeah, it was a great game though. I mean, those fails always happen. We
No,
got
like other than the
Spanish.
last game.
Yeah,
Oh
sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
sorry. Yeah.
No, you go,
I
you
was
go.
just say like, other than the last game, like the last like 6 games or so of that set were like banger after banger.
Agreed. Win or lose, I was just like, oh, that was a crazy game. That was such a
Yeah.
sick game. But yeah, we got Spanish here on Serengeti. Spanish did get a very interesting change, and I give a lot of credit to the developers and the people working on it as well. The balance team, amazing change for the Spanish. I really love how the bonus works. Every tech that they make, they get 20 gold back, and it opens up a lot of cool strategies. They can go for archers, they get fletching, and all of a sudden they can, pick up some other gold techs like bloodlines. They can go men at arms without even making a mining camp on gold. They have a lot of cool options like that, and I personally really enjoy the Spanish because of that nowadays.
Yeah, it's funny because Conquistador play feels better than it ever has, even though they were just directly nerfed. Just because everything around them with Spanish, it feels so much more fluid. That gold discount, it just helps you with basically everything that you do. It feels very thematic for the Spanish, and they're
Yeah.
more like Renaissance-y focus, so thematically I think it works quite well. And I feel like the Civ is just in a really good spot.
Yeah, I love how you put that. Like, even though Conquistador got nerfed, it's still a better play to go for Conquistadors nowadays with the Spanish, and I think that's a really cool dynamic for the civilization. A lot more well-rounded now as well. It still has weaknesses, and one of those could be like dealing with archers or, dealing with some power spikes that the Tatars might have. So Spanish is still not the best overall well-rounded civ that you'd expect, but I think it has a great late game. So surviving till then should be kind of like the main goal for Yo, I'd imagine.
Yeah, totally agree. Think that on Serengeti especially, it could be tricky to survive to the point when you can go for conquistadors. That said, Yo does have some backstones, which are quite helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on how aggressive TaToH wants to take this, I think that Yo could struggle to just get to the castle age where he, I think, is really going to want to be.
Yeah. So over the years on this map, we've seen this map played for like a few years in tournaments now. And it started out as a very aggressive early game map. People were going men at arms, people were tower rushing with Incas, a lot of crazy strategies we're seeing play. However, I feel like over the years, we've adopted a bit more of a defensive approach on this map. We realized that if we just wall up, we can definitely stay pretty safe at home initially. However, despite the opening being more defensive, this game or this map always produces fireworks in the castle age. Because the woodlands are so thin and a lot of holes in them, you're forced to kind of expand a lot earlier than you would on a map like Arabia. And so even if it's a bit slower to develop in the early game, it's a lot more a lot more action in that mid game, which I really enjoy.
And from Castle Age onwards, really, because this map has a pretty normal amount of gold and stone, but you don't have as much near your starting area, and there's like a lot of little gold and stone piles scattered all over the map. So that just reinforces that more explosive style, more map control oriented that both of these players do extremely well.
Yeah, constantly expanding, always looking for a bit more map. There's a lot of hills to fight for. It's a really cool map. I think it always produces some exciting games. TaToH's going to be going for what looks to be a stable opening with the Tatars, and it looks to be the same kind of opening for Mr. Yo. So stable on both sides, some scout play. Both players will be walling up their map, and I expect to see a pretty calm early game, as I mentioned here.
Yep, that seems perfectly fine. We got Bidax and Horsecolor coming in for TaToH. Good for him to remember those upgrades. Yo going to be doing the same thing and going to be getting 40 gold out of it.
Yeah, it sounds dumb, but like the eco upgrades over a best of 21, there's going to be a few games where you just forget about them, or sometimes you delay them and never pick them up. So it's actually really good and a consistent way to play it, to just get those as soon as you can. And it's just a good objective for the players to set for themselves. Getting those eco upgrades and then thinking what to do next usually makes sense. Also, there is some crack terrain on this map. It could be a good time to explain to the viewers, or I'm sure you know, what that crack terrain actually means.
Yeah, so buildings on it take 20% more damage from everything, and I think it's a multiplier like the hill bonus at the end, so I think it does scale with bonus damage as well. I haven't done like a complete deep dive into it yet. It's really weird. It's the only terrain in the game that's like that like actually modifies the amount of damage stuff does. But it's a thing, and it's on the map, and you have to be careful.
I think it plays the most role when there's castles in the center, or if there's the crack terrain near your base, which sometimes there is, then siege pushers can have an even more deadly effect.
Oh, is it 25%? Yeah.
I heard it's 20% as well, actually. I heard it's 20%.
I thought it was 20%, because
Yeah.
25% is being downhill, and I don't think it's as bad as being downhill.
I heard 20% as well. So yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. And I think the crack terrain is a recent addition.
It was added in African Kingdoms, which came out in like what 2014.
Oh, okay, not that
So
recent actually.
pretty recent.
Yeah, pretty recent in AoE2 standards. Yeah, but yeah, I thought it was actually a lot more recent than that. But fair enough. And yeah, there's not much else to talk about here. Both players went scouts, both players are walling. There was a hole in Mysterio's woodline, but he spots it right now. All good for him.
That is very important, of course. You don't want a bunch of scouts running into your base when both players are quite defensively oriented. TaToH just reinforcing his palisade walls with houses over there, using the little pawns on this map.
Yeah, more and more
And-
we're seeing players double layer wall, house wall. It works really well to keep away any archer units, or just to make sure knights can't break in right away, especially in tournaments.
And it's just about, minimizing risk and playing quite safe. You don't want to play lazy.
Yeah.
Like, let's just not bother walling. This isn't a ladder game. Spearman just going to be chasing away the scouts. Nothing too crazy. Yo will be faster up to the castle age, though, so seems like a bit better eco balance from him.
I wonder why that is, actually, because the TaToH should have, in theory, more sheep, more food from the sheep. They should be better off than the Spanish. I'm not sure why Yo is actually looking better and closer there as the Spanish here.
I wish I had the answer for you. TaToH's slightly ahead in resources collected. Yo just with a little bit more food, but I guess TaToH invested into 2 more scouts. It doesn't feel like that big of a difference.
Yeah, I think it's just 2 more scouts. That being said, Yo made 1 extra spear, so it does feel pretty similar. I don't know. It could just come down to that balance of the economy. Obviously, Spanish getting the extra 20 gold definitely helps as well. And oh yeah, TaToH did have to wall more. That's actually a good explanation of it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
And he's already double reinforced a lot of the wall. I mean, Yo is doing that as well, but just a little bit less surface area for him. That said, TaToH's walling is really good in that he's getting a fair amount of space with which to work in the back.
True.
And that's going to put him in really good stead as the game goes on, and especially against conquistadors, because that's just going to minimize the amount of area in which those units can attack.
Yep, and we're mentioning conquistadors a few times now. Yo doesn't have to go conquistadors. In fact, it looks like he's actually not going to go for them. He's instead going to make a range just defensively. Okay, sneaky range. Maybe he's thinking about going skirms, but if you go blind, the problem with going against the TaToH, right? If you go blind skirms, expecting them to go CA, and then they just go knights and camels, then you're screwed.
Well, I think we need to pull off Mr. Yo's mask to reveal the MBL underneath it, because I think that's the only reason that you just go straight skirms right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is something, dude. I've made this mistake again, and it's hard to know if it's even a mistake. So the tricky thing about the TaToH is they have great cavalry play, great knight camel play. Both are very viable, and you never know what your opponent's going for because they never show you the ranges. They always make it at home behind the walls. So Yo almost has to gamble with the skirms if he wants to go for that anyways. And so he's making skirms here, expecting TaToH to go for the cavalry, and it's still unclear if he's gonna go for them. But actually, TaToH goes for the cavalry. Yo was right, and Yo's range will get value after all here.
Well, that is going to be something that is nice for Yo. Also, he could just do like TC near his woodline that's like closer to the stones, and then like TC maybe on the gold at the front of his base. And it's still a very compact area, a bit easier to defend from cav archers, although it's the Serengeti, it's never going to be that easy.
Yeah, I wonder, like, do we have a solution for this dilemma? Maybe if you just open really fast 3TC, you don't make knights and you don't make skirms, and then you wait to see what your opponent's going for. And then you react with your unit. Maybe that's the way to do it.
Well, Yo is going to be adding in the TCs in the spots that I suggested.
Nice.
And going to, again, play a more reactionary style, not even bothering to get Bodkin or Elite Skirmisher just yet, and I think he is curious as to what his opponent is doing. Now, something that Yo should realize is that TaToH doesn't have any upgrades on his scouts, so it's probably going to be for cav archers.
Yeah, now we have a monastery coming up for Mr. Yo. Now going for the 3 TCs. And he's picking up Town Watch. Again, you can just tell by the way he's playing, he really wants to see what TaToH is going to be going for as soon as possible. And you can only guess at the fact that there's CA on the field. I think Yo's in a great spot here. I'm actually loving how he's played it. Again, the only thing I don't really like is the skirms. He kind of took a guess there, but it paid off. He is indeed doing the right unit here. Skirms against cavalry is a very solid thing to go for.
And just in this matchup in general, I just like Spanish playing very safe.
Mhm.
You know that you're really strong and flexible in the late game, especially having good halbs. It's going to be putting you in good stead versus TaToHs, who are themselves very strong in the late game, especially with all the high ground that you have to work with.
Yeah, especially on a map
But
like Serengeti with a ton of high ground.
yeah, it's going to be just a very, again, safe and consistent way to play.
Yeah, Spanish should have some interesting composition. Something like, I think something like Halb, Skirm, Monk ends up being really solid versus TaToHs, by the way. They don't really have too much to counter something like that, in fact.
Well,
So, a lot of
as you may or
flashiness.
may not know, TaToHs are the only civ to miss both Heresy and Faith, so
Yep.
they are a little weak to monks.
Yeah, they don't have bombard cannons. They don't have infantry like champions that they can rush in versus that trash composition. So monks, defended by skirms and halbs should be really solid. That being said, TaToH managed to pick up a build there from that little side harass with 2 cav archers. Really well played there from him. Getting some small
Yeah, it's just a
advantage.
little annoying for you.
Yep.
Does pick up Elite Skirmisher, though. Scout actually making its way into the base of TaToH. Maybe the quick wall hadn't happened yet, but it is 3TC v 3TC. TaToH, though notably, is ultimately working towards the better army composition, and in that way, this is somewhat reminiscent of game number 1.
Yes. Ooh, fast conversion from Yo though on the cav archer. Yeah, I like they bring up game number 1. It's very interesting. These games are quite similar, where TaToH goes for CA, Yo is kind of booming on cavalry, but this game he made some adaptations. So for those who watched game number 1, we saw 2 stables from Mr. Yo, and he was going for like a lot of knights. In this game, he went skirms, only 1 stable, and prioritized more his economy first. So this game is similar, yet almost completely different because of Yo's better decision making.
Yes, he is more well defended, better prioritization of where to spend his resources, like you were saying. Those knights are still going to die, and I mean, TaToH's got great cav archers as the TaToHs, and it can even be a university for Yo. So again, I really like how safe he's playing. That said, TaToH's adding in another TC.
Yeah, TaToH's going 4th TC, but you know what? I don't think as a Spanish you need the 4th TC. I think it's helpful for sure, but I think going for the securing of your map first is going to be much better, because if you add the 4th TC and then you start getting pushed and you start crumbling, then you kind of miss the point of Serengeti. I think the map control is a lot more important, so prioritizing the army first, and then later if you want to add the 4th TC, no problem with that whatsoever.
Well, TaToH's going to kind of have his cake and eat it too, though, because he's adding in a 4th TC, but in a super safe location, just because was able to wall like it's an entire corner of the map. So he's going to be able to scoot ahead economically, and he also has a better army. So in that way, TaToHs are just kind of a better civ at this stage of the game.
Yep, yeah, 100%. Spanish are more often than not just trying to survive here. And ballistics coming in will help you do that, plus your armor as well. The skirms will be a perfect counter to the cav archers once those 2 upgrades kick in.
Yeah, very important to have the defense upgrades and ballistics as well. Looks like Yo probably going to lose another villager. So slightly annoying, but not the end of the world.
I want to see Yo push out and go for some sort of castle or 4th town center now, but in a place where it makes a lot of sense. So maybe like trying to find some more goals to take on the right hand side could be an option. Town center doesn't really have a good spot for a 4th one, but maybe just on some trees can be okay here.
Trees I don't hate at all, because you're kind of running out of those in your starting area.
Exactly. Securing more wood is always going to be pretty important.
And okay, well, a forward market is going to be the choice. Got to get that Spanish trade bonus.
It's the powerful market in the center of the map here.
And right now, yeah, wheelbarrow, but TaToH already has it. He also has bowsaw. Yo, kind of missing that upgrade again, but TaToH's also looking for relics much faster, so I like that as well.
Yeah, TaToH seems to be prioritizing relics quite heavily, especially when going CA. Nice pick off from the monk there from Yo. TaToH scout helping out in the mix, who has 3 kills already, by the way. I guess kind of a Chad.
Very well done there. Might get a 4th as well. And those skirmishers are like all off by their lonesome, which is like the one situation where the cav archers can do well against them.
He's got to group them up a little bit more, eh? It's really spread out on the skirms. I guess he is looking for relics or whatnot, but... And he actually might trap these cav archers now that I think about it, to be fair.
Is certainly quite possible, but is TaToH really going to be going for Cav Archers as his long-term play? He already has a castle on the way, he's getting Bloodlines and Scale Burning Armor, so he could be going for some Keshiks.
Yeah, Keshik's also a great option for the TaToHs. They regenerate gold as they fight. They have a ton of Pierce Armor, so they don't die to skirms or most other ranged units. Yo is going to be going for some Conquistadors himself, though, so he wants to switch off skirms and more into a powerful unit. And down go the CA. Look at that. The trap from Yo was successful. That's a really good cleanup for him.
Yeah, just getting rid of that annoyance that's in his base. And I love that Yo is working towards Conquistadors just because they are a very powerful unit, but he didn't try and rush for them too quickly, which is a mistake I think a lot of players make. And they just get too tunnel vision, there we go, that's the right one, onto going for their powerful unique unit that they just kind of fall behind in other ways. But Yo's not really doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, TaToH staying a little bit further or a little longer in Castle Age, getting +2 armor. I'm not sure if I think that's a good choice or not. I think it helps with securing the map control, but Imperial Age is usually quite important for stuff like the TARs. You get some spikes on your Cav Archers, you can get the Elite Keshiks, get the Trebuchets. One conversion goes over to Mr. Yo. I feel like Mr. Yo is doing a good job of claiming the map right now.
Yeah, the thing is, TaToH is in a better spot economically than Yo. He's got another 17 villagers with also Vosaw, which is very important. But Yo has a better army right now, as TaToH is making that tech switch over and is in fact going over into his own skirmishers, which doesn't really feel like the most exciting unit on the planet. And TaToH is also going to be slower up to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, the skirms, I think he's doing that to counter the Kongs and to deal with Yo skirms. But in an ideal world, the TARs aren't really making skirmishers. It's not a unit that they really benefit off of too much. But I guess it's a necessary evil in this case.
Skirmishers, the evil AoE 2 unit.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil unit to make.
Oh, feels bad for the poor skirmisher.
Bro, this unit used to frustrate me so much. Nowadays, I've tamed it, but in the past, it was certainly an evil.
I was around on all those days when MBL would beat you all the time on Google.
Man,
It was just mass skirmishers.
So tilting.
You've come a long way, though.
Now skirmishers, I see them as no threat most of the time. I mean, they're still good. I think skirmishers are in a good spot right now. Probably they're only really weak in the late game. Yeah, because they don't really get an upgrade like the Arbalists do, for example.
Yeah, unless you're Vietnamese, but most civs obviously just kind of stuck with a Castle Age unit, whereas I don't know why, actually. In AOC, they added Halberdiers and Hussars that Imperial Age upgrade for the trash units, but they didn't add one for skirmishers.
Yeah, I wonder why. It kind of breaks the rock, paper, scissors in some like cases. But I guess because they thought that the skirmisher is good against the Halb and the Arbalest, so they didn't want the skirmisher to be like too strong in the Imperial Age. But yeah, it is one of those nuances.
Yeah. Regardless, more upgrades coming in, but if we're getting into a Treb war, obviously the dude who is over a minute faster than the Imperial Age is going to have an advantage. Monk's even getting some conversion onto the skirmishers, which doesn't usually sound very exciting, but in this case, when you're snowballing that army lead, this is looking suddenly a lot better for Mr. Yo.
Oh man, love how aggressive he went there with his Kongs as well. Pinned up the skirmishers, got in a couple kills on the Keshiks, went away, only lost one Kong, kills them up, and he's now planning the Paladin play. And he's doing that because he wants to free up his castles. He wants his castles to make the Trebs, and he wants to stable them to take care of the army production. Mr. Yo doesn't have that many vills though. He's only on 105 vills, which is good for most compositions, but Paladin takes a lot of resources. And I'm not quite sure if you can snowball with Paladin on that little of an economy.
It's going to be tough for sure. And it's not like he has a bunch of knights left over from Castle Age, which is usually how you could make this work if you are in that more 100 to 120-ish villager area. I mean, he's just making the full-on 180 tech switch. So this is going to be a bit tough, but still being faster up to Imp and having the edge in the Treb War is going to be quite nice. And I really like that Yo added in a 4th TC, at least on the way up to Imp, so he could get to his 140-ish villagers.
Yeah, TaToH is having a better economy, and it's going for Keshiks. So despite him getting a slower Imperial Age time, he should have a slightly better early Imp here. That being said, though, I'm not sure how the matchup between Keshiks and Cavalier go. Thinking of the stats, I'd imagine the Elite Keshik should win, but then Elite Keshik should lose to Paladin. That's how I think the matchup should work out.
Yes, basically.
Yeah. And
especially because Keshiks are much cheaper.
Yeah, true. And they also generate gold as they fight, so it ends up being a really cost-efficient unit to fight against Cavalier. That being said, though, It is actually Yo with the earlier Trebs, as you mentioned, with the faster imp. And TaToH's... Yeah, they're going to lose a castle, probably.
It's hard to make Keshiks without castles.
Yep. Some might say impossible.
Until you get the Tadar Marauders tech, so you can train them from stables.
But instead of getting Keshiks, you get Flaming Camels. That's what the tech gives you.
There we go.
But actually, Flaming Camels sound decent against Paladin. I'm not even gonna lie. TaToH's the guy to make that work, too.
I mean, he did just that in the Masters Arena Finals.
And that was a beautiful one.
Yeah.
Castle goes down from TaToH, but now TaToH has 3 Trebs. Hard to tell if he's got the high ground or not. It looks like they're on pretty even terrain here.
Yeah, that's one of the things I wish there was a better visual indicator for in the game, is if you have the high ground or not in these sorts of situations. But Paladin 50 seconds away, but there still are only 8 Cavalier, so it's not like the scariest thing in the world. And TaToH has an idea of what's going on and is making that switch over into the heavy camels.
Wow, good read of the situation. I actually wondered, did TaToH even scout what's going on here? He didn't get a single stable. He only sees the first one now. And he just knows that Yo is going Paladin. Look at that intuition. Look at that game sense from TaToH. And right away, he's going to be committing to heavy camel and hoping that that's going to be enough to save him from the Paladin here. Beautiful play.
Yeah, but it makes sense. It's not like a lucky guess, because he saw that the cogs aren't really getting upgraded and are in low numbers. It's just some skirmishers, so really the only things that make sense at that point are halbs or paladins.
Yeah.
And paladins make way more sense as like a power unit to switch to than halbs right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, TaToH already has the skirms to deal with halbs, so he just needed those heavy camels in case it's Paladin, and indeed he's right. So he read the game beautifully there, and it's all about Yo. I mean, he can still have some momentum with the Paladin. There's not a lot of camels on the field. In fact, only just 4 camels for now. More coming surely, but the Paladins do have some time to snipe some Trebs here.
And they will be successful in doing that. Gotta be careful with your Trebs if you're Yo. You don't want to get them sniped in transit, so gonna be scooching back with them right now. And yeah, right now the heavy camels, obviously not gonna be in a great spot. There are some conks here as well as the paladins. We have TaToH trying to snipe the trebuchets in the meantime, but this is certainly a big counterattack from Yo. It has to get a lot done, but it is also very well poised to do just that.
Yeah, this is exactly the time where he's got the advantage. He needs to get some damage before the camels clear him out. Now, the thing about heavy camel versus paladin is that it's not a hard counter. The camels do well, and I think they win the 1v1. But the paladin does a good amount of damage to the camel as well. It's a pretty evenly, it's pretty evenly matched fight. It's just that the camels cost less gold and less resources in general.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case. You're actually looking to convert a paladin back at the north of the map. My concern now for Mr. Yo is that TaToH is ultimately making these important switches. His eco is a lot better in terms of overall resources collected, and the paladins, the time when they're feeling very awesome is quickly going away.
Yeah, the thing about the paladins in a 1v1, it's not like you can sustain this unit production forever. You have usually the first 3 minutes after you get the upgrade to do something crazy with them. And as you can see, Yo did snipe like 2-3 trebs with them. He cleared up all the skirms. So you got some value, but now, as soon as TaToH's on counter units, the paladin has a lot less value here.
It's just too expensive, and it doesn't have a low enough turnover rate, as the paladins are going to die. They are melee units. It's not like a cav archer that you can just keep alive forever. Yo is switching over into halbs, but this is still, it feels a little too slow, and TaToH feels in a fantastic spot going forward.
TaToH is fighting downhill on this one, though.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Still no resources for help, though, as the raids are continuing to come in here.
Yo does have paladin to stop the raids. Remember, paladin should be pretty solid in a one-on-one versus the camel in low numbers. And the Keshik's running in now to snipe some of the trebs. Yo's fighting on the top of the hill here, but TaToH's making a big play. Some camels from either side, but the conks are also getting some nice damage in there. The caster from Yo getting some DPS there as well. It's hard to say who's winning this fight. It's really, really close.
I think that regardless of who wins, might be even enough fight for TaToH to feel good about it in terms of overall resources.
Yeah.
But he did still lose that relatively decisively.
Yeah, pretty good clear up for Yo. But as you said, I mean, the resource count was pretty even in that fight. Probably traded trades-wise, and now both castles also fell. So really even game here so far, despite being on completely different units.
Yeah, Yo trying to continue to press forward, but this is not going to be successful whatsoever. The heavy camels are way too good in this situation, and there aren't any halves in yet, and Yo is just kind of petering out.
Yeah. You can't be fighting like that when it comes to heavy camel versus paladin. And Yo needs to prioritize getting the halberdier upgrade, specifically the halb upgrade. It does such good work against the camels. And once he gets that, I think halberdier paladin is really solid versus the Tatars in this situation, if they don't have cav archers.
I think Hal Paladin's a great armor composition in general, but
True.
I also think that Yo doesn't have the gold anymore to make mass paladins.
Yeah, he's kind of investing the rest of his gold into the halberdier upgrade. Relic count, it is 2 for Yo. He's got some kind of trickle of gold. What he should be doing right now is trading with the pikes and keeping the paladins alive as much as possible, and leaving the paladins for that one big push. Might even be worth selling stone to make more paladins here as well.
I wouldn't hate that idea. Yo also waiting until the halb upgrade comes in, and perhaps TaToH getting a little bit caught off guard by that upgrade. That should be a really good fight for Yo, I think. I'm like kind of sure.
Yeah, that's a good fight for Yo. I mean, it wasn't the worst for TaToH. Once again, as these fights, they haven't been like so bad for TaToH they can't recover. But Yo's been taking some decent fights. The issue really comes from how weak his economy's been compared to TaToH's, and the fact that he's kind of running low on gold. Those are his 2 big issues. If he can secure some gold piles off to the side, which I don't know if he's scouted or not. Yeah, Yo has scouted those 2 tiles on the side. Making use of those golds are going to be kind of a crucial thing in this late game.
And now TaToH's just switching right back into cav archers. This feels
Ooh.
very good for him.
That's
He's still
a great
mining
move.
gold on the side,
Yeah.
and he's trying to take 3 games in a row right now.
Yeah, the cav archers are such a good move. They're going to shred the halberdier. They're going to do pretty well versus the paladin, and it's overall just a power unit to have at the backlines. They never really die once you get there.
Especially with Tatars having that extra armor.
Yeah, of course.
Just really solid unit all around. And of course, this is Serengeti. It's super open and easy to raid. That said, Yo's still at 182 pop. It is that's far from bad at this stage. He doesn't have Bowsaw. Heck, Yo.
Constantly missing eco upgrades, man. It's like a disease. That happened to me yesterday versus Viper too. I kept missing my eco upgrades. Gotta
Yeah.
get that in order, you know what I mean? Gotta get a grip on it.
It might be tedious, but it is very important.
Yeah. Light cav now coming in.
Yeah. More light cav, getting more upgrades for those, and just going mass Hussar, heavy cav archer. It is a tried and true army comp supremacy coming in for Yo. That is going to be very helpful in terms of slowing down the raids.
Yeah, I like that.
But it's going to be tough to make up that difference.
So the issue now is that TaToH has a completely different composition. We've been working on countering heavy camel Keshik. All of a sudden, he's on heavy ZA light cav. He switched his entire composition in the blink of an eye here. And that's such a pro move to go for. And I wonder how Yo's going to react to that. Does he switch to skirms? Or does he try to end the game really fast with Paladin Halb and use that momentum that he has from not having to tech switch and get some good ground on the map?
Well, he wouldn't have to really tech switch much back into skirms, because he already got a lot of upgrades for them.
Very true, yeah.
But he doesn't have the numbers, and there's no way he can fight TaToH's army right now. So Rebs are going to be doing work, and all Yo can try and do right now is buy time.
Yeah, by time, but he is pushing on the left-hand side, also getting some raids with the Paladin. So Yo's actually being very active on the map. TaToH, though, is targeting a more important location. He's targeting Yo's only gold source, which is very smart. Yo has a gold on the right. Just take the gold on the right. It's so free.
Beyond that gold area, though, like, there are a ton of villagers here for Yo. There's like 60 or so villagers nearby. And you can't afford to lose those, whereas TaToH, this north area, has 4.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point, actually. This castle from Yo is basically just gatekeeping this entire community of villas, and it's gonna go down. In fact, it just goes down. How does he react if TaToH just runs in here? But first, TaToH's gonna snipe the second castle from Yo as well.
Yeah, things are getting worse and worse here for Yo. As losing those castles is just going to open you up so much to raids in the late game, especially against a civ like Tatars. I mean, he's trying to do the same thing on the other side, but maybe these Hussars can even snipe the Trebuchets. Looks like they will be able to. That is going to be a lot of dead Hussars in the process, though.
Halberdier shredding Hussars is one of the satisfying things in the game. But it's still a worth the trade for the
does-
Hussars there. Setting
Yeah,
those Trebs.
It looks bad, but securing this castle is worth probably like, 1,000 gold and 1,000 stone or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, castle on a hill in an important location is just so key in late game. And now, like, if there's just halbs on the field, it's really easy to deal with. I think Yo needs either some skirmishers or something to go along with the halberdiers that can deal with the CA. It's really tough.
Yo does a nice job of sniping a couple of trebuchets. Certainly don't hate that. And TaToH, actually, look at his resources.
It's dwindling, man. Yeah.
That doesn't feel all that impressive.
It's just that his army is much better. Like, the heavy CA is such a strong unit here. But I've seen Yo beat heavy CA more often than not in late games here. At least he always beats me when I go for heavy CA. So I trust him to manage this well. But he does need to reclaim his relics here at some point.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be quite important. He doesn't even I guess rebuilding the monastery is the safer play, but yeah. Just need to get those going once again. He still has 23 vills mining gold, actually. TaToH is out.
Ooh. Oh, I found the gold on the right-hand side. That's what it is. The problem
that
is, like,
helps.
he doesn't have anything to spend his gold on that's going to help him long-term. Paladin help him in the short term, but they eventually die. As you said, they're a melee unit. Nothing else that he can really make here that's going to help him long-term with the gold.
Okay. Hear me out. Is there enough stone on the map to justify bombard towers?
Bomber towers are interesting. I don't think it's a bad play. I just think we're kind of past that point. I think you had to set that up earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking around, like, I know there can be some extra stone on Serengeti, but I think, it's a little too low. Because it is very open, so just plopping down a bunch of bombard towers all over the place could be a great way to take some map control.
Yeah.
But, yeah, unfortunately, the stone count's a little too low for that.
Usually they defend you much better than castles if the map is spread out and open. And yeah, I think now TaToH's come to the point where he's just raiding Mr. Yo to bits. And Mr. Yo is spending his gold on Paladin, maybe for one last big push with 3 Trebs. But aside from that, it doesn't have a whole lot. Oh my god, it's a disaster on the bottom.
Uprising!
Oh my god. The Spanish Revolution here.
Oh, man. Could this work? Wait, what are those gates?
The quick wall syndrome is real, man. Everyone loves the quick walls. And looks like it was enough to... Oh! The trap shot hit a villager, so it didn't damage the TC. Interesting.
Yo's still losing way too much.
Yeah.
He was at 135 pop to 183. He barely has anything queued up. TaToH has a ton queued up. And
yeah.
Oh boy, this is looking so good for TaToH.
Yo's last push in the center. Once this is cleaned up, this is completely game. TaToH did a beautiful job tech switching back into CA. Not a lot of people think of that. Not a lot of people commit to that. And that was such a key moment in this late game. And it really set him up for success. Getting out the heavy CA plus SR was so key, so crucial, and it completely determined the outcome of this game.
Yeah, TaToH just so far ahead in every single resource. He has a good KD thanks to those tech switches, more units trained.
Yeah.
Just an incredibly solid game from TaToH all around.
Yeah, Yo was missing Bosa this whole time as well, so that was not doing him any favors. His wood is, of course, the first resource to run out. And it's just a matter of time before Yo resigns here. This game is completely done.
And this is going to be looking pretty rough for Mr. Yo going forward in this best of 21. If he gets down 3-6,
yeah,
that is not going to be easy hole to climb out of.
I think I think TaToH's in excellent shape, and like Yo's not even playing bad. Yo's actually playing pretty well. But TaToH just making the better calls. He's just looking at overall slightly sharper. And maybe better Sith picks in general has been kind of a factor this best of 21.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Yo is sniping castles, which is nice, but he has 68 bills, which is slightly less nice. And there's GG called.
GG, well played. TaToH goes up 6-3, which guarantees him winning day 1. Yo's best bet is winning the last game and ending it at a 6-4, because if this gets to 7-3, boy oh boy is Yo gonna have a really rough day 2.
Yeah, that is he really, and I think just mentally having a ending the day on a win is at least going to be nice.
Yep.
6-4, it's not great, but you can come back from that.
Hindustani for TaToH playing in the red, and we have Incas for Yo in the blue. Hindustani is almost a direct counter to Mezzo, and I think that's exactly what TaToH had in mind. But Incas are not exactly the generic Mezzo civ that you might expect. I think they're still that you can gets access to slingers, which is really good at countering the Gulam, which is Hindustani's main play against Eagles.
Yeah, you have Hindustanis who are great counter to Meso, and then it could say, "But I am no Meso."
Exactly.
And then you just go for the other strong
Best
counter
of
units.
luck
And
in the
both these civs
TCI
are really
tournament,
focused
Hera.
on the good counter
Great win
units.
so
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, 100%. And we see the early game's going to be a lot of deer pushing, getting off to a really good start, getting that hunt into the town center. There's a ton of food in this map, so it's no surprise that people are going to be just completely abusing that for the early game. And as far as like late feudal age goes, or just how this game develops, both players are kind of in the center of a massive amount of trees. They got a little pocket for themselves, but then all the resources are really towards the outside: gold, stone, some extra trees, some berries, etc. All towards the outside. And there's a ring of stone that you can't wall on.
Indeed.
So, yeah.
And importantly for the early game, all of your important resources that are not wood are on the outside.
Exactly.
So that really
Yeah.
does push players towards aggression. Defensive watchtowers are a very common sighting to help protect your gold, forage bushes, or both.
Because you can't rely on walls, you gotta rely on either your own military or towers, and sometimes a mix of both can be solid. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna be an archer opening for TaToH as he gets off to the gold, to the mining camp.
And I think that's just going to be a very safe opening against the American civs.
Mhm.
All of them have good reasons to go for an early draw or men-at-arm rush. And having that fast archer opening is just a safe pick against that.
Wait,
I really like.
do you see what TaToH's doing? Look at his deer luring. Look what he's doing here.
Yeah.
He made a gate and two walls, so all he has to do is push the deer into that area, and then as it runs around the forest, look, he's pushing it into the forest, and as it runs around the forest, it's gonna find its way through to the town center.
That is such a TaToH thing.
Who
Who else would think to do that?
Dude, that's so smart, actually. I mean, it's not.
Oh, it is. It's great.
It's not working out with this last year, but man, oh man, that was actually a very spicy move.
Yeah, that's great to see. Both players clicking up on 20 pop. All of that is quite even. Barrack's just now on the way for Yo, so it doesn't seem like he wants to do anything men-at-arms oriented. Could just be for some straight archers himself, or I don't know, maybe add in some eagles.
And it's gonna be probably a range for Mr. Yo, as you can't really go for stable. And going
Thanks for the insight, man.
Yeah, going Eagles alone is just not really the best play, I feel. So I think you'll probably go range, but I don't know if he's gonna go archers or skirms, right?
It does feel like going straight skirms feels like a very weak play, just because it's a long rush distance. So even going for a counterattack gives TaToH a fair amount of time to figure out a counter to the skirmishers.
Yo is taking two, not sheep, actually buffaloes away from TaToH. So Yo's gonna get an extra 300 worth of food. Which brings those back to his base. That's a pretty big loss from TaToH, and he doesn't even seem phased. He's scouting on the other side right now.
Who would ever take the wrong way around on a map with wood in the middle?
The wrong way around, man. It's become a meme of this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just works too perfectly. Indeed, the archery range is on the way. Yo is saturating his gold mine with 3 villagers, so it looks like just going to be straight archers for both players. Everything all fine and dandy as far as that goes. Of course, Incas don't get to make use of their food discount when making archers, but it's still fine. Archers are going to do great in Feudal Age.
Yeah, that food discount with Incas, you don't really want to abuse it early on. You don't really have to force it, because it gets better as the game goes on, and you're able to spend more on units in late game as well, so you get more of that saving. So if you try to force it early on, you only get a little bit of savings. It's not that interesting. So just playing normally is usually much better than trying to force food units with Incas early game.
Yeah, that's why with Hindustanis, you want to keep it 1 TC until Imperial Age,
Mhm.
so that you get the full discount from your food. Chinese, you don't research any texts until it gets later in the game.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You get what I'm saying here.
Oh, I do actually agree with that, though. Um,
But it's actually a nice point that you brought up. Like, it's only for the Inca bonus that that kind of logic works. 'Cause every other bonus, you want to make use of whatever you get and not try to like abuse it to the max. But the Inca bonus just
yeah, yeah.
makes a lot more sense to just wait on it.
Well,
Oh
it's
my
because food
god.
is such an important resource.
Okay, TaToH actually snipes back one of those buffaloes, but it's all good. Nothing too crazy there. Yeah, it's gonna be
Yep,
a
all of
archer
this
play.
is totally fine.
Yeah, yeah, totally normal stuff. Archers and blacksmith going down, and for TaToH, he's gonna go for some archers himself, and that's pretty much it. Stay pretty much defensively.
Okay, yeah, TaToH getting his own fletching upgrade. Nobody being super greedy, like market before blacksmith, selling stone, trying to get to a super fast castle age timing.
Yeah,
Just safer approach, and I think that just makes a lot of sense on this map, as your foragers and gold miners are always going to be pretty exposed.
yeah, 100%. Mixing in some eagles now is Yo. I think eagles mixed in makes a lot more sense for skirms. Doesn't really add too much if it's an archer versus archer situation here. Yo has a lot of food though. Might be actually looking to transition into castle age as soon as he can.
And I guess that just speaks to how smooth the Inca eco is early on, because, yeah, TaToH's actually ahead in resource collect, but Yo with around 400 more food collected, interestingly.
Wow. How did he manage that? The extra llama helps for sure, but maybe he was just
Interesting.
on berries earlier. Hard to say. Yeah, it gets cleaned up though. TaToH took a much better fight there. That was kind of whack. Like that fight from Yo is just not good at all.
That was an Ornlu fight right there.
Lost a lot of his army. Only killed one archer. Its Katie is now 4-1. It would have been it would have been more it would have made more sense for Yo to just back up as soon as you saw TaToH's army there. I'm kind of slurring my words because we've been casting for so long today.
Don't worry. You get used to it. You've also been
Casters.
playing quite a lot as well.
Yeah, I've had no breaks over the last 7 days since August 1st, and now it's been pretty much 10, 12 games or 10, 11 games a day. So it's been quite hectic.
Yeah, it's for all of us that have been playing or casting, but you of course have the added stress of being the organizer and making sure everything's going smoothly.
TaToH's now going on the aggressive with some archers, and of course his main scout. And picks up another eagle. So he's been getting better trades consistently. And we've talked about it on there's been a theme throughout the entire series. TaToH's got a better and cleaner early game than Yo, and Yo's been suffering because of that, man.
Yeah, it's been pretty unfortunate as far as it goes. Second barracks on the way for him. Of course, Inca's going a lot of Eagle Warriors in the mid game is hardly a surprise, but he's going to need to make it to Castle Age safely first. Doesn't have +1 defense, which could be quite helpful. TaToH's Scout is at least only at 10 HP for Yo, so it can get whittled down quite quickly. But this is going to be a very real difference in Castle Age time, and before the Gulams come out, Hindustanis don't like dealing with a lot of
Yeah.
Eagles.
Yeah. I was going to say, don't you think eagles are great here? Because if we don't have a castle and Gulams, then we're not really dealing with eagles very effectively. And we're really far from a castle and Gulams right now, so... And in fact, TaToH's going to go for a second range here, completely oblivious to the fact that Yo is indeed going for a fast castle eagle play. TaToH's making the wrong call here.
Yeah, this could be quite tricky. TaToH clicks up to Castle Age, has no villagers on stone, though. It's just adding in the second archery range. I mean, if you get a lot of crossbowmen, especially defensively, it can work versus Eagle Warriors, but it's still going to be a tricky hold, especially in the context of Yo being up to Castle Age so much faster.
I think TaToH recognizes that he's going to be forced into some defense now. He's going for a tower. But I don't think he realizes that he's going to be up against eagles. Like, he hasn't scouted it. And although you could expect it, you could predict it, there's nothing that Yo's doing that suggests that it's going to be eagles until TaToH spots it.
And that's always the scary thing when facing any of the American civs, is that they can all go for archers, you know, monk, siege, that sort of thing, and then just boom, a bunch of Eagle Warriors show up because it's such a cheap switch to make.
Yep. And you always start with that one barracks. You always have one protection building, drop 2 more, and all of a sudden you have a 3-barrack eagle play, which is incredibly powerful and incredibly snowbally. And I'm actually really curious to see how TaToH stops this. He could go longswords if he wants to. Now, Gulam is not the only option to counter eagles. Longswords do fine, but again, that's also a clunky transition to go for.
Yeah, not something that you generally want to be doing as the Hindustanis. Still forcing away the Eagles for the time being is TaToH, 35 seconds away from Castle Age. Are we going to be seeing the forward production building from Yo? He just builds the monastery at home for now.
Monastery at home makes sense. I think it's really good to pick up relics behind Eagle play. It's better than adding a second town center, which costs a lot more than adding a monastery. And monastery kind of acts like a second TC. If you can get all the relics, gold is pretty much all you need to make Eagles for the most part. 25 food is very cheap. So just getting all 5 relics is really, yeah, quite a nice boost to making Eagles.
For sure. I mean, it gets you the resource that you need the most. Thumbring coming in quickly for TaToH. I don't know if this is what he always wanted to do, or if this is an adaptation to seeing all the Eagle Warriors, just to increase that raw DPS of the archers.
Yeah.
But regardless, he's also going for the quick university, so just really focusing on those crossbowmen.
Wow, okay, so he's going to go all in to play crossbowman defense. This works really well in the early game for Eagles, but I feel like the longer this goes on, because Hindustani don't get Arbalest, then the Eagle player should be in a better spot to dealing with those crossbows. But in the early game, the crossbows should be more than enough to deal with the Eagles.
Yeah, especially before we see Eagle Warrior itself come in, Squires and +2 defense, which are usually the upgrades you need to prioritize the most. That said, Squires is in, Eagle Warrior is on the way, so once Chainmail Armor comes in, Yo's going to have a much easier time applying pressure.
It's worth mentioning, and it sucks to say this, but because of all the pathing issues we have, melee units have a lot of trouble jumping on crossbows, especially Eagles. So it's the kind of situation where even though Yo has on paper the better unit so as to counter crossbows, if TaToH can just maintain good distance between himself and the Eagles, put himself in some choke points, he can definitely survive and take some favorable trades.
And I think what TaToH could do is rely primarily on the crossbows to defend himself, add in some TCs, get set up economically, and then work towards the Gulams.
Yes. Yeah. That's actually the best way to go about this here. And you know what? I think there's a play from Yo. The play is like this. So TaToH can't move out because if he moves out, he risks getting cleared up. So what Yo can do is greed and not make that many Eagles. So he stops Eagle production, adds extra town centers himself instead of making more Eagles, and just prevents TaToH from moving out simply because if TaToH moves out, it's a huge risk that he gets cleaned up.
I think bluffing in that regard could work out, although it doesn't appear to be the approach that Yo is taking as he is continuing to mass up his Eagle Warriors, but there are still more crossbowmen than are Eagle Warriors. Although the upgrades are looking better and better, but Ballistics is going to be in, and with some very nice reaction time from TaToH.
Yeah, and
I don't think
Ballistics,
Yo's going to want to stick around.
if there's Ballistics, you can't really run around as frequently and as successfully. Every time you go in and out, you're going to take some damage here, and that's going to stack up over time, of course.
And TaToH, perhaps looking to push out on the map. He has a Monk. He's grabbing a second TC at the same time as his opponent. But of course, the thing with Eagle Warriors is that they don't all need to be grouped up to be effective.
Yeah.
You have 3 Eagle Warriors coming around, but TaToH with some very nice quick walls. Going to just be buying time for that TC to come in. And so far, I'm kind of liking TaToH's approach.
Yeah, I think he did the best thing possible considering the circumstance. Obviously, in an ideal world, he gets in Gulams. We all recognize why that was impossible, so instead he chose the next best thing, which was the crossbows with Thumbring. And yeah, it's doing pretty well. I mean, the Eagles are not finding the success that we'd expected them to find on this map.
No, but TaToH is doing the very dangerous thing that you were warning of earlier, which is to
Move out.
go out onto the map with his crossbowmen without really any knowledge or defense. Now, of course, one thing that Yo could try to do is sandwich the crossbowmen and kill them, but he's going to opt to do the other thing, which is just go for a big counterattack.
Yes.
That said, TaToH is very well defended.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. You got 2 choices, 2 things that you can go for. And in this case, Yo goes for the counterattack. And it's a pretty successful counterattack. It doesn't kill that many units, but look how much is idled from TaToH. His villagers are all idle. His crossbowmen can't really leave the ranges because then they get picked off one by one. And he's got more villas idle in his tower. It's a very sticky situation, and Yo is only giving a couple Eagles in exchange for all that.
But this is not going to work for Yo, I think.
Nope, this is not looking good here. On the other side. Oh, TaToH getting some nice trades.
Yeah, you're just going to be shooting and scooting. Just using some stop micro by the looks of things.
Ooh,
And,
wait.
I mean, the KD is really going to speak for itself.
If TaToH can clear this and then go for the vills on the TC, he can actually deny it. He could deny it. Continue moving towards it. Oh my god, it's 85%. Yeah, I guess not. Wow.
Oh.
And he's got ballistics. He's gonna be chasing those vills.
Why did Yo take that?
I don't know.
Like,
He had no reason to take that fight.
Okay, maybe this will work. But again, Eagle Warriors, not exactly the smartest units when it comes to pathfinding, like all AoE 2 units.
Melee units specifically. Range units somehow
Yeah,
can
yeah.
stack up on one tile. They can fit 40 in a wood line and a freaking pond. But melee units, they just can't have two next to each other. It's impossible.
No, they need their personal space.
Yeah, something like that. Yo's going for 4
So-
TCs, by the way. We're trying to catch up in vills that way. But Yo is down 6 vills right now.
He is, but his eco upgrades are looking a lot better.
True, true.
TaToH is making a switch over into the Cav Archers, which...
Ooh,
do you like this, or would you rather him just go stick on crossbow until he can go Gulams?
Yeah, I think that's the better one. Because I think Cav Archers don't really solve the problem long term. I think Eagles are still better than Cav Archers, especially with the Incas. They get access to fabric shields, putting them up at 10 Pierce armor. So I think Cav Archers just is a solid mistake here. I can see the appeal of them. They move faster than Eagles, so you can kind of get some nice kiting in. But I don't think they solve the problem of Eagles dominating you long term.
Exactly, and long-term Incas, they have great skirmishers with the food discount that you can spam them super easily. And I would, yeah, rather just see TaToH hang back with crossbowmen until he can just drop a castle and go for Gulams, because Incas are going to have a much harder time stopping that.
Yeah, so far it's really been TaToH just trying to raid with his crossbows. And I think that's just the wrong call. Keeping them on defense would be a much better use for them. Keeping them, just in between the mill and the wood line. Just keeping them on defense. Chopping down the Eagles as they walk in here. And yeah, 4th TC from TaToH coming up. So they're both kind of agreeing that economy is super important. But Yo has a much more streamlined line to victory here. All he has to do, he's got 4 relics, is just go up to Imp, continue making Eagles, and he's in a great position. It's TaToH that has to do all kinds of things to survive that.
And this is a spot that TaToH really hasn't found himself in a lot, or often in this series, is that he's the one who doesn't have a big lead from early on, and in this sort of situation where TaToH needs to make something happen, I feel like it could be very tricky against a player like Yo.
Yo's actually stockpiling up a lot of stone. Managed to go for a forward siege workshop on the left-hand side as well. So not only is he kind of pushing with the Eagles, he is applying a siege push as well. And as you see, the Cav Archers are actually doing pretty well against the Eagles. It's really just a question of how they scale, though, and that's the problem.
2 villager forward castle is a bold move.
Oh, I hate it. That's so bad. If that gets spotted, we lose. Or we lose that castle for sure, at least.
Oh my goodness.
TaToH does
Reminds
spot
me
it.
of the days when CL or Happy would just send like 4 villagers forward to build a castle with absolutely no protection.
Those Chinese players are so crazy with that. Just YOLOing it forward. But in this case, I mean, the problem is Yo needs that castle to go up for trebs and for fabric shields. Making it forward is such a risky play for no reason. He's completely fine. I don't know why he feels the need to go forward with the castle, adding that risk. But you know what? He's going to have the siege to defend it. Maybe he just needs that risk to kind of live freely here for himself. TaToH, the defensive castle, though, feeling pretty good.
Indeed, and he's just the 2 villagers there. TaToH's going to get his castle up in time, and I mean, Yo's army is going to arrive on the scene. His army is better, but your army is only good if it's actually present and accounted for, which the Eagles are only just now arriving.
The siege is nice, but we're going to lose our 2 forward vills. Those were the castle builders. Oh, one of them escapes death just slightly. And Yo was actually sending more vills forward, I believe, but I think pulled them back, although I'm not sure. Maybe I'm hallucinating.
You're just getting flashbacks from yesterday.
Yeah, maybe. I think at this point, just give up on the castle, make it at home, go up to Imp and live your life. You don't need to commit to this castle.
You do not, and Yo will cancel the castle as he needs to do, and Yo still has a way better army than TaToH, and is closer to the Imperial Age, so despite that forward castle not working, he's actually going to come over here with the castle, which I like a lot more.
Yeah.
This is a much shorter path from which he can attack, and he's got his army already present here, and there are just blinking lights all over the base of TaToH.
Yeah, and this is the thing. At some point with the Eagles, you get so much of them that you can just send them loose in the base. They can run around, snipe all kinds of vills. And even though we're not seeing Gulams come out, there's way more Eagles than there are Gulams And so the question is, can we get enough Ghulams to where we can hold the Eagles, or will TaToH just fall so far behind that it doesn't even matter anymore?
That is the big question. Also, you can maybe even mix in some cameos if you really
True,
want to.
true.
I mean, those are going to slaughter Ghulams.
Yep. And here's the
But
thing.
Yo's going to be up to Imperial Age.
Yeah,
That's a big one.
and the Cav Archers, all they did was they kept TaToH in Castle Age. They helped out for sure against the Eagles, but now Yo's got Imp, TaToH's got 20 Cav Archers. What's better? I mean, it's night and day. The Imp is way stronger. So even though the score looks like it's in TaToH's favor, Yo's in a much better position here.
Indeed, indeed. As I mean, Cav Archer Ghulam it's gonna be performing well, but it's gonna be difficult for TaToH to successfully counterattack. And Yo only really needs to buy time until Imperial Age comes in.
Yep. Yo can also mix in slingers if Ghulams become a problem. If not, some siege can be fine. If not, just overwhelm them with eagles, which seems to be the most direct path to success.
Indeed, TaToH is going to force away the Eagles for the time being, and Yo needs to be careful. You can't throw away too many Eagle Warriors before Imperial Age comes in, and those army numbers don't look great. Also, he's been falling kind of behind in his macro.
I feel like
A lot of idle time.
Yeah, Yo's done a lot of unnecessary things right now. Like, he's been trading with the Eagles a bit too much. Once the castle goes up, everything should go back. A lot of idle time, as you said, with the TCs. Could just be in a better position if you played slightly better overall and slightly less aggressive. Like, do less crazy moves and focus more on what's important.
Exactly. Got to have your eye on the prize, so to say. And for Yo, that is going to be him reaching Imperial Age much faster. Of course, him getting +4 defense is going to be absolutely massive versus the Cav Archers, although I like the fact that TaToH is going for the counterattack, because the Cav Archers aren't really doing anything at home. Yo doesn't have enough army to really pressure you. And anything you can do as TaToH to just drag your opponent back and buy time is really helpful. Also, the Ghulam's coming in the south.
Yeah, Ghulam's looking for some raids. Cav Archers in general are going to be really good at raiding, actually. But it's pretty useless for everything else at this point. Yo picks up the gold shaft mining. He's not in Imperial Age. And as soon as he sees the counterattack from TaToH, Yo immediately jumps the gun, goes for the attack himself. So he's going to overwhelm whatever little Ghulams that TaToH's got. And I just don't see Elite Eagle with Trebs being stopped. And that's the big thing that Yo's going for here.
Exactly. I mean, this raiding has to do an absolutely absurd amount of damage for TaToH to be in anything close to a good spot. His castle on the left side does not help him whatsoever, defending, 80% of his economy. And Yo is absolutely punishing that right now. Katie not looking too good for him, but that doesn't really matter when you're just going for a ton of cheap, not even weak, just cheap units.
Yeah, literally. They're not even weak. They're very strong, but they are very cheap, especially with the Inca discount on the food. I don't know how much food they cost. Probably something like 16 or 15.
I believe it's 18.
18 food. Yeah, 18 food, 20 gold or 50 gold. Pretty cheap unit there.
Yeah. Plate mail armor on the way as well. Now, the Ghulams do get 2 bonus damage versus Eagle Warriors, which is really helpful for them. And they did get a buff recently, 1 more damage and 5 more HP. But if Yo is able to keep up with this production, it's going to be very difficult for TaToH as he is stuck in the Castle Age. Did they pause?
No pause.
Okay, hopefully DE holds out.
Oh no.
Come on, you just have 1 more game.
Literally just 5 more minutes of casting. It's pretty much over. Yo looking very solid here. He's actually chasing with the Cav Archers from TaToH from his base. And now the Trebuchet, like here's the thing. 1 Trebuchet will kill so much from TaToH here. And TaToH clicked up to Imperial Age. He's going to be trying to hold. But he only has 1 Castle Ghulam production. We've got so many barracks producing Eagles here.
And that is exactly the issue with so many unique units, is that you're just bottlenecked by the castle requirement. Trebs, as you were saying, just going to do a number on those TCs that the villagers are hiding in. Now, TaToH still is at 117 bills, but that number is dropping rapidly. Yo has so many resources. He can pick up fabric shields at home as well with the castle he built defensively.
I would like to see us switch into slingers just to secure the game. He's going to pick up fabric shields, which is fine. It's not bad. But, either way, it's completely GG. TaToH recognizes his outs, and Mr. Yo takes the last game of day 1, and we end it 6-4 for TaToH.
And obviously a 5-5 would be perfect, but this is the next best thing.
Yeah, this is 6-4. It's as close as it gets. And fun fact for the viewers, we have yet to see any first day go 7-3. So it's either 5-5 or 6-4 for one of the players. And that's completely normal as we have 5 of the best players in the world up against each other. It's quite amazing to be able to watch this.
Yeah, it's just been so much fun. This series has already been really, really competitive. A lot of very fun games, and I can't wait until we see the rest of it tomorrow. Yo, really flexing the power of Incas and that aggressive style. That game definitely was a little bit messy at times, but at the end of the day, he's the one who's keeping TaToH off his or keeping TaToH surprised, and that is being really effective.
Guys, welcome. This is going to be the first game of day 2. And it's going to be Mr. Yo playing in blue as the Burgundians. And we have TaToH playing in red as the Britons. Going to fast forward a little because I was sleeping on the job. Yo, Ormlu, what do you think of this? What do you think of the oatmeal we're having? No, okay. What do you think of the matchup here, Burgundians versus Britons?
It's an interesting one, right? Because both civs can work really well on Yucatan, which I think this is also the first time we're seeing Yucatan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because both have really strong booms. Burgundians maybe even a little bit better, but of course you have like so many sheep equivalents on this map, so that might not matter.
Yeah.
But without bloodlines, maybe the cavalry isn't going to hold up as well in the late game.
Yeah,
Long
fair enough.
time no see.
Like
Hope you are doing
the
well.
paladin play would kind of fall flat because you're missing that 20 HP, so your late game isn't as solid, and you kind of need to play cavalry in some form because playing other things just doesn't really make sense. The Burgundians can do like champions, they can go hand cannoneer, but both of those kind of just die to Britain Longbowmen or Britain Arbalest. But take a look at the map for those who don't know it, guys. Map is Yucatan, and basically there's a ton of food. Like there's however many sheep there are, around like 12 maybe. There's a big patch of deers. There's 2 patches of berries. There's 3 boars, and generally speaking, there's going to be a lot of woodlands around as well. So it's going to be a lot of food. Really chill start for these players, and we are seeing Yo already walling up. So most players tend to wall up and take advantage of the food they have to try to fast castle, or we could see in some cases a rush, as we're seeing from TaToH as well here.
Yep, that is going to be the case. Usually, I like the more defensive approach on this map, because it's just hard to find damage.
Yeah.
We already have these big walls coming in for Yo, and this is something that Yo will do a lot with Burgundians, is just going for this much more defensive style, really lean into all of the economic power that the Civ has, but
Could get caught out
TaToH
here. Yep. A little bit of a
catching
punish.
Yo without Loom. All right, let's see how Alcatraz can go.
Yo's really bad at quick falling. Like he's
Yes, he
actually
is.
not a very good quick faller. I'm actually surprised he went for that. I respect the attempt, but he did lose that villager. So listen, guys, it's gonna be advantage TaToH nice and early here, and the militia are actually coming over to the left hand side. Yo's not fully walled here, and the reason is Yo went for some big walls. He wants to secure basically like half the map, and he doesn't need to wall this actually. The top side is already walled. He doesn't know it. He's wasting a lot of wood there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's wasting resources walling an area that doesn't need to be walled, and he needs to get this down pronto status, or he is going to just be in a horrible spot.
Does spot
Okay,
it though.
so
Yeah.
That still doesn't help with the other area of the map that isn't walled. That
Yep.
TaToH just has to click somewhere into Yo's base.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Yo is actually busy walling the wrong side. Guys, as far as the ponds go as well, there are some water, some small ponds, but none of them have any real fish. There's only 1 fish in each of them, so we never really see a dock with fish boom. But you could dock in late game and go for cannon galleons or something like that. We see it occasionally.
Yep, that's certainly something that they do see from time to time.
Yeah.
But right now, there are just a little bit of slowdown there. But yeah, got the militia coming in. All of those deer are on standby, and this is not looking great.
Is there a pause on your game?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Always always scary when there's a pause. Who knows if we dropped or whatnot. Yeah, so now
Yes.
oh, it was some lag from Yo. Okay. Yeah, so now not only can TaToH harass the villagers, but he can also kill the deer with the militia. So the militia coming in here is actually really bad for Mr. Yo. And as you see, TaToH, no hesitation, goes straight for the militia, straight for the deer, excuse me, and he's gonna try to harass Mr. Yo's economy as much as he can here.
Yeah, Yo's gonna try and shoot all of the deer first so that TaToH can't deny him, but this is already an absolute mess. And behind this, TaToH can just very comfortably go for the fast castle.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's taking in his own deer under no pressure whatsoever. And this is just such a fantastic start for a red player. It's already over almost 400 resources ahead. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and the thing is, TaToH has a completely undisturbed economy. He's also walling up himself at home, so like nothing, there's no problems in TaToH's base right now, and it's just Mr. Yo having to deal with a little bit of a drush. That being said, Mr. Yo does hit a faster feudal age here. What does that get him here? He could go for an earlier bow saw. He could get down a stable, which indeed he is going to go for. And the scouts will help him clear up the militia and then take control of the game, take control of the map, and maybe even secure him some relics in the mid game. So I actually really like the scout opening from the Burgundians on this map, because getting the map control and securing the relics is absolutely key.
Well, it's like a do-it-yourself arena.
Yeah.
All of the walls, easy to defend. You have so many resources that it sort of lends you towards a more boomy play style.
Mhm.
I wonder if you can get a sick mill here between the two forage bushes, but no. Yeah, it's gonna...
Dude, a sick mill right in the middle of them. I don't know when you can get
In the
one
middle.
berry bush.
Well, that is going to be, I guess, all right for the time being. Probably going to want to wait until you have at least 3 scouts, maybe even 4, before you want to just crush those militia.
I will be honest though, like something small that I wanted to mention here. I don't like that they actually milled the deer. I think you should push all the deer and then mill the berries. I think that's much better. Not a
Well,
fan
there
of
is a lot
milling the
more
deer.
walking time when you mill
Yeah.
the deer, and there's more rotting associated with it, but I guess they wanted to scout to see the exact points in which they needed to wall the map.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I can see that. It is Night start, so they have less time to do that as well. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they still wanted to have the deer in because it is the faster source of food compared to the berries. Now we're gonna see a re-wall here from Mr. Yo. Gonna send his scouts out. Now keep in mind, these scouts, they won't do damage to TaToH's base because TaToH is fully walled and he's 100% secured. But what they will do, they're gonna spot out what TaToH's going for. He's gonna be able to see pretty much all of TaToH's map. He hasn't scouted much yet. And he's also gonna be able to fight for the relics in Castle Age and actually spot the relics with the scouts right now. So they're very versatile. They're getting him a lot of information, but they're not getting him any damage.
Exactly, and it is also slowing down Yo's own Castle Age time, as TaToH is well on his way to the next stage. He's got some archers coming out, of course, Britain's going for Castle Age, and a few crossbowmen and booming behind it. That feels like a very reasonable thing to do, and even the spearmen might be looking to get some kills, but no, Yo's able to at least snipe an archer, only losing 1 scout.
Yeah, I think that's definitely worth it. Sniping the archer is sick. Archers from one range, they take a while to mass, especially now that Britain's got nerfed. Their archer ranges only work 10% faster, not 20%. And so that's going to be a really nice pick off from Mr. Yo there.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be quite nice. Yo picking up bowsaw. Very comfortable for him, grabbing the blacksmith. I mean, Yo is going to make it to Castle Age, but a lot slower than TaToH. And with Britons and your ability to just add in a ton of TCs, that could be quite tricky to keep up economically. But
Yeah.
at the same time, yeah, TaToH isn't making... Okay, no, he's getting fletching, but he's not making any more archers.
Yeah, I think he already forced Mr. Yo to make a range. Now, here's the thing about Mr. Yo. Whenever he's up against crossbows, what he loves to do ideally is house wall his entire map. However, since his map is so large right now, it's going to be hard to house wall the entire thing. So he's going to make a range to hopefully defend with some skirmishers if he needs to. But you can see him kind of panicking with the walls as well, or scrambling down some walls to keep himself safe from these archers and spears.
Yeah, and he does have the 4 vills on stone, is looking to go for those Coustier. And sure, that's going to work out pretty well in the medium run, but TaToH just immediately adding in 2 extra TCs,
Yeah.
getting Bodkin, and it feels like TaToH is just able to do whatever he wants right now, and will probably still have enough defenses to deal with the incoming cavalry units.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure TaToH can afford Bodkin. I think he's going to have, because he got Bodkin, I think he's going to have a lot of problems keeping up the villager production from 3 TCs. He only has 7 on food right now. And I love to talk about this because it's the kind of thing that really separates a really strong boom from an average boom. If you have idle time in the first few minutes of your town centers, then you're going to be down like 2-3 villagers at a very crucial moment. So definitely something that maybe TaToH could get himself in trouble here getting the Bodkin air attack.
Well, and I think it's always important to ask the question, if you're spending resources on a technology, especially in the early game when resources are tight, like, what do you want to get out of this?
Yeah.
Like, now? Like, why are you getting this upgrade right now? And I guess TaToH is saying, okay, I want to apply some pressure with these archers to this forward wood line, which does make sense, but there is the cost associated with it, like you're talking about, which is it's probably going to be difficult to afford all the Ville production.
Yeah, I love how you put that. It's about like right now what the value is, or what the value you're getting out of the upgrade is, because if you aren't getting any value right now, it's always better to just delay the upgrade and get maybe an economic upgrade or maybe a 4th town center instead. And now we're already seeing some idle time in TaToH's town centers because he picked up the Bodkin there. He's up at already a minute and 15. And that's going to continue to add up here. And the Bodkin didn't really get him that much value, if I'm being completely honest here.
Not so far, and the castle is on the way here for Yo. Hitting Castle Age as well, gonna give the houses more HP and armor, so it's gonna be even slower to take them down. Crossbowman is on the way, and maybe with the 1 extra range with Crossbowman, the archers can range those villagers, which could turn this into a doubt castle, but we'll have to see exactly how that works out.
Yeah, he is raining some now. I wonder if Yo would just panic and send more vills there, because you really want that castle to go up. He's gonna send a few more vills. Yo should be able to micro this so he doesn't lose a single bill. But it is a little tricky. Oh, Yo has to be careful. Yeah, he's gonna send him back. Okay, that's cool.
So at the end of the day, Yo is getting his castle up. He's getting the monastery out. Of course, Burgundians love getting those relics with the extra food generation they get. And the Coustier and the Scouts are going to be great for taking map control, as you were talking about earlier. But now it is absolutely imperative that Yo get those TCs down sooner rather than later. Otherwise, TaToH is just going to get way too far ahead economically.
Yeah, now even with the 3 minutes now of idle TC, 3 minutes 15, he still has a 7 villager lead here. So if he had no idle TC, just to put this in perspective, he'd have maybe a 15 vill lead or something like that. So it is pretty significant idle TC time, but nonetheless, TaToH still has more vills, and he still has an economic lead. And it's going to be up to Yo to either go for a 1 TC push here, maybe before Siege Workshop with the Coustier, or just add in his own town centers. And I think the latter is a better and safer option.
Yeah, I think on this map in particular, you know, this is not the 1 TC YOLO all-in sort of thing. TaToH has tons of resources. It's not like a Fort Siege Workshop denying like that stone at the front of TaToH's base. It doesn't really matter right now.
That being said, he is going for it, though. I agree with you, though. I think, like, especially against Britons, it's going to be really hard to make the siege work. So I actually agree with you. I don't think he's going to be able to find too much damage with it. But Mr. Yo deemed that it's the correct play here. And, well, it might get denied.
Yeah, that is always the risk when you just send a Vill forward that is completely unprotected. TaToH just scooching back out here with the Crossbowman, and that Siege Workshop is not happening just yet. Coustier gonna need to maybe run back around, but they have no armor upgrades, which means it's gonna be much more difficult to take those fights against those Briton Crossbowmen, which, as you were saying, is just such a strong tool defensively that it's hard to break.
Absolutely, and there's 3 spears and 1 monk nearby, so it's gonna be hard to get that surround that you're looking for either way as well. Yo seems to be committed to 1 TC, though. He's got the res for another TC, but he's not going to go for it. He's continuing to add in Coustier. He's not getting the +1 armor. That being said here, TaToH could be overextending. If he stays here too long and Mr. Yo can get a cleanup, then all of a sudden Mr. Yo's in a solid position. But down goes the Siege Workshop villager. He has to send another if he wants to commit to this.
Yeah, that is the case. Monk going to be looking for some value. There are 2 of them here. But of course, Coustier are good at sniping monks. There is only 1 conversion out of those 2 monks, and TaToH is forced back with the +1 defense coming in as well, but another monk might be enough to force Yo away. Although, nope.
No, not quite. And, oh, this is a pretty solid cleanup for Mr. Yo. It wasn't the worst trade in the world for TaToH. He got some decent value, but overall, it is a good trade for Yo. And Yo, does he go in here? I would definitely go in here, for sure.
Do you think it was wise of TaToH to just open the gate and try and save those archers? And
I think it was risky, but I didn't think he. I think TaToH wouldn't expect Yo to come in there.
Well, regardless of what is expected, the Yo is in. He's adding a TC behind it, and with the Coustier, they're of course a fantastic raiding unit.
Yeah.
They'll be able to pick off some villagers without too much issue, and it's only a little dent in TaToH's eco advantage, but every little bit helps.
Yeah. Yeah, it's he killed a few vills there, so that's actually quite solid for Yo. Eco KD is now 5-2, and now we are seeing a Magnet come out, so the Siege Workshop push is coming through, and only now do we see Yo adding in town centers. So he was very keen on getting the Siege push first, and then adding the town centers only afterwards. And then in the meantime, he also picked up 1 relic, the second one coming in. So he's going to have a good mix of aggression and economy, but TaToH has no map control, but a lot of economy.
And thankfully for TaToH, Britons are not a civ that really need map control. You can just hang out in your base until you have this huge army, and then just try and creep your way across the map, securing resources as you go.
Yep.
And then just take the fight to your opponent with your hyper-efficient ranged army. That is usually what Britons like to do. That said, you still have to survive, and the army is a lot better overall for Yo.
Yeah. That being said, I think it's like one conversion on a Cousinier, and that guy can snipe a Maginot. Britain range can also deal with the Maginot. And so the siege push, it's not as scary as you might expect it to be. The Ram is trying to help out here, but not doing too much. And now the defensive castle from TaToH should completely shut down any push from Mr. Yo at this point.
Yeah, this is a very well-timed castle for TaToH. He's not going to be really running the risk of losing those buildings in the process. The crossbow micro is on point. Does lose 2 villagers right there to the Mangonel shot, which isn't usually something I would recommend to a friend. But, you know, that's just me. You know, different people are into different things.
Yeah,
Can't judge.
for sure. Especially when there's 2 builds next to each other, you know? Things can get pretty wild if the Maginot joins. Now we have a +2 armor play coming in for Mr. Yo as well. And I think Yo is going to be just looking for any other entrance in, and he found one on the right side as well.
Yeah, and that is certainly helpful, causing TaToH a bit of idle time. But if I glance at the resources collected, TaToH is working with around 2,000 more overall, which is bad, but it isn't actually as bad as I thought it might be, considering the villager discrepancy.
Yeah, so TaToH has 2,000 more resources, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, that's solid, but as you said, I mean, the 2,000 resources kind of were spent into making those extra villas, so he doesn't have that much extra to spend compared to Yo as well right now.
Yeah, very true, and longbowman production has even started just a little bit. Of course, they're basically crossbowmen, but better if you can get them going, and TaToH definitely feels like a player that isn't just going to want to stick with Arbalest. He does want to get into the more powerful unique unit, especially in this map that Ko's Lake in. You really need to make sure that you're developing towards the better army composition.
There's a lot of crossbows on the field now. This is where the Britons really tend to get scary here. Around 30 crossbows. The Cousiniers are strong, but they need to engage on the crossbows in an open field to do damage. The crossbows are going to be probably sticking near the choke points as much as they can. Kind of staying behind walls as well here.
Yeah, and I mean, TaToH, definitely an exemplary performance of how to defend and turtle with Britons while getting a big economy. Grabbing the market as well, not terribly far away from the Imperial Age, but neither is Yo if he gets his own market rolling. And he is also picking up 3 of those relics, building a castle in a nice position to defend later on. And something that you were kind of alluding to earlier about Yucatan is that these pawns that dot the middle of the map can make things really choke pointy. So that's where we kind of can see cannon galleons maybe come into play, but Britons especially are going to be feeling good there.
Yeah, Britons are great in choke points. They've got Halberdier to defend the Arbalest with the longbows, the Arbalest with 11 range, longbows if it gets there 12 range, which would just destroy everything, and then of course the Werewolf Trebs as well. Werewolf Trebs, and those guys are just insane at killing units and buildings alike. 17 range, of course. It is worth mentioning, Mr. Yo did not find the relic on the left-hand side. And I believe he doesn't really know about the relic on the right-hand side as well. So he's actually missing 2 relics. And it's just because he hasn't scouted them. And that's a pretty big deal because 5 relics is a huge advantage. 3 is solid, but nothing crazy.
And when you're behind by over 30 villagers, you need every little advantage you can get as far as the relics go.
Yeah.
Especially with Burgundians essentially getting double the resources from those relics. And right now, TaToH, of course, making me look like a fool, just going to be focusing on the Arbalests, adding in the pikemen, and we could be going for that classic archer-pike composition to just jump right up to 200 population really fast.
Yeah. It's really good at just turboing your population, getting a very solid army, and then just slowly pushing your opponent back. Britons are one of those civilizations that are, it's a slow push civ, it pushes very slowly, but it's also very hard to stop its push because it basically just sits there with 60 to 80 army and then camps 4 or 5 trebs, and it's incredibly difficult to engage that. Yo is trying to add some skirmishers, and Burgundian skirms are okay. We'll see if he's going to be running into any issues here, dealing with this early push.
I mean, Burgundian skirms are okay, but especially in missing that last armor upgrade, it's not going to feel great, as so many skirms are just going to get picked off before they even make it into the range of the archers of Britons. And now you have TaToH in the Imperial Age a little bit faster. Thankfully for Yo, TaToH doesn't have a forward castle established yet, and he's even being very greedy and grabbing conscription right away. And that's going to slow down his push a little bit. Yo just needs to fall back to his buildings.
Yeah, I think Yo needs to really buy himself some time. If TaToH wants to take some time to push, I think you just give that to him, and in the meantime, you prepare a solid defense. We are so far behind in terms of villagers, so we're going to have a lot less on the field in terms of military as well. since our economy is just can't sustain the same production that TaToH can. And now we see kind of a forward castle in the middle of the map. This is where TaToH will launch his push. Gonna have a good amount of Arbalest, a good amount of pikes, about to be halberdiers as well. And the only win condition I see for Yo is surviving until the relics pay off, until the gold win in the late game.
Well, that is going to be a very long time away,
Yeah.
as TaToH's perfectly fine for the time being. Now, regular Yucatan actually can have less gold than a regular map. I don't know if you guys changed it at all
No,
for this tournament.
left it the same. There's only one extra tile of 3 gold on each side, and I think the regular gold is, I think they have 2 tiles. I'm not sure.
It's not 2 tiles, but it is a little bit less for sure.
Okay.
And there's Warwolf coming in for TaToH, so this push with Warwolf, with those archers and pikemen, going to be incredibly difficult for Yo to stop.
Yeah, good amount of skirms for Yo. He's gonna have ballistics as well. So the issue for Burgundians really is that they don't have units to stop the Briton army unless they have a ton of economy. So until you can get like bombard cannons, skirms, and a ton of custodia, you're not gonna be able to really engage the Briton composition. So it's up to Yo to really buy himself time until he gets there, as close as possible to there. He's doing a good job of kind of picking up some halberdiers though on the left hand side. TaToH's kind of out of position here.
Yeah, that is a little bit awkward. TaToH now picking up the Arbalest upgrade, but you just have this big blob of archers here. It's almost reminiscent of the Fortress game with all the Chukonu from TaToH running
that's
around.
right.
It's a similar idea. You just have this huge mass of really strong archers that Yo's going to need to figure a way to attack around these units, but because the Yucatan is so choke pointy, it's going to be really difficult to make that happen.
Yeah, as well, like if you try to counterattack with trebuchets, right? Like TaToH can have werewolf trebs on defense as well and kind of snipe out all your trebs because they have 100% accuracy. And so I don't know if he's gonna have that same success as far as counterattacks go. That being said, if there's one guy to make it happen, it is Yo. He's so good in these late game macro areas. He's getting masonry to keep the castle up. Last armor on the cav. And he's going for a forward castle here. So he wants to make the game messy. He knows he can't fight in one area. He's going to try to make the game messy and abuse his mobility. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
That is exactly how Yo wins so many games, and yeah, he's going to have to cancel that castle, move it a bit further back. Maybe more than one Vil would be a good idea, as well as Yo is sending those guys forward. Siege Workshop forward. Of course, bombard cannons are a useful tool, even against Britons. Yes, their archers do have a better shot at sniping the cannons before they can get damage in, as we are seeing right there. But because the Burgundian cannons do more damage, you can actually very consistently one-shot the Arbalests, which is nice.
Yeah, that's actually quite solid. You don't get siege engineers though, so you're going to be kind of very close to the range of the Briton Arbs. And as you see, the skirms are just kind of getting shredded from distance here. Lacking that last armor upgrade is so crucial. Burgundian skirms are really not the most impressive against specifically Britons. Like, they're okay because you get bracer, but it's not the most spectacular unit ever.
It doesn't make you feel happy.
Not at all.
It's just like, okay, well, I need something that is like kind of not a disaster, but that still doesn't feel good. But still, Yo is like, I get the idea, right? TaToH's army, it's only strong if it's in one location. It's also very slow. So just try and drag TaToH all over the place, but I think it might just be a little too late for this style to be successful, as they get the 3 trebuchets going right after the castle. And all Yo really has to offer are skirmishers, especially when the Custier factories go down.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to kind of launch a push. Oh my god, his bomber cannon on the bottom got sniped by the Treb. Oh my god. The Treb was actually shooting TaToH's Treb was shooting Yo's Treb. Yo's Treb dodged it, but the bomber cannon took the hit. That is so big. Now this push is being delayed by one single Treb on the bottom. And the push from TaToH is completely unstoppable at this point. Killing one castle and pushing down the center. That was incredibly unlucky for Yo.
Yeah, that is not the sort of thing you need to get back into this game right now. Treb's just sieging on up, going a little bit forward. Going to be able to snipe the monastery, get rid of those 3 relics. Going to snipe the ranges, going to slow down the skirmisher production. And it's just going to continue to snowball this game in favor of our red player. Now, Custier are thwacking away over here to the south, but it's not really that much damage that TaToH's taking.
Yeah, and the skirms are kind of dropping really, really fast here. The halberdier are doing pretty decent against the skirms, just kind of tanking their damage while the Arbalest finish them off. And there's an option if TaToH wants to, if he wants to go champions. It could be really good against the skirmishers. But for now, TaToH seems to be having some small problems back home as well. Yo finally launching this push on the bottom with the Trebs and the bomber cannon. Not finding too much success yet though, but the champion switch is coming in for TaToH though.
It is indeed. He's getting all those upgrades that are necessary, but, well, I guess one TC falling at the south. Of course, Warwolf means that every single Treb shot is going to be hitting, so that's going to be quite expensive to repair as time goes on. And Yo is just with this full-on skirm defense. It's not really getting him anywhere, but hey, with the Bombard Cannon, he's able to snipe at least one Trebuchet, and Yo, everything for him right now is just about stalling and buying time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the Bomber Cannon has to continue moving because the Treb is going to be targeting it. So just hit and run with that guy. Yeah, the problem for Yo as well is that he did lose the Relics guys on the front. That was kind of his big win condition. Without the Relics, it's going to be incredibly difficult to make anything happen in the long run. Had to play this game with 0 Relics. Does snap the Treb with the Bomber Cannon eventually, though.
Do you actually feel like it's easier to micro against Werewolf
Yes.
Trebs with Bombard Cannons?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward downside that because you can predict exactly where those Treb rocks are going, it's much easier to just start out of the way with the Bombard Cannons.
Yeah, the only thing usually if Bombard versus Trebs is like, it's the Bomber Cannon, you're trying to dodge the Treb shot, but you can't see exactly where it's landing until it's too late. So it's really, really awkward.
Well, with those swordsmen being added in for TaToH, Yo needs to have some Kusti at home or some hand cannons that will also get the job done. But right now, time is not your friend as Yo, because he's just losing so much surface area in his base.
Yeah.
To be fair, he does have room that he can fall further back, but he's lost so much farming infrastructure, which is going to hurt the skirmishers and the hand cannoneers.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to rebuild all of that. And he's got to rebuild it while also defending literally every position on the map, because TaToH's not going to give him time that he can just sit there and rebuild his farms. TaToH's constantly pushing. He's pushing back on the bottom. And now TaToH is going to go for the game-ending move, probably forward castle on the gold and on the relics. This is such a crucial play from TaToH and such a smart play from him to secure this castle here. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, Halb's looking like they are going to take down the Trebuchet at the south as well. TaToH repairing his castle as needed. And yeah, of course, the forward castle is possibly a game ender, but you got skirms coming forward, and TaToH doesn't want to be losing any sort of arbalest that he doesn't need to. But yeah, just shooting, backing up with them, and looks like everything is all right for him.
Sending some villas forward here for the castle. Is it possible that TaToH is overcommitting here, overextending maybe with this castle? Because Yo sends back the Custodia, he's going to snipe the Trebs. And hold on, if Yo gets back the relics, there is a chance he can continue to stall this out. TaToH still has gold problems long term. Yo does see now a 4th relic on the bottom. He also does see the 5th relic on the right side. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that though. I feel like there's a chance that Yo wins this game. I'm still kind of believing here.
I am as well. TaToH's gold income is almost out. He's got, yeah, his main gold in his base is out. His secondary gold is out as well.
Yeah, he just ran out, actually. He just ran out of gold right now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that
Yeah.
on Yucatan, you tend to run out of gold pretty fast.
Yep, absolutely right. And now, all of a sudden, the forward cast he's trying to make is a little ambitious. He's not going to be able to get that up. And, oh my god, the score's about to switch. I was literally just saying that castle forward was the game-ending play. And all of a sudden, TaToH wasn't able to get that up. What's going on
And now
here?
the Burgundian Cav archers are coming in.
Oh my god, he's got 3 cav archers. He's gonna go for a raid. 50 HP, 6+4. Gotta love to see it.
Definitely just a misclick right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Yo's grabbing guilds. He can pick up Burgundian vineyards to give him even more gold in the long
He
run.
can suicide some skirms just to flex on his opponent under the castle.
Always a pro move.
Yeah. Just showing his confidence, really. He doesn't need those
And-
guys.
Nah. But although it's difficult for Yo to actually break TaToH right now, that's not really what he needs to do. If Yo can
Yep.
just get himself stabilized, he has that long-term gold income, and eventually, as the gold runs low, TaToH's going to struggle to find anything close to a good army composition.
100% agree. I love how you put that win condition on the table here. Yo does not need to push TaToH whatsoever. In fact, he should save all his gold and not spend it on siege unless he needs siege defensively. He doesn't need a single treb. Just continue to trade, continue to buy himself some time, and if anything, work for that 4th relic on the bottom, which it looks like he is going to go for. I think Yo pushing from different angles is going to be good, kind of trading gold and stalling the game, but definitely do not commit to any big push in the front or anything like that.
Yeah, totally agree. Indeed, the monastery coming in at the south, as you were mentioning. Some Arbs trading against some Custier, so that is okay. Both players are chilling at around 200 population. Yo does have a way better army, so that's going to be difficult for TaToH to make a push happen. Stone also a very finite resource at this point. TaToH is going to be, I mean, he's got enough to repair for the short run, but anything longer, it will be tricky as Yo never actually lost this forward position. So he has well over half the map under his control.
Yeah, that's the thing about Yo. Like, he sets up the forward positions, and then he'll lose his initial push, or his initial push will fizzle, but then he still has the map. He still has the position. He never gets cleared out. And TaToH's doing a good job, though. I mean, he's keeping those traps on defense. He's just sniping the traps from Yo, not really giving him any chance to siege. And, you know, Mr. Yo is kind of making the mistake we talked about. He's kind of investing a little too much gold into siege. That's kind of falling flat. Take your time. He's getting Burgundian vineyards now. And just secure the relics on the sides, and that's the best he can do.
Yeah, and I do think that makes a lot of sense. TaToH, meanwhile, setting up some light cav production as he's able to get at least one relic, but obviously that is not really going to hold a candle to what Burgundians can make happen. And yeah, TaToH also very late in getting a lot of eco upgrades. He's just not getting handcart, two-man saw. He didn't have heavy plow until just now, so not really the best long-term planning in the world.
Especially handcart. That's such a big upgrade to miss. It's an upgrade that was like, at some point, missing handcart just was so normalized. Like, every single pro player was missing it. And over time, we realized how strong of an eco upgrade that really is. It's basically the best eco upgrade in the game. And nowadays, people tend to get it a lot earlier. Tend to not forget it as much. But in this case, TaToH forgetting it definitely hurts him a lot.
Yeah, I mean, TaToH had a big resources collected advantage early on, but now Yo more of everything.
Oof,
and that is, of course, this partially the strength of Burgundians in the long run. Yo with a very defensive castle at the north of his base, and I think Yo realizes that in the long run, the Coustier hand cannoneer army composition with Burgundians, it's like, you know, back in the day when Franks or Persians go for Paladins hand cannoneers, like, this is just that, but better.
Yeah, basically. The Coustier are a lot more flexible than a Paladin, for sure. That charge attack just lets them do a lot of crazy things, lets them thin out enemy armies rather quickly. And, well, nice shot from TaToH, actually, kind of dealing with some of those Coustier in the back of his space. I just realized, by the way, TaToH never got Yeoman, so his Arbalasts were only 10 range. Now they're going to get up to 11 range. Can help them snipe bombard cannons.
Indeed. Yo even picking up Blast Furnace right there helps the Coustier out a lot once the charge attack has been used. Siege Workshops coming up on the side. Yo also looking to gather the stone at the north, but the Halds from TaToH are going to be able to deny that for now. And TaToH has gone from this, like, unstoppable push right across the middle of the map to he is just scrambling to deal with Yo all over the place.
Yeah, and Yo's did a good job. He's got armies literally everywhere. I'm actually struggling to keep a track of all of them. Also with 4 relics to 1, and those are Burgundian relics, also generating food, by the way, which is definitely a nice trickle if that helps. And oh my god, Mr. Yo is dropping 10 stables at the back of his base. He's decided he wants to get Hussar out because the Coustier are probably just too expensive to maintain. He wants to have a little bit more flexibility with this cavalry, and now taking Cap Ram as well. Probably wants to open up the map, push with Hussar and Rams everywhere.
And that is exactly what we are seeing, is the Cap Ram coming in light cav as well. Yo shouldn't have too much difficulty grabbing the Hussar upgrade. And TaToH, he's going to need to find a way to bust out of his base. He still has this castle to forward in a nice spot, but that might not be forever, as we already have 2 trebuchets going to be working that down, as Yo has a big army right here of Coustier and skirmishers.
Yo takes the score lead in the first time in a long time. His Star Tech is on the way as well. TaToH still missing Blast Furnace, the last attack for his infantry and his cavalry. Kind of sloppy to miss that as well. TaToH really made some big mistakes in this game as far as missing upgrades go. And Mr. Yo looking like the clear favorite for this game now. I actually can't believe we're in this situation, considering that 20 minutes ago, TaToH was considering even a forward castle to take the relics and the gold, or maybe 10 minutes ago at this point. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a get out of my game castle right there, as I like to say. And, well, that never really manifested itself, as right now we have Yo pushing right across the map. This is a really scary army. He still has 30 elite Coustier. They are only 55 food and gold, which is pretty crazy how cheap they are.
Yeah, it's rather cheap, man.
Yeah, but you're still coming forward, and this is not something that TaToH can deal with. His army, his gold units right now consists of 1 trebuchet.
Yeah.
It's not the most impressive thing in the world.
Yeah, he's on complete trash units, like just halberdier, skirms, and light cavalry. Of course, with only 1 relic, you can't really justify going for gold units here, so it's understandable. But at the same time, Yo with a massive army of gold units, the Coustier and the skirms taking a huge fight on the halbs. It's an absolute cleanup here, no chance. 3 trebs coming forward. How can TaToH defend this with only the one trap? Let's see how he manages it.
It's tough, but without having that archer mass, there really isn't a whole lot to threaten the Coustier unless the Howls can close the gap. But of course, the Coustier are always going to just try and run around them if possible. And even then, like in a straight-up fight, you can snowball it with the charge attack.
Second trap from TaToH, trying to defend desperately. He's repairing the castle. The werewolf traps are going to be landing their shots right now. So it's only a matter of time until he clears up those traps. It's just a matter of whether the castle goes down or not.
Good set versus
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close, but I think TaToH is not going to be able to save it. This is why you talk slowly when in a tense moment like that, so that whatever you say turns out to be the correct thing.
Taking your time with it.
Yeah,
making
exactly.
sure you analyze the situation before committing one way or the other. Castle does indeed go down, and Mr. Yo just completely swarms in, takes a good fight, and I don't see any way for TaToH to hold this now. The turn of the tide from Yo, an absolute masterclass in the late game, guys. Oh my god, can I get a GG well played in the chat for Mr. Yo, because that was a fantastic game, and honestly, kind of a must win, because if not, he would fall 7-4 in the series. Now it's 5-6, a lot closer.
It is, and this is a very sort of closed late game map. This is where we'd expect Yo to shine versus TaToH. It was looking rough early on, ever since that 3 Militia Drush came in and just did so much damage to Mr. Yo. But, of course, our blue player able to hang in there versus the push from TaToH, attack around the sides, get the relics, and, as you're saying, this absolute masterclass for Yo in the late game. This is what he is so good at.
This is so crazy. Like, honestly, he might be the only player in the world that would win a game like this. And that might seem like an exaggerated statement, but I don't know of anyone else who would win being that far behind. 30 fills, and your opponent has Britons pushing you with Trebs, Arbalest, and Halbs. Like, not a lot of people can come back from that. I know I can't, and that was just such a fantastic performance from Mr. Yo here. And we're going to be hopping right in to the next game. Apologize for that. And looks like we do indeed have Wade, Mr. Yo in blue as the Franks, and we have TaToH in the red as the Mongols. And Mongols have been the dominant civ on this map, and I think probably the best civ on this map as well.
Yeah, Mongols, of course, on any map where there is lots of hunt, going to be a super potent pick. But even beyond that, it is pretty open around the side, so Mongols can make good use of that mobility. That said, Franks are a good pick as well. There are lots of forward pushes to take, and deep castles could help secure the middle of the map. But I do think that this matchup could get a little bit tricky if late game develops, as Franks are just going to struggle a lot versus anything Mangudai.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Franks hard lose to Mangudai. In fact, the only tool Franks have against Mangudai is Paladin, right? But the problem with Paladin is that because it's a melee unit, you constantly have to dive in. Mangudai are just going to kite you down. You're going to fight near their castles. You're never going to really get a good engagement on them. So the only way Paladin will work is if Yo has full map control and he can take a lot of the gold in the center.
Yeah, and of course that is absolutely critical, as there is over 23,000 gold to take over there in the middle of the map. You still have 11 tiles to work with in your starting, I guess you can call it, island area. So you can last a good long while, but of course, as the game goes on, it is going to be all about the middle.
Yeah, and as far as early game guys for this map, there's some forage bushes and some deer off to either side here. Which are definitely quite solid, and players tend to take those rather early as well. Especially with the Franks, you can go for a scout rush and try to harass your enemy. Mongols likely going to do something similar as well. Maybe if not the same thing, just go for a scout rush with spears. Harassing those external areas, very important because it's very far away from any base or any town center to defend them.
Exactly the case. Yo going to be bringing in the elephant. He does already have loom, as the elephants are quite far away, as they are stomping around in the marshy area, the natural habitat for an elephant in a jungle.
And I have noticed as well that Yo didn't grab his elephant at home. He went straight for the middle one, so he wanted to secure as many neutral elephants as possible before taking the one he had at home, which is definitely fair enough. And now both players are actually taking some hunts out in the open, right next to each other.
Awesome TCI smile.
And this could make that early feudal age aggression really strong if they decide to build up over there, which we have seen in the past. But right now, TaToH, 5 vills on the hunt, and yeah, there we go, barracks coming in right over on that eastern side, as he doesn't actually see Yo's over there. But it is going to serve him well.
Yeah, that barracks is super solid. Gonna be able to send some spears forward. He can even kill the deer with some spears as well. He can harass some villas. Spears and scouts are an incredible early game play. Now, Yo is going to be a minute behind the Feudal Age, but he's still going to be somewhat competitive at the time. And TaToH's throwing a very far elephant here.
Well, with the help of that scout cavalry, that won't be an issue. Going to be able to take that one. And at the end of the day, I think both players are getting the same number of elephants. There's 2 left, 1 on each side.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, there's even more.
Oh,
There's
on the
2
bottom,
left
eh?
on each side.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the bottom and the far west of the map.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of boars on this map. Players only tend to fight for the ones in the center because they're the easiest to lure. But if you don't find those, you could try to lure the ones on the outside. Especially once the deer run out, you could try to use one of those villas on the sides, kind of grab one of those elephants, bring them back to the mill. It is definitely an option, definitely an angle to play for. TaToH gets double bit axe right away, goes for the stable. You'll notice players delaying horse collar in a map like this because there's just so much hunt and berries. They don't need horse collar that early either way.
Exactly the case. You only need horse collar before you start making farms. You don't just need to research it when you hit feudal age. So right now, scouts and spearmen both on the way here for TaToH, and with that much faster uptime, oh well.
Oh my
Even
god.
Yo can make that quick ball happen.
Oh my god. I was saying last game how Mysterio's quick balls weren't great, but oh my god, you proved me wrong. That was really slick there from Mr. Yo.
Yeah, that was very well done. That palisade is getting very low in HP. Okay, so just going to replace it behind, and, well, Yo not really taking any damage right now. Villagers are maybe forced to not hunt or forage in the way that they would like to, but nevertheless, Yo's still gonna need to find a way to deal with the better army numbers.
Yeah, we have a stable down as well now, and probably just need more spears to hold. This is completely natural that the Mongol player is putting on so much pressure. It's actually on Mr. Yo to just hold here. Mongols tend to get off to a really good start because of that faster hunt, of course. But I don't think Mr. Yo is having a good time holding right now. I mean, he's doing his best kind of walling up his berry villagers, but did lose 1 spear here to start things off.
Yeah, already accumulating a little bit of vital TZ time. He has a bunch of scouts queued up, and his scouts are better with the extra 9 HP as the Franks, but you still need to buy time as TaToH is actually going to be making a beeline right for this wood line. Quick walls, of course, from Yo, on point as always.
Yeah, super solid there, and he's actually trying to wall up his base, but realized that he can't fully wall in time, so decides to make the small walls just to survive. And eventually, he probably will try to fully wall his base. Meanwhile, TaToH's made a play over to the left-hand side. He's going to be taking some deer, some berries there as well. So, yeah, TaToH's kind of spread out to both sides. He's doing a really good job here of taking a lot of the natural resources, playing the map as it should be played here.
Yeah, I really like how TaToH's approaching this. He has the lightning quick start as the Mongols, of course, but he's using that not necessarily to feel like, okay, I need to go kill Mr. Yo, but he's saying that I can use it to take map control and get all of those extra hunt resources, and that's just going to get him even further ahead. He's able to pick up a foraging upgrade very nicely, when normally you probably wouldn't be able to afford that.
Yeah, absolutely. Foraging coming in nice and early here, kind of making the Mongols seem a bit like the Magyars here, especially with that early foraging and a mass scout play coming through. And it's the kind of thing where Yo has the strongest scouts early, but because he's always at a numbers disadvantage, he never really gets the map control he's looking for. Now Yo is trying to get some counterattacks in, but he's not 100% defended at home as TaToH swoops in and there's only 1 spear to defend.
That spear has a rather impossible job ahead of him as he's going to get surrounded and killed by those scout cavalry. Wait, why isn't TaToH killing the...
I think because he's busy at home. Mr. Yo's in on his woodland as well here. That's why. Ooh, a lot of action on both sides here.
Yeah, of course, players having their multitasking stretch. Yo snagging a villager, but going to lose one on the other side. But the fact that he hasn't lost like all of his villagers right so far is pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, he's done a good job kind of keeping them alive as long as possible, but at this point, it seems like their fate is sealed. He'll lose all of those villas, and TaToH nets himself a solid advantage. Eco KD is 1-4, so Mr. Yo was able to kill 1 villa at the very least with this counterattack. I don't think that was worth it, though. I feel like Mr. Yo probably should have stayed on defense, or at least just sent his villagers back, and that's the problem with Mongols on this map. They get to control the map, they get to take deer on both sides, and you never really can shake them off the deer either. So Mongols just seem like an absolute free win on this map, almost.
Well, especially with this map pool, it's like, where do you pick Mongols? Because you included a lot of maps with extra hunt.
Yes.
And extra resources. And of course, it's just a nice win in the draft for TaToH to have access to the Civ at all, but of course, yeah, you get to play them somewhere, and wherever you play Mongols, among the selection of their good maps, it is going to feel really powerful.
Yeah, it's a kind of Civ. Like, Mongols are really good on Arabia, right? They're solid on Arabia, on generic maps. So when you give them extra hunt, they become insanely good all of a sudden. So it's really that civilization that, with just a little bit of an extra boost, can take over the game entirely.
And that's, I think, has to do a lot with bonuses to starting food resources being one of the more snowball advantages you can get. And as we have TaToH
Ooh.
with that forging upgrade able to snag another villager kill. But that's why like old Indians were busted on so many maps. That's why old Franks were
Yeah.
busted on so many maps with forge bushes. It's just whenever you manipulate that starting food, things can get out of control really fast.
Yeah, food is the most important resource in the early game. You need 500 to click up the feudal age. Scouts are obviously only costing food, so if you get a lot of extra food, you can do wonders with that kind of bonus. TaToH's not getting a market, so after all this early game pressure, if he just goes market, sell stone, go up, he's gonna have such a strong castlage play over Mr. Yo, and I think that's what he's gonna go for with this early market here.
Yeah, this is looking so solid for TaToH right now. He's got 20 vills on food, even adding in a nice farming area right now, and he's ahead by, what is that, almost 900 food collected at this point. That is more than a castle age worth of food.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. Absolutely incredible. And TaToH's gonna be up to castle age here, whereas Yo is not even close. Like, he's gonna be just getting his blacksmith up now. He hasn't even fully walled his base, and it's probably because he lost 4 vills earlier, which he actually sent back to the berry bushes. So he's a little desperate to stay on that food here.
It's getting the new workers on the job. It's like, hey, why are we being sent over here? What happened to the last guys? Don't worry about it. Go gather resources.
You gather berries faster. That's all you need to know. Forget about the 4 others that were here. They left. It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, it's a bit of a
They had an early
dangerous job there.
retirement.
Yeah, exactly. Bit of a dangerous job there on the side. And I mean, TaToH's villagers are in theory just as exposed, right? But the problem is, because Mongols have that early pressure, the Mongol vills are naturally safe because of the aggression you're putting on. As they say, aggression is the best defense, or something like that. Attacking is the best defense, and so that's exactly
Offense
what
is the best defense.
offense is the best defense. There it is. I was missing that one word, and yeah, I think that's exactly what we saw in this game, in particular with the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, and it's TaToH doing another a beautiful job of showing how to play this Civ on this map. Like, he is using every single advantage he can possibly get given the circumstances, and that is just netting him such a fantastic lead here. As once Castle Age comes in, you just make, I don't know, some Step Lancers or whatever you feel like.
Man, and TaToH, that's the second villager he picked up from Yo's farms. He's kind of ruthless with the scouts. That foraging is so strong because it basically lets you kill a villain 2 less hits with the scouts, which is why TaToH's able to get a little crazy with them.
Yeah, able to find plenty of damage. He has Bloodlines in now, as well as the Forging upgrade. And immediately, of course, the Step Lancers are on the way. TaToH, the player who definitely gave the unit a bit of a renaissance way
Yes.
back in Red Bull.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. We actually knew about the unit, like the AM training. We actually knew about their unit being really strong around that same time as well. So we were like definitely really worried about it. But then, it's really the GL guys who are committed to using it and to making it work. And TaToH really showed that off in Red Bull and some other tournaments as well there with the Step Lancer.
Yeah, I mean, and I think despite receiving 0 balance changes for a while, it's just that after the unit got nerfed into oblivion, and it got slowly buffed back up over time, and now I think people are finding that, it's a unit that's just in a good spot right now. But TaToH...
On the
ready for
left-hand
football
side,
season, just throw.
Yeah, I was taking a look. I mean, TaToH is raiding Yo's farms, doing some good work there. But on the left-hand side, it's just a few bills kind of greedy going for that talent center there. You don't need to do that, man. You're winning so hard. You just got to chill. But I don't think it should matter because TaToH is already so far ahead. And Yo just hasn't clicked Castle Age. But if there's one thing that Yo could have hoped for, it's this.
Yeah, a bit of a free gift right there from TaToH, but I think, as you're saying, it's a little too far gone for this to matter at this point. I still don't love taking unnecessary risks
Yes,
when you're
true.
really far ahead. Especially against someone like Yo, because if there's a player to find a way back into a game, it's probably Yo.
Yeah, I think when you're ahead, you just gotta play super conservative. Like, take 0 risk, continue to extend your lead, and only take risks when you're on like the back foot, or when you have a civ disadvantage. You need to do something. But if you're winning and it's all good, just play it conservative. You'll have a much better chance at winning games, closing them out.
Exactly. Some nice micro from TaToH, able to dodge most of those spearman pokes, and insisting that he is a G, and then saying GG.
Exactly here. 7-5. TaToH wins that game, and it was honestly pretty dominant. We can call it a Civ win. We can call it just, start to finish TaToH's domination. But I do feel like TaToH played overall better than Yo here. So despite having the better Civ, he actually made it work as well quite nicely. And we did see like the power of the Mongols followed up with the Steppe Lancers to finish things off. Steppe Lancers are one of the strongest units in early Castle Age, and they're especially strong when your opponent is stuck in the Feudal Age because they break walls really quickly. And so even if Mr. Yo was fully walled, the Steppe Lancers would still find a way to break in most of the time. And yeah, pretty straightforward, pretty easy win there for TaToH. And yeah, take us away, Ornlu. What's the kind of matchup between these two civs like?
This, if it goes later on, this is a feels bad man matchup for Sicilians because Teutons are like, I do it, you do it better. Their units have more armor, they have more attack. They are a little bit slower, to be fair, but if you're both going for like cav plus infantry or just switching over into full infantry, adding in monks, Teutons do all of that better than Sicilians.
Yeah. And also with Teutons, the monk resistance conversion really plays a big role in cavalry matchups as well. But let me go ahead and show the map for those who are not quite familiar with it. This used to be my favorite map, actually, Land Madness. It's very interesting. The big gimmick with the map is that the woodlands cannot be fully walled, or you can't full wall in general, because there's a rocky terrain around every single woodline preventing you from walling. So you can wall a little bit of the woodlands, you can wall some other parts of your map, but you usually can't fully wall your base. And as you can see, there's a lot of woodlands sprinkled around the map, and there's also golds and stones scattered around, as well as deer and berry bushes. There's a lot of natural resources around the map, and players will tend to fight a lot for those as the time goes on, as the game goes on.
What do you think of the wood distribution here? Because Yo obviously has a lot more of it than TaToH, but you can't fully wall your base regardless. And the huge, long wood line does kind of prevent Yo from expanding to the north.
It is, yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. I personally still like it because a lot of safe wood usually just means that you're going to be so well off in the long run. Not being able to expand is a bit tricky. Like, I could see Yo getting pinned for sure at some points this game. But I think if he plays it well, he'll have a lot of safe wood, and he'll be able to kind of control the map while not having to worry too much about defending his base, because it's also compact in the back of the map.
Exactly the case. I also would prefer to have at least a little bit of a safer map, especially when you're, I think, comfortable in the Civ matchup here, which I imagine Yo would be.
Yep.
Just clicking on up to Feudal Age a little bit faster than TaToH, just one villager sooner. And I would be surprised to see anything other than a scout opening here from both players.
Yeah, players tend to go scouts on this map just because the rush distance between the two players tends to be quite a lot. And also, if you go scouts and the enemy goes like, archers and spears, the scout player can also just switch to skirmishers, and then the archer player just doesn't really have a good answer to scouts and skirms in that kind of gameplay. So playing archers is okay, it's viable, but only if you've got a very good early aggression civ. Civs like Teutons and Sicilians, a lot more geared towards scout play than archer play.
Well, they're definitely the more melee-heavy civs for sure. But we'll have to see. I mean, Sicilians, they're not bad economically. You do have the farms that can last basically forever with the right upgrades. I like the faster building TCs. And I think you really are probably going to need to lean into maybe some mobility. Maybe even some donjon play.
I mean, yeah, I can see TaToH kind of setting up a little bit of a pike siege push in Castle Age if Yo sits heavy on knights. TaToH can also abuse the fact that he's got light cav with husbandry, kind of try to outmaneuver Yo. Yo, as Teutons, they don't get husbandry, they don't get the light cav upgrade, so they do have some inherent weaknesses even while playing cav.
Yeah, Teutons definitely, they have the strong heavy cav, but they're more of an infantry siege monk sort of thing. That's where they shine, at least, over other civs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do see a problem with Yo's map as well. He's got a lot of forward golds and no golds towards the back of his base. So I just realized, despite him having the really safe woodlands, he's going to be kind of in trouble as far as securing the golds go.
Yeah, and I guess the question is also, how aggressive do players want to take this? Because you don't need to go like all in Feudal Age on this map. You can still wall up your woodlines, just add some spearmen, defend and get up to Castle Age. but you could also take things in the complete opposite direction and add 3 stables and go for 10 million scouts.
Yeah, yeah. I think full scouts used to be a lot more popular on this map, and it was something I really enjoyed doing myself as well. But you know, the issue here with going for full scouts, especially in the modern day meta, is that players tend to just wall up their wood lines and keep their map relatively safe. So even though you've got like a very open map that they can't full wall, there's not a lot of places to hit once they walled in their wood lines and kind of keep a lot of spears next to their berries and gold.
Exactly the case. Yo is darting in here with a couple of scouts with his faster uptime. Not likely to find a ton of damage as that spearman is out. And as you're saying, the wood lines are already nice and safe for TaToH. So this really just means that players are going to start to get their farming eco going. And we'll have to see if we're going to commit anything more than just adding in more scouts and spearmen.
Both players went for 2 lumber camps approach, kind of just staying safe. And yeah, I mean, I think Yo will be more than happy to kind of just farm up and completely just chill in the early game. I think Teutons get better as the game goes on, no doubt. So the less that happens in Feudal Age, the better it is for Yo. Keep in mind as well, TaToH used to have, or usually has, the better opening, and especially in this matchup between himself and Yo. TaToH always seems to get advantage in Feudal Age, and in fact, I think if Yo can just secure his map early, not take any crazy risks, he's just going to be better off in general as a player here.
And to be honest, I think that's true for Yo versus all the players in this tournament. I think that all the 4 of the rest of you guys have better early game execution than Yo, but
fair.
Yo is still obviously super strong, and if he can defend against that, he sets himself up really well for the later stages of the game in general.
Wait, he thought for a split second he actually thought about making a range. I wonder if that was just a misclick or what. He changes it for a house here. Not sure if he does want to commit to the range long term or not.
Loving TCI, grats for hosting, and map settings with
Well,
9
we will see. Now coming forward here
One thing I
with
want to say about Joe, I notice
the gold
it's
mine.
always
Now,
annoying to get in his
towering
base.
probably
Am I
isn't
right?
that necessary on this map because tower is just not that useful versus scouts, but I guess if you want to add in the archers, that could be a big difference maker. Spearman is going to end up falling. Scouts are at relatively similar HP counts.
I'm actually not sure why he wants to add in the archers as like either way. Like I don't really see the play with going archers here. I think Teutons are not a civ that you want to play archers with in the long run. They don't even get thumb ring for their crossbows. They don't get arbalest. They don't get bracer. So I'm kind of confused as to why we even need to see a range here from Yo. I would expect just a second stable if he wants another production building, or just simply a market to get up to Castle Age. I don't really see the purpose behind the range, and I think that that's something that could give TaToH an advantage.
I feel there are 2 plays I think I'd like a lot more. Either you add in the second stable and go for a lot of scouts, or you click up to Castle Age with the market and then add in more barracks and go for like the big pikeman push. Because Teutons are one of the best civs at going for the pikeman push.
The extra armor definitely comes in so clutch on pikes, especially when you combine them with the monks as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you can afford like the farm discounts really great for just like the 1 TC eco. You don't need that many lumberjacks.
Yeah. Definitely. Both options you mentioned seem to be better than this. I'm actually really unsure why he wants archers at this point. It is gonna force, for whatever reason, a donjon though from TaToH. TaToH's keeping his berries safe, and he wants, I guess, a donjon to protect his farming economy as well. Again, I think that's a little bit of an overreaction as well. I don't think you need to go for that. TaToH's actually massing in a lot of scouts, by the way. So going 5 scouts now in the stable, has 3 outside, could easily make it a Bloodlines play eventually as well. And it looks like Yo just wanted 2 archers to put the pressure and send the 2 spears forward, keeps a few spears at home as well. So he just wanted the range to get a bit of extra pressure late feudal. I don't think that's necessarily worth it though.
Not especially if you grab the fletching upgrade. I mean, that's, resources that are going to slow down your Castle Age time, but TaToH's invested a lot into scouts. And this is actually going to put him in pretty good standing, as there's just a few archers, a few spearmen, a few scouts, whereas TaToH, with committing all of his units and upgrades to one type of unit, it's going to be a much stronger army composition, even though it might appear less well-rounded.
Mr. Yo sneaking around the left side of TaToH's base here.
Shouldn't this all just get cleaned up by TaToH? I guess there's scale mail armor in as well, which is nice, but I feel like TaToH probably just gonna clean this up.
Yeah, and like, there's just no world where this doesn't happen. That's what we're talking about here. TaToH just gets a nice cleanup. Sicilian scouts are perfect against spears. They take less bonus damage. And Yo just made a range, 2 archers fletching, and got literally no value out of it. He just forced TaToH to invest into Bloodlines, but Bloodlines is a tech he wanted to get in the late game anyways.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. The scouts from TaToH would get him a lot more value now. He can upgrade them to light cav, control the map, get the relics. I think Yo sabotaged himself with that archer play.
Yeah, that is the sort of play that only Leary does, and it looks like it's the correct thing. Just sending like 2 of every unit forward, but
Yeah, I think it has merit, but in this particular situation, especially against Sicilians, it doesn't feel like it has any business doing any damage.
yeah, especially because you can't full wall behind it. Yo is still open. It might look like the house and blacksmith are walled, but they're actually not even close to walled.
Ooh, and I'm surprised TaToH's actually taking this fight. I know you are
Yeah.
Sicilians, but these guys do have scale my armor, and yeah, 2 scouts go down. TaToH's is going to be slower to castle here, so despite everything, you know, Mr. Yo did force 2 dungeons with his spears and archer play. So I am criticizing it, but at the same time, he is getting some value from it. It's not like he's getting nothing at all.
TaToH, with those donjons, is going to be relatively safe. Donjons versus towers is kind of weird because donjons, they have lower base attack, but you can fire more arrows. But if you're looking at units that have a lot of armor, you'd rather just have the towers.
Yeah, donjon's interesting because it's supposed to be a bonus for the civilization, but it actually has a lot of downsides. I would say more downsides than upsides in most cases.
Other than the fact that they can train units, which is nice, but that's not something that really helps you in the early game, as sergeants are just too expensive to make early on.
Yeah, I think the sergeants coming out of the dungeons, and actually the spears coming out of the dungeons can be nice. It's more of like an add-on. It's not like the main purpose of the building for the most part here. Mr. Yo does snipe a farm. We'll lose both archers though, since he has them out of position. But with the fast castle age, he's going to add a town center and go for pikemen. So Ornlu, regardless of what happened, it is going to be pikemen from him in castle age, and he's also going to sustain 2 stable knight production as well.
It was an odd path to get to this point, but at the end of the day, Yo is doing, I think, exactly what he should be doing. Grabbing pikemen, adding in some knights. Probably going to want to add a monastery in a moment. That's exactly what he's doing. And he will be relatively well poised to go after TaToH, but TaToH saying it's time for some sergeants.
Ooh. Is he making those guys? He made 1 so far. I mean, sergeants get really strong in castle age. 8 attack, 3 and 3 armor. I shouldn't say really strong, but they get solid.
Yeah, generally better than a swordsman.
Yeah. Nice to easily be able to clear them up, though. And TaToH is looking for something with the scouts, but might not find too much. There is some pikemen running around here. And pikemen should do pretty good damage against scouts. Even if it's Sicilian scouts, pikemen are still, obviously, quite a solid counter unit there, as we can see.
Exactly the case. TaToH does have his own wood line walled in. Yo now grabbing bloodlines. He has that forging upgrade. Forging always a very good upgrade to grab for your knights if you want to raid. Just kill the villagers in 1 fewer hit.
Yep. It's the difference between 5 hits or 4 hits.
Yep.
And now we are seeing 2 DCs from both players. Monastery come through. And the scouts from TaToH finally get cleared down. I'm really surprised we see 2 stables from Yo and the pikeman play. I think it's a very aggressive opening, and I think it's a lot of army at the same time. I actually kind of like it though, because he gets to put a lot of pressure on TaToH, and in a mix of units, not just only knights that get countered by, you know, monks or pikes, but if you mix in pikes and knights yourself, it's a lot harder to counter that comp.
Exactly the case, and I especially like it because Yo is faster up to Castle Age.
Yeah.
So he has the units forward. When he hits Castle Age, it's a really nice timing that he can hit, getting the extra armor on, of course, both of these units. It's still a solid spot to do damage, but TaToH is defending it relatively well and adding in another TC.
Yeah, that's a TC on nothing, ladies and gentlemen. That is a town center on 2 Ibex. And I don't even know why he went there and not on the golds, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Town center on nothing. You gotta love to see it.
I looked at the TC. I'm like, okay, yeah, he's placing another TC, and I didn't even think, like, wait a minute, what is that TC actually doing?
The villagers are just gonna chop wood 4 tiles away. Fair enough.
Feels bad.
I mean,
man.
it can be really awkward to drop TCs on this map because you can't put them on woodlands unless you chop the wood. So it's an awkward situation. TaToH will clean up the pikes on the bottom though, but I don't think Yo's too concerned about that. We are missing Yo's third TC though right now. I would like
He
to
can
see
easily
it right
afford
now.
it too. He's also banking up a lot of gold. Maybe okay, yeah. Gonna send Bills to mine some stone, and I just realized: is this a Teutonic Knights matchup?
I think the TaToH Knights can be very solid with Sicilians. I was playing Sicilians with Bulgarians the other day on the ladder, and I found it very hard to defend against the Bulgarian two-handed swordsman. So I think if you make, either Teuton champions or Teutonic Knights, I don't think Sicilians have a whole lot besides their siege to deal with that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I remember I actually played a game of this exact same matchup, and I was Teutons, and I just went for Teutonic Knights, Halbs, and Crenellations castles, and I felt like my opponent just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, Sicilians missing hand cannoneer. They have Arbalest, but it's Arbalest without thumb rings. That's not the most impressive. The civilization bonuses also don't set them up well to go Arbalest because their bonuses are around their farms.
Although I will say that the Arb plus Donjon play with Sicilians is really fun. Just garrisoning all your donjons full of Arbs, and then they fire 10 arrows.
That is quite solid, actually. And dungeons have a lot of HP late game. I can see that being quite solid.
Yeah, like especially when you grab hoardings as well. It's like they're just mini castles that just fire 10 million arrows. It is fun. I don't know how good it is, but I won one game with it, so therefore it's the best strategy ever.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
Yo's also picking up relics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. And he's got 2 relics so far, going for more. It makes a lot of sense to go for relics because there's not a whole lot to fight for if you can't do damage against the enemy. Fighting for relics is definitely a good way to secure late game as well. And yeah, TaToH is going for some raids with the knights, trying to find some damage, but not finding a whole lot just yet because there are pikemen running around Yo's base.
Yeah, and looks like TaToH going to try and bait the knights into the town center fire. Of course, Teutons do not have husbandry, and that is going to be sort of the one big advantage that TaToH has, but those knights are going to end up falling right there.
That was a tragedy. That was an absolute tragedy for TaToH. He gets 2 conversions, so now Yo gets 2 knights, TaToH loses 4 knights, and all of a sudden, TaToH does have 4 TC, but Yo's got so much military, 36 army on the field. He's getting +2, he's adding in more stables. This could be the moment where Yo completely steamrolls TaToH, and I'm here for it because I don't think TaToH can hold this amount of knights. He doesn't have the pikes ready, he doesn't have enough knights himself, and monks aren't going to be great against Teutons in general here.
It's interesting, right? Because it's looked like, okay, both players are more or less doing the same thing, but I don't think TaToH is realizing just how many units Mr. Yo is making. I mean, he is coming forward here with a huge army. He's got chain barding armor, and he has his extra melee armor as well with the Teutons, and I mean, we're getting close to the point when we're right-clicking TCs with our knights.
Yeah,
especially without Bodkin.
Like, TaToH's going to be trying to get pikemen out right now. He's got 2 barracks, but he's, he doesn't have the infrastructure set up here. He was not planning on making pikemen this early, and I think Yo's catching him completely off guard, and TaToH is in a lot of problems right now.
Does get 1 conversion there. Even iron casting coming in for Yo, who's sending more units, of course, across the map. TaToH needs to make that pikeman switch happen. He's going to go up to 5 TCs, but you need a castle to research First Crusade. Yeah, these villagers are going to be in a lot of trouble.
I don't even know if First Crusade is good enough here because the sergeants are not great against the knights. They're okay against the pikes. Maybe they just get you some units on the field. And remember, Teuton Knights, guys, they got the extra armor, so they're taking a slightly less damage from that Sicilian Knights. And, TaToH in general doesn't even have forging on his knights, so he's not looking in great shape as far as damage output goes.
Certainly not. But TaToH still has only lost 4 vills this game. It's not that much. The idle time is obviously a big issue, but... Whoa! That is a
oh my god,
assertive castle from Yo.
Inside TaToH's house, man. That's as forward as it gets right there.
That is some eminent domain. Sorry, your house has going to be removed because we're going to build a huge castle in it.
And I think Yo's going to be more than happy to just place it on the hill here and take control of TaToH's town center. And I think TaToH is completely dead at this point. I mean, I didn't agree necessarily with the Archer play that Yo did, but in the end, I have to say that forcing 2 dungeons probably was enough damage and, made it pay off in the end.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious as to why TaToH fell so far behind in army and in upgrades. I mean, he took, like, not the greatest trades in the world, but I think maybe TaToH was just a little too focused on powering up his economy, and TaToH going to have to tap out, and once again, bringing it to within a single game.
Closing the gap in the score. It's 7-6. It's day 2, guys. We're getting really close to the end of this best of 21, and it's getting closer and closer. Mr. Yo secures the win with the 2-ins, and this is a good win to secure because you're winning with a lower tier civ, and even though you're going up against one of the low tier civs from TaToH, it is a good way to just claw yourself back into the set. Well played there for Yo. Good stuff with the 2-ins.
Indeed, TaToH going to be our red Khmer player to the south of the map. Have Frigid Lake, of course, Byzantines here for Yo in the blue to the west. And although this is an Empire War map, it does play out pretty differently in RM because you don't have necessarily as much fighting right away on the water. You actually have time to develop your fishing economy.
Yeah.
And that does mean that early water fighting becomes a lot more important.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the map for those who don't know too much about it. Both players start on a little bit of like a shallow water that you can walk on. You can actually make a dock on this as well. And they start with 2 deep sea fish that the villagers can gather from. Very good source of food, of course. And the big factor with this map is that you cannot farm around your town center. So if you want to make farms, you're going to have to make them around your mill or very exposed around your base. But you can't make them near your town center where they are safe and secured. And in the center, you've got a little bit of a lake as well. Half of it is shallows, half of it is pure water. And the land units can move on the shallows as well as ships. So it's a very good mix of water units and land units. The lake in the center is very important to fight over early game. But as time goes on, you also want to start harassing your opponents on land as well. Because, there's a lot more land than there is water on this map. Even though the water is in the center.
Exactly. You can sometimes see cannon galleons come into play in the late game, or even just regular galleons to secure maybe some resources that are close to the middle of the map. But overall, this is really about that early execution, fighting for water, and it makes sense that TaToH would be going for this, as he is very good at doing that sort of thing. That said, Yo has the power of Byzantines and those faster attacking fire ships, which could be giving TaToH a lot of problems.
Yeah, Yo with the Byzantines, looking to fight for water, no doubt, in the early game. Khmer, a lot more flexible than that. I feel like with Byzantines, you kind of show your hand just from the start of what you want to go for. I mean, you could try to some skirm spear forward. It definitely could be viable. But in general, you're going to want to be fighting with fire galleys for the water. Whereas with Khmer, because you can farm literally anywhere, you don't have that constraint of not being able to farm around your town center. You don't really care about that. Khmer farms are very good. They're a very flexible bonus. And so I think TaToH has the flexibility to either fight the water or just play on the land directly, knowing that he can farm wherever he wants.
Yeah, and that's why we've seen Khmer picked on this map ever since it was introduced. That flexibility you have with the Civ in general is, I think, really appealing to a lot of players. And having that even exacerbated by the fact that you can kind of struggle for food income with a lot of civs, as once your sheep and fish run out, like, you get your berries denied, and if you lose water, then suddenly you have 0 food income, and it becomes a mess.
Yeah, and especially if your berries are forward. Like in this case, Yo has back berries, he's gonna be kind of fine. But TaToH has front berries. If you didn't have the Khmer that can farm anywhere, he can be hard pressed to defend that front area, and that's a really tricky situation. Both players are fighting in the middle. Feudal Age is neck and neck as far as timing goes.
Yeah, just 5 seconds faster for Yo, having 0 seconds idle time to 5 seconds. Probably not going to matter too much, but it will likely be for the fire ships from both players. TaToH still is going to be flexing 1 more fishing ship, so a bit of a better eco for him for sure.
Yo's going for the second dock now. Yeah, only the 1 fish. You could run into some food issues long term here. Staying on 1 lumber camp, of course. Looking to go pretty all in for the water early game. And to be honest, I like that decision. TaToH's only staying on 1 dock himself, and will most likely go for some sort of feudal age building. I expect maybe a stable or an archer range.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense, considering that TaToH is on gold. I think it could be for an archery range,
And it is
but
kind of
that might just be
forward.
for the ships.
No, he's making a range forward, and kind of the center of the map, which is
Oh,
really
there it is.
interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he wanted it forward. Maybe to put the pressure faster on Yo, not give him time to react. But Yo can make a tower on his gold that kind of defends his wood as well here.
Yeah, especially if he gets the walls up on the side, maybe like wall towards the
Yeah.
TC and get a tower up on the other side. I think that you're in a really safe spot as Yo.
And Yo's almost guaranteed to win the water, but TaToH's going to go for 1 demo ship. Try to find maybe a vill or a fishing ship with that one.
Can he get the twofer?
Oh, gets none.
Oh,
Oh my god, he got none.
he flew too close to the sun. He tried to go for the deletion and the two for one kill, but alas,
Wow.
Icarus's wings have melted.
Bro, that's literally why it's not good to be greedy right there. Damn. Goes for both, gets none. It's a kind of a punishment for him from the game. And now he's gonna be
TaToH
able to
not even
defend.
sneaking in there with the archer, and this is looking better for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, he's just gonna be able to wall up here as well. Pretty safe. Nothing too crazy about it. The more walls, the more time he can buy for himself, the better off he will be. Remember, TaToH is going for forward range, very aggressive. And behind this, TaToH's economy is pretty fragile, but he's got enough to keep things running, no problem. We do want to snipe the fish, though, yo. That's the whole reason we went on water.
No, it's just looming over with the fire ship, intimidating the fish and reducing its worker efficiency.
Yeah, he's just talking back to it from a distance, but now finally moves into position, and we'll start to whittle those guys down. So yeah, the win for water is going to be in Mr. Yo's hands, and Mr. Yo is likely to get some skirms out to defend his base now. Looking great for Yo, in my opinion, right now. I think he did exactly what he needed to do to defend this early game.
There's another map. I think it was on Acropolis earlier in this set where the player that just commits earlier to water on a map like this, where fishing it can just be so powerful early on, I just think it's a way safer approach than what TaToH's going for.
Agreed. I think giving up the water is cool if you get an immediate compensation on land, but it's usually a lot harder to get that compensation on land, and that's why we see players fight for the water instead, more consistently.
Maybe TaToH's thinking maybe versus Byzantines, I'm just not going to be able to win in the straight-up fire ship battle, which I guess I could understand, but it still doesn't feel great. But hey, it's probably going to get 2 kills.
Oh, gets you. Okay. I mean, that was kind of Yo's fault. He took so long to react there and actually never even ended up reacting. So that's a nice recovery demo for TaToH there.
He'll take it.
Yep.
I'm a wise man once said, "We take those."
Is that me?
I assume so. Isn't that what you say?
Damn, a wise man. That's a good compliment. I'll take it. We take those for real. Yeah, I wonder if TaToH wants to switch off of archers and go for some scouts. Because, like, at some point, you kind of just have to commit to the feudal pressure. But then again, Yo is completely walled. So maybe TaToH just completely gives up on the aggression and just goes for a castless transition instead.
Well, TaToH, yeah, is closer up to Castle Age. He's able to apply some pressure here, but, I mean, Yo's Byzantine skirmishers might as well be free. Can just defend those, the archers really effectively with them. And even the extra HP on the buildings is going to make it take a lot longer for those archers to punch through.
And Byzantine skirmishers keeping the fort down, keeping everything safe. Going for a market at home here is Mr. Yo. I think TaToH should get the faster castage still, which is really weird to say because even with the fishing ships, you'd imagine that Mr. Yo has the better economy. But I think just Khmer with the farms, it's much stronger in the early game. You get more food and much quicker food at that.
Yep, it's just a really helpful bonus. Of course, Hera. You're Hera. TaToH farming all over the place. And it's still actually important to make sure you place the farms efficiently as Khmer because you want to be as space efficient as possible no matter what civ you're playing.
Yeah.
So, still TaToH doing that.
Yeah, place them in weird locations, but it makes sense. What's also really cool, and you can do this. Oh, I'm just about to talk about this. He's doing it right now. You can make a farm right next to your wood line. What this lets you do is you can farm, and then randomly, if you need more wood, you can take that villa and put them back to wood off the farm. Because Khmer farms never actually hold food. They just put the food directly in the stockpile. So you can move villas from farms right over to wood, like real quick. You can just continue to change them throughout the game, which is a really cool way to balance your economy as Khmer.
Yeah, it's just Khmer feel like such a flexible civ economically. Just having those wood savings with the not needing the other buildings and then the food coming in quickly. You're getting so many resources, and the fact that Khmer can have like a pretty good tech tree, especially in the mid game, it just feels like you can make them work on so many different maps.
And now we see TaToH clicking up to the Castle Age. Yo is going to be slightly further behind. That being said, though, Byzantines get really scary in Castle Age here. In general, Byzantine tend to get better as the game goes on. They get the cheaper Imperial Age, which is a very solid bonus. But most notably, they get the cheaper camels in the Castle Age, which really lets Yo control the game if you so wanted to with a very mobile and cheap unit like that camel. So even though you're missing Bloodlines, you do so much work with that unit.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful discount that you can get with the Civ. That said, I wouldn't really recommend going for camels right now, as TaToH showing no indication as to anything other than archers, just queuing up even more of them. He's got 10 archers and counting, got fletching. Do you... Oh, sorry, he does have a stable over on the side, but still isn't training anything out of it.
Yep. I think he wants to go crossbowman plus some knights to counter the skirms. Double gold comp is incredibly strong against Byzantines. I talk about this all the time. But in this case,
Yeah,
I feel like... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, especially when you're facing any sort of counter civ, like Byzantines, Gujars, Hindustanis, even Incas, making sure that you are having as well-rounded an army as possible means that your opponent has to perfectly balance their counter units, otherwise you're just going to die horribly.
Yeah, and in a straight-up fight, the double gold comp is usually way stronger than a counter, like double trash unit, double counter unit comp. And now we see Yo dropping the stable here. The thing is, in this matchup, especially with Byzantines, I feel like they get so many camels out that it should beat the double gold comp, especially if you're fully walled and have the water control. It's not like in Arabia where you don't have that extra bit of fishing to help your economy. Byzantines right now are looking very solid for Yo.
Indeed they are. He'll be able to hit Castle Age, have plenty of resources. Is training a scout. Maybe he wants an idea of what TaToH is doing. As Yo is kind of in the dark right now. I think he's looking for a forward maybe with the skirmishers, but that is not really a thing. TaToH coming in with the Siege Workshop on the other side.
Oh my god. The crossbows from TaToH are actually looping around. They're going to find the town center. This is brutal.
Yo is looking with the skirms just for such a thing, but Crossbowman able to dip around the skirms, and now they're going to walk right into the base of Yo, and those villagers are going to have to flee for their lives.
Oh, that's so messed up, man. Like, the skirms were literally, their only job was to find the crossbows. He missed them, and now the crossbows get so much value. 3 villas down, a ton of idle time, and although the skirms should eventually clean them up, so much damage has already been done from TaToH here. Yo is now in a lot of trouble. He's scrambling a town on the left-hand side. He's looking to deal with the crossbows on top. And unfortunately for him, he took a lot of damage in the most fragile moment of his entire economy. He just got the Castle Age. He wanted to stabilize, get his units on the field, and didn't want to have to deal with this much of a mess at this situation.
Yeah, and that is exactly the situation in which he finds himself. TaToH even pressuring on the other side. He's got his nice crossbow, and as you were suggesting, Ram even follow-up as well. I really like it, as it's just a few skirmishers, no melee units to really take down that Ram quickly. And TaToH is far from all in. He's getting his own third TC right now, as the Knights are going to be pouring into the base of Yo.
Wow, what an absolute disaster here. I mean, seriously. Yo is now garrisoning all of his villagers. He's got Knights and Crossbows in this base. TaToH's not really losing any military. He's kind of being very safe with his army. And all of a sudden, Yo has like no farms. He lost all of his farms. He's got 5 on food, and those are the 5 fishing ships. He got kicked off all of his farms. How do you play the game? He's rushing down a Siege Workshop here. What is such a mess for no reason. Just a small unlucky moment for Yo there.
Yeah, things can spiral out of control really quickly on this map, because if your farming is denied, you can't really protect farmers to the TC. You have to run them a super long distance. And sure, Yo's getting a Siege Workshop right now, but you still need food to train vills. You need food to make skirms and camels. And right now, Yo is just in an absolute disaster zone. That idle TC time is building so quickly.
Camels coming out to try to deal with the Knights here. We needed those camels earlier, but of course we couldn't really afford them. 1 Mangonel coming out from Yo trying to hold down the fort. And at this point, Yo's best bet is to just try to clear up the army, hold, and then claw himself back in. He's got nothing else to do at this stage of the game.
Yeah, TaToH hitting at the absolute perfect moment. Yo was trying to see what was coming, just unfortunately not able to make that work. Another vill's gonna die to the Mangonel, and TaToH with an enormous lead gets, I think, 2 more vills right there.
Yo does get a nice trade with his Mangonel though. Clears up the Ram, clears up the Mangonel. And now he will try to finish clearing off the crossbows as well, who have been very annoying all game. I would actually try to lock them into our base here, kind of close it off. but I don't think Yo's really thinking about that. So if TaToH makes it out of the base, this is so bad for Yo. I think this actually might be GG here, just because Yo's up 15 vills, got a clean 3TC back home as Khmer, and even though he lost the water, the push he was able to make is way, way better than what's the water getting for Yo here.
Yeah, it looks like there was a 1-for-1 Mangonel trade on the left side. Yeah, Yo is already at almost 10 minutes idle TC time as he just lost so much food income. TaToH already around 1,300 more food collected than his opponent. And he's not even really making that many food units, just some knights focused mostly on those crossbowmen.
Mangonel coming out for Yo. A second one, try to push back the buildings potentially. And TaToH recognizes he's ahead. He's actually going to add a 4th town center right now, just to continue extending his lead. Goes for a monastery as well. And we are seeing a second dock from Yo in the center, a third dock rather, from Yo in the center, kind of on TaToH's side. Maybe just to take more and more fish. Maybe that's his way back in economically.
I guess that is what he is thinking, but I feel like right now you really need to make sure that your Vil production is as consistent as possible. I mean, he is on 3 TCs. It's not like Byzantines need an enormous eco for their army, which is much more on the cheap side of things. And at the very least, Yo is deflecting TaToH at this point. But it's just going to be so far to claw your way back into this game as TaToH has the resources to just make so many units.
Yeah, Yo's continuing to make villagers. I mean, he's not in a good position, but at this point, he's gonna have to continue trying. Because of course, it is a tournament. These games matter a lot. He'll add in some camels. Mangonel trade from TaToH here. Should be a 1-for-1. Yep. Yeah, simple as that. 1-for-1. That's cool. That's good for both players. I mean, it's okay. Nothing crazy.
It is perfectly symmetrical violence.
Yeah. Maybe you go for a 4th town center as Yo here. I think you need to just kind of buy time, get more economy. You can't really launch a push yourself. So while you're clearing up the buildings, maybe go for a 4th TC can be a good way to claw yourself back in, kind of close the gap on the Vil counts. You're not really going to close it in reality, though, because TaToH's already on 4 TCs, but it could be a good way to keep up with the Vil production, at the very least.
At least prevent yourself from falling further behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Is something that I think Yo really needs to do right now. He is getting his eco upgrade, so I certainly can get on board with that idea. Is mostly cleaning up the pressure from TaToH, but at this point, TaToH is switching right back over into military production. He was kind of easing up the throttle a lot after the initial push got cleaned up, just to make sure that he could get all of his economy humming with the Khmer. But now that he's done that, he's going to go right back into army, and Yo's going to have a hard time keeping up with that.
Yeah, exactly right. I think you laid it out perfectly. TaToH had a really strong initial push, then went 4 TC boom, focused on economy, and is now gonna kind of go full throttle with more army in this late Castle Age. Could decide to go Imperial Age before committing to army, or could go for a heavy Castle Age play to secure the map. I think both approaches are solid. Yo, on the other hand, only on 3 TC. I think he's gonna look to get a faster Imperial Age, and hopefully he can get some advantage from that kind of tech. Maybe heavy Campbell can come in earlier.
Maybe if you can get heavy camel and +4 defense, that would be enough.
Yeah.
I mean, that Byzantine discount is really, really nice. And maybe like just trying a chemistry for some bombard cannons or something, but TaToH is still in a great spot to apply pressure here, grabbing ballistics. That's going to be quite nice. And as you were saying at the beginning of the game, having that cavalry and archer component to his army is going to be very difficult for Yo to counter.
And there it is. Yo goes up to Imperial Age, and once again, he has been in this position before in the Yucatan game. We saw it. He was very far behind. He got no map control, but he managed to come back despite being 20 or 30 vills behind. It's a very similar situation right now. He's got some counterplay with Byzantines, very cheap units, the cheaper Imperial Age that had just come in. Like having to dive in onto the monks.
Control, though. Uses all 3 monks to convert only a single unit.
Yeah, that was not great.
Uses 2 of the monks in the process.
Yeah, that was not great. Had to split up those conversions. We'll lose the Mangonel now as well. I mean, he did chop up some light cap though, so he's kind of holding at least a little bit. Getting some more scrims out in the field as well. He is badly housed though. Needs to make more houses somewhere. Is slapping them down at the bottom.
Yeah, just do that in any way you can. And to be fair, TaToH is going for a lot of Castle Age pressure right here. I don't think this is a bad thing at all, but it does mean that he is just a lot slower to the Imperial Age. As in, he's nowhere near it.
I mean, he did pick up the Imperial Age right now, though, so he
Oh, he
managed
must have had a
somehow.
cube behind him.
Yeah, yeah. He managed the Imperial
Oh.
Age after all. But
Baiting the caster.
the thing is, and it's worth mentioning, the Khmer Imperial Age doesn't really get them anything if you really think about it. They do get Bracer, they do get Arbalest, which could be the choice of unit for TaToH. But it doesn't have like any big power unit besides like really heavy power units like elephants, ballista elephants, and heavy scorpions, all of which take a ton of economy to get to. He doesn't have any big early Imperial Age spike that he can kind of just right away jump into. So I think Byzantines should be able to hold and push back a little in Imp. It's all about whether TaToH can get to those really good late game options or not.
Now, Yo, I mean, he hits Imperial Age, of course. He has skirms that actually have good upgrades. Is he going to be able to pick up Heavy Camel quickly as well? His resources aren't the greatest. I don't know if he even has a market. That could be really helpful right now, but I don't see one for Yo. Is TaToH even saying the crossbowman at the back? There is Heavy Camel on the way, but right now, I mean, TaToH is just all over the place with his army.
Heavy Camel right away, gonna be the tech for Yo. 80 vills to 117, and it's full map control for TaToH. Looks like TaToH is going to be going for Arbalest as his main unit, which is really smart because it fits that role of a strong-ish early imp unit, and Khmer don't really have any other options as I mentioned, so might as well get the Arbalest. You already have the upgrades for it. It counters the Heavy Camel, and that should be good enough to where Yo can't really stabilize. He would need Heavy Camel and Skirms, both fully upgraded to hold what TaToH's throwing his way, and I don't think he's going to get there.
At least not with anything close to sufficient numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, Yo, he has the right idea, but it just feels a little too far gone for that to work. Yo's had like 30 plus idle villagers for quite some time. Congrats, Heavy Camel is in. Terms are still holding with Castle Age upgrades, and with TaToH getting his own relevant Arbalest upgrades is just way too far ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like I mentioned, like, congrats, Heavy Camel, but for what? It's 4 camels. It's not very scary. They're going to be good against the light cav, no doubt, but the crossbows would easily be able to take those guys out. And, you know, TaToH's going castle at home. I don't mind it, but you might as well go forward castle here. Take advantage of the forward stone for Yo. I think forward castle would just steal the game 100%. And no need, yeah.
Yeah. 9% more efficient in economy for TaToH, who brings himself to 8 points. Just getting so far ahead with that crossbow time. A little bit unlucky for Yo, but you absolutely need to make sure that you're keeping tabs on your opponent's archers. It's like you could say you get unlucky if there's a hole in your wall, but if your entire strategy revolves around you being fully walled, it's also kind of on you.
Yeah, I agree with that. He did delete the wall. He did move out for a risky TC. He did do all that while not having the skirms defending that hole. So it's kind of his fault for what happened. Obviously, it is, you know, a little unlucky that, you know, he got punished for taking that small risk. But why take that risk in the first place? He actually had a great position had there not been that little gap in his wall that he, of course, opened himself. So
I think it's a really interesting one. I think that on the one hand, Turks have like possibly like extra range. You know, artillery bombard cannons are really sick. Their units, they just have more ranged units in general that are stronger than Bohemians. Whereas Bohemians, you have the better monks, you have the better halbs. Both civs can make bombard cannons as soon as they hit Imperial Age, and this is definitely one that I feel they can go either way.
what do you think of, and now I'm fast firing these questions. What do you think of the Bohemians hand cannoneer play? I'll give you some context. I'm talking about the one where you go like, whatever happens in feudal, you go up to castle age, 3 range, and no TCs. You go university right away, get chemistry, and then you go hand cannoneer in the castle age with either some mangonels or rams. Are you a fan of that push in general?
I think it can work. I like it more versus civs that are more likely to go for melee units than ranged units, as archers are just a little bit better against hand cannoneers than melee units in general. But Turks are one of those civs. I mean, they have a very flexible tech tree on things that aren't spearmen and skirmishers.
Yeah.
And I feel like if Turks just go for like crossbowmen or even cav archers, it could be a little bit tricky to make that work. But I do like it in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's definitely a push that's I've grown really fond of recently. At first I kind of disregarded it, saying it's way too expensive, it takes too long to get chemistry. But the more I see that push being played, the more I realize that hand cannoneer at the end of the day is an Imperial Age unit, and getting that guy out in Castle Age is incredibly solid, and it kind of feels like it's a unit that's almost impossible to deal with in the right situations. So definitely an option going into the Castle Age, but of course we're far from there. Mr. Yo is opening with a barracks. TaToH's going to add a couple walls. Usually you'll see people go for a little bit of aggression, but a lot of walls keeping their base safe is always a good option. Always a good option as well.
For sure. Actually, just remembered, Yo played Bohemians against you on this map, but you did a really good job of punishing Yo.
Yeah.
And making sure that he couldn't develop his army in the way that he needed to when Yo went for the hand cannoneer play that you were talking about. And I think that's probably one of the best ways at stopping that.
Yeah, I think the more you pressure them, the more you force their hand early, either force the tower or force them to invest into some units, the less powerful that push is. So I'm interested to see how TaToH does that with the Turks. Turks are a bit of a civ, a bit of a weird civ. They're kind of like slow to get going, but they get random power spikes because of their free upgrades throughout the game. And I think they really unlock their full potential once Imperial Age comes in. Before that, they're a little bit of a generic civilization, but their light cavalry has always been kind of their strong point right now.
Hera, with all these hot takes, Turks are good in the Imperial Age.
I know, man.
Come on.
Believe it or not.
Stop with the clickbait.
But hold on. I don't think Yo actually is interested in taking this too much to the long term. He wants to fight in the early game, which does make sense because Bohemians are slightly stronger than Turks in the early game, sending forward 2 militia. And although it's a small rush, it is definitely a way to put pressure and force your opponent to fight you instead of just fully walling. And I like that.
Yeah, I think if I recall correctly, you went for men-at-arms against Yo
Yeah.
and kind of caught him off guard when Golden Pit, it's usually a little bit more defensive than, say, your generic Arabia.
Yeah.
So getting in there, catching your opponent by surprise a bit, and getting damage done is certainly one way that you can, one, wall yourself behind it safely, which is very helpful, and two, get your own economy developed in a much more fluid manner.
Yeah, being able to put the pressure initially is such an underrated thing. Like, if you're the first one to punch, you actually usually have a better economy behind it. The defending player obviously will have less resources invested into militia, for example. So now TaToH has the 80 resources that Mr. Yo spent on both these militia. So 80 plus 80, 160. TaToH has those resources still in the bank. You can use that for something else. And so it is an investment, but it does give you all the map control in the world to then just wall your map as you see fit and, you know, at your own pace.
Exactly going to be the case. That said, Yo is not walled just yet. Now going to be adding in some farms. And actually, has he just been gathering more food from sheep? Why is he going through his sheep faster? I think that's actually what he's been doing.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Yo had more builds on sheep earlier. It makes sense as a militia build versus an archer build.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat is also saying that Bohemians have the sexiest architecture in the game. We're not seeing too much of it in Feudal Age, but as the game goes on, I could agree with that, maybe.
I did get to see a castle that looked almost exactly like the Bohemian castle when I was in Germany last time. That was pretty cool.
Oh, really? Which one was it?
It was in Germany, but it was right near the Czech border.
Okay.
It was Königstein.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I love those beautiful castles. You know, I actually didn't even realize it was a thing that you can go and see castles in this day and age until I went to Heidelberg like a couple years ago. I didn't realize that these castles were just there for people to kind of walk in and view them.
History, man.
Yeah, it's kind
It's
of
still around us.
Literally. I was like, oh, we're definitely done with those medieval castles. We just moved on, but now they're still around.
Yeah. But Yo actually, like 2/3 of a villager ahead, TaToH with a little bit of vital time, just thrown off a bit by those 2 militia. And that's why we see this sort of style of the early militia, even if you're not committing to the full men-at-arms or even the full drush, just getting in there and messing up your opponent has just become so popular. Like all the way back to like KOTD 4, I think is when it really took off.
Yeah, 2 militia is kind of a modern opening, especially the play where you kind of skip the mill, make the barracks instead. It's a very good opening and a very consistent opening, which consistency is highly valued in modern AoE. No one really wants to take risks anymore. Everyone wants to make the strategies that have the highest success of working out. They want to go for those ones. And so that's why the 2 militia is much more popular than the men-at-arm rush these days, because men-at-arms is a lot riskier and has a lot more chances of going wrong. This is just more a commitment in general.
Is that why you went men-at-arms in so many of your games?
Yeah, I went men-at-arms because people think it's bad, so then you surprise them. The more a strategy gets like weaker in the eyes of many, it becomes stronger in a way. So that's interesting how the meta forms, right?
Yeah, no, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And you definitely caught some people off guard with it, and that is exactly what you need to be doing with men-at-arms. It's not like an opening that you can just kind of autopilot and
Mhm.
be okay with it. Like, you need to get damage done.
Exactly, exactly. And it's the kind of thing where if your opponent 100% knows you're going men at arms, you will literally get 0 damage 9 times out of 10. But if your opponent doesn't know you're going men at arms, then you can actually win the game off the rush if you just control them well and land in the right areas. So yeah, very interesting strategy. Probably the most dynamic early game strategy you can go for. After the 2 militia, though, Mr. Yo just went for a few range units and is walling up his base. I think at this point, he's just okay transitioning towards the castle age. And he's done enough damage and forced enough kind of response from TaToH that he can just go up the next stage, no problem here.
Definitely the case, but TaToH looking to go out across the map here with his archers, is grabbing the fletching upgrade, and Yo still isn't walled yet, and we're getting close to the 14-minute mark of the game with a 9 bill start, so that does feel a little on the slow side. Yo's going to need to be careful.
And TaToH has maybe a pincer move set up here, kind of killing Yo's army. It is worth mentioning that because TaToH and Turks in general can't get elite skirmishers, the skirms he's making will not scale very well at all, and Mr. Yo doesn't have to be worried about skirms at all in the mid game. He can always just go pure crossbowman and not have to worry about any of the skirms that are mixed in here.
You do have to worry a little bit about the Turk light cav, as they now get the extra 1 pierce armor, which is kind of scary, but if you're in a situation where you can't really get that because you don't have the food eco that you're looking for, then suddenly it just becomes very difficult to stop mass crossbowmen.
Yeah, I agree. I think the light cap for Turks is definitely their most solid choice against archer units. If we're gonna see a stable come through from Yo, I don't know if I like that. Again, we did talk just now about how the skirms, they're not really that much of a threat, and so normally you see the stable to counter skirms and elite skirms especially. But in this situation, I don't think you need that. So yeah, I think Yo's going to be more than happy to just play on crossbows, but he decides to go knights anyway, which I guess is fair enough. He's going for a scout now just to maybe gain control of the map in feudal age.
Guess he wants to really focus on cleaning up the skirms, and I think maybe he doesn't want to be on the defensive in early castle age.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe he wants to do something a bit more initiative taking. But TaToH, he is mining stone with 5 villagers, so he could be looking to get some Janissaries. And this is where the Janissary nerf that happened last patch is really going to come into play.
Yep.
Because Janny versus hand cannon, if that's going to be the case, is going to be a much more even matchup than it used to be.
Yeah, Janissary on 8 range before in castle age, absolute monster, British powerhouse of a unit. Now it's still really strong, of course. The stats didn't get changed, except it lost 1 range. So it's 7 range in castle, which is a lot more fair. It puts it at the same range as crossbows and skirmishers with bodkin. So it's a more fair unit, but it's still incredibly powerful. And I'm kind of interested to see if Yo goes for crossbows or if he just goes for hand cannoneer to try to counter that one or deal with it.
I feel like the safer play would be to go crossbowman into hand cannoneer,
I
because you
agree.
still will have crossbowman with chemistry, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yo is in the castle age. Did sell 100 stone to get there. Going to add 1 extra TC. Can buy back the stone if necessary. There's crossbow and bodkin coming right on in. And TaToH is going to hit castle age in a moment, but not quite going to have enough stone for a castle.
TaToH did a great job with skirms. He's kind of like just forcing Yo to run away and constantly zoning him out of his reinforcements. So Yo is never grouping up with his either like the other crossbows or the knight he's gonna have. He's just forced to run away for the time being, and it's buying TaToH more time. It's the move that it's ever so slightly just benefiting TaToH here, and he's gonna be able to get a siege workshop now and 100 stone away from grabbing a castle.
That is definitely going to be the case. Yo with only a single knight running out across the map, but Yo is on 2 TCs faster than TaToH. And there we go. I was going to say, TaToH, I think it might even be better for him to delay the castle a bit, just so that he can get the extra TCs down, because I don't think that getting some Jannies out right now is going to be all that important, especially if you're going with like a Scorpion defense.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. I definitely see that. 2 TCs there from TaToH. Prioritizing his economy first. He is also getting the crossbow upgrade. I'm actually not a fan of that. I don't think you needed the crossbow upgrade. I think just keeping them on archers and going for Janissaries is much better. I think the crossbow bodkin are wasted upgrades from TaToH here, and they're not going to really pay off too much. That being said, there is actually a hole here, I believe.
You think so?
Yeah, the house on the left, that one house by itself, there's a hole in between the wood line and the house. I'm sure of it.
I'll take your word for it. It's hard to tell.
But TaToH's
Well, I
not
don't have
going
the
for it.
pine trees mod on. I just have regular
Ah,
trees.
yeah, with the
Well,
pine,
I mean, I have small trees, but
with the pine tree, it's a lot easier to see here. And
yeah.
yeah, if TaToH clicks in, Yo can be in trouble, but it looks like it's not going to really happen at this point.
And indeed, both players just kind of looking to get some damage at the edges of the other's economy, but no damage really being dealt. Third TC now coming in for TaToH before the castle, and I'm a fan of this. I like the you're already defensively set up. You don't really need the Janissaries because Yo's not committing a ton to aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. 30C from TaToH coming down. Now we see a Mangonel as well here.
Should be fine. Yo will see the third TC. I don't know if he saw the second one. He did not, so maybe he thinks that's TaToH's second TC. Or he could just send his crossbowmen into their untimely demise. That's also an option.
A lot of units running into town centers with castles from Yo. I'm not gonna lie here. Yeah, so TaToH went for 3 TCs first and only now goes for the castle. So what that's gonna do is gonna give him less of a power spike with the Janissaries in early castle, but it gives him a much better economy. Kind of sets him up to playing towards that Imperial Age, where Turks definitely want to play towards either way. And now we see Yo securing chemistry and starting the hand cannoneer production. Only on one range, but still.
Going to be getting those going for sure. Yo does not have Town Watch by the looks of things, so... Oh, well, actually, the crossbow just attacking a crocodile, so not going to be able to see that, and maybe Hera can get a bit of damage. Hera.
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 Damn it, bro.
Yeah, this is what happens when you're casting nonstop.
Yeah.
TaToH can get some damage done.
Looks like TaToH's crossbow play didn't really find that much after all, so definitely pretty convinced about it being kind of a misplay to go for that. And it looks like it's going to be Mr. Yo. It's actually going to trap TaToH's army now. Has the Mega now, has the Knight and crossbows. We'll look to clear those up, but I don't think TaToH cares too much. His main play now is going to be the Janissaries. And as you can see, no one really made a play for the center yet, guys. So no gold, no stone being taken. They're just kind of using their initial starting resources instead for the time being. And we'll only transition to the middle a bit later, which makes sense since you are going downhill. Don't want to go there too early and get cleared up.
Yeah, I mean, so long as you don't have to, you don't really need to, especially if you're up against like a lot of strong range units that can pressure you from the high ground without needing to commit themselves all that much. Nice bit of micro there from TaToH, able to clear up some more archers. Fervor now in for Yo, going to help out his villagers, but is Yo looking for... Okay, it's just an outpost with a couple vills. I wonder what this is for. Just siege?
Yeah, I think he wants to go siege on the side. TaToH has other ideas though. TaToH's actually looking to pressure down the center from Janissary with Janissaries and Mangonels. So we're in a situation here where we're gonna see both players trying to fight for the map control and both players using gunpowder to do so. It's gonna be a very interesting matchup, but the siege from TaToH might get cleared up by the hand cannons here.
Yeah, and TaToH went full micro nerd at the top, just cleaned up a bunch of archers with a few of his own, was even dancing in around the Mangonel, and yeah, that was pretty rough.
Because of that
Yeah.
micro that TaToH was doing up here, which I
Yeah.
completely missed, he took a really bad fight in the center. So Yo, keeping it more simple, ended up being in a much better position. TaToH lost like 3 siege units, a bunch of crossbows, and a couple Janissaries there. So Yo definitely going out on top there. And yeah, TaToH is getting cleared up on the north side of the map as well by the Mangonel. So Mr. Yo's in full control of the map right now. Definitely won the map control struggle here.
And is still only on 2 town centers. TaToH is almost with enough resources for another castle, so assuming he doesn't take that much damage right now, which is a big assumption, I feel like he's going to be quite well set up. Yeah, even buying the resources for another castle, going to be right next to his town center, very much like that position, whereas Yo's going to be much more focused on the middle.
TaToH going castle on the left-hand side here. That's going to help secure that entire area. And we see a castle in the center for Yo. I think that castle's a little too far forward. I would have liked to see it 3-4 tiles back, because now TaToH can trap that one from the hill, and you definitely do not want that as the Bohemian player. So I think making it further back would be much better for Mr. Yo here.
The most important thing with the castle is that it is able to range the villagers that would be mining the tiles furthest away on the gold. And as long as it does that, you want to place it as far back as possible.
Exactly.
It's safer.
Yeah, exactly. 100% right. 15 vill lead for TaToH, by the way. And that is mainly because Yo is going up to Ib, and he's only been on 2 town centers. So it's going to be a fast and play from Yo, getting probably Hoofnits out on the field, bomber cannons as fast as possible. Whereas TaToH's looking to go like 2 castles. He's going to buy his way up now, but he's going to have a little bit more presence on the map and a little bit more of an economy. I think Yo's approach is better, though. I think the fast temp is better on maps like this.
Could not agree more. TaToH doesn't have that much more gold with which to work, only around 1,200. And of course you can use the market to help you out, but it's still not the prettiest thing. And with a faster imp from Yo, if he's able to take that initiative, start with the Trebs and Bombard cannons, then TaToH could have a really hard time taking back the middle.
And it's really underrated, but Behemoths have such a good economy. They get both eco upgrades for free, or all 4 really mining upgrades for free. And so the mining from Yo is going to be absolutely off the charts here. He can just send all of his villas into the center, all of his new villas into the center, and just completely abuse the golden stone. He's going to get so many resources from those faster gathering builds.
Oh, but we have the best unique unit in the game coming forward.
Oh my
the
god.
2x4 with wheels.
The Sight Wagon. It's absolutely useless, but it looks kind of cool. And it's a little bit of a flex on your opponent as well. You know, this is actually a very annoying unit. If you send this into your opponent's base under his TC, it has a lot of Pierce armor, so it tanks a lot of hits. That's all it's good for, though.
It's probably the single least fun unit to micro.
Yeah, oh god, it's abysmal to micro. It's so clunky. It's the definition of clunky.
Yeah, I mean, it plays as clunky as it looks.
Yeah, pretty much. Moving around here.
Nevertheless, though, Yo is an Imperial Age Trebuchet on the way immediately. Doesn't have a Bombard Cannon. Okay, never mind. Does have a Bombard Cannon coming in, and that is going to be the important thing. As Turks, TaToH can, of course, try and catch up with his own cannonry, but it's still not the prettiest thing in the world.
And Mr. Yo has, as always, kind of pushes all over the place. He's got this push on the bottom, and oh my god, big shot on the Genesis with the Magneto. That was sick. A lot of the Genesis go down to critical HP. And Yo's pushing on the bottom here with some hand cannoneer, but also launching a push on top with the castle, now adding in some trebs, and then also looking to pressure a little in the middle. So he's going to be attacking from all angles here. He's also bringing forth a bomber cannon, or is he not producing those guys yet? No, not yet. Interesting.
Oh, he canceled it.
Yeah.
To get
Trebs out.
Archer armor?
No, trebs out.
Oh, was it another Treb? Okay.
Yeah. I think he prioritized his trebs because he figured that those would push faster. He doesn't want to walk a cannon from the bottom, from the back siege workshops. He's gonna make a forward siege workshop just to get them out a little quicker. He recognizes time is not on his side. I mean, in theory it is, right? Like, having the center is usually the guy who wins long term, right? But because Yo is down 20 vills, it's gonna be really TaToH that's stronger in this current moment. But as soon as the gold runs out, that's where, and it just ran out, that's where TaToH's gonna be running into some problems. So for the time being, Yo could be considered slightly weaker than TaToH, but in the next 2 minutes, he's going to quickly pull ahead without that golden stone in the center.
Yeah, TaToH with 1 Bombard Cannon and another on the way, but that's it, other than market usage, which will keep him going for a little bit, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's going to switch into some Hussars, but obviously their upgrades are not very good right now, and Yo is even going to be able to zone out the Bombard Cannon with his own hand cannoneers, as his production has been quite solid on that unit. And this does feel very Yo, pressuring from multiple angles at the same time.
Yeah.
Trying to split up TaToH's army.
He did pick up Wagenberg tactics, making his gunpowders move slightly faster as well. And I don't like the Turks Hussar in this matchup, because Turks Hussar have extra pierce armor. They're usually great against range units and archer units, but against the hand cannoneer, they've got so much damage in general that the extra pierce armor doesn't do much. So the hand cannoneers usually do very well against the Hussars. And so we're running into a situation where TaToH really doesn't have a whole lot of options to deal with Yo's military here. Pushes from all sides. Yo sending some villas to the bottom side as well, looking to get maybe another castle. He's controlling the middle and both sides by the looks of things. And at this point, TaToH's days are numbered.
I really love Yo's approach on this map, going with the Castlate hand cannons after the archers to take map control, keep TaToH in his space, 2 TC fast imp, you have the middle, and you're pushing from both sides at the same time, starving your opponent out of gold. It just feels like a really fluid way to play the game, and constricting TaToH.
Yeah, exactly the case. Like, just taking away the space, taking away the map. And most players, what they'll do, right, is they'll take the center and then wait to defend the push. But Yo said, listen, I'm going to take the center real quick, and low-key, I'm going to start pushing myself. Like, he just completely changed the way that the map is played. Most of the time, it's the guy in the center who's just trying to desperately hold on to the gold. But in this case, Yo sacrificed some economy early on to launch his own push, and that push is now being fueled by a ton of gold and stone. And he's taking into Halberdier right now just to play it safe, but I really don't think he even needs that. I think Cannon Cannoneer are more than enough, even against Master Sar.
Especially because the Hussars don't have the greatest upgrades in the world. You're still missing
exactly.
Bloodlines, Husbandry, a lot of Blacksmith upgrades. So I think it's Yo just playing safe. It's fine. He's still on 104 build. That's okay. But TaToH losing his castles, it becomes quite difficult to make Trebs or Janissaries at that point. You can't even pick up artillery. That you can really afford that anyway. Basically, TaToH needs to win the game with Hussars only.
He actually already did pick up artillery, though. He prioritized that early.
Oh.
He's got 2 cannons with artillery, but it's not doing a whole lot either way. Like, it's nice, but nothing crazy from it.
And it's definitely not enough. The hand cannons are continuing to come forward. Wagenborg tactics really helpful in just making the units a lot easier to micro. I mean, they're as fast as a spearman with squires, so that's not bad.
Oh, that's quite quick, actually. Yeah, 110 movement speed.
And yep, villagers just getting gunned down in cold blood. Very sad. And TaToH gonna call GG, and I mean, this is about as back and forth as it gets today.
Yeah, day 2 began with TaToH being 6-4, and Yo's been closing the gap one game and then losing the next. And so it's been back and forth, 1 win, 1 loss for the past few games. And this is really exciting because as we get closer and closer to the finish line, the best of 21 can come down to just a single game here. Both players really showing their worth on a variety of settings here. Amazing to see. I love how Yo played this one. I think it was a beautiful Bohemians game. Yeah, and I think that's the cool thing about AoE as well, is that you can kind of keep up with what's going on without necessarily playing the game yourself. Just because we frequently have tournaments, we frequently have events, and we have a lot of top-tier casters and content creators, as well as players that make the game interesting and exciting, even if you're not 100% invested. And I know I have a few games myself that I don't really play, but I love watching. One of them being like Super Smash, especially the older ones like Super Smash Bros. Melee.
Oh yeah, that was me back in middle school and high school.
Did you play or did you just follow the scene?
Oh, I played.
Oh, okay.
I was one of the better players at my high school.
Ooh, okay, respect. That game's really hard to play, so you were definitely quite solid at it then.
Yeah. I mean, I was a Marth main, so
Okay.
basically, I just sit around and wait until my opponent just runs into me. So it's not like I was that good, but
Nah, this is some sick combos with Martha. Actually, he's one of my favorite characters to watch as well. I'm not gonna lie.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I used to be a filthy casual at that game, just playing for absolute fun. But anyways, back to AoE2 here. We've got Outcrop for you guys, and it's going to be indeed Gurjaris for TaToH. But Yo doesn't pull out the slabs, doesn't pull out the poles. He's actually pulling out the Ethiopians here. And I think that could be a good response to the Gurjaras, because Gurjaras are a camel civilization, trying to counter cavalry, but then Yo goes ahead and picks up the Ethiopians, which don't have cavalry. That being said, the Shiramsha Rider could be an issue in this matchup long term for Mr. Yo.
I think that mobility in general is going to be an issue for Ethiopians because the low ground areas on both sides of the map, obviously they're quite far apart. And although on one area, like on one of the sides, you can go for a nice push with archers and pikemen and whatnot as Ethiopians, you leave yourself quite vulnerable to the other side. Even if you're not getting raided there, you do give TaToH the opportunity to just expand away from you. And it feels like that could be a really strong play here for TaToH. He just gets his economy going for his probably more expensive army, and then just crushes you once you have enough units.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this map as well, and one of the reasons why I love this map in particular is that you can play early game defensively. You can wall up really easily, but the mid and late game are like absolute fireworks here. You're gonna have to expand on both sides, a lot of gold and stone on either side, and it's very hard to wall. In fact, it's impossible to fully wall because that middle cliff area that you see on either side cannot be walled over. So you're basically forced to be everywhere at once in the late game. You cannot rely on walls past your initial base, and mobility ends up being pretty important, I would say.
Now, there is some mobility with Ethiopians. Showtails are pretty fast, and if you grab Royal Heirs, they're actually insanely good versus Shrivan Triders on camels.
Yeah. They take 3 less damage from cavalry, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's such a good upgrade for sure. And you kind of not a buff. Yeah, it is a buff. It was a change,
It's a buff.
but yeah, it was an overall buff for Ethiopians.
Well, because they bake the old effective Royal Heirs into the Elite upgrade like they do
Oh,
with some of the unique techs. So you still
true.
get the super fast train time. It's just you get it for free with the Elite upgrade.
Okay, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, so it's a hard buff then for the Ethiopians, and it definitely makes our Shotels a lot better into those cavalry matchups. That being said, though, we have to talk about the unique unit for Gurjaras. If we do see Shotels, I think the Chakram throwers are actually insanely good. The Frisbee throwers, insanely good at dealing with infantry. And Shotels having low armor definitely put them in that category as well.
Yeah, they could run into the situation where it's just an absolute meat grinder if the Chakrams come out,
Mhm.
and you need to rely more on your own siege units as Ethiopians to be able to deal with that. Thankfully, Ethiopians do have very strong siege, but when you go for the siege, you put yourself in another situation where, okay, you have no mobility, and TaToH with Gujaras could just expand all over the map to counter you.
Yeah, especially on a map like this, I think relying heavily on siege usually doesn't end well. And I've played a ton of practice games on this map because it's been played in a lot of high-level tournaments. And every single time I don't have mobility, I end up facing a lot of problems. I'm getting raided everywhere. I'm getting pushed off golds and stones. And so cavalry and mobility is king. And so I think Yo's going to be playing a little bit more towards Arbalest, Halbs, and maybe Shotels, more so than playing any kind of heavy siege onager bomber kind of play.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that just makes a lot more sense on the map. Meanwhile, both players are going with a quick feudal age time. Sometimes we see like a fast castle or drush fast castle, but in general, having that more feudal age oriented style is a bit safer.
You know,
You
I
know, even rushing
actually
up a black from the 3 vills.
Yeah, I don't know why that's the case, actually. I guess he did make 2 militia, but it's not really going to amount to a whole lot. Maybe he wants to get fletching fast. Indeed, he is for his archer play, so his archer follow-up, which is kind of nice. Um, but yeah, I will say, I mean, for Mr. Yo here, just going for the full walls early and sending the aggression forward is going to be a really solid option. And TaToH's going to only be on one range defending, as we've kind of seen him do in the last few games. But it hasn't worked out too well for him, I gotta be honest.
At least not as much as he would like. That said, TaToH is defended for the time being. The militia have been successfully walled out. And it seems like, unless Yo really wants to commit more to this than just the one-range archers, it seems like a game that we're just going to take to Castle Age.
Yeah. 24 bills each, nothing crazy happening. Both players just taking the time to wall up. And Ethiopian archers are no joke here. They're actually a very solid unit. Ethiopians in general are one of the strongest early game aggressive archer civilizations. Getting that extra 200 food or 200 res, 100 food, 100 gold per age, so feudal to castle, you end up getting 400 resources in the span of basically like 10 minutes, which is a really good bonus, and it helps them kind of turbo into the crossbowman timing. They also get faster firing archers. Very smooth and very aggressive civilization. TaToH's almost hard pressed to just defend in the early game because he can never really hope to go neck and neck with the Ethiopians early on.
Yeah, and what I love with Ethiopians is in early Castle Age, if you have like 2 ranged crossbowmen going and you have your 1 barracks and you're like against a cav sib like Gujaras, you can just mix in those pikemen so
Yep.
easily. Just 2 range archers, 1 barracks pikeman, and suddenly you just have a lot of units barreling down at your opponent.
And it's especially really good when you're up against those heavy cavalry players, maybe even against the Shramsha riders, where pikemen are really solid against those. Could be very relevant in this matchup, getting the pikeman upgrade for free. It's going to be archer versus archer for the time being. Ethiopian archers do fire faster, but it doesn't mean that TaToH cannot micro this down. Has better micro so far here.
Yeah, I mean, the faster fire rate, it does help. You can, stutter step your micro a little bit more efficiently, but it's a bonus that becomes more impactful the larger the groups of units as it becomes more of a just straight up shootout.
Yeah, 100%. Ooh, TaToH might go for a little bit of a sneak around. I mean, it's not going to find too much damage because Yo is fully walled. Playing at 100% safe, of course, very important game here. But maybe TaToH can pick up some reinforcements. That could always be nice. He could put some pressure on the gate as well. Kind of turn the tide a little bit of how this game's been played out. The militia, though, from Yo could allow him to break a house long term if TaToH completely disrespects his push. The militia do add that little bit of added pressure.
Yeah, just a little bit. But yes, TaToH is looking for that counterattack. He's got Camel Scout still out. But as you're saying, Yo is quite safe. Is going to click up to Castle Age, selling his stone to do so. Could you see like a 1 TC push from Yo having success on this map versus Gujaras?
I think so. I think one TC push on this map is actually very solid because if you get control of the map and your opponent's trying to expand for more gold, you can actually spot him before he gets his town centers up. So I'm a huge fan of one TC push on this map, at least initially, and then you can expand on TCs later. Yo might get caught out here though. This is maybe TaToH's big plan all along, keeping the archers there and maybe a little bit of a pincer tactic. Yo's in a lot of trouble here. He could lose his entire play. He's up to castle age, but without the crossbows, all of a sudden his cast display is not very impressive. What a sick play from TaToH here.
That's pretty crazy, actually. Having those archers out, it was, I think, initially looking for a counterattack, but then as soon as he saw Yo retreat, pressuring with his own archers, walking back with the ones that were forward, and suddenly Yo loses pretty much all of his momentum. He doesn't have a second archery range. I mean, he's building one right now, but he doesn't have it up. And that just means that the castle age timing is going to be so much less scary, and TaToH himself going to be getting into castle age with a smoother economy.
Yeah, Yo actually dropped the second range there as a pure adaptation. He went second range because he just wanted to get out more crossbows on the field, which is obviously going to be very solid for him. But TaToH bought himself a good amount of time here. He forced Yo into a second range. Yo lost half of his numbers right off the bat here. And also, TaToH's the guy attacking, so Yo has to push all the way back across the map if he wants to do damage.
Exactly, and Castle Age is in. Yo scooting out with some archers. Is he gonna try and counterattack, or is it just try and maybe catch TaToH somewhere else? Bot and crossbow on the way though, so all of that's looking totally fine for Yo.
Yeah, TaToH's really intelligent though. He noticed that Yo snuck around to the outside, so TaToH's going to go back and try to zone him off, prevent Yo from hitting the sweet spot with the crossbows, and the sweet spot would probably just be right around here near the gates, hitting some farms. TaToH is pretty well defended, and now switching into a stable. I wonder if he's going to go for 2 stable Shiramsha riders here. That could be quite interesting.
I think that makes a lot of sense, given what Yo was going for. It might force Yo into some pikemen, which is going to be a little bit harder on his economy. And our blue player is indeed just with the 1 TC play for the time being, and his army numbers just really aren't where they need to be at this point.
Yo's going to be chasing away the archers for the time being, but Yo is kind of keen to attack here. I don't think he made this kind of Southstone strategy just to chase around units. I don't know if he wants to get a forward siege shop at some point. Yeah, there it is. It's on the left-hand side. I knew it was going to come somewhere. Forward siege on the left side with a Vil, and that is indeed his plan. It makes sense that he wants to go siege forward because he obviously sold to stone, so while TaToH's going to be able to get some town centers up, Yo doesn't have that luxury, but instead he had the faster castle age time, and he's going to try to make use of that with the siege forward. I much prefer TaToH's position here, though.
I do as well, but I also think that getting a second TC up in your base isn't necessarily the most valuable thing in the world, because you only have 4 tiles of gold. In the case of TaToH right now, because of the 2 tiles of gold that are forward, he is actually going to run out of gold very soon, so he's going to need to expand to the low ground if he wants to secure some more income.
Yeah, he's only got 300 gold left, which is a very big factor for this map. It's going to be picking up Elite Skirm, so playing with a bit more of a kind of food unit, not so much on the gold cost. Obviously, the upgrades do cost some gold, which he is picking them up right now. Long term, only food cost with the skirms. Mangonels coming out now for Mr. Yo. That's no doubt going to force Mangonels or some cavalry from TaToH. TaToH's army right now doesn't do very well against Mangonels.
Monastery coming forward as well. Yo, really looking to make this push happen. TaToH has successfully expanded to the side. With Ethiopians especially, I feel like you can just dot a lot of the map with outposts. I mean, they don't cost stone, they have extra line of sight, and you would be very well set up to see exactly where your opponent's moving around, which is a good way to sort of counteract the fact that your army is not very mobile.
TaToH is sneaking a town center on the right-hand side, though, but instead of going on to gold, which is something he needs, decides to go onto stone instead. I don't fault him for that, because stone is also very much needed. You don't get a single stone pile in your main base. Remember that. So going on to stone is going to be quite valuable for him. TaToH's counterattack not doing a whole lot, just going to force some walls for Yo, but I'm sure he's not too unhappy with it. And now we see the Mangonels coming out and putting a lot of pressure here.
TaToH's not really taking much damage himself, though. I mean, the skirms are going to try and get a little bit of value. And that house is pretty low in HP, and it seems like TaToH is actually better defended than Yo is right now. few crossbowmen here, but house is getting a little bit lower. Yo need to come forward with his own mangonels, but TaToH already with a defensive mangonel to help him out.
Yo's taking some damage at home, though, losing a lot of crossbows here. His focus is no doubt going to be at the front on his push. He's already 10 villas behind, so Yo needs to get some momentum here, or else he's going to be pretty out of this game real soon. Get some monastery down in preparation to deal with the Sharamsha Riders, but it's just mangonel defense from TaToH here.
I mean, it's 15-2 in the KD. That is not great for Yo, to say the least. He doesn't have the defensive siege workshop. He's trying to apply pressure and now adding a TC. Oh, TaToH gets the 1-for-0 mangonel trade here.
Oh
which
my
he
god.
does.
That's so bad. That's so bad. It's so bad. Yo is in such a bad position here. Because the push is getting stalled out so much. You really want to build up the mangonel numbers. And when you just lose a mangonel for free like that, it takes so long to replenish it. And Yo actually sent one other mangonel back home to deal with TaToH's army. So TaToH bought himself so much time and is already gathering stone. I think TaToH is just cruising to an easy victory here. Yo is trying to add a town center on the right-hand side, but this push really, really delayed him at this point.
Yeah, Yo is not really getting anywhere. TaToH adding in a 4th TC. There are units on the right side for Yo. I think he's looking for some extra TCs, but not actually finding anything right now. Maybe he thinks that he's in a better spot than he is, but yeah, University even coming in for TaToH. Ballistics would be a huge benefit. Actually, same thing for Yo, but this is looking pretty bad for our blue player.
Yeah, and TaToH's doing the absolute right thing as well. He recognizes he's ahead and the push is not that scary. So he's just adding in a 4th town center and just kind of staying safe overall here. Doesn't need to do anything crazy. Just stays on defense and continues to expand. Yo also could have tried to block TaToH from going outside, but TaToH did a good job of just sneaking out right before Yo's push really got going.
Yeah, I think if this was going to work from Yo, he really needed to recognize that TaToH was sneaking out and push that area, because it's way easier to defend your starting base than it is to defend a single TC out all by its lonesome.
Yeah, 100%. Now we see 2 mangonels coming down from TaToH.
Ooh.
Oh my
no.
god. Yo, what's going on? He had a solid strategy, but the execution has not been there. TaToH taking a really nice shot there on the Yo crossbowman. And Yo's just scrambling, kind of trying to get his numbers back in order. But I mean, ballistics with skirms, mangonels on the field. TaToH's got literally all the answers, and he's making Ethiopians look like the wrong call here, straight up.
Yeah, I mean, Yo's trying to pick up relics. That feels like not anywhere near enough, as the monk will even get sniped right there. I mean, the monastery hasn't even really done all that much for Yo. It just seems like everything is going wrong for him this game. Now trying to add in a stable, I guess, as, I mean, TaToH's army is very weak to knights, but Yo doesn't really have the eco to even get that going very effectively. TaToH, 85 vils to 58.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really big discrepancy, man. Really, really big discrepancy. TaToH with his mangonels moving over to the right-hand side now, looking to defend the base where he's got 2 town centers. It's a very important part of his economy. Obviously, his only stone and gold income at the moment. His main food and wood is back home. A lot of mangonels and skirms around as well.
I mean, Yo gets some kills right there, but there needs to be some absolutely wild trades in favor of Yo when it comes to mangonels for him to have any chance in this game, as TaToH is basically making 3 different units that kill archers, skirms, bunches, and mangonels.
Yeah, literally just completely countering everything Yo has here. And he's going to be hitting him on all sides real soon with these units. Although that Sharamsha, yeah, no upgrades on that guy. It's going to be very easy to pick off. But I think the Sharamshas are just there to actually pick off the mangonels that Yo has scattered around. Yo's mangonel dropping on the front, 1 more coming out, but not going to be too impressive. And there's the defensive castle, and that's going to seal the fate, I believe.
Yeah, this is unfortunately not a great game. There's another 1-for-0 mangonel trade. TaToH so heavily out-microing Yo in this one.
You know, I think TaToH, this might be TaToH's best game so far. He played so well, and it's not easy to hold the Ethiopian crossbow play, and especially the 1TC, but TaToH made it look easy here. And it's really rare to see just how smooth a game this could really, you know, get to be here.
Well, Yeah, I guess that is going to be the case. He also with kind of a weird eco balance. He has way too many bills on wood. It's just kind of banking up that resource for no
Yeah.
real reason. And TaToH just sort of making sure his economy and army are as well-rounded as possible. No need to take any risks at this point. More stables coming in. Yo really hasn't demonstrated a switch into many camels or pikemen. I mean, he has one camel, but that's not really that big of a deal.
Yo just lost another Mangonel to the castle. He's been losing so many Mangonels, guys. The KD is 38 to 28 in favor of TaToH. And that's the guy who's got the better economy. Normally, it's the other way around. The guy who's pushing is the guy who's got the better KD. Another Mangonel, 1 for 0. Oh my, this is just pain. Attack ground does whiff, though. Oh, this one kind of lands pretty well.
Got shot 3Os on the way for TaToH as well, just to make all of his units cost that 25% less food. So powerful. As we get into these later stages of the game, we can make a lot of Shuan Striders quite easily.
Yeah, I was going for a forward castle, but like at this point, you can just kind of feel the desperation. It's almost a little sad because like he wants to make something happen with a push. He's even going to go for a fast stimp here by the looks of things. But because he's just taken so many weak trades, because he sacrificed his economy for the push early and it didn't pay off, he finds himself so far behind that whatever he goes for will just look bad.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this feels like one of those games that was decided a long time ago, but it is getting kind of dragged out because TaToH is playing this defensively, looking to more win in the long run. He's probably going to get the better Mangonel trade there, and indeed he does.
And even a very competitive Imperial Age time. I think neck and neck as far as Imperial Age time goes. TaToH will have 2 castles to 1, though, very soon. And TaToH is also making a play to expand on the left-hand side. So much further ahead. He's got 40 bill lead. He's going for the Sharamsha Riders as the tech switch, and a very logical tech switch at that. And it's just a matter of time before Yo loses. This game is 100% done, ladies and gentlemen.
A little unfortunate for sure. Obviously, he really wants to close the gap to TaToH in the points, but it's, they just keep on trading wins here, and that, with TaToH coming into today with 2 more wins in total, you need to do better than that if you're Yo, if you want to take this set and keep your hopes for first place in this tournament alive.
And Imperial Age coming in, +2 armor now as well. Thumbring kicking in. Yo will be aiming for Arbalest. I think if there's one composition that could kind of get you back into the game, it's maybe Arbalest, Hal, Bombard Cannon. That is like the go-to composition for Ethiopians. But if you just think about how far he is from getting all those units, you'll realize just how dire the situation is for him. And TaToH's getting a little comfy, getting some outposts on the side, getting some raids in as well. Yep, there it is. Oh my god, you hate to see it. It's just pain for Yo right now.
It does hurt to watch. What do you think about TaToH adding the second castle on the left side, though, as opposed to the right side?
Oh, that's risky. I don't really like that. I think that doubling down to win the Treb War is much better. But I guess he's thinking, if I lose the Treb War, I'd rather just have the control on the left-hand side. So, you know what? I kind of like it. It's a bit weird, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone for the 2 castles, though, right next to each other to win the Treb War personally, but...
I think that's the obvious choice, but TaToH went for a little bit of a different approach just in case, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Chemistry's on the way. Trebuchet as well. Bracer for Yo. But I mean, he does have an army lead right now, to be fair. But he just has so much work cut out for him if he wants to have any shot in this game, as more Shuan Striders coming out for it. TaToH can probably pick up the elite upgrade in just a moment.
Yeah, 133 bills now for TaToH as well. I'm really surprised Yo's still staying in this game. I mean, the score is not that far off, but the way we see the game is just completely different. I will mention, handcart missing for TaToH is still just completely unacceptable. He needs to get the handcart tech, and he's at 130 bills. Getting elite Sharamsha Rider, though, that's going to be such a massive upgrade. I want to see the stat increase here. It's, I think, 15 HP.
Yeah, it should be 15 HP. It's 3 attack, and you get 2 more charges on your shield.
Okay. Taking a look here.
I think I'm right.
Yeah, 3 attack, 15 HP, and the extra charges. Yep, makes sense.
Yep.
Which is a pretty substantial upgrade for sure.
And it's not that expensive either. Still, Yo is doing okay here in the Treb War, and Gajurs don't have the last armor upgrade for their archers.
Meaning Ethiopian Arbalest going to be good against the skirms. Just need an answer to this melee cav unit here that we're not seeing on the field right now. We're not seeing any halbs. TaToH's going to go for the game-ending play. Castle forward on Yo's base. And Yo's castle he's desperately trying to hang on to it, but he's running low on stone. And it looks like TaToH's had enough of this game. He's going to go ahead and look to close it out. The Shrimp run in. Skirm's behind. Treb's still on that castle here, and it's just a matter of time before the castle's down. And it looks like Yo's just on his way out here.
Yeah, a little bit of a disappointing game there for Yo for sure. Just everything kind of went wrong. TaToH now only needs 2 more wins to take his second best of 21 here in TCI.
And my God, has TaToH looked really impressive this tournament? Like, if there's any people doubting TaToH's 1v1 performances, TaToH really is showing up, and he's proving that he is definitely still hanging at the top here. And he is making a run for this tournament, running for the first place as well. If he wins this, he is going to be in the second position, I believe, for the first place title. We might be just neck and neck between himself and I as well. He might even be ahead depending on his win-loss ratio. So we'll see. TaToH's looking very solid here.
I think that would just be the set between you and TaToH would decide who wins the tournament, regardless
Possibly.
of points.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, indeed we are. He will be our blue poles player to the south on Chaos Pit, and TaToH in the red as the Saracens to the northeast. Definitely a civ that TaToH is associated with. But as you're saying, poles, they get the gold from the stone being mined, so you can get gold in the feudal age before you chop out, before your opponent can really stop that.
Yeah, and more specifically, what poles are really good on here, the golden stone is a nice bonus, but what I've seen being really strong is actually just a tower rush. Tower rushing with poles is really good because you get full map control, your villages regenerate, so your tower rush is actually quite annoying. And then after that, you can just go for some full work farms with all the map control, and that's a really, really solid way to play the map out. So poles just feel like an incredibly solid choice, and it feels almost unstoppable in a way. I'm curious to see what TaToH has in store with Saracen, sending 3 of us forward right off the bat. Okay, what's going on here?
Oh, he's kind of going in the wrong direction though. Unless he wants to like really loop around Yo and maybe go for like walling in the vills on the wood line and then getting the vill fight down, because I think TaToH realizes that the vill fighting potential for Yo is really, really strong.
So has he picked up Loom already? So TaToH went Loom and 3 vills forwards. This is a rather big commitment. I think he's hoping to find Yo's villagers on the outside, but he's kind of went the long way around, and so he's gonna get there quite late. I don't mind this kind of play because it makes things messy, but against like pole villagers that they regenerate starting in feudal age, isn't that a little bit risky to go for?
Well, I think that if you take the vill fight before feudal age comes in, I don't think it matters at all.
Okay.
I think that this is going to be possibly really good for TaToH. The scout is over here. It does see the lumber camp, and those are very unprotected vills that don't have loom. Yo is on the other side of the map with his scout, just looking around, and I think this could be really bad for Yo. The loom is now on the way.
Yeah, Loom's kicking in right now, and also Yo has no reason to expect this. Take a look at his point of view. Fog of War. Yeah, he's got no reason to expect this. He, in fact, doesn't expect it. Loom has yet to kick in, and it looks like TaToH might snag a villager before Loom kicks in. It's down 6 HP. Loom is now in, but that villager's down. And one villager should make it away, I think, in theory. TaToH's gonna try to go for it, though.
Probably. Now, is one villager enough to justify this for TaToH? Because he sent 3 vills forward very early on.
Yeah, that's a good question. The way I like to see it is like, yeah, Yo lost 1 vill, but it's kind of like TaToH lost 3 villagers to do that, right? Because these vills, they're not gathering resources, so they might as well be dead, at least temporarily right now. That being said, he is not just stopping at that 1 vill. He's going to be walling in the stone, walling in the woodline, and even trying to wall in the full work real quick. So he is making some strides into kind of harassing and denying Yo's kind of potential tower rush here.
Yeah, and TaToH is incredibly far away from the feudal age. Stuck in the dark age, Yo is around 40-ish seconds off from reaching the next stage. He's sending the villagers forward. Could be for a tower, could be for a barracks maybe, or probably both. TaToH's still looking to wall in that stone, though.
I think I'll start with the tower. He can't really afford the barracks right now. Doesn't have enough wood in the bank. And I think the tower is really what's going to do wonders. It's going to basically kick TaToH off his wood line. So though TaToH was able to wall in Yo's lumber camp, TaToH will be facing some wood problems of his own. And now Feudal Age comes in. The vills will regenerate, and this is kind of what I was mentioning. Like, you start the vill fight, and then you have to finish it in Feudal Age. Well, now Poles vill regenerates, and it's very, very difficult to make this work. Kind of playing into what the Poles want you to be doing, which is just vill fighting them. And now the tower's just coming in, and Yo's playing in a fantastic game so far.
He is. I'm a little concerned, though, with how Yo put the tower like right next to the house, but I guess TaToH thinking better of it. Okay, so it all works out in the end. TaToH even having to delete the house right there, not ideal. Forced to be off of the wood, no longer able to chop through comfortably. Yo still able to take some stone at home, still able to take from his forage bushes. And TaToH still a minute 20 from Feudal Age.
Yo's gonna try to defend his tower, and I think TaToH might actually commit to this one. He's sending a lot of vills there. He's got 10 vills. Remember, TaToH can't make a tower just yet, but he does a sick play and walls in that vill on top, so that tower should go down here. I don't know what Yo will
Yo
go
can just
for.
delete the house, can he? Yeah. Oh, but then I'm just leading another palisade. Oh my goodness. Who's walling in whom at this point?
Wait, I think this is gonna be really good for TaToH. If he can wall in this area, he could.
Oh,
take
he
this
could maybe
fight.
trap Yo's vills,
Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly. There's an option. He killed one vill so far. I think Yo hanging on to this is not the right call. Yo should run. Your vills regenerate, just run them away. It's completely fine.
Another tower incoming, and honestly, the biggest surprise to me is that TaToH didn't trap Yo in already. And just isn't doing that. Yo trying to come in with another tower right now, but TaToH hitting Feudal Age quick walls are being attempted, but it still leaves some area exposed for the
Yeah.
vills to punch the tower, so there is a lot of villager being committed for both sides, but TaToH even actually with a little bit of a villager lead at this point as Yo has lost more vills.
Yeah, I think that was good for Yo, but not bad for TaToH as well. Like that, this is the game that Yo wanted, but TaToH's holding on to it.
For the tournament.
Thank you, Pally, for the $25 contribution to the prize pool, man. I really appreciate that.
I actually don't love the approach here from Yo. It feels like you have a nice economic advantage, but the one thing that TaToH can do is fight with more villagers than you, just because he has all of his villagers at home. Yo actually has to send some amount of them forward, keep some at home, and although he is idling TaToH's economy, he's not really developing towards anything right now.
I mean, the way I see it is like, I actually think the strategy from Yo is good, but I don't think the execution has been on point. He fought too hard for the tower on top. I think what he wants to do is just stay around TaToH's base, fight with vills, but never lose vills. And I think that would be like the best approach that Yo can take here. But his execution just hasn't been on point so far. TaToH's been doing slightly better at taking, some small quick wall engagements and killing more villagers.
TaToH also with a little bit less idle TC time, and I think the most important thing that Yo is not doing is he's not able to full wall in his towers. Like, you're keeping the villagers walled in at some point, but you're not actually preventing TaToH from just taking a bunch of vills and knocking down the tower.
Yeah,
and that's kind
exactly.
of what TaToH's been doing.
Yep. Maybe he was a bit too greedy with the way he put the towers. Maybe he just needed one as kind of a base somewhere far and then start the tower chain, going a little too far forward. But at this point, I think Mr. Yo should just continue to commit to this. He's got a double full work set up on both berry bushes. I think if he just sends some vills on top and just continues to tower rush on top and on the bottom, I think long term it is better for the Poles, guaranteed.
Stone walls coming in for TaToH, though, as they need to. Yo is still able to pick up the horse collar upgrade, which is nice. Building the tower in range of the other tower does feel a bit weird.
And giving it yet again an opportunity for TaToH to vill fight him. It's just been the theme of this game, just giving TaToH the opportunity to fight you with vills. And Yo's been doing just much better overall at that. Oh, the tower
This
up though.
could end up being a little bit awkward for TaToH. The tower is going up. Yo simply just too far along in that construction. TaToH still able to grab double decks, though. In terms of overall vills nearby, though, TaToH has more because, well, he's defending.
Yeah, exactly. The defender's advantage is even more exacerbated when you have villagers involved because he's got obviously way more vills at home. Yo can't afford to send that many vills forward, can only send a few, but is sending another batch forward. Someone's talking about here, attack from the left and maybe up until the top side with more towers, because the longer the TaToH has to fight with vills at home, the longer he's got to idle his economy, that's where the full work farms pay off. So the more feudal age we can play, the better pulls are, and that's exactly what Yo's going for.
But Yo loses another villager right there. Definitely not a fan of that, but the one thing that Yo has been doing is he's been causing a lot of idle time for TaToH. TaToH behind by around 800 resources already. Yo is out of stone because he's actually building another tower, which makes things a little bit awkward, and TaToH now coming in with a barracks and a blacksmith.
Yeah, Yo's going to punch down that wall that TaToH made earlier on his stone, and he'll be able to take some more of that, no problem. There's some small idle time, but I don't think Yo minds too much about that. And it looks like we're just waiting to see a market from TaToH. I think a market's going to help him quite a bit. But instead, he's going to go for barracks and blacksmith. And only now do we see the double bid axe for Yo.
What's concerning to me for Yo is that he is very far away from chopping out,
Yes.
whereas TaToH is literally already mining gold.
Yeah,
so,
that's...
especially with Saracens able to use the market, that is going to be a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's TaToH's win condition right there. Like, for the longest time, he was just defending, but now kind of gives him the chance to push back once he gets some of that gold. Can either use it to make feudal archers, can use it to go to castle age faster. It just gives him a lot more flexibility, especially if he just drops that market soon. But this is what TaToH loves to do. He's going to send a villa to either side, and he's going to stonewall the sides of the map to really secure the outside. And I love that he does that. He's, in my opinion, one of the best Chaos Pit players for that reason.
Oh yeah, for sure. I actually would even hate, because TaToH, he sees Yo's villagers because of the palisades near the lumber camp.
Yes, true.
So he knows that Yo hasn't chopped out yet, so why not just send a Vill over and like wall in behind it?
He actually could do that. In fact, he might. He can stonewall a little bit, then walk past, and then either tower behind the wood or just wall it up for sure.
I would love that play personally. That would work out quite well for him. But we have more towers incoming. TaToH, though, with more villagers at home. Yo is still ahead in resources collected, to be fair, but this is looking like it could be better and better for our red player, who's also grabbing fletching.
Another bit of a tower war here. TaToH's got to be careful. Loses a bill to the tower. Now fletching coming in for Yo is going to give him a little bit more of a punch with his towers, but I truly believe that TaToH wants to just make a run for the castle edge here. He's going to drop the market down, which is kind of that first step to making his way towards castle. His farming economy is a little bit dubious. It's actually very bad. It's only got one working farmer. But
just a little dubious, though.
Yeah, that market could really do wonders here. I think he will start by making a few archers in the feudal age, though.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. And actually, that is the tower in range of 2 other towers for Yo, which I'm not the biggest fan of. He's now going to be tower rushing on the other side is Yo. Villagers just need to be pulled back and forth. But with the market, TaToH buying that food right there is going to be way, way closer to castle age. Yo still looking to end this one in feudal.
Yeah, TaToH's not going for a tower. Just continue to defend, making some archers here. It really felt like TaToH did a good job buying himself some time here. Yo was not able to make the game as messy as he wanted it to be. And yet it was messy, but it was mainly messy for Yo, if you think about it. A lot of his villagers were inefficient on the wood. He hasn't chopped out yet. And look at TaToH. He's actually setting up on the outside with some outposts. And he's playing the map so beautifully here.
Yeah, he's just getting his eco going as needed. He's got his archer out. Both players are with that fletching upgrade. Yo does get that tower established, but TaToH just going to make another tower right there. And suddenly, like, what does Yo really have going for him at this stage? TaToH is still stonewalling on the outside, making sure Yo can't pop out. And TaToH is catching up to Yo and resources collected really, really fast as he is getting closer to castle age.
Yeah, absolutely here. Honestly, I was talking about how I felt like Poles are a bit unstoppable on this map. I felt like they had the perfect kit to do a really solid, Chaos Pit Tower Rush, followed up by Knights or Scouts or whatnot. And we saw it in Yo vs Vinchester. He did a super, super sick game on Chaos Pit. But TaToH just completely neutralized the tower rush and actually launched his own plays around the outside, which was super solid. And he started off all with that 3-villager rush in Dark Age. He took a risk in the early game, and it paid off so hard.
It really, really did. Yo, just trying to add in some more Folvark key right now. I'm not too sure what Yo's win condition is at this point. It feels like he's still stuck in Feudal Age. And TaToH's just going to hit Castle Age and make a Siege Workshop. Although the power of the pole farms are not to be underestimated. Yo's going to get a lot of food from slamming down 8 farms next to a full work.
Yeah, that's gonna be like that's kind of like the pole's market right there. He's gonna drop a lot of wood, convert it to food real quick, and maybe he can get to Castle Age rather quickly. It's just difficult because Yo doesn't have gold access, and he can't really ever get gold access at all because now that TaToH's on the outside, he will literally just wall wherever Yo's trying to chop. So Yo can only get on the outside if he just brute forces through TaToH's base and gets on the outside like that. He can never get on the outside naturally here unless he breaks down the stone walls.
Exactly the case. Yo does have Wheelbarrow, which is quite nice. Gonna give him efficient farmers, but you need a sort of next step. Now, what Yo can do is he can go to Castle Age and maybe drop a castle on TaToH's town center, but TaToH will just, TC up on the high ground and have access to gold when Yo does not have access to gold, and having gold is good. TaToH now TCs over on the high ground already.
Yeah, TaToH just keeping 2 archers behind. Wood lines just being super annoying. And Yo is forced to make a tower on the other wood line just to take wood at this point. TaToH's getting so much done with very little army. And now, down the center, it's going to be TaToH attacking with crossbowmen. Yo is up to Castle just a minute away, but all of his bulwarks are super exposed here. And if the crossbows are going to be attacking him, he can be running into some serious, serious problems.
Yeah, Archer's just scooting right between the 2 towers right there. You're going to have to place some at home, which means that you are not having the resources necessary for a castle. Tower coming up on the outside here for TaToH. He is just in such an incredibly good position. He wants to go up to that match point.
Yeah, TaToH's looking around the outside with some crossbows. And Yo is forced into some defensive towers naturally here. Oh my god, another tower from TaToH. Just staying very annoying on the outside. Always, whatever Yo does to try to break out, TaToH's going to do something better.
And he just has that position because he can always react. He has plenty of time to react.
Exactly, exactly. And I'm not even sure what Yo's going to be going for. It looks like it's going to be light cav. He can't afford knights, of course, so by going light cav, he can kind of make a unit that doesn't rely so much on gold. And I guess Yo's last play is to go light cav and drop a forward castle somewhere and hope that that's enough to get to the outside somehow.
That still feels like a very tall order as TaToH's now adding a second TC on the high ground. There's a mangonel out here for TaToH. That is going to be quite strong as Yo is just losing villager after villager.
And now making towers on the outside, I really think that's not the right call from Yo. He needs to realize that he's never going to win by trying to chop on the outside. He should just accept that he's going to be staying on the inside and look to get a forward castle in a position where he can do a lot of damage. That's his only way to win this game. With the light cav, he could make it work as well. Light cav, forward castle, and all of a sudden, TaToH's got a very squished up base. So that's his only win condition. He should just commit to that.
Oh,
2 light cav go down. That was sick.
Yeah, TaToH had actually a nice attack round to soften up the light cav a lot.
Yeah.
So that was quite helpful for him. And basically, TaToH just needs to keep on doing what he's doing, get more crossbowmen out. Yo is actually, he's going to be out of stone as well. He would need to buy a castle at this rate.
Yeah, he's completely out of stone. No more minerals. He's got to buy 300 stone if he wants a castle as well. And that's just because he continue to commit to towers on the outside. And I don't think the towers on the outside is the right call at all because he will never break out. If TaToH plays solid, TaToH can always stonewall behind. He can always add extra army behind here to prevent Yo from taking minerals.
Yeah, and TaToH's even adding a forward TC. The mangonel coming in from the opposite side. That is quite rough. Yo does not have the +2 defense, which would be really helpful in terms of taking out the light cav, or taking out the crossbone with the light cav. And I mean, I guess there are 2 towers, but TaToH just going to rotate the mangonel to the side, make sure it's just a nice angle to go and kill more villagers. And yeah, Yo not getting out anytime soon. Although the light cav are making their way to the villagers over here.
Yeah, I mean, Yo's doing a pretty solid job killing some villagers. Kill a couple of villas, that's not too bad. And he has a lot of economy. In all fairness to him, he doesn't have like minerals, but he's got a lot of economy. If he, I swear, if he literally just stopped trying to chop on the outside where he's losing so many vills, and just take wood in the center, he can have enough light cav to push through all of TaToH's defense. TaToH doesn't have that much because he's focusing so heavily on trying to keep Yo pinned. Yo's just kind of playing into what TaToH's going for.
And Yo is now grabbing that chain barding armor upgrade. TaToH, I mean, he's going to be on 5 TCs in a moment, although one of them is permanently idle, basically.
Yeah.
Still, he'd be on effectively 4 TCs to 1, which is, by my books, a big difference.
Yeah.
Although TaToH may be looking to switch into camels, but TaToH doesn't really have any food eco, and that's the one thing that's kind of rough with these TCs down the outside, is that there's not much farming space.
Yeah. His farming eco took a huge hit. He's actually just relying mainly on choke points and walls to keep himself at bay from the light cav, and all he has to do is buy himself time. The more time he's got, the further and further ahead he gets in terms of economy, and Yo is the guy that's got to force the issue. And like I said, Yo has okay military and okay economy in the center. It's just about how he's not been able to go outside yet. But listen, he's chopping on the right side. That being said, TaToH spots him immediately. TaToH has vision literally across the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much from his side of the map down all across the right side to Yo's side of the map, TaToH has almost perfect vision. Just a little bit of a gap between one of the outposts and the TC. But beyond that, it is just TaToH doing exactly what he needs to do. Yo is actually grabbing the Bodkin upgrade. What do you think this is for?
I think it's for his towers, but I don't think it does a whole lot. It could also be because he wants to set up a forward castle eventually. It does seem a little strange to go for the Bodkin arrow. And like he's got a lot of stone, but not quite enough for a castle. It is a bit strange to go Bodkin here.
Well, and the issue is that every little bit of gold you spend is so critical because you need to use the market. You only have food and wood economy. And Yo maybe looking to drop... Okay, maybe what if Yo drops a castle like right next to the woodline and uses that to chop himself out in a way that like you drop a castle to redock on water maps?
Well, the thing is, if he goes for a castle to like chop himself out, what TaToH can do is just wall just far enough from the castle where he can't reach the walls, and he'll just wall both sides. So yes, you get out, but you get only like 1 gold pile, 1 stone pile at most, you know. So there's just no way he's
true,
chopping out
but
and getting a lot. Yeah.
Every little bit matters.
Yeah, I suppose. If it came down to that, it could be his best move, you know?
Yeah.
I still think pushing down the center is
how you
best,
can do
though.
this.
Like, if he pushes down the center, goes forward castle, then something can happen, because the castle can really open up TaToH's walls. I think that's his only shot at success here.
TaToH trundling a mangonel over towards the woodline on the right of Mr. Yo's, as well as a mangonel to the left side on the woodline for Mr. Yo's. So still going to be in an excellent spot as far as that goes.
Oh man, that's brutal. That is absolutely brutal. So many bills going down here.
Yeah, and the same exact thing is going to happen on the other side. TaToH actually with 5 mangonels and counting at this point.
Yeah, really good play from Yo here. Just kind of keeping the light cav on the fronts. Trying to push as much as he can and trying to cut on both sides. But really, it's TaToH who's the guy who's just controlling the game entirely.
Well, the middle, it's not worth all that much at this point, except for farming space, which, to be fair, polls are not a civ that cry about having lots of farming space. But eventually, TaToH is going to be way ahead in villagers, and probably just going to get Imperial Age, get a defensive castle. He's almost with the resources necessary for that, at which point I don't see what Yo does.
Yo must be incredibly frustrated playing this game, because, like, TaToH is playing so well, but he's not... TaToH's not outplaying Yo mechanically. It's not like Yo is just like taking bad fights. Yo can't play. TaToH's playing so well tactically, so well strategically. Even like to the outpost, TaToH's vision is just amazing. Look at this. I'm gonna zoom out. He sees the entire map. There's not a single area where Yo can do something to chop outside, and TaToH won't see it.
There are maybe 10 tiles of not all visible outside woodline for TaToH, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, this might be one of the greatest games I've seen from TaToH as far as strategy goes. Like, he played absolutely to perfection as far as what his win con was and what his, and what the strategy was for for winning the game.
Exactly, he is just getting insanely far ahead. He's already 3,000 more resources collected. Way behind in food, to be fair, but he doesn't really care about that as Saracens.
No.
You can even go for a few Mamelukes if he wants, once the castle is done. Would be nice defensively against the light cav.
And he's taking his time. He's not rushing towards Imperial Age or anything. He's actually making a lot of camels. Now you can see Yo actually stockpiling a lot of food, and he sells it one shot at the market. Is he gonna be able to click up? Is he missing a building?
No, he doesn't have a building.
Oh my god, come on, Yo. Get that monastery down. How many relics are there, by the way? There's only one relic in the center. There's really just no gold in the center, like, regardless.
Yep, one relic in the center, and then one relic in each of the corners of the map.
Yeah. TaToH continuing to expand on the outside. He's got 100 bills now. Mr. Yo is up to Imperial Age, but here's the thing. TaToH doesn't need Imperial Age to completely destroy Yo's economy. All he has to do is go for mass camels, run in through the walls, which are obviously wide open, and just completely take out all of Yo's farming area. And he can do that. He might even decide to do that soon as well, as soon as the upgrades kick in.
Yep, getting very nice upgrades on those guys. Yo can basically only make light cav, and TaToH knows that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Yo could maybe add in some pikemen to help out, but that doesn't really feel super awesome at this stage. Yo has lost 18 villagers this game. And I like, what does Imp even get Yo right now?
Yeah, Imp only gets you either like extra armor on the light cav, maybe the winged hussar, or trebs, but none of those really do anything. He doesn't even have a caster for the trebs, and now he's gonna be fighting camels. This is the worst situation. Camels on light cav, it's not a fair fight. Camels will absolutely destroy him, even though Yo's got more numbers. TaToH's gonna have a really good trade here. Like, the camels is gonna shred so many of the light cav.
Yeah, TaToH's not going to cry about this trade at all.
Not at all. He's killing so much. And of course, Yo will eventually win the fight here. It's not the worst ever, but I mean, the light cav outnumber them like 3-1 here.
More stables on the way. Iron casting coming in as well. There are a few spearmen on the way. That, again, it just doesn't really feel super awesome for Yo. TaToH can continuously raid. Okay, that was a quick conversion right there. It was already charged up on the light cav that had been fleeing, or on the camel that had been fleeing. TaToH around double the villagers at this point. I mean, Yo's going to hit him and have nothing to do with it.
Yeah. He starts to buy castle, which I don't know why he's not done yet. Like, he probably needs a castle. And then after the castle, he'll probably try to go like pikemen, light cav. But only 57 bills. If you told me Yo's at 100 bills, he just has no gold, I think it's still winnable. Because Poles don't need a lot of gold. If they get winged hussar, he's gonna go onager to cut out. He's not even gonna go for a castle. He's gonna go onager.
Yeah, that was, since he didn't go for the castle, I figured it would be for the onager.
Okay, fair. I mean, he won't be able to chop out with the onager, but is it enough? I don't know. I don't think so.
No, not with 54 vills here.
Man, brutal game.
Few crossbowmen to support, and TaToH absolutely been in the driver's seat since like mid-feudal age this game.
Yeah.
And Yo taps out. TaToH 1 game away from taking this set.
Incredible performance from TaToH. This goes down as one of the most strategic chaos pick games I've ever seen. Total domination on the outside. Super smart hold on the tower rush. Beautiful grip with the vision. Can I get a GG well played TaToH in the chat, please? Because this was like a really 200 IQ play from him. Like, just a masterclass on how to play Chaos Bit. This is why he's proven to be one of the best in the world. And Mr. Yo, I don't even think played terribly, but just got completely outclassed in this particular game. All right, there we go. I am in. And as Orlando was mentioning, this could be the match point. It's going to be Aztecs for TaToH, though. He doesn't end up going for the Bulgarians. Goes for Aztecs instead, which is an interesting choice. It's not a cavalry civ, but it is one that kind of thrives off the mobility with the Eagles. And Gots for Yo as he sends 2 bills forward. Oh, interesting. Looking to play really aggressive here.
Well, I mean, he's just building a lumber camp. Also, make sure you fast forward.
Oh, yeah, true. I have to fast forward a little bit. Yeah, I am caught up now at this point, 2 minutes in. Sorry, like someone in the chat saying, I think hosts should pay streamers so they can have more views. Like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's been heavily distracting me the last couple of minutes. I've had like 3, 4 people mentioning the comments that just make absolutely no sense. But I'm gonna have to ignore them for now. As Yo is going for a nice block here, but doesn't quite get it. TaToH escapes. Okay.
Well, at the very least, Yo's going to be able to wall in that lumber camp, which I'd say is at least a little bit of a win.
That could have been insane.
And it's not like he has to run that far back.
If he trapped 3 villas, that could have been insane. But that's still a really solid play for Yo. And maybe a bit questionable for TaToH to make the lumber camp on that side. Why would you go there and not on the other side where you can kind of defend it maybe a little bit better?
I'm not sure. Maybe he wanted to just focus mostly on the middle, but that is a little surprising to me.
100%. And now TaToH's going to be able to just lure in some deer if he wants it. Has the eagle. I mean, this is the benefit of going GOTS on maps like this, is that you can get so much early pressure with your free loom, or your instant loom, I should say. And then behind it, you also get extra food from the hunts. So you get kind of a double bonus in a way on these very aggressive land maps.
Triple bonus. You have the cheaper militia as well.
Oh, true.
Quadruple bonus. You have the faster working barracks to get those militia out.
Quadruple bonus on an aggressive map like Atacama here. So GOTS were often known as the civilization. It takes a lot to get going. But recently, they've been buffed quite a bit to where they're actually a very solid early game civ. I think they're more of an early game civ than a late game civ at this point, which feels wild to say.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten a lot of more front-loaded bonuses, as, you know, the issue forever with GOTS has just been people complaining, well, they take too long to get up, they don't have enough of an economy, they don't have enough defenses, they don't have enough tech tree. But, yeah, now they are really strong in these sorts of situations.
TaToH did a good job, though. Just punches down the house. Instead of making another lumber camp, he just kills the house and gets right back to taking wood where he wanted it initially. And is also chasing down Yo's villagers as we speak. So while Yo did a really nice play, I think TaToH's response was adequate. It was solid. And the game goes on pretty well. And looks like it's going to be Feudal Age faster for TaToH as well here.
Right. Bit of a scuffle between the two players, 2 villagers and their scout unit left, but TaToH has more HP by a pretty significant margin. Microing it just a lot better. Oh, this is not what Yo wants.
Ooh, ends up losing a villager as well, and that's the power of the eagle compared to the scout cavalry in the early game. It just feels like every time Yo goes for a play, he gets punished so hard from TaToH. The militia are coming out now, though.
We'll likely be able to force TaToH back a little bit. Or not, I guess. Oh, even going to try and block with the Eagle Warrior to snipe the villager is unfortunately for TaToH not successful. Yo does escape by the skin of his teeth. More militia are coming out.
TaToH's going to be running back with his vills.
Oh, and this is actually a little bit of a mistake from TaToH. Maybe getting thrown off just a bit. He doesn't have the barracks up in time, even though he's definitely been able to afford it.
Ooh, yeah, the faster feudal didn't really get him anything besides double bidax there. And he might lose the villager himself. Might try to wall it in as well. Oh, he could potentially wall the militia. Not quite. It was close though. He's trying. He's trying to do some things here. But Yo's onto him. Yeah, Yo's not gonna let him get away with that. Villager down.
And yeah, that's gonna be 2 dead vills. Uh-oh.
And now a tower from Mr. Yo. I like that he's playing this one aggressively. He's also taking 2 llamas back home. TaToH's gonna be... Oh, he's gonna be hard-pressed to get this tower up here.
I think both towers will probably go up. But what Yo can do is perhaps maybe if TaToH has to run with some bills back home, catch them on the other side with these men-at-arms that of course get that extra 1 damage versus buildings because GOTS don't have enough early game bonuses, Kappa.
Yeah, now that I think about it, they actually have a ton of early game bonuses, but they're all geared towards like infantry and lame play.
I mean, I think you could argue that's not good for AoE 2, but, you know, it's just 1 civ.
Yeah,
we have 43 in the game right now.
And it does make for interesting and exciting early games here. So 1 vill goes down for TaToH. He's actually kind of getting destroyed on the woodline front of things as well. Men-at-arms kind of a pain to deal with as well. And normally men-at-arms are really easy to deal with if you get archers out in the field, which in this case we do have it. But
This tip is for the O2 Pro
One
community.
second.
Less than 3. Let's spread only love and a common passion for a game. Smile goo
Well-
tato goo D.
yeah, sorry. Oh, I had some text-to-speech. My bad. I was trying to finish my thought. Normally, the archers, counter the men-at-arms very easily, but because we have a tower war, it's a lot harder to micro. That's all I want to say.
Yes, definitely. But Yo is mining stone behind this. TaToH is
Yeah.
not. So although he's going to lose this first tower, he can just scooch back up a little bit and place a tower that's out of range of the other tower, but still in range of the wood line. At that point, TaToH could actually just put like another lumber camp on the other side and maybe be a bit safer. But Yo is definitely, you know, kind of kicking TaToH around at this point. 4 villagers killed to 1. He already has around a 400 score lead.
Yeah, Yo's down, but he's not out. He's showing what he can do when his back is to the wall, even if he's got the Goths against Aztecs, which is usually quite a hard sim matchup to play. Anonymous, thanks to the $25 tip and the kind words, man. 82 community is truly, truly awesome, of course. And now we see Yo just dropping down some walls as well. And looking to secure the area around this little tower war. Because even if he loses that initial tower, as you said, he can always make more. He just doesn't want to get kicked off the position entirely.
Yeah. But Yo is also really good at making sure that if he gets a forward position established, that he just does not ever let go of it.
Oh yeah, we've seen him
Now
do
we-
that time and again in the set, for sure.
Yeah. Skirmishers are on the way, going to be helping out. Of course, that defensive tower should be here in the nick of time. I don't think TaToH's really going to get a lot of damage done on that wood line.
Nope.
That said, the rest of Yo's eco is pretty exposed. TaToH's got 6 archers, no fletching.
I think TaToH being 6 fills down is kind of the story of this game, though, because he's 6 fills down. He's also got 3 fills forward and looking for some damage, but he's up against Skirm, so his fills aren't going to do much. He loses an archer to the TC even now as well, and so this is looking like a very easy victory for Yo from here on out.
And, I mean, although he'd need to win 4 games in a row, is always going to start with 1 win. And
course.
if you can get a win like this, it's not like Yo doesn't have the skill set to beat TaToH 4 games in a row. He just needs to maybe have like a couple more things go his way. Maybe just have a slightly cleaner early game.
Yeah.
And suddenly we could find ourselves with another 21 game set.
Yeah, it's all about the early game, right? Like every single time Yo lost to TaToH on these land maps, he just fell behind in the early game. That's like the big thing that actually, prevented him from getting to the mid game in even footing. He always fell so far behind, got snowballed out of control. Whereas now, when he's got a very solid early game, he really shows the macro skills. He's following around the map, doing everything he needs to do, and he lands himself a quick 15-minute win, clawing himself back into this best of 21 set here.
Wow, and that was just really impressive. Early game, lame messiness. This is kind of the game Yo wanted back on Chaos Pit, but wasn't quite able to get. Makes it happen here. Already
And
1,200 more resources collected.
it's worth mentioning as well that even if Yo doesn't win the set, he wants to win as many games as possible. Because remember, it's sets won that determine who wins the entire tournament. But then the first tiebreaker is the amount of games you've won. So we've got TaToH in red as the Vikings, Yo in blue as the Celts, and the map is of course Cup. Let's take a look at it because it's a very unique map. There's 2 bodies of water here, and they're kind of infested with shallows, so land units can cross as well. Only blue terrain where only ships can cross. And yeah, there's a good amount of fish on the bottom, good amount of fish on top, and there's also a little bit of gold with a relic that people want to control in the mid game. Around the outside is a ton of wood, a good amount of gold and stone scattered as well, and yeah, just a little bit of a hybrid map. But the deciding factor for the map and what makes it very interesting is this little little line of land that the ships can't cross over. And so if you go on one side of water, you can't just pass the ships over to the other side. So it is a hybrid map, but it's a very strategic hybrid map.
Very much the case. The gold in the middle can be really important, or at least on the side area, very important, but there is still actually extra gold at the extremities of the map. So it's not like a gold in the middle map where everything is all about that area right off the bat. You do still have to play all around the sides. You see a lot of pushes on the sides if one other player has water. There's a lot of different dynamics that we can see here.
In my opinion, this is one of the best water maps to ever be made, or best hybrid maps rather, and it continues to produce really good games.
I don't really like the fixed position thing as much, so
Okay.
I prefer Golden Swamp a little bit. But I think that this is like obviously Golden Swamp was based off Cup, so
Yeah.
I think that the idea behind it is a really good one.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, but I think Golden Swap came after Cup, right?
Yeah, it was the official version of Cup
Yeah.
basically because it was so popular in Hidden Cup.
Yeah, they literally just made a version for the ranked ladder, but I do believe that the original Cup is actually a better map. But both are, of course, quite similar.
Yeah, just depends on what you like a little bit more.
I think the idea that the ships can't cross is very, very important to the balance between land and ship units. If the ships can cross, then ships are really, really OP. But since they can't, it's a lot more strategic as to where you dock.
Yep, and that's going to be the case. TaToH is coming in with the militia already. No dock for him yet, and it's going to be Yo doing that. Has to be careful, of course, against TaToH's early pressure. Kind of backwards from what you would think. Vikings would normally be the ones you think going for the early dock, and Celts with the drush, but going to be flipping that around.
Yeah, and I think the reason why you don't want to kind of go for a dock as the Vikings is you don't have access to fire galleys. So you're going to be forced to play galleys, and there's not a lot of space to micro here. So galleys aren't that great.
Yep, that's a very good point. Okay, Loom is now in for Yo. A little bit of idle time. Clicking up now. And behind this TaToH shouldn't be too much slower. Ooh.
Ooh, Vil forward from TaToH. He's going to go ahead and wall up the dock from Yo. That's an interesting play here. Going super aggressive early on here.
Yeah, and I think this could work out quite well. Yo has invested a lot of resources into these early fish, and Yo already in a situation where militia are harassing those villagers. Quick walls need to be on point. And looks like those walls are safe for the time being, but I don't see a lot stopping this dock from getting blocked. Oh, Yo's trying to block the block with this fishing ship. And now sending the Vils forward as well.
Now we see a little bit of militia and villager action here.
We do indeed. TaToH losing one militia. The fishing ships are hanging around as well.
I love this. Yo is actually fighting for his dock to stay up and not get walled in. TaToH continues to try to wall it in. It's action absolutely everywhere. Fishing ships are in the mix.
TaToH loses his militia. Yo, not with a single village loss yet. Oh, wait, the fishing ships are slightly out of position. Now, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure that Yo can make one ship. There's like that one tile to the eastern side of the dock that I'm pretty sure a ship can pop out on.
So you can make one fire and then just kind of take down the wall over time. Also, there's a corner that TaToH's going to go back and wall up here. Yep, they can still drop, but if TaToH walls it up... Oh, Yo's going to put the fishing ship on the tile. This is so nice. This is what high-level AV2 is all about. These little micro plays. Oh, that's so sick.
You thought this game was about strategy, good decision making, good mechanics. No, it's about using boats to block villagers from building walls around dock.
Absolute madness here. And it looks like it's going to be TaToH that's going to dock the same side. Very strange decision because you don't have fire ships. So if you're going to fight on the lake, I feel like Yo can easily just make a second dock and continue to win this lake just because of the fact that he's got fires. And Yo is actually going for a tower rush, or at least one tower behind TaToH's woodline. It's going to be kind of annoying for TaToH, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it's one of those towers that's just kind of fine. It denies a woodline, but it doesn't completely cut your opponent off of the resource.
And Arnold, you know a few things, my man. Looks like Yo actually did make that ship, landed exactly where you called it, and he's going to break out and free his dock. So Yo is responding very nicely to TaToH's aggression here.
Well, you know me. I can't break 1900 on the ladder, but I at least know the random situations where you can make one random unit.
Can't break 1900, but knows everything he needs to know to break 2900 when he gets there.
Exactly.
I absolutely love it, man. Feudal Age kicks in now for TaToH, and it's just the stock doesn't make sense. He could go galleys. Oh, he's gonna go demos. Okay. Wait, maybe demos can be nice. Remember, Vikings do get discounted demos, which a lot of people don't realize. They do get discounted demos, and he could be trading very effectively against the fishing ships and the villagers here.
Yeah, and that could be quite helpful. But Yo's already docked the larger body of water. A couple archers here trying to be a little bit annoying, which I like as well. And it feels like Yo has set himself up quite nicely. The Celt wood bonus is certainly coming in quite helpful with the fact that he's had a lot of villagers fighting and has been needing to spend a lot of wood on docks and towers and archers and stuff.
Yeah, the Celt wood bonus is so good. In my opinion, it's basically the one bonus that keeps them so strong and so competitive on hybrid maps, because they really don't have anything else going for them on hybrid maps. They don't have the best like water tech tree, they don't get bracer, but it's that wood bonus that helps so much in balancing land and water play early game that really makes them a top tier pick.
Exactly. Oh, but this could be a beautiful demolition ship, and how did that not kill the third one? But you get two. Oh, well, Scout.
Yeah. Scout cleans it up. 3 for 1 demo. That's such a good trade, and that's gonna neutralize Yo having the water advantage. And keep in mind, I mean, Vikings do have wheelbarrow on the land as well.
Yeah, my one concern for TaToH is that eco balance. Of course, the market can fix many problems, but it still doesn't feel great if just having these 4 villagers on food.
TaToH could pop
We're
up
gonna
another
punch
demo.
down the dock.
He could pop up a demo and kill the vills. Like, Yo has to be careful
Yeah.
about this.
I think that's exactly what he's doing, right?
Yeah, demo's coming out. Yo is the type to fall for this. Like, Yo kind of, like, he's a really smart player, but he doesn't think too much about, like, the micro plays every now and then. He actually repositions there, so he's doing a pretty good job of predicting it. Okay, yeah, he makes a wall. Okay, I like to see that, and actually TaToH just cancels the demo as Yo does a good play there.
I like this a lot. The dock is going to go down, and at that point, you can possibly add in some more fishing ships. I would say it's still worth it to add in maybe 2 to 3 more fishing ships. There's still food to take.
Yeah, I agree. And also, like, fishing ships are really nice because they basically pay back within just a few minutes, and you don't lose any town center time for them. Wood is usually very easy to afford, especially with Celts. So fishing ships end up just being a great investment more often than not.
TaToH with a market and a blacksmith at this stage has a couple archers in the archery range, but Yo is still ahead in the overall archer numbers. And of course, what he can do is he can use those archers to garrison the towers and make sure that he has a more efficient economy in the very likely situation of a tower war, as that's what we're seeing unfold.
TaToH's misplaying though here. He's making a counter tower, but Yo can range all of the villagers. And so even though Yo has less villagers, because he's got the archers there, he should be able to get this tower up no problem. And TaToH might actually lose a couple villas if he's not careful here.
Yeah, this should have been exactly 1 tile further back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But yeah, Yo gets the tower down. He can garrison those archers in said tower. And suddenly, TaToH, if he wants to win the tower war, has to commit at least some bills for the time being.
Yeah, and the cool thing is Yo just literally 6-5 archers there and then just runs away. TaToH, I mean, he has some archers in, but he might have to idle some villas to repair or whatnot.
Exactly, and because TaToH has fletching in, he doesn't have the full extra arrows. It's a very specific situation, but it does matter because fletching makes you require 1 more archer or villager to fully garrison, or make the tower fire its full 4 arrows.
Which is really strange. Like, that should be a bug, right?
Nope. It's actually because the garrison arrow mechanic is based off of the unit's damage per second, and because you have the tower has more damage, it raises the threshold for damage that needs to be garrisoned. That arrow.
Interesting. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. I actually knew about it, but didn't know why it works. That's actually really good knowledge for myself as well. I appreciate that. And in this case, it's gonna be Yo losing his archers, but killing maybe 2 vills. Yeah, got the second one there as well. Pretty solid stuff there, but I'm sure TaToH's gonna be happy to just clean that up at this point.
Indeed, that is going to be the case. And now TaToH looking to make a dock over here. I kind of wish Yo was maybe even just patrolling the galley back and forth on the other side instead of just having it hang around. But I think maybe Yo has an idea of what exactly is happening. That said, well done from TaToH with the help of the market, able to click up to Castle Age faster than his opponent.
And remember, Castle Age when Vikings really tend to be really strong on water. They get access to the longboat, which is a very mobile, basically galley-esque unit, fires multiple arrows, super strong. And you also get an extra discount on their water units, which obviously very helpful as well.
Exactly going to be the case, and on the land, Celts are going to generally be more focused on just defending with mangonels and maybe some knights. Longswordsmen if you're feeling wild.
This is actually a very longsword or champion matchup long term though in Castle Age. Sorry, Imperial Age, rather. Both players could go infantry, wood raiders, champions, berserks, all solid. Since there's no very solid archer units from Celts, they're not gonna, have anything against Viking champions besides their own infantry most of the time. That being said, we are far from Imperial Age. Yeah.
The Viking infantry does win in the straight-up battle, but Celts have a fantastic siege with which to support the infantry. So they should have a big advantage.
The big issue I see in this matchup for Celts long term though is the Viking Navy. Like Viking Navy is good in early game, right? But as soon as you get to the late game, I think the Celts would either be forced to push on the outside or to have full control of the center and prevent TaToH from docking. Because if TaToH is able to get on the water, he's going to have cannon galleons, he's going to have, I believe, heavy demo. I think Vikings do get it. And he's going to have elite longbows as part of his composition as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's the big advantage that Vikings have in this matchup alongside, of course, Viking Eco.
Yeah, if we
Not that Viking Eco is like insanely better than Celts, but it is, I would say, better.
Yeah, I think it is better for sure. I mean, maybe better on maps where you can farm more, though, to be fair. On maps like this, it could actually be the Celt economy that ends up being slightly better, just because they get the extra wood, they make more fishing ships, and it feels a little smoother overall. Now, longboat's coming out, and this can be great at kiting down galleys.
What do you think of this tower from Yo?
I think it's okay. It's gonna help you hold the water. I personally wouldn't make it just because I don't think of things like that, but to hold map control, I think it's nice.
Again, it's not like I think the most intuitive play in the world, but it could work out. War galley on the way, especially if you don't want to let TaToH freely get control of water, which is obviously something that Yo would rather not do, if at all possible.
We're just help clean up some skirmishers to start things off, and yeah, it will prevent TaToH from just pushing in. So, I definitely do enjoy this tower, and now we see a siege workshop on the other side, and this is what I'm talking about here, guys. TaToH's on the left with longboats. Normally on most water maps, you just be able to pass over and just completely control all of the water, but because it's separated, Mr. Yo can launch a land attack on the right side and not worry about the longboats so much, and this is why Cup is truly one of the best hybrid maps we have in the game right now.
Yeah, this is where the map gets really fun, is that you just have all of these dynamic areas in which you can, even if you're falling behind in one area, you can go somewhere else and get something good done and get an advantage somewhere else. That said, the longboats are here, and there are 4 fishing ships that can be destroyed quite easily, and the longboats can always just camp underneath the watchtower, and unless Murder Holes is in, they will not be ranged.
Yeah, longboat's kind of clearing up the water there. We'll start working his way down the docks, but Mr. Yo is more worried about the right side push. As we know, Celts ETC, and here we see the Mangonel play come out. TaToH will have to almost guaranteed go for a defensive workshop of his own. Could go for a stable and get some knights out, but I think Siege Workshop should be better, and indeed does go for that. Has the monastery to defend the cavalry that Yo is making at the moment.
And Yo, with Town Watch, actually does see the Siege Workshop going up, so... I mean, I would probably try and see if I could maybe snipe the villagers that are building it, but... Regardless, the Celt mangas are nom-nomming on that town center. And behind this as well, you have TaToH going to be losing one of his 3 TCs. Yo himself is on 2. The villager count is dead even, as all of those fishing ships have fallen. But overall resources collected is actually slightly in favor of TaToH. Wow, that is really the power of the Viking eco.
Yeah, free hand card there. But what I love about this game, right, it's like AoE2 in general, high-level AoE2, competitive AoE2, they're both playing for completely different approaches, and yet it's neck and neck in the bill count. Like, it's so sick to see how close these levels are. And no matter what the players are going for, like completely wild approaches, different strategies, different civs, it ends up being super even. But Yo is taking a little bit of a lead on the land and takes a 1-for-0 Mangonel trade. And I don't know, chat, are we starting to believe in Yo's ability to come back in the series? He needs to win 4 in a row. He won the first one. He's actually winning the second one. And all he needs is 2 more if he's able to close this one out.
Exactly, and I mean, remember, back in day 1, we saw TaToH win 5 games in a row versus Winchester. So, it is not unprecedented in this tournament.
Oh my god, another 1-for-0. This
Yeah.
is the Celt Mangonel. They fire faster. It's easier to micro them. And TaToH just doesn't have an answer to the siege. Yo is on tip-top shape here. TaToH getting a 3rd town center. Well, 4th, but he lost his initial one. And Yo's getting a 3rd town center himself. Wheelbarrow, heavy plow coming in. His economy is very, very solid here. Also, he picked up fire ships, so he's going to be able to defend his docks no problem. Wouldn't mind seeing a town center come up on the gold one day as well. Another mangonel trade, and you can't be
if this
serious.
is a 1-for-1, which it will be.
Okay,
TaToH's not going to have the time to make another mangonel before the siege workshop goes down.
Yep.
I mean, you can try and repair, but good luck with that.
Yeah, not going to work. One vote goes down immediately, and the siege workshop, well, it's soon to follow here. Yo got so much done with this siege push here.
And TaToH doesn't have anything to stop mangonels right now. Viking monks have no redemption. They are literally irredeemable.
I love that. He's gonna have to make another siege workshop. Yeah, he's gonna make him at the back here.
University coming in as well. Now, TaToH is a player that could go for a guard tower defense. And, I mean, Vikings, nothing stopping them from doing that.
Oh my god, Archer's getting kind of destroyed as well. And I like it. It feels like Yo's playing with no fear, no hesitation this game. It's like he needed to fall back until he can't lose a single game to play this level. Like, it's not like he was playing bad before, but think of the siege push compared to the Ethiopian Gajara game. He was so hesitant in that game. His mangonels were not on point. Now it's like everything's clicking for him.
And I will say that of like the top 4 players as far as heroes to go recently, you know, Yo, Viper, and Leary, Yo is the most inconsistent, but when he's playing well, he can just crush anybody.
I agree. Yeah. I think he might have one of the highest ceilings for the game, but not because he's like playing like perfect macro, spending all his resources. It's really just because of how everywhere on the map he could be. I think that's like his best style, his best specialty.
Yeah, for sure. Just that plus his long-term strategic decision making, I think it's really hard to stop for most players.
Now we see
TaToH. Oh,
TaToH
there's some nice trades though
pushing
from
back.
TaToH though.
Yep.
He is not going into that sweet night. Never mind.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end, but it started fine, and he's got guard tower defense. Like, TaToH's gonna hold his base, but Yo bought himself so much time. Undisturbed economy back home. Gonna get a castle. Could easily go back on water if he wants to. Could launch a land play in Imperial Age.
That is going to be the case. I mean, I like the guard tower defense from TaToH, in part because I like how the Central European guard towers look with their little pointy spike. But yeah, it's usually one of the better tools you have out there to deal with a mangonel push, especially if you don't have good monks.
But here's the thing about the guard tower push. I used to really be a fan of it, but lately I felt like the guard tower push really slows down your Imperial Age time. It's a lot of commitment. You need a university, you need the guard tower upgrade, and then you need to make the guard towers. So it actually feels like it's nice, but it also is costly. And in this situation, in the time where TaToH's defending in castle with guard towers, Yo, on the way to Imperial Age, and the best unit he can go for right now is probably just some navy control and get access to the middle gold. And indeed, he is dropping some docks.
I would love to see some Road Raiders from Yo. I mean, they can just run around. The post-buff, I don't know how much you played with Road Raiders post-buff, but they feel insanely good.
Oh, I felt like Road Raiders just needed a little bit to get them going, to get them being really strong. I haven't tested them too much, but I can imagine how strong they are. They got an extra 1 damage and 5 HP, right?
Yeah, for both regular and elite.
Yeah, that's super, super solid in my opinion.
Yeah, now they have elite have 14 attack and 85 HP, which is pretty crazy. And even the Castle Age ones have, what, 11 attack now? So even without elite, you can just run them in with a few units and get some damage done.
Yeah, I think over the last year, we've seen a lot of infantry unique units just being buffed so much. And it's not to the point where they're OP, it's just to the point where they're actually viable now, which is really good. The balance is at a really good point, I think, for those units.
Yeah, definitely. A couple knights are coming in. They're going to clean up both mangonels, most likely. Now, Yo is going for some war galleys. Celt Navy in the late game is rather sad. No bracer. And you're missing shipwright and all that stuff. Maybe adding in like a forward castle or something like that could be good for Yo. TaToH's still very much stuck in the Castle Age, though.
Yeah.
As a Devo ship, I think, blows up some knights.
I don't think Yo needs to rush it. I think all he has to do is go fast fires. Scouts do get those, I believe. So
they do not get those.
Oh, they do not? Oh, okay. Well, it's not so straightforward then. So if he had fast fires, it'd be easy to win back the water. Without those, maybe you gotta do something else on the land. And it looks like he is choosing Wood Raiders and forward castles then. Interesting.
And I like this approach a lot more than trying to do anything fancy with the Navy. You still have resources you can take in your base, and if you just go for a big push across the middle, I don't really see any realistic way TaToH stops that. He's still stuck in the Castle Age. A defensive castle, it can only buy him time, nothing more at this point.
Yeah. Ooh, converts the Wood Raider pretty quickly, and the longboats won't help him defend the push. They're just going to help him maybe secure some gold in the center, but that's not really their primary concern right now. The primary concern is to, like, save your base, because you've got a lot of farmland, a lot of villas, a lot of wood here. If you just lose all your base, having the gold in the center won't help you, as we saw in that game, Me vs Viper on Golden Swamp.
Yep. And, of course, Trebuchet is on the way for Celts. Celt Trebs are very strong. They do attack faster. And some Galleons, at least, as well, can get something done. I do like that TaToH. He's trying to figure out a way that he can get ahead of Yo, and that is, okay, I have naval control right now in the big water area, so let's get a castle in the middle and maybe play for that over time. But I do think that TaToH is really just going to struggle to scramble way back into this.
I'm actually surprised that TaToH made so many stables. He made 3 stables, he went for light cab. I'm not really sure why that was the case. I think, if anything, longswords would be a much better tool for him to push back anything on land. But probably just making his way up to Imperial Age is the only thing that TaToH can go for, and just trying to hope to buy time here.
Exactly. And Celts actually do have non-elite cannon galleons, so that's something. If you really want to go for that, of course, you can just use trebuchets. It's not like there's anything stopping you from doing that. And right now, Yo is just going to continue that treb push at the front. He's grabbing careening, and here come the galleons.
Yeah, galleons on the way here. And the Yo is also treb pushing on the land. Guard towers will fall. Monastery with 1 relic will fall, no doubt, as well. You're seeing careening now from TaToH as well.
Now, TaToH actually does have a population lead. He's been producing villagers quite consistently. Now trying to go for some berserks, but barracks at the side, I mean, you don't really have the castles go for berserks. You need to go for some champions.
TaToH's got to stall 2 minutes. And in the meantime, he's losing very big parts of his base. He does still have his castle up, though, which helps. And he is throwing down some barracks. Yeah, probably wants to get to champions long-term on the land. Champions, of course, with extra HP are actually quite solid. Longboat's trying to help out, but they just can't reach that treb. Feels bad.
The range just a little too short. Siege Engineers is on the way. Another castle is coming in forward here.
And now Yo,
Yeah, of course.
like Yo has weaker ships, but because he's got such a big advantage and he's got the map control and the timings, he can get away with playing with weaker ships and just kind of overrunning TaToH. But if it's a head-on-head on the Navy, Vikings definitely win.
Oh, for sure. That is, of course, the big advantage that the Civ has going forward. The castle is not quite done just yet, and longboats are quite good at taking down trebuchets. He's going to just be able to kill one in 2 volleys. Issue, though, is unless they all go down, which actually appears to be the case, that's buying TaToH some nice time.
Actually keeps his castle up as well here. That's mighty good for him. Is Yo throwing this a little bit? Like, he had it 7 minutes faster in or something like that. And it doesn't feel like at this point he got enough done in that time.
Well, there is the whole situation where Yo hit Imp and he just didn't have any army.
Yeah.
He is trying to make the switch back over onto the water, and Celts just aren't super good. I mean, Celts aren't a good early Imp Civ.
Yeah, true.
I don't think you could really expect Yo to get that much done, but what's important for Yo is that he is developing towards his post-Imp. And as weak as Celts are in early Imp, they are really good in post-Imp.
True.
So
yeah.
I think he's doing the best he can given the situation. Obviously, TaToH's making some good plays, but I think Yo's fine.
Yeah, TaToH makes an interesting call. He actually goes elite longboat here instead of going for anything on the land, like some champions or whatnot, which is fascinating because it's going to mean he's going to be able to hold the land, hold the water, but it might mean he's going to suffer on land. I think it's the right call, though, because the gold in the center is obviously like the main area that he needs to focus on right now. Definitely a crucial decision to make here for him.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's still going for long swordsman, but the production is simply not that exceptional. There are more Woad Raiders incoming, and obviously, until you get to, like, champions, you're not going to be doing that well versus those Pajama Warriors.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, the longbows are good, but you can only move them around in this one area of water.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to maybe win the water, and it's not even clear because Yo does have a good amount of Navy as well, so it's going to be kind of even as far as who's winning the water. Vikings should be obviously favored long-term, though. We can assume so, but look at Yo completely just kind of giving up the water, sending his trebs over to the land, and wants to focus to where he's really the strong one. Yo is picking up Dry Dock though, so he does want to fight on water long term. And it's all about whether TaToH can hold land and continue expanding and maybe take advantage of the gold in the center as his win condition.
I think that it's going to be very tough to make that work, though, as there are a lot of Woad Raiders out, and like I say, Castle Age Woad Raiders are so much better than they used to be. Back in my day, they only had 65 HP and 8 attack. Now they have 70 HP and 11 attack.
Yeah, that's wild. So much damage. Those infantry unique units really got buffed to a good spot here, and TaToH trying to repair the trebs. Doesn't even care about keeping the castle up at this point. Just needs to try to hold the trebs and fire back at some of Yo's. The trebs go down, the castle goes down, and although TaToH's winning the water, it feels like the land is crumbling a little too quickly for him here.
Yeah, exactly the case. And I appreciate that TaToH's really leaning into the strengths of Vikings, and he's taking really efficient trades here. And there is a good reason to win water, of course, having those 20 tiles of gold in the middle of the map. But Yo, unfortunately for TaToH, was just ahead, and Yo himself is really leaning into where his Civ has an advantage.
I'm quite pleased to see Yo clawing his way back into the set. It's going to make things very interesting as we go to the last couple games here. It's not quite over, though. TaToH still has a chance. He's actually got more population right now. And middle control is a real thing. If TaToH can hold the gold, then long term, he's going to be able to afford more champions. He can use that gold to buy himself some food. And he's doing a good job of actually expanding his economy towards the north.
Oh yeah, that whole area is completely undisturbed for TaToH. Yo doesn't realize that there is a gold just to the north of his base, so that is unscouted as for now. And if there's something I'd like Yo to add in, it would be some siege units. Either some scorpions, or maybe onagers, or even rams. Something that really just... He's already doing fine against the two-handed swordsman, but if he like wins it super hard, then TaToH I think has no shot, because he can't win with just longboats.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He's getting Elite Woad, and that's going to be better than any siege right now, because it's going to get you a better head-on fight. Elite Woad is a huge upgrade at this stage of the game. Siege Rams would be nice. They don't tank longboats as much as like they tank galleons, for example, but they're still nice to push really fast on the outside. So Siege Ram could be a good investment. I can see that being worthwhile.
Indeed. And right now, do you think it's a good idea that Yo is investing so much in water at this stage?
I can see why he wants to do that, because you don't want to let your opponent just get access to free gold. But at the same time, what if you just not commit to water, let your castles hold the center, and then focus 100% on the outside? If he did that, he'd already won the entire outside anyways. So I think it could have been a good idea to just ease off the water for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like if some of that wood and gold, instead of going into ships, was going into the like the rams or scorpions or onagers or literally any of the siege units not named siege towers. Yeah, now the Woad Raiders living up to their name, running all over the place, and they're just going to get so much damage done. Even sniping the champion barracks.
Ooh, did he really get that one? Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
Gonna have to redo the champion upgrade from scratch. A minute and a half on that one. And Yo's castle on top, and also spotted the gold towards the north of the map. That castle's gonna kind of heal TaToH's fate. It's gonna keep him locked in. And TaToH has a great amount of longboats, but with just longboats, it's gonna be really hard to hold the land. That being said, though, actually, see the forest on the top side or the left side of TaToH's base. That forest is really close to the water. So if TaToH can position some longboats right there, he can potentially block Yo from passing over. But he's using his longboats forward.
But Hera, Yo has stronghold.
Ooh.
What on earth is TaToH gonna do against this?
Yeah,
his infantry is getting healed up. The castles are attacking fast.
It's nice. It's good. It's a new upgrade.
Yeah.
That upgrade's actually okay, but it's so like underwhelming overall.
It's such a win more upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. You're never gonna get that upgrade and it just changes the dynamic of the game.
No, it's like if you're fighting with your units against enemy units under your own castles, you're probably already quite happy.
Yeah, exactly. And Woad now
the
kind
Woad
of
Raiders
diving
coming
in.
Here.
Yeah. And Yo still has enough gold to play this one for a while. Also, TaToH's using some cannon galleons, which are really expensive. And also, like, TaToH doesn't have the gold in the middle. He's trying to get it, but it's not like he's got full control of it. No castle there, only now sending villas to make a town center. And his base is kind of just falling apart. Down to 140 pop now, and it looks like it's just a matter of time. Yo should be able to pick him apart. Yo's got a lot of resources in the bank.
And he should be cruising here to victory in game number 19 of 21. And of course, if nothing else, the Trebs can just hang back and like snipe right into building with dogs, but that is going to be it. Yo, 2 games in a row. He still needs to win 2 without dropping any, but I mean, he is making this a very competitive series.
Dude, is the chat beginning to believe? Can I see a 1 in the chat if you think Yo's gonna pull it back? 2 in the chat if you think TaToH gets it done in the next 2 games. Neck and neck going into the late stages of this best of 21. This is what the Champion Invitational is all about. The best in the world going at it in the most competitive series we've ever had in AOV2 history. Best of 21, variety of maps, most competitive settings, and oh my god, it's coming down to the wire here. 10-9. My prediction was 11-9 for TaToH, and for the sake of the comeback, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. All right, let's go ahead and hop right in. It's going to be Mayans versus the Slavs on Runestones. Better Civ for TaToH. But if anyone's going to make the Slavs work on an Arabia-style map or an open land map like Runestones, I think it's going to be Mr. Yo. He loves his captives.
He does indeed, and although Mayans are going to be taking the initiative here, military, like army composition-wise, it's not like Slavs can't deal with Mayans. You have really good siege, you have good cav, and you have good infantry. So you can't really compete in like the straight-up archer fight, but you still have... You have good eco and you have tools to deal with it if you can survive that early game.
And it looks like Yo's going to go right to pushing deer. And absolutely, it's really just the early game that the Mayans tend to really pull ahead of the Slavs. They also have a bit more power in early imp. They can potentially get on some double gold comp like Eagles and Archers, Eagles and Arbalest. Plumed Archer is always something that could be scary. But as far as late game goes, if Slavs get the Siege Onagers, for example, Mayans don't have a really good answer to Siege Onagers, and that's definitely one thing that Slavs have in their favor going into long term. Heavy Scorpion's another like really solid option versus Mayans, but of course those options are incredibly expensive and hard to get to. And then before that, Slavs with Knights and Siege should be pretty solid. So it's really a matchup that if Yo can get the cast stage safely, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. You have also the faster moving monks now with Slavs, which is quite nice. Can maybe go ahead and scoop up some relics, which would put you in really good standing in the late game. And we'll have to see exactly how aggressive I think TaToH especially wants to open. That build could be making a barracks.
Oh, I think it is going to go for barracks indeed. He recognizes his civilization is stronger than his opponent's, decides to take advantage of it by going for a barracks right away. Yo's map, though, is excellent. Like, if anyone's believing in the comeback, Yo's getting everything he needs to make it happen here. And he can easily wall out the right-hand side, for example. He's got back gold, he's got safe berries, and everything looks really good.
Great work with the cast today, guys.
Oh yeah, not a whole lot to complain about for sure. Barracks is about to be in here for TaToH. Looks like it is going to be maybe the French Drush style, maybe? Going for the 2 militia on the way up to Feudal Age, not getting men-at-arms. And using that to like open up your opponent's base and follow it up with some archers of your own.
Yeah, it looks like it's indeed the case. The barracks being the second building that he needs for Feudal Age. He's going to go ahead and make a mining camp right now as well. And looks like Yo is going to be pulling in some deer here. Continues to lure until all 4 are under his town center. I'm not sure if TaToH went for the same approach. I think he did. Yeah, both went for 4 deer pushes. And as far as scouting goes, this is what TaToH sees. He's yet to scout Yo, sending his militia forward. Going to be looking for some aggression, potentially.
That does look like it is the case. Oh, actually making the 3rd militia, so it's not for the French Drush style, it's just full-on men-at-arms.
Yeah.
And if Yo's just opening 19 pop scouts here, is that fast enough to deal with the Mayans here?
I think it is. I think he should be fine, but if he makes this stable, it can be difficult to hold men-at-arms. But I think the timing is okay. Range might be easier to hold. He does commit to the stable. The question is, Yo, yeah, he doesn't know about the men-at-arms here. He's actually never going to really spot them. Wow. So he's going to, let's see his reaction. It's going to be a complete shock when he sees the militia. And oh, they went under the TC because
Oh no!
oh my god,
Oh no!
TaToH lured deer, so he didn't scout where Yo's town center was, and this is the problem with luring deer. It's not overpowered. It gives you a good economy boost, but you've got no scouting, and you run into the town center. That is a disaster. Yo is back in the series, and he's actually in a good position for this early game. It's a big blunder from Mr. TaToH there.
Yeah, the Woodline Bills aren't quick walled in, but Yo just shooing them away with a couple of his own Bills. He's able to get both of his early eco upgrades, so he's getting a horse collar before placing any farms. He still has some sheep left. He's got scouts incoming. His scouts are still on full HP. And if, especially those militia can get picked off before the reinforcing spearman shows up, that is going to be something Yo is very happy about.
Yeah, and really well done for Mr. Yo. Getting some good hits on the militia. Gotta respect the spear, though. Spear is the scary unit there, and oh, getting dangerously close. Behind this, I'd like to see Yo wall. He's got such a good map. Just abuse the map, wall to the town center, wall the entire map, and just be completely safe. Wait. No, do not send Vils forward. What are you doing? Okay, range. Still, though, I don't think it's correct to wall that far up. He wants to wall to the side. Just wall like near the TC, no?
I think that obviously this is the greedier approach. It's not like this is an impossible wall to make. He knows about
Yeah.
the wood line. It doesn't go all the way to the edge of the map, but it's still pretty decent. But the thing is, the guy who's opening up with the militia follow-up with spearmen and archers, he's just going to scale his army numbers way faster than you. And Yo, it's not like he's able to consistently produce scouts. I mean, he's got skirm production starting, and Yo, it's all about buying time. He kills one militia for losing one scout. That's not really worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, he needs to keep the scouts alive because like skirmishers can deal with all of these units except eagles at a pretty comfortable pace. So if you just keep the scouts alive to help with the eagles, skirms will be incredibly solid here.
Indeed. And right now, skirms are incoming. The blacksmith, of course, going to be essential for fletching. Meanwhile, TaToH, already with his own blacksmith, needs to get a little bit more food to research that upgrade. Yo's quick walls here at the back are going to be exactly where they need to be, and this is what you were saying. Yo leaning into the map, the fact that his map is super good, now getting his own fletching upgrade actually faster than his opponent. And, I mean, TaToH has invested a lot here into, like, the militia, the spearmen, and eagles. Could be rough.
Yeah, fletching skirm's gonna push everything away. Yo went for the better walls in my opinion here as well. Just walls to the edge of the map, walls towards the town center. It's gonna keep him very safe, taking no risk. And as you mentioned, TaToH invested a lot into this push. 3 spearmen. I mean, those don't scale nearly that well, and they're gonna get picked off of the skirms. So I would actually say Yo has a massive advantage despite having a very weak civ in comparison to the mines.
I mean, it's definitely a worse civ, but I don't feel like Slavs are like a weak civ.
Well,
you know what I mean?
They were
It's
like last pick in the draft, but I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, anything compared to mine is basically
Yeah.
weak, so...
Yeah, but I do see what you mean. Like, Slavs do have the tools to definitely win this matchup here, especially if you get off to a good early game, which has been the struggle for Yo throughout the entire best of 21 set.
And right now, the skirmishers trying to hold on as best they can. They do not have that armor upgrade, which would be very helpful versus the archers and even versus the Eagle Scouts. But still, I like what Yo's doing here. He's walling to, close to the edge of his base just to be super safe early on. But he's still setting himself up that once we get to like late feudal age, early castle age, he can wall to the edge of the map, and that's going to give him a lot of space with which to work, able to add in extra TCs and still be safe against the Mayans.
Absolutely here. Ooh, armor upgrade coming in for the Eagles. It looks like TaToH's not quite done with the feudal age. Normally, Mayans like to get up to castle age as quickly as possible, go for the crossman upgrade. But in this case, we are going to see armor come in on the Eagles, and they should be relatively well off against the skirms and scouts after the armor upgrade kicks in.
Yeah, exactly going to be the case. Of course, that is the awesome thing with all of the American civs. I talk about it all the time, is that you get that anti-skirmisher unit without having to invest into a stable and a bunch of food. So, he's going to see all the Eagle Warriors. He should also see the armor upgrade if he is being diligent about checking for that. And yet he's still trying to make something happen.
Scouts and skirms staying together. At this point, Yo sees the armor, knows exactly what his opponent's committing to.
I don't know. I feel like Yo probably could back up a little bit unless he wanted to go for scout upgrades.
can't Yo
Do you
just
like
go
him being
Castle
aggressive
Age?
here?
Because he's walling up his entire map. So all he has to do is kind of buy himself some time and wait till Castle Age. TaToH is the guy who invested into extra Feudal Age. But that being said, TaToH's not using the market to get up to Castle Age quickly. But I think Yo can just go to Castle Age and play with Knights or Light Cav from there. Doesn't have to worry too much about Feudal Age from here.
And I think Yo actually canceled the rest of the units he was queuing up.
Yeah.
But TaToH's still going to be up to Castle Age a lot faster, and he's going to be completely safe as Mayans. And I mean, how many games have we seen Mayans win with a timing advantage with the faster Castle Age?
Yeah, crossbowmen with Eagles both hitting the wall. You can really break, palisades in the blink of an eye. But Yo is really smart. This is one thing that pretty much only he does. He makes sure if he's got the slower castle time, he house walls his entire base. And so that way, he doesn't die to crossbowman timing. Anyone who's struggling with crossbowman timing needs to take this as a really good lesson on how to stop dying to it. And you'll see Yo can make palisade here. He's going to make houses, guaranteed. Even though he's already got 80 space, he'll make 3 houses and be completely safe.
And I think the same logic also applies to ARB timings. Like,
Yeah.
just build buildings. It's the best way to slow it down.
Because the thing
And
is,
there
if
you go.
if the crossbows don't get inside your base, it's not that scary of a unit if it's just staying on the outside. You can deal with it with skirms, knights, etc.
For sure, for sure. Now Castle Age is on the way for Yo, around a minute slower. So TaToH does have a little bit of an opportunity to make some damage happen. Getting a bit housed, though, not exactly what you are looking to do. And I wonder if TaToH's going to even look to go on the side, because I don't see why he would look there unless he clicks inside the base and, like, if there was already a hole. But I think would have been closed off by now.
TaToH should group up with the Eagles, look to break through the houses, and indeed he is doing so. And a minute away for Castle Age. So we have to buy time for Yo.
Eagles, of course, going to be getting 3 extra attack as soon as they hit the Castle Age. Yo now adding unstable number 2. He could have possibly gone for swordsman. You do get free supplies and gambesons as with Slavs, so it is an option. But with arson coming in as well, Yo doesn't have a Vil here to wall behind, and this could be really bad for him.
Yo, TaToH did a great job of actually mixing in a lot of Eagles. Goes for arson first. He's not going to commit to crossbowman. He's going to go first for Eagles, then for Bodkin Arrow, just to help out with the crossbows. Now we see 3 stables from Yo. He knows the situation is dire. He needs a lot of military on the field. 3 stables will do the trick if he can get the knights out in time. Arson's thin, though, and these Eagles are chopping the house.
Yeah, Eagles don't have any native bonus damage versus buildings, so getting that extra 2 from Arson is really, really helpful. Yo going to be forced off of gold, though, and that's not what you're looking for, especially as he has no market. He could go over here to the east side of his base. That's exactly what he's doing.
Immediately
Trying
does that.
to help out as best he can, but crossbowman coming in for TaToH. This is a super aggressive push and has already snagged 1 Vil.
Yeah, double gold comp with the Mayans. He sold all of his stone. He's on 1 town center going all in for it. Yo has to hold. He's got the skirms to deal with the crossbows, at least somewhat. And he's just waiting for more knight numbers to come through. No market, as Ornly mentioned, so you got to wait till that gold comes in. He's got a lot of villas set up there. Arson was such a smart play from TaToH, being able to break so quickly. Don't think Yo was expecting that.
Oh, and I love this. Yo's walled behind this. TaToH is trapped in the base of Yo. I mean, he could try and bust his way out, but right now, things are looking perhaps a little bit awkward. Maybe you have to be a little careful with those villagers. Skirm's going to try and dive in on the crossbow, and the knights are inherently good versus eagle warriors. And look at this from Mr. Yo!
Oh my god, the cleanup. The Eagles all die. The skirms are cleaning up the crossbows. And are you kidding me? Are we going to go to a game 21 between Yo and TaToH, the Slavs versus the Mayans? Yo holds it. Yo holds it completely, and now he's going to start pushing back. He's got 3 stables, drops the monastery, needs to send everything back TaToH's way. And all of a sudden, TaToH is absolutely scrambling. Absolutely scrambling. He's making some Eagles. He's getting a monastery of his own, but he went pretty much all in for that push. And he only got a couple villagers. Yo's fine. He's got the stone. He can make town centers if he wants to one day. And now it's all about Yo trying to set up to play and transition from this position.
And I just love how patient Yo was. He knew exactly how he needed to take the fight. He waited until TaToH had committed way too deep to ever think about retreating, and then he dove in with the skirms onto the archers, making sure that all of his units were getting as much value as possible, and just completely crushed that army.
Yeah, the patience, as you mentioned, was so key. A lot of people just jump the gun, take the fight right away, and potentially lose it. So Yo waited for the extra couple knights. He waited for TaToH to kind of put himself in an awkward position behind his base. And now we actually did see the re-wall. Yo remade that house. And TaToH could try to break again with the Eagles, but Yo will have some time to react, and Yo's trying to break in on TaToH's base here with the Knights and Skirms as well.
Now, the monks could be a big difference maker, and there is one that looks like it's going to be going for a conversion onto the knight. Yo going to back out in time. And, I mean, TaToH is, you know, if at first you don't succeed, try again. But this push is going to be a lot weaker than the first one.
Monks and Eagles looking to get into Yo's base. Remember, there's no crossbows now, so all we need is Knights and maybe a couple light cap to snipe the monk. But it's only one monk, so if you just have, you know, even one conversion going over to TaToH, it's no big deal. Mr. Yo kind of brings back his military, wants to defend first and attack later, uses the scout to attack the monk. And
Right now, I actually think, maybe you disagree with me, I think bringing all of the Eagles back to try and focus the one scout that was going after the monk was a bit of a mistake, because all of the Eagles weren't fighting together at the same time.
yeah, and honestly, regardless of whether that was a micro mistake or not, that's just a terrible fight. Like, there's just no way you're getting any good value here. Now Mr. Yo has light cap. He's adding in a town center. He's got so many knights on the field. He's going to heal them back up. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into game 21 here. If Yo is able to close this one out, he's got a massive advantage over TaToH. TaToH got a little anxious. Maybe a little anxious. He lost 2 games. He had 4 games to win. He lost 2, has the civ advantage, gets kind of outplayed in the early game here, and is he about to lose the 3rd game? And we're going to go into the last game with his best of 21. Oh my god, this is so exciting. This is why this tournament is absolutely amazing here. The Champions Invitational is delivering. TaToH forced to go into Pikeman. He's stuck on 1 town center. He might try to add a second one as he is mining stone right now.
It is going to be rough, and I love Yo just diligently. Okay, let's just get that house right back up. And just what has been consistent across these last few games, Yo hasn't been falling behind in early game.
Yeah.
He's been keeping up with TaToH or even getting maybe a slight advantage. And if Yo can stabilize early on, he is just an incredibly strong player.
Second TC from TaToH. 100% agreed there. It seems like this tournament and this set in particular kind of highlighted Yo's strengths and weaknesses. If he can stay safe in the early game, he's one of the best in the world. It's so hard to even hang with him. But if he falls behind in the early game, that's when players tend to just snowball advantages and kill him out before he can really get going. And in this particular game, in the last few, as you mentioned, Mr. Yo got to the mid game in a safe position. And in this case, he even has a slight advantage. It is still quite close, though. TaToH still is in it. And Yo actually gives up 1 knight here just to not get it converted. But Yo is stalking his prey here. Pikes and Eagles being mixed in. Smart play from TaToH to mix in the Pikes.
Thanks for the amazing tournament.
So if you're in Yo's position, what do you think you should do as your opponent's making mostly pikemen? I feel like the push isn't super scary until siege comes in.
Yes.
But you still need to be very careful about how you trade knights versus pikemen.
Yeah, the thing that you should do here as Mr. Yo is try to counterattack as much as possible and try to cut off reinforcements in the middle of the map. As you said, if TaToH doesn't have siege, we don't really care about pikes and eagles sitting outside our base. It's not that scary. So if anything, Yo should go for a forward siege or just get some defensive siege on the field, because that's going to let him abuse his mobility with the knights. And if you take fights with knights and mangonels or knights and scorpions, all of a sudden you can deal with the pikemen quite effectively.
Exactly. For sure, 3rd TC now coming in for Yo as the 3rd TC comes in from TaToH. Now, the KD in this game, Eco KD, still is just 1-0 in favor of TaToH. So it's not like TaToH's like insanely far behind as far as villagers go. And of course, Mayans can make random crazy stuff happen because their units are so cheap. But yeah, Yoda just needs to be careful not to overcommit knights into stuff that counters knights.
3rd TC from TaToH. TaToH did pick up Sanctity as well for the monks. And this is the forward siege workshop I was talking about for Yo. He's doing exactly what the theory suggests here. You want to go for counterattacks. You want to fight in the middle of the map. And for the 4th or 5th time, Ornlu, he's walling up again with a house. And I just love how patient and how stubborn he is, basically. Just keeping that house wall up. But stubborn in a good way in this case.
Yeah,
every time TaToH comes through, he's got to knock on some houses before he can enter the base. Really solid stuff.
Those poor peasants, man. They just want to go home, and TaToH keeps on knocking down those houses. Yo actually is housed a little bit right now.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, the fact that Yo is able to use his mobility to bounce in between, trying to defend himself, sniping monks, and then intercepting all of those reinforcements.
Look at that. Few eagles going down the center of the map because of the sniping reinforcements factor with the knights. Such a smart play. It's easy for me to make the call, guys, because I see the whole map. Yo doesn't see the whole map. He only sees what he sees. And he's still making the absolute 100% correct decisions every single time here. He is playing out of his mind. I swear, he was trolling the entire series, and then the last 4 games, for whatever reason, he stepped it up. It's like he can't lose the last game. He'll lose the other 10, but not the last game.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out versus you, but still, there were so many close games in the set between you guys. And I mean, again, it is just a joy to watch so many games between these players at such a high level, and especially when we're so deep into a series, each and every match point game is so hype.
And like, yo, TaToH must be feeling the pressure right now because we've got Slav Knights knocking on this door, Slav Siege. And at this point, guys, we talk about good civ or spat civ. Hey, there's nothing wrong with Slavs from this point. They're a bit slow to get started. But as Orly was talking earlier, late game, late castle age, they're completely solid, especially when they're on the Knight Siege comp. TaToH's going for a castle. Can he hold this one up? There's a lot of pikes and eagles, but there's 2 mangonels and a bunch of knights closing in here.
Oh, beautiful for TaToH. He is going to get the castle up. No bills are going... Oh, I was going to say no bills are going down on the castle. Bills are going down everywhere else.
Yeah, bills are dying. The castle goes up, but the knights are absolutely decimating TaToH's economy here. And even the fight on the knights, it's not looking too hot. It's actually Yo who's winning it. And ladies and gentlemen, we have guaranteed now. This is the game secured. We're going to game 21 in a best of 21 between TaToH and Yo. This cannot be better if we scripted it. 3 wins for 3. Yo secured to get to the last game here. And TaToH's all but done. 56 bills. Very little military. Still got knights in his economy here. And Yo is relentless. Continuing to pressure the outside TC. Oh my god.
And like that was the thing, is Yo using his mobility. He had units hanging around in sort of the area between their 2 bases, so he was picking off some of the reinforcing pikemen, and then he was pushing on the other side with the forward siege workshop that you were talking about, and the knights. So although, you know, TaToH had a lot of pikemen, they weren't all where they needed to be at the same time, and now we're in a situation where Yo isn't even that horrendously far from Imperial Age, especially if he just plops down a market, which he already has done.
TaToH's desperate. He's going for Plume Darkers, but it doesn't even matter. Yo, going for a forward castle. He can sell some wood and click up the Imperial Age. Indeed, he's going for that. And this has just been a textbook Slav performance. And the forward castle is just going to be the nail in the coffin. Goes to the siege workshop. Quick walls there.
Well, the Plumed Archers are here. They could harass the Vills a little bit. And there is arson even in for the pikemen.
There's a lot of those forward. Is Yo throwing? I was hyping him up. Don't throw the game, man. We need a best of 21. Come on, get us to the last game.
There aren't that many knights left, and the Plumed Archers are obviously going to be very good at sniping villagers, but Yo is still on the way to Imperial Age. TaToH is about as far as imp as you can get, and yeah, Yo just needs to get some reinforcements, I think. Just fall back a little bit right now, make sure you don't lose too many villagers, and then, yeah, come in with more, make sure you get maybe some scorpions to help out, which is exactly what he's doing. So, I mean, getting a little excited there was Yo, but I still think he's in an okay spot. Oh, and I love the repairs on the Scorpion as well. TaToH trying to take the high ground, but it is just not quite working. As Yo continuing to press forward with his army. The Knights are just obviously such better units pound for pound than anything that TaToH is making. Although TaToH is sniping those villagers quite easily.
Really good trades. Really good trades for Yo. I mean, TaToH's doing his best to kind of claw his way back, but all Yo needs to do is secure enough army to get this castle up. The Scorpions are there. They're going to be able to whittle down the Plumed Archers now. And as soon as Yo gets this castle up, I don't think TaToH can ever match the Trebs. In fact, TaToH probably doesn't even realize Yo's up to Imperial Age right now.
Yeah, he very well might not. And the 2 villagers, you know, playing with our heartstrings a little bit, but Yo's going to get to the castle up. He's going to get to the Imperial Age, adding in some Trebs. All he needs is just adding in, like, plate guarding armor, and he will basically be good to go to bring us to African reed beds.
Oh my god, Imperial Age comes in. Does TaToH try to play it on further, or does he throw in the towel? He throws in the towel. We've got game 21. There's no way the Champions Invitational is just delivering left and right 10-10.
Holy cow.
I
what
literally
a
can't
wild
believe it.
game.
I can't believe it. I was literally counting out Mr. Yo. I was like, yeah, this is done. Yeah, TaToH surely can close it out. He had 4 civs out of his bottom row to work with, and Yo's actually managing it. Crazy performance. Guys, we're going into game 21. The last game of the best of 21 between Yo and TaToH for the Champions Invitational. It's going to be Yo in blue as the Burmese TaToH and Red as the Bulgarians. And just for some context, it was 10-7 for TaToH. Yo wins the last 3 in a row, as you can see on top in the scoreboards. And it's all coming down to this final game between Burmese and Bulgarians.
And wow, what an incredible set it has been. So back and forth. It's like TaToH looking super far ahead at times, and then Yo catching up, and then TaToH getting it further ahead, and then Yo catching back up. And it has been a big catch up that Yo's had to do right now, but he has made it. He has all of the momentum going for him. And it is coming down to this very aggressive map, African reed beds. Do you think that this is going to be a good opportunity for TaToH to turn it around?
Awesome tournament
think
so far.
TaToH
Good
with the
job, mate.
Bulgarians has a really good idea in mind as how he wants to play it. He's got really solid scouts, really good men at arms as he gets the upgrade for free, and he's actually starting off with a dock, which is something that we don't often see. So he's going for a bit of an unconventional approach. And we have Fex35 who actually subbed and donated $25 to the prize pool. Really appreciate the support, my man. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think both of these civs are actually great feudal age civs. I'm not sure which one you prefer though.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it with your chat while you were gone, and it's close. I love how fast Bulgarians can open, but I was thinking TaToH would take the approach where you go for the mill in the middle of the map, you know, like a forward barracks, maybe a forward range follow-up with the cheap blacksmith upgrades, and just go try kill Yo. But obviously, that's not what TaToH is doing. He's going with the early dock, so he's going to be looking to take a more economic route.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I agree with you. I expected him to go for the middle right away, but maybe he went for the economic route because the middle is a bit more of the obvious play, and he wants to kind of surprise Mr. Yo. Keep in mind, these guys are the highest level competition, very intelligent players. So I'd imagine, you know, TaToH played a little conservative here to kind of throw something different at Mr. Yo.
High quality content.
Yeah, and it certainly could work. Of course, in general, I like the Burmese eco a bit more than the Bulgarian eco. Those free wood upgrades are quite nice. And funnily enough, like the free wood upgrades mean you can usually afford horse collar. So it's like you can get that really consistently as well.
Yeah, ends up giving you a really smooth economy overall. And it's going to be waiting and seeing if Yo decides to make any men-at-arms or militia. The barracks was his second feudal age building. He went, or dark age building. He went lumber camp plus a barracks. And we do have $25 as well from Mansoor going to the prize pool. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate the support from you. And it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be gathering some gold and some militia from Mr. Yo here early on.
Yeah, sounds very, very good. And yeah, men-at-arms coming in for Yo. But because TaToH didn't go forward, it's going to take a while for Yo to cross the map and actually look to get that damage. I mean, maybe TaToH can fully wall in the back, like we saw a lot in Delicious World Cup, because African reed beds and was it Shady Fish Market are basically the same map.
Yeah. And in this case, because TaToH didn't claim the center, Mr. Yo says, okay, no problem. I'll attack you with men-at-arms, and I'll claim the center. Since 4 vills to take some shorefish, take some deer, and he's going to be feeling pretty good as he gets up to the feudal age. And looks like TaToH's going to start off by walling up his wood line to stay get a little bit of extra safety. But Yo's not letting him. Yo is ruthless, man.
Oh, absolutely out for blood. I'm sure the adrenaline is pumping for these two guys. But TaToH himself is able to add in his own militia, and the nice thing with Bulgarians, you only need to mine 10 gold, and then you can get your 3 men-at-arms right away. And look at this. He is confident. I've got my woodline walled, so let's just go for the counterattack. And Yo is not going to be seeing this coming, almost certainly.
The only issue with TaToH's strategy, right? He's got the woodline walled in, but the dock is wide open with 2 villagers. The question is, does Yo go for the dock? Does he commit to try to finding some fish? But it's TaToH in the middle. That's then they get first blood of the game. Kills 1 vill. Is going to go for the second. There's no way Yo is blundering like this in the final game. 2 vills down.
This is so rough. It's 2 militia attacking a freaking house. It's not really that useful. He's not checking the back of the map. And TaToH with an absolutely enormous lead here in our game 21 of this set. Stable follow-up for him as well. He's got the better eco thanks to the fishing ships. And right now, Yo is in an absolutely disastrous position.
Yeah, he went for the center. He was very confident going there initially, but he kind of underestimated the men-at-arm rush from TaToH here. And now TaToH's hungry and seeing the blood in the water, going forward, looking for the gold. Mr. Yo walls it and still has the 2 militia. At this point, he needs to check the corner. It's such an oversight from Yo to not check the corner, and TaToH is basically lucking out that his opponent isn't kind of trying to punish the stock play. And men-at-arms causing a lot of issues, forcing Yo's attention to be divided. And Yo is following this up with archers in the center and continues to commit more vills towards the middle. At this point, he is 100% committed. He lost the 2 vills. He needs to just get back in the center and continue to take advantage of the shorefish. or else TaToH's just going to pull way too far ahead because he's taking that back fish, of course.
I feel like you need to at least check it, and that's exactly what TaToH's doing. He sees,
Yeah.
okay, my opponent has no dock there. I got 2 villagers in the middle of the map. I've taken basically no damage at home thanks to some quick walls. And
Yeah.
that is just really leveraging the strength of Bulgarians, not needing to mine more than 10 gold.
Yeah, exactly. Even if TaToH doesn't find, the dock there from Yo, doesn't kill anything, just having that information is so key. And it's absolutely shocking to see a mistake from Yo not looking for that extra information. He's completely blind to it now, despite having all the time in the world to go ahead and check that and actually get some harassment. But it's all good. Mr. Yo has to leave the mistakes in the past and is going forward now with some archers and spears, looking for some more damage. Scouts should probably just run past this, unless TaToH wants to keep them at home for defense. TaToH's relying on
Yo
towers,
is
though.
perfectly safe at home, and
Yeah.
oh my goodness, there's a huge thunderstorm outside right now. Even the weather is excited for this last game.
And nobody's waiting for TaToH Yo. Everyone's excited to see how it ends here. And yeah, it's going to be TaToH defending with towers for the time being and actually mining a lot of stone, which is an interesting decision because the Bulgarians don't exactly want to play range units. So by defending on towers, he's able to stick more into the infantry and stable infantry and cavalry units, which is a lot more fitting for the theme of the Civ.
For sure. A couple scouts out for TaToH. He's able to bring the villagers safely home. At worst, he can queue up a... Actually, no, he can't queue up a demo ship because he doesn't have any gold income.
Yeah, no
So-
gold. So he could
Yeah.
lose the fish in theory here, but at this point they've already paid back for themselves. These are 350 food dolphins, and there's quite a lot of the food already missing from them. So I'm sure TaToH's not too unhappy, but if he loses the fish here, it's still completely worth it.
For sure. TaToH still only on... Okay, no, now he's going over to the gold. Makes plenty of sense. Trying to go across the map here with his own scouts. Bulgarians have those cheap and quick researching blacksmith upgrades, so forging already in here for TaToH. Could even look to get scale barding armor quite quickly as well.
TaToH's running around with 4 scouts on the outside here. Remember, TaToH doesn't have the middle control. It's all in Yo's name. And Yo continues to get some harassment. Doesn't quite kill that villager. Escapes on 1 HP. A lot of action kind of everywhere at this point. Yo is not leading the scorecards just yet, but is the guy attacking, which is always a nice advantage.
Yeah, and without an archery range, it is a little bit tough to deal with this archer-spearman army composition. Now, eventually, TaToH should build up enough scouts to deal with this quite easily, but right now, his eco isn't the most comfortable thing in the world, and the fact that Yo is down in villagers is somewhat mitigated by the fact that he's gathering from the box turtles in the middle of the map, which just gather very, very quickly.
Yeah. And now we see TaToH dropping a range. And you know what? I don't think it's ideal for him to be dropping a range after making 2 towers. Usually you tell yourself, listen, it's one or the other. You either go for the range, scouts and skirms, or you go scouts into towers. And in this case, he's been forced to make both. And the downside of that, of course, is the fact that Yo is now building up a bit more food, whereas TaToH is kind of stuck in the feudal age. I do think, though, however, that Yo might need to respond with scouts if he does see the skirms play.
Yeah, those are going to be really critical because then the spearmen are just going to be very, very ineffective in general. TaToH not wanting to commit just yet, though. Doesn't have bloodlines, but he has those blacksmith upgrades. And right now, TaToH with 9 vills on gold. Doesn't this seem like overkill to you?
It does seem like he's kind of mining enough gold to then make a market and buy his way up. That's actually, it seems like that's his goal here. He did pick up forging and armor for the scouts. They're really strong at the moment.
Right now, Yo is backing up with his little forward army here. Of course, TaToH has better mobility with the scouts, and I think even without the skirmishers, the army should be getting cleaned up right now for Yo. Gonna be nice for TaToH, who is otherwise quite far behind in army numbers, and even a fire galley for TaToH, so he might even think about adding in some more fishing ships.
Oh, that's a really good trade for Yo,
Yeah.
all things considered, eh?
Yeah, I mean, he really tried to use the spearmen to focus down the low HP scouts as much as possible.
Yeah, that was
Always a fan of that.
That was quite solid. So although Yo gets cleaned up, he actually buys them a lot of time, and he doesn't go for scouts. Instead, what he goes for is the transition onto Castle Age. And ladies and gentlemen, he might be faster to Castle Age by a mile compared to TaToH. In fact, it might be TaToH fully committing to Feudal Age at this point. He's getting fletching and armor on the skirms, and he might be making a full Feudal Age play to put pressure into the center and to push Yo entirely off it. But Yo is 100 food away from Castle Age here.
Yeah, he is very close to clicking up, even going to idle his TC just a little bit. TaToH going to be going full feudal void mode. I mean, he needs to go super all in with the Village, but I feel like this is a play that has a pretty high chance of success, as Yo very much spread thin with his army.
But Yo is so intelligent. He's actually going to make a preemptive tower on his golden stone, recognizing he needs to keep this area alive, and he's going to put some spears nearby. So TaToH's full feudal play is not necessarily going to find some easy damage. That being said, TaToH can easily use a market and buy his way up. He's got a lot of stone and gold built up here, so he could make his way to Castle Age. Yeah, by just abusing that market a little bit there.
Oh yeah, that food count shooting right up, although that is fairly inefficient in the grand scheme of things. He's still not going to be too far behind, around a minute or so, and Yo might need to invest in like more towers or something like that. Could slow down a potential castle and a Rombai switch, although now Yo is coming in with a forward stable, and he knows exactly where the majority of TaToH's army is. I mean, it's in the back of his base, so he could be looking to get some counterattack damage done.
Yo forced to abandon the woodline though, so although he's got a really nice position, forward stable, he's got a lot of archers on the field ready to be crossbowmen in just 1 minute. Abandoning the woodline is a very costly move. He's gonna have to move to the other side here. So TaToH is getting some things done with his army here. This is such an intense last game. TaToH's up a minute later, and he's gonna have to hold a minute worth of castle age time. Is it gonna be possible, or are the Brevis with the free wit upgrade gonna be too strong and end the game a little too early for Bulgarians to kick off in the castle age?
It's going to be tough for sure. Yo even starting some stone walls right there on the side of his base. TaToH trying to pressure with his archers and skirmishers. Of course, neither of these civs love focusing on archery range units as we get towards the mid-game. So we'll have to see what transitions these guys are interested in. TaToH even still queuing up archers, despite almost being in the castle age.
Yeah, a bit of a dubious decision. Bulgarians do not get crossbowmen. And now we see crossbow Bodkin moving forward for Mr. Yo. Super close game. This is the key moment for Yo. He took a couple of those losses early. Managed to kind of claw his way back into some good trades. Snipe the fish from TaToH. And now it's all about this early castle age play. He's got the crossbows. He's going to bring in a couple of knights as well. TaToH trying to wall up the left-hand side, but it's not going to be in time here. This is what Yo sees. He continues to inch closer and closer towards what's open.
Elite Skirmisher and Bodkin are on the way for TaToH, but that isn't really going to help you out against the Knights, at least not too much. Leo only has the +1 defense. Pikeman upgrade also coming in for Yo, so he's kind of teching in every direction at once.
Wow, Pikeman is so interesting. I don't know if I agree with that, to be honest. Might be a bit of a panic move. Keeping the Pikeman close to the middle shorefish villagers, I guess that's fine, but Pikeman against skirms and archers, which is what Bulgarians or what TaToH is committing to right now, not going to be very effective. Crossbow sneaking towards the back of the map, but the elite skirm is already there. +2 armor not coming in from TaToH. Looks like TaToH is making better calls in the castle age, to be honest.
Yeah, better calls, yes, but he's only on 1 TC, and you're just making skirmishers as Bulgarians, which doesn't really feel very exciting.
Okay.
That said, closing in on Acropolis resources, he's already at 300 stone. You just need 350 for that unique building.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna lose 1 Vil here. Good stuff from Mr. Yo. And oh my god, we have all users were taken. He's gifting 20 subs to the stream, 10 and 10. Also sub. Thank you so much, my man. Really appreciate it. Feeling the hype of this last game here. And it looks like Yo will get cleaned up, but he killed 1 Vil. He bought a lot of time on the back end of things. And Yo's using his knights to kind of gain back the map control and clear up the stray units that TaToH has around the map. So I think Yo is completely happy getting cleaned up here, even if it's obviously a lot of losses.
And the question is, you're getting cleaned up, but what is the next step in your master plan? It's going to be a Rombai. And Bulgarians, they don't love facing a Rombai, but TaToH going to be going Bulgarian Cav archers.
Oh my. A rare
Holy
unit to see, but they come out of the archery range right now, and they're pretty solid. They're going to be okay against the knights. He only has 1 range to make them from, though.
Yeah, that does make things a little bit awkward for sure, but TaToH looking to drop maybe a Krepos here, but look at this, Yo,
oh my god,
over here with his knight.
Oh my god, he went past the villagers, but Yo has a castle.
Oh, he realizes, oh my
brings
goodness.
it back in. Oh my god, TaToH is completely choking this one. He doesn't know what to do. He's going for Bulgarian cav archers. He's now adding in a town center. It's a really difficult map to play. And TaToH started off castle age making the right calls, but I don't know if he's going to be able to continue making the right calls, especially when Yo has full map control, which has been a theme of the matchup between these two players. Bloodline's just kicking in now. The Knights are going to be extremely strong. TaToH quick rolls them out. Yo is about to take the score lead, though, as the Knights close the gap on the skirms. Village is very much exposed.
Indeed, that is the case. Second TC for both players about to be in. There is a monk on the way here for TaToH, and of course the TC goes up. Yo still 7 villagers killed to 2. TaToH with more idle time, and there is that Arambai switch on the way. And what's really awesome here for Yo is that you don't have much stone in your base, and all the rest of the stone is in the middle of the map, where there is currently a big old castle for Yo.
So Yo is controlling the center, which is giving him a lot of box turtle foods, a lot of like shorefish, and then also getting that stone access. Of course, there is gold to either side that players will want to control long term as well here. And it looks like Yo is adding in a second town center to also try to get some economy. TaToH does have the 3 set up, but TaToH's on defense. And that is the big problem. When you're on defense in a map like this that requires you to expand, it could be slightly problematic in the long run.
Indeed, that is the case, but Acropolis coming up on the side, on the hill, in a very nice location, and that could zone out a lot of the Arambai and Knights, and Yo still has a very ragtag army. Actually, both players do. But at the end of the day, TaToH is still going to be a bit ahead in the TC count, and could still put a bit of onus on Yo to make something happen.
Yeah, I think TaToH, the one oversight for him is that he's not really on cavalry, but I think he didn't want to make knights. He actually is, has his mind set to make conics. So I think skirms into conics, now that he's got the Krepos, can be the right call. But the knights are coming in here. Yo decides to abandon, doesn't go for the monk, gets pushed away from it. And Yo has some small skirmishes all around TaToH's base. Small armies looking to cause some corruption here.
Indeed, conics are on the way for TaToH. Remember, guys, they got buffed in the last patch. They now have extra armor on the dismounted version, so they're really strong in melee combat.
Yeah.
Now, does that help you versus Arambai? Not at all. So,
But he's got the
could
skirms,
be
Mr. Arambai.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a good composition, the conics melting the melee fights, as you mentioned, and then the skirms to keep the Arambai at bay. It is looking okay for TaToH. He's got a 4-kill lead. Although he doesn't have the map control right now, it feels like he's making the right calls as to what units he can go for. Yo is trying to take advantage of the map control, though, and going Light Cav and Arambai here. Light Cav for the skirms and monks, and Arambai for everything else.
That makes a lot of sense, although that is a little bit on the expensive side, and Yo needs to make sure he goes ahead and finds some angles to either expand or do damage, because TaToH's just adding in TC number 4 without a care in the world.
Now we see a town center on the right-hand side for TaToH. A 4th town center. Remember, the Bulgarian TCs are 50 stone cheaper, which is a nice little added benefit. Lets them keep some of that stone to make Krepos long-term. And Krepos could be a great tool at controlling some of those golds. I wouldn't be mad if TaToH goes ahead and clears up the right-hand side, drops the Krepos, and secures that gold. I think that's going to be crucial for his long-term plan.
Behind this, though, Yo is picking up relics. He's already on 3. He's going to be grabbing 4 and 5 as well. So that is going to be quite helpful for him in the long run. And look at this. Yo isn't even horrendously far away from the Imperial Age.
Oh, he might be cooking something up with a fast imp, potentially, with the Arambai. That will get him access to really strong monks with the Burmese. That gets him access to trebuchets. Fast imp can be solid. TaToH has no business going fast imp himself, though. So regardless what Yo goes for, TaToH's almost guaranteed to be stuck in the castle age, and he's going to be making a ton of units. Knights, skirms, all the good stuff. Conics.
Indeed, indeed. TaToH with, what, 8 different military units? Or no, 8 different units in total right now.
Now look at that. All over the place there with a couple spears, a cav archer, some dismounted conics. And he's getting some raids out, but Yo is kind of keeping an eye out. Pretty much everywhere TaToH's trying to attack, Yo's got something. And Yo just clicked up to Imperial Age. Game 21, and Yo's going to go for a fast imp with a Arambai, closing it out with the Burmese. Is this a winning strategy, or will TaToH be able to hold with the all-in castle age through Burgundians? Castle on the right-hand side. TaToH's looking to control that gold piles, or that gold area on the right, and also could get stirrups from the castle, which makes all cavalry for Bulgarians attack 33% faster. Meanwhile, Mr. Yo grabs the left-hand side.
Yeah, but what I love from Mr. Yo is he's had units hanging around the gold hills on either side of the map, so at the very least, he might not be able to stop this if TaToH just groups up his entire army. It's just 2 light cav, but Yo will know exactly when this is happening.
Yeah.
He sees the vills right there with the light cav. He's even going to be scouting around a little bit, and the Arambai numbers are climbing, and once we get to double castle Arambai, we're going to have a nice 2020 throwback.
Yeah, that unit is so strong as you mass it. It just melts units. It does pretty well against a wide variety of units, only really dying out the skirmishers, but until they can close the gap. If they close the gap in the skirms, they will take them out as well. And I think TaToH is misreading the situation. He's going pikemen. That is incorrect. You have to go for cavalry. It's the only unit that gives you enough proactivity on the map to stop Yo from completely destroying you around by trebs. It needs to be cav skirm, nothing else. The pikeman doesn't cut it here.
Not at all. The Arambai are simply too strong with their range and damage. And right now, Yo is sort of opening up the front of TaToH's base. As soon as he's able to start making some trebs, going to be able to press TaToH right there. And all our red player has are just some skirms and maybe some monks to defend. It just doesn't really feel very impressive.
Score is neck and neck. Imperial Age comes in 5 seconds, and I'm really curious to see what TaToH responds with that. He could either try to go Imperial Age himself, or he can try to go all in Castle Age. He's got 100 fills, he's got 30 extra fills, and he's not going to resign anytime soon. He's going to fight it to the end. Does he decide to click Imp, or does he queue up some Connects? It looks like he's saving up resources to click Imp himself.
But the question is, how is he going to buy time against the trebuchets? The Krepos, they don't stand up anywhere near as long as you like in the Imperial Age. TaToH clicking up, but obviously there is a big difference there. Yo does have a worse eco than TaToH, but he is far from all in. He is on 3 TCs himself. So 81 bills and climbing for him, conscription on the way. Yo really looking to round out his army. And of course, Arambai do have the benefit of Parthian tactics now to give him some extra pierce armor.
Ooh,
and they also benefit from chemistry.
Yo is so smart here. He just instantly clicks Halberdier because he recognizes the only way he loses this fight is if he gets overwhelmed by cavalry. That being said, by clicking Halberdier, he leaves himself really exposed to all-in skirmishers. So if TaToH just goes for some skirmishers, it's going to counter Halbs, and it's going to counter the Arambai. And look at this. It's actually TaToH who's adding in some infantry of his own. He's going to add barracks at the back and maybe go for like a pikeman skirm composition.
Appears to be the case, but Pikeman Skirmisher just isn't a very scary army. It's just trash units. I mean, it's like okay for Bulgarians, but not that exciting. Some light cav still here at the front, but they don't have the greatest upgrades in the world. That trebuchet wanting to become a siege ram.
Going a little too close there with the Treb. Mr. Yo does not care. He's out for blood in this last game of the best of 21. Just sends it all the way forward, but ends up, just kind of pushing out at the end. Sending it a little further back, playing it a little safe. And TaToH is hard pressed now. He's got a minute to go to buy time till Imperial Age. Is it enough?
It's going to be very tough indeed. Trebuchet actually missing the Krepos.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that was possible.
It is possible because it's not a 4x4 building.
Yeah,
so it is possible to miss. Some luck for TaToH at last, maybe.
Yeah, that's not something I expected. TaToH does have 120 villagers. He's got lots of pikemen and skirmisher production. But at the same time, is that going to be enough to deal with the fact that Yo has lots of gold units? I love that he has the monks here to heal up all of the injured cavalry units.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Bracer immediately here for TaToH, but also remember that Bulgarians missed the last armor upgrade for their skirmishers. Yeah,
so the Bulgarian skirm is not the most impressive long term. You go skirm halberdier. That's the composition TaToH chose for this last game. It's not a bad one if you can start gaining some momentum. But it is one that can be easily dealt with if Yo is kind of using his mobility well and just kind of taking the right fights. 5 trebs on the field. TaToH is... It's now or never. 15 seconds till Halberdier. He's got to push back right now, or he's completely out of the game and he's lost the best of 21.
Oh, this is so tough for sure. Army value, it is around triple here for Mr. Yo over TaToH. Skirm's trying to do what they can. +2 defense in for the light cav, +4 on the way. But nothing is stopping those trebs right now from absolutely eviscerating all of these buildings of TaToH. And he's got so much gold, but nothing good to spend it on.
Yeah, and TaToH is getting housed. He's badly housed. He's forced to take the fight on the front. And it's not a bad fight. TaToH should actually win this fight head on. In fact, Yo's best move is to run away, which indeed he is going for. I told you he's an intelligent player. He's making all the right calls that I'm calling out right now from the cast, but he's doing it without seeing the whole map, so it's a much more impressive feat. I'm just talking here as a caster. And now Mr. Yo going for a castle on the right side, looking to target TaToH's gold, and that would be a killer move if I've ever seen one here. Rotating the trebs over.
Absolutely going to be the case. The Arambai still staying alive without too many issues. so many trebuchets over here, just destroying all of those buildings. TaToH just on 2 TCs and the 1 castle, and it is going to be almost impossible to keep that alive because remember, TaToH has basically had no more stone income because Yo has been controlling the middle of the map all game long.
TaToH still has 25 more population. He still has more villagers. If the castle goes down, he can still control the gold if he's able to win the fights. But he just needs to find a way to thin down Yo's army, and Yo's not even giving him the fight right now.
Thanks for the amazing tournament.
Not
bro,
at
less than
all.
3.
He knows that, okay, I have a huge advantage. I just need to hang in there. I've got the map control on a very map control oriented map. And of course, he's building up to a huge amount of a strong gold unit. And right now, TaToH can be forced off of the gold. And I don't even think the neutral markets are going to be enough to save him.
And looks like the trebuchet is going to go down. The castle's down as well. Yo with the round by chasing down TaToH's villagers. The halbs and the skirms kind of running around like chickens with their head cut off at this point. Don't know where to go. They can't pick a fight. They want to fight, but Yo's not letting TaToH fight him fair and square. He's always going to fight near his castles if TaToH wants to commit there. TaToH continues to scramble up some buildings. 185 pop. He needs to find some siege that could work, and he's chosen rams. He's gonna go for the Bulgarian siege ram, and that's gonna be his last hope to win this. But Elite Ramba is coming in now for Mr. Yo.
Parthian tactics as well. Does need to still pick up ballistics, and of course, just as I say that, he is getting that upgrade. And yeah, okay, so the Halbskirm ram play is going to be the last best hope here for TaToH. He's got no gold income. He's basically running out in his base, so this is going to be his last chance to hang on to this best of 21.
Halbskirm composition in full effect here. Elite Ramba now on a hill. Capram comes out to tank some of the damage here. Not too bad. Not too bad. The Ramba do not do very good damage to the Rams. Halberdier chasing away the Ramba. Skirms doing the DPS in the back. And this could be the last hope from TaToH. He actually has really good upgrades. Siege Ram coming in. Siege Engineers and Handcart. Is this the turnaround for TaToH? He's got 10 more pop. Even though he doesn't have the gold, he's only making trash units. If this is enough to gain back some momentum, reclaim the gold, it is doable for TaToH.
It is indeed. We have a few halbs in here, but here's the swordsman switch for Mr. Yo. That is going to absolutely crush TaToH if he can get it in time. But it's still a slow switch to make, and those siege rams with siege engineers are already knocking at the castle. The Yorambai don't want to sit under skirmisher fire like that, and there simply aren't enough melee units to really deal with this.
Yeah, the Rams should be able to take out that castle. The skirm composition with the halbs have proven to be pretty solid from TaToH here. He is at the limit in terms of resources. Yo is making that very lengthy swordsman switch. Getting more barracks down. Tech into the champions eventually. But the Rams...
Oh, but look at this. Yorambai just nuke everything once they get into range.
Yeah, the Rams are solid, but the Yorambai are just too good. They also beat the skirms and halbs if they can get the right shots off here.
And Yo is just not going to run out of gold anytime soon. He can replenish lost to Rambai even if he's trading them against trash units. The most important thing is to not get this game snowballed while TaToH, or while he switches over into the swordsman, as TaToH is just looking to make this one last big push to at least secure the gold, if not kill Yo.
Yeah, what an insane play from Yo so far. Making all the right calls. He's taking his time. He's making the switch all the way to champions with Burmese to get an extra 3 damage, remember that. And he's got all the gold in the world on the left-hand side. He's just keeping his economy flowing all game here. And although TaToH's holding on, once he sees the swordsman, it's going to be a reality check here. And there it is. Swordsmen are revealed. +4 armor on the way here. And this is the big switch that I don't think TaToH has an answer to right now.
Yeah, +4 defense isn't quite in just yet. But remember, with the addition of Gambesons, those swordsmen are only going to take 1 damage from skirmishers as opposed to the 2 damage that they used to take. And obviously that makes the unit just so much more powerful at hard countering the trash units. So that's exactly what we are going to see. GG, well played from TaToH. Yo takes 4 in a row to win the best of 21.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Can I hear it for Yo in the chat? Everyone counted him out. He was down 11-7. It was all TaToH near at the end. Day 2, TaToH came out strong. Day 1, TaToH was winning. And all of a sudden, from 10-7 TaToH all the way to 11-10 Yo. 4 in a row. All the credit to Mr. Yo. Absolutely well played. And I don't want to take anything away from TaToH. He played a fantastic series as well. 2 absolute titans of the game. And Yo proves his worth here, clutching out the series. It's 11-10 with the Burmese. Well played. Well played.
Wow, and after your set versus Viper, it's like, is anything going to come close to that in this tournament? And, like, literally the next set is another 11-10 with a 4-game comeback. Just so closely fought, so back and forth. But ultimately adapting to TaToH and making sure that he could survive that early game and then focus on that more map control oriented style, getting the good timings with the faster Imperial Age. And that was just absolutely beautifully done for Yo.
Absolutely incredible. Well done. And